Chapter 1, A Sunny Day. Some info. The story will be told from a first-person perspective, the ox. This is talking, go jump over that fence. This is thinking, I will jump over that fence. This is narration/action, I jumped over that fence. Extra. Thank you. So, where was I? Oh right. Yet another sunny day again, hey? Still, ain't most days sunny here? In Japan? It must be about 3 weeks since I arrived here. And I still have a hard time coming to terms with it, to be honest. Right now, I was sitting at my school desk, which was located in the back corner of the class. And while the class was still in session, I was just staring outside, towards the school's gate. It's weird. I have always been fascinated by this country. I grew up watching anime, and it didn't take long before I started playing video games as well. I've actually lost track of how many hours I spent on both. Hell, even my initial understanding of Japanese came from these two things. And right now, it honestly feels like total bullshit. Just as I let out a small sigh, the sound of a ringing bell echoed throughout the school, signaling the end of class. I quickly snapped out of my inner thoughts and started to pick up my stuff. Yet the moment I raised my head to look at the exit on the far side of the class, I spotted my homeroom teacher, gesturing for me to go to him. Really now? Good job me, I guess that's what you get for not paying attention to the class in plain sight. I take a deep breath and walk up to the front of the teacher's desk. Nair Sepfir. The middle-aged man behind it, whose frown seemed to be a permanent addition to his face, stared at me with what I can only call an "I don't want to be here" expression. His eyes pretty much telling me that he would rather be at his local cafe playing mahjong rather than waste his time on me. Yes, sir. I answered back. I know that you came here as an exchange student, and adjusting to a new foreign environment can take time. But it has been 3 weeks, I would prefer if you actually started paying some attention to the classes you are supposed to be present at, Sepfir. He said as his eyes practically drilled holes into me. I guess to him, not paying attention in his class equals to me not respecting his authority. Not that I'm surprised though, teachers or overall, people with authority over somebody can be like that. Yes, of course. I'm sorry about that, it will not happen again. I answered, trying to sound as sincere as I can. Good, you may go now. Seemingly appeased with my answer, the teacher returns to his papers and signals me with his hand to leave. With that confrontation finished, I picked my bag from the ground next to me and start heading outside. While I really don't give much of a damn about his ramblings, it's not because I have something personal against him. It's simply because soon, none of this crap will really matter. I close the class door behind me, and start heading down the hallway to my right, my destination being the stairs that led to the lower floors, and towards the school gym. The lunch break should last about 40 minutes. It should give me enough time. Looking at the watch in my phone, I nod to myself and start heading towards the hallway. For the last month since arriving at, let's just call this place Japan for now, I have been pushing myself non-stop. From physical training like running, sprinting, parkour and endurance tests, to looking up guides on how to use tools and weapons. Hell, I even took classes in armed self-defense and went to the gun range, multiple times a day too. Not a very easy thing to do considering I'm still a high schooler, aka underaged. Meaning, I had to go the extra mile just to get permission to even be allowed to enter the gun range. And why would I do all this crap? Why I would not just stay home and play video games all day? Because, honestly, if I stay still now, if I leave myself space to think, I think I'll end up offing myself. I let out a small sigh as I glanced towards the giant glass pane windows to my left, the sky outside being a bright blue. And as one might expect, all these things cost money, and they cost a lot. While not really official yet, I'm actually in pretty heavy debt. I have already reached the limit on the credit card that was given to me, and also sold everything inside my rented house. In other words, stuff that is not really mine. And no, it's not because I want to land my ass in jail. It's because I'm betting on the fact that very soon, the debt, and all the stolen stuff will no longer matter. And as I finally reached the staircase at the end of the hallway and began to walk down, I saw a lone student leaning against the railing, his back turned to me, so I could not see his face, yet his posture having the words dejection written all over it. And then, there's this damn guy, in the same spot since the first day I arrived. The same depressed attitude, day in, day out. Now, truth be told though, I have my own reasons to cringe at his attitude. The first reason one being that for all his depression, this guy is actually what you might call the very lucky one. And now that I was here, I am actually pretty jealous of what he has. Or, what he will have. The second reason though, the second reason makes my stomach tie up into knots till I want to throw up. The reason? Simple really. I know the guy, without actually knowing him, and not in a stalkerish kind of fashion. I don't swing that way. The student in front of me is Takashi Komuro, and his existence here verified that I should not be here in the flesh. I slowly walk up to Takashi after descending the stairs. I was never good at socializing, but well, fuck it. Time to creep out the dejected dude, this needs to happen sooner or later. I clear my throat. Excuse me. And speak up. Well, I'm far more nervous than I'd thought I'd be, am I really that bad at striking up conversations with strangers? Takashi seems to react to my voice and turns his head to me, one eyebrow raised in question while staring at my face with an odd expression. What, who are you? He asks. Nair Sepfir, I'm a transfer student. Look, I didn't mean to bother you. But ever since I arrived here I keep seeing you on the same spot every day with a dejected look on your face, you okay? I fold my arms while finishing my sentence. You okay? Really me? For real? Is that the best you could come up with, you damn monkey? The guy just stares at me. I didn't know if he was surprised, or just plain annoyed. I've been better. Why do you care though? He turns his back to me as he speaks and starts to stare away towards the school's field again. Well, from where I'm from people tend to react to somebody grinding his face against the floor. I kept seeing you here, looking like you are about to jump off. I came up for a reason on the spot as he kept staring away from me. Well shit, I can't tell him. Herder me no stuff. Plus he doesn't seem to be in a talking mood anyway. Well, my bad. Didn't mean to bother you, I'll get out of your space. Just don't go off doing something stupid, alright? No shit mode last forever. I raised both my arms as I turned around to leave. Yet, stuff can always get worse. Much, much worse. For the rest of the world at least. As I started walking away from Takashi, the only thing I heard from him was a sigh. With that whole socialization over, I headed down to the bottom floor, and towards my initial destination, the gym. And couple of minutes later, I was there. The only person inside being me. Empty, huh? No surprise there, that's why I decided to come here in the first place. Most people are probably eating or relaxing right now. Or sulking by the stairs. Well, whatever, got my spare shirt in my bag, so it is time to run some laps. And with that, I started to jog. Lapping around the gym's track. As I kept running around the gym track, I tried to empty my mind so I could focus or running. Yet, all it took to lose whatever focus I had was to look up and see the school's banner. Fujimi Academy. Why, the hell am I even here? I curse under my breath as I stop running with a groan. Fuck, come on. I need to collect my thoughts here. I'm running short on time, and I need to make the best of it while I can. Focus, goddammit. I throw a few slaps to my face with both hands as I start running again. My name is Nair Sepfir. I'm 17 years old, and I am an exchange student from Europe. I can speak both English and Japanese. Why did I say Europe and not an actual country? It's because it doesn't matter right now, what matters is where I'm at. And that is the Fujimi Academy in Japan, with 3 days left before the biggest pile of shit ever seen by humanity hits the worldwide fan. And what do I mean by shit? Well, I'm talking about the goddamn end of the world via an express zombie apocalypse. As to why I know all this crap? It's because I've seen it. And not in any future vision type of bullshit. I have seen it, in a goddamn anime. Yeah, even when I'm telling to myself it sounds fucking ridiculous. If somebody had told me that I would be waking up inside a damn anime, I would have kindly asked them to be in one where permadeath and flesh-eating corpses are flat out banned. And speaking of death, I have been thinking about this since I arrived here. As to why am I here? I mean, sure, I've seen one too many animes to know the otherworld genre trope. So what? I pepsied and now I am here because, I don't know? Illuminati and rainbow puking unicorns? I mean, I know who I am. I still have memories of my past life, that's the reason why I know what is supposed to happen in the first place. Among other things, I also remember when I started my mandatory army training because my country was moronic, or when I got my first video game system. Though there are some things that I have forgotten too, like my old native language for example. But, I also know who I am now. Or, who I was here. It honestly feels more like switching a hard drive in my head, with each drive storing a different past. Ugh. Keep thinking. You know there is no point thinking about this now, you moron. Focus on what is to come and be as prepared as you can be. Luckily for me, there's a silver lining at least. I shake my head as I increase my running speed. That lining is that the body I woke up with is not the one I remember having. I would be dead and doomed if it was. While I was no coda in my past life, I definitely was not as athletic as I'd prefer for a damn zombie apocalypse. This body, on the other hand, was above average to say the least. And this last month I literally pushed it as hard as I could. And it's paying off, I'm getting faster, my reflexes are quicker, my punches carry a good amount of force. And I can go on for quite a while without running out of breath. Physically I feel prepared. My mentality is the real problem here. I'm not actually 100% sure what will happen when Daisy arrived. If the whole thing won't happen, for example, then I will be chased down by debt collectors. Or worse, if the zombie apocalypse does happen, and I get stranded all by myself in the middle of a busy street, or my dingy fucking apartment. And it's not like I can buy myself a jet or a shotgun with 7 trucks of ammo. The black market here is not that easy to deal with, and being 17 does not make it any easier. Also I'm damn broke, so there's that too. I let out a sigh as I keep running. No matter how strong I become, I cannot survive this alone. And this leads me to what really keeps me up at night. The story followed Takashi and his team. So I know only what will happen to them. That means, to have any chance to actually use the knowledge I have, I need to join Takashi's and his team. And well, I'm gonna be honest with myself here. Takashi's a cool dude and all. But if he is going with a trio harem again, I might wind up trying to go all Commander Cockblock on his face. Yes, I'm salty now that I'm here. If he likes REI so much to be depressed over it for this long, then he can keep it in his pants, thank you very much. I let out a small chuckle as I shake my head. To think poor Kota had to deal with this. Having to be the only other guy in the group where the girls swoon over Takashi, while also having a crush on Saya, who at the start of the anime shows visible interest towards Takashi. Okay. I have relaxed enough. Now focus, keep jogging, running, sprinting. I will worry about Takashi and his group when I get to them. Because first I need to actually get to them. If I keep freaking myself out every time I try to think about it, I'm gonna be the first one to kick the bucket. With a small nod, I steel myself as I start a full-blown sprint. I know better than anybody after all, that soon, everybody will be running along with me. Chapter 2, Decisions. 3 days until Z-Day. The room was dimly lit, the furniture that used to decorate it gone, sold off. With the exception of a normal bed and a desk with a computer and a printer. Other than that, the room was empty. Maybe selling the fridge so early was not my smartest idea. I say to myself while looking at what used to be a kitchen. Both the fridge and the stove were missing and fast food packages littered the kitchen counters. If the landlord sees this, he is going to shoot me in the face with a rocket launcher. Thankfully, he should not return until the end of this month and the world should go to shit before then, so I'll probably get away with selling off everything in here. While I felt like shit for stealing from the landlord, as the furniture did not belong to me, I had already decided that I would use everything I could to make sure that I was prepared for the upcoming panic. After surveying the empty room, I turned my head back to the computer screen, the words the thinnest part of the skull typed in the search bar. Tyrion, so hitting, or better yet, stabbing sideways is the best way to directly deal damage to the brain after all. Come to think of it, I wonder if the reanimated dead have a fragile skull or Takashi and his group can swing stuff around with the force of a truck. Because, if I remember correctly, they were cracking skulls open from every direction possible. Yet, I hope it's the first one or I am oh so screwed. Next to the computer laid several stacks of printed papers. From manuals on how to use and maintain several guns, including the ones that I know Takashi's team will find later, manuals for cleaning blades, and how-to guides for silent running. Things that could help me survive a jam. There was also a locked credit card and a small notebook on the desk. While I don't intend to pack anything on me, I better make sure I don't sound like a dinner bell when I have to move. After all, I intend to be the one that checks Saya's theory. I say to myself while picking up the papers that had methods on how to make your movement silent. From methods of choosing what gear to carry by running in place with whatever you aim to have on you, to using tape on the things you have in your pockets and how to stop your shoes from squeaking. I then place the papers back on the desk and pick one of the gun manuals. I can also use these to get closer to Kota. Having an acquaintance in the group can make quite the difference. Plus it would make it easier for me to explain why I could use the damn things in the first place. After I spent some time scheming the manual, I lifted my head, only for my eyes to fall to the now useless credit card that was resting on the desk. The credit card that was given to me before arriving in Japan. You know, if the outbreak doesn't happen, I will have so much to answer for. I don't even know what happened to the past Nair before I became him. Sick of dealing with the feeling of dissociation, I took my phone out of my pocket and glared at it. Turning the phone around, I opened the back cover, removed the battery and took out the SIM card. Finally, I throw the disassembled phone inside the desk drawer. But, with 3 days left, I need a clear head to prepare for what is to come. And God knows I can't keep my mind focused if this thing keeps reminding me that this body is not my own every time it rings. I can't save everybody, hell I don't even know if I can save myself, so I can't afford any distractions. After agreeing with myself that mopping about what was and what is ain't going to change a thing, I picked up the small notebook and started flipping through it. In it were schedules written with two different colors of black and red. The days written in black were the times I went to the shooting range, with the red ones being days spent on self-defense lessons. Mostly armed ones, as I don't think I wanna punch a zombie in the face, thank you very much. Most of the cash I acquired from my not-so-proud actions was actually spent at the gun range, and I actually had to pass through several of them till I was able to convince one of the range owners to allow me to use the gun range. Of course, the fact that I said I would pay extra probably helped him make his decision. I pretty much turned the furniture into bullets if you think about it. I chuckle slightly as I keep flipping through the pages. The rest of the cash went to food and driving lessons, as neither me, nor the old me knew how to drive. Was Japan's minimum legal age for driving always 18? I mean, I did have to jump through some hoops on that part too, as I'm supposed to be 17. Normally, I would totally be lost if I were to be put behind the wheel, be it car or bike. And once again, I had to pay quite the extra fee just to get the teacher to agree to teach me. I guess with enough cash an underage person can get behind the wheel as well as behind a gun. Well, it's not like I'm going to need a license for either of those in the future, so the knowledge is all I really need. Also, knowing how to drive and use a gun would probably be helpful even if the outbreak doesn't happen. Great, now I'm thinking like a frigging fugitive. I also thought about buying bite-resistant underclothes too, but I would have one hell of a time trying to explain why I was wearing that stuff in school. Same goes for bringing any weapons. Even if I could manage to find a blade that was long enough for me to not risk shoving my hand into a zombie's mouth, I could not think of a good reason as to why I had such a thing with me in the first place. Best I could do for my equipment was to gear up along with the rest, or help them gear up faster. I looked over at the calendar on my PC screen. With only 3 days left before all-you-can-eat day, I decided that it was time for me to check where the school stores its sporting goods, and to make my accidental contact with Coda. But first, I'm going to go outside to get some fresh air and buy something to eat for tomorrow morning, then go to sleep. But mostly to get some air, as this whole thing was making me feel sick with anxiety. I needed to move, get out of this room. 2 days until Z-Day. Annoying alarm noises. The alarm on my phone goes off, signaling me that it is time to get off my ass and get ready for school. Slowly, I got up to a sitting position and shut the annoying phone down. After that, I just stared at the wall in front of me for a while. I sorta expected to have a nightmare again. I guess I must have gotten thick-skinned. I looked to my right, seeing the desk with all the papers. Right, Coda Papers Guns meeting. I get up from the bed and head to the bathroom to wash up. Funny as it may sound, the bathroom was the only place I decided to not touch. Nothing was missing in there. I quickly shake off any sleepiness I had with a couple of cold water splashes to my face. With that done, I grabbed the packaged food I bought last night and started preparing for school. So much junk food can't be good for me. I head towards my desk with the bun in my mouth, picking up a stack of papers that had a Mossberg 500 Cruiser pump-action shotgun printed on the front page. That should get Coda's attention so I can strike up a conversation with him. Wish I had a stapler to keep the papers together though. I shove the papers in my bag that was sitting next to the desk and prepare to leave. Opening the front door, I am greeted with another sunny day. The calm before the storm, as they say. I turn my head back to my apartment and look inside. 2 days left, after that it's sink or swim. Closing the door behind me, I head off towards the school. If all goes well, I will end up with a new friend today. And God knows I need some good news in my life right now. Chapter 3, Plans. 2 days until Z-Day. Alright, let's go over today's plan one more time. Right now I was standing next to the entrance of the school, looking at the building that was towering in front of me. My two main targets for today are Coda and the school's athletic equipment. I could start by looking around my class, as I'm going to need a good location that I can easily reach to hide things that can cave somebody's head in. Maybe one of the unused lockers nearby? When the panic starts, it will be easy to find an excuse as for why I had a weapon like a bat with me, not so much when it's a normal school day though. I will also stick with a normal baseball bat, cause you know what they say, don't fix it if it ain't broken. Now the school definitely has baseball bats, since I remember Takashi using one in the anime, plus, I've also seen them being used in some school activities. Now, I have also seen the shed that teachers take the equipment to in order to store them. Problem is, they lock the door, so I will have to find a way to get in and borrow a bat. Then get out without alerting half the school. Going to the storage shed after the panic starts is also a big nope. It's outside of the main building and I don't want to be stuck with the masses when they start to stampede towards the exits. So that leaves me to resort to, look up to today's gym teacher and help him carry the equipment back to the storage, then find a way to get rid of him so I can work in peace. Now, out of the usual people teaching gymnastics, we have the cult leader of the psychopathic perverts, and Mr. Zombie Chow number 1 aka Shido and Teshima. Of course there are other teachers that assist in P.E, but they will all be dead before the month ends and were never shown in the anime, so I didn't bother to learn who they were. With that thought in mind, I started making my way towards the side of the school to my left. PE classes were held there and the storage shed was also there. I had a little plan B in mind, I just needed to check the storage building. If I'm lucky, I can evade the bootlicking. After making my way through the track field next to the main building, I looked at the structure across it. It was not an impressive looking, more like a rundown apartment really, about 1.5 stories tall and made out of concrete. After checking my surroundings to make sure I won't have any surprise visitors, I walked towards the back of the shed. There was a small alley-like space here, probably 2 to 3 people could fit next to each other, between the shed and the school's cement fence wall. I then walked into the alley checking the back of the shed for another way to enter inside. And sure enough, I found a window, wide open and practically begging me to climb in. Well, guess I won't be bootlicking any teachers after all, thank God for that. The window was a small one, probably 40 to 50 centimeters wide and on a height that even if I raised my arm and stretched out I could not reach it. I was about to drop my bag on the floor and jump to reach the window, when I heard the school bells ring out. Alright, I know how I'm getting into the shed, but I have no time left. All I need to do now is find a place to stash the tools and I'm golden. Smiling to myself, I walk back out of the alley and head to class. On the way to my classroom, I kept an eye out for any location I could use to hide a bat, but no cigar. Other than my locker, there doesn't seem to be any easy to reach place for me to hide it. Trouble is, my locker is a bit too far for my liking. Getting in the class and taking my seat, I started thinking about my second target for today, Koda. He's probably a go-home club kind of guy, and since he is still suppressing his anger for his normal life as he calls it, he will probably still act meek. I do not know where his class is at, but there is only one main exit, the school gates. I can just wait there and accidentally bump into him, dropping the papers about the shotgun in the process. I just hope that he won't get too startled, apologize, and start running or something. While I was in my own thoughts, the teacher walked in and started the lesson. Not wanting another one-on-one with a teacher, I decided to pay attention to the class. So, an hour and some minutes later the bells ring out once more. It was time to get to work again. Walking outside of the class, I saw the staircase that led up to the roof. I could go and leave the bat on the roof, but honestly, I don't want to be up there when Takashi and Ko gather. And while I got nothing against Rei, I don't want to deal with her self-absorbed hysteria. Plus, Takashi still likes her, so I will let him have that hug. In other words, that's a no-go for the roof. I kept moving around the hallway, but other than the occasional lockers, there was nothing else. Ugh, goddammit, do I really need to put the thing in my locker? Putting my back against the window and giving off a sigh, I close my eyes and move my head around, causing my neck bones to crackle. Opening my eyes, I stare at the top of the lockers. The lockers are not tall enough either, putting the bat up there will still let people see it. Maybe I could just break my lock, then go to the teacher's office and tell them that my locker won't lock or something. Ask them to give me a new one. These lockers use number combinations, so they should have a book with the combinations for all the lockers somewhere. If I can take that, then I can see the combination to a locker near my class. Yeah, let's do that. At least the teacher's room has air conditioning. I started moving towards my locker as I spoke, when something clicked in my head. Air conditioning, air vents. God, why did I not think of that sooner? I dart my head around looking for anything that might look like a vent. Until my sight stopped at a small, rectangular metal covering in the wall. The air vents in this school were on the top part of the walls, and they were rather small. Still, they're perfect to hide a bat in. I then go back to my class and spot an air vent that was not too far from my class. Probably half a class away from my classroom door. Perfect, I could hide the bat in there. As for the screws, I can go to the room where Koda made his handmade gun, they definitely got screwdrivers there. And I think I will keep it too, even unsharpened, I could still use it to stab zombies in the Tyrion, or whatever it's called. With quick steps I head to the second floor, looking for any classroom that has equipment for construction, like drills, hammers and nails. 10 minutes in, I came across the said room. Lucky for me, it was unlocked too. Why do they leave this place unlocked in the first place? Saya and Koda also just waltzed in if I remember correctly. Well, no need to look a gift horse in the mouth, time to find me a screwdriver. A couple of minutes later and several fake I dropped my wallet here to evade the students' attention, I come across a long, flat-nosed screwdriver. Long enough to be used as a last-ditch effort weapon if needed. And the screwdriver's flat nose also means I could use it even if the screws were cross-shaped. Looking around to make sure nobody was looking at me, I then pocketed the screwdriver. Yoink! I'm having way too much fun with this. I opened a hole in the inside pocket of my jacket with my new screwdriver and shoved it in its new home, then left like I just committed the heist of the century. Getting the bat and opening the vent while the school is teeming with kids and adults is not gonna happen. Either I sneak in during the night, or do it during club times. Meaning I got to meet with Koda before doing any of this. The rest of the classes passed without anything notable happening. After returning to class I left the screwdriver in my bag so I would not end up stabbing my guts by accident. Other than that, during the breaks I checked the shed window a couple of times to make sure it was still open. Until PE class arrived and the teacher who was to teach us today was. Oh, is Teshima going to be teaching class today? Thank God that the window is open. Means that I won't have to deal with that asshole when I'll try to get inside the shed. Looking around the school track, I realized that Lady Luck had just decided to be my best friend today, as Takashi's class also had PE right now. Meaning, Koda was also here. I didn't know if I could use this to my advantage though. I mean, just staring at the pink-haired firecracker while she was dishing out poison to any unlucky person that blew her already short fuse made me a tad leery of approaching the other class. Takashi was not there, obviously. Rei and Hisashi were being all sweets and honey, to the point that my teeth started to actually hurt. Anyway, time to focus on my class for now, no need to get myself in trouble with Teshima. Thanks to all the intense physical training I was doing, PE mostly felt like a joke now. So, by the time we were done, I had barely broken a sweat, and as the students started going to the changing rooms to wash up and change, I was standing there, wondering what to do. If I volunteered to gather all the balls and equipment to the shed, I could hide one of the bats in a bush and take it later to avoid all the shed window infiltration business. On the other hand, dealing with Teshima is, ugh. While I was thinking of what to do, I looked over to the other class, realizing that everybody had already left. Also, nobody seemed to be gathering all the stuff they had used. Weird. Serpfaffer, if you gonna stand there like a dork then start picking up the balls before I pick you by the balls, Teshima yelled, causing some of my classmates to burst out in laughter. What an ass. Wait, did he just call me Serpfaffer? Get my name right you goddamn gorilla, it's Sepfir. I think. I mean it is my surname since last month or so. Well, you all gonna die soon anyway, so enjoy it while you can, swipes. Well, so much about volunteering, guess I'm going with the initial plan after all. After picking up the equipment my class used and dumping them in the cart, I start making my way towards the shed, Teshima leading the way. I need to find a way to make the douche leave, think Nair, think. Reaching the shed Teshima unlocks it. Put the balls in the ball basket and the bats on the bat racks. Come on, get on with it Sephifer, I don't got all day, I'm in a hurry. Don't got all day hey. I was trying very hard not to grin. As I walked towards the big basket that was filled with balls, I then accidentally stumbled, falling on the basket. Then, there was chaos. Over 50 balls flying all over the place, bouncing to their freedom. I could now also hear Teshima's screams reaching some incredible decibels. He must have said my name about 4 times, all 4 times in different ways and all 4 of them wrong. I was honestly going to choke from holding my breath, cause I would definitely burst out in laughter if I tried to breathe. You goddamn stupid foreigner. Get the damn balls now, God I am never going to leave now and Kyoko is waiting for me. His forehead veins had all popped out. The guy was truly, really, royally pissed. I would not be surprised if he actually lunged at me. Okay, to convince him to leave now. He did mention Kyoko, so maybe I can use her to get him to butt out. Sir, this was my fault, you can give me the keys and go if you want. Boy are you fucking stupid, why would I give you the keys when you can't even put a goddamn ball in a basket? If I lose the keys it will be my responsibility. Also sir, won't you miss your meeting with Miss Kyoko if you stay? Teshima just stared at me, seemingly thinking, then after about 30 seconds. You lose the keys, I will see to it that you get expelled Sepafir Teshima said, throwing the keys toward me. Yes, sir I responded as Teshima walked away in a hasty pace. And now, I was alone. PPFFFFTTTT ha ha ha. I could not hold it in any longer. I was about to fall to the floor from laughing, like I just heard the joke of the day. A couple of minutes later, after I managed to get my bearings, I got up and started putting the balls in the basket. While eyeing the bats. Worth it, so fucking worth it. I still had a shit-eating grin on my face while I was picking up the seemingly unending amount of balls. As this was the last class for the day, it also meant I would miss Koda. But, well, I still got tomorrow, and I regret nothing. After about 10 minutes in, the balls on the floor had been reduced by half. It was then, that I saw a cart coming my way. It must be the guy in charge of cleaning after Takashi's class. Sure took their time, it must be at least 20 minutes since I started gathering the equipment in the field, wonder why they're so late, oh god, I hope it's not Saya, or I'm gonna be hearing about how stupid I am for the next 5 minutes once she realizes I knocked the ball basket down. Then again, most people would be thinking that so, guess I'm hosed. Once the cart got near, I could not actually believe my eyes. The one behind it was Koda, seemingly looking down in the dumps. Holy shit, my luck today is off the charts. Now, all I need to do is make a good first impression, see if I can get him to hang out with me. After looking at the chubby guy for a bit, I walked out of the shed and called out to him. Hey there bro, bit late for the party, but come in, we got balls. Kota finally takes his eyes off his hands that are on the handle and looks at me. Hey, what do you mean? He asked. I kinda knocked over the basket with the balls and sent 'em all flying all over the place. I say while putting my hand on my hip and turning my torso to gesture into the shed behind me. Kota then looks behind me, seeing the remaining balls that were still on the ground. Still, had you arrived 10 minutes earlier, you would have had the joy of seeing Teshima sing opera, Viking helmet and all. I start chuckling from my own little joke after finishing. So, why are you so late anyway? If I didn't have my little accident you would have been locked outside the shed. I was. His eyes darted left and right for a few seconds before looking back down to his hands. Hey? What sort of reaction is that? Was he stuck in the bathroom or something? Or, if I remembered correctly, Kota mentioned in the manga that he got bullied by his class, so there's a chance they dumped cleaning duty on him so they could leave early. They dumped you with cleaning duty? I asked him with a straight face as I folded my arms. Well, they didn't do that. I just... Yep, definitely got dumped with the job. Well, this can be my chance to get close to him. I got a good feeling about this, so time to put my plan into motion. Relax, if people did dump it to you, then they don't deserve your restraint, they deserve a 12 gauge in the kneecap from a KSG. While I did do my research about guns, and quite a lot at that, I did not really know how rare, or exotic each gun was. So I just picked one that I remember having a good reputation with a fancy sounding name and used it as an icebreaker. Kota looked at me for a bit, then looked back towards the shed. Actually, a shot from a .45 caliber gun would be better. It would not sever the leg like a shot from the KSG, but instead only break the kneecap, and most importantly not kill. A broken kneecap would cause the one you shot to survive, but they would feel an intense amount of pain. So much so that they would probably pass out. After that, they would probably need intensive medical care, which might still not be enough to actually completely save the leg as the shot could have damaged the kneecap beyond repair, causing permanent disability. A 1911 or a P227 should be more than enough to get the job done. While I knew that Kota was a gun nut, seeing it up close, is pretty amazing. I'm sorry, after finishing his rant, he suddenly turns his head back down. Probably thinking that my silence meant that I disapproved of his comment. That was pretty amazing. I raise my eyebrow as I speak. Kota lifts his head and looks at me with a slack-jawed expression. You went from saying 2 words per 5 minutes to telling me an essay in less than 10 seconds. Marked me impressed. I take it, you like guns. Yeah, he nods at me. Well, I didn't expect him to go all starry-eyed and start talking like a maniac. But honestly, his second reaction is a bit more lackluster than I expected. Well, while I enjoyed our little chat, I still gotta gather them balls over there. I point my thumb behind me. Yes, of course. Kota then looks back to his cart. Well, the shed is kind of a mess right now, but you can probably put your cart in the back somewhere, as I have cleaned that spot at least. I remarked to Kota as I started going back into the shed, picking up the balls and putting them back in the basket. Okay, I will do that. Kota pushes the cart into the shed and starts unloading the equipment from it and into their respective places. Say, have you ever shot a gun? I turned my head to him as I left the ball I was holding in the basket. I know that he had already gone off to the USA and trained with that contractor, but I just had a very crazy idea, and I liked that crazy idea. Yes I have. I have practiced with multiple weapons actually. Kota didn't stop unloading the cart while speaking. Interesting, tell you what. I know we just met like 5 to 10 minutes ago? But you seem to be a cool guy and the only reason you ended up here is because some retards forced their work on you. So, how about I help you turn the day around? No, it's okay, I don't really mind. Oh okay, I was going to head to the gun range after this, seeing how you like guns so much, I figured you would like to come along, but if you have other stuff to do I get it. I cut him off, trying to hold off my grin. It must have taken less than a second before I heard the sound of something hitting the floor. I then turn my head around towards the noise and see that Kota has dropped a wooden bat, seemingly frozen and staring at me. The gun range? But you're not 18 yet, you can't go there. Kota's eyes were wide open as he spoke. I just smiled, putting the last ball back into the basket. Well, normally yes, but let's just say that I made the gun range owner make an exception. Don't worry, no violence, blackmailing or anything unsavory, I say, raising my hands up. So, you in? Or am I going by myself? Kota's eyes were practically glowing now. Now I know he wants to come. He is probably just trying to be cautious as, well, he just met me 30 minutes ago? I just hope THA. Yes, no, I'm coming too. He shouts before I could even finish thinking. And, I probably just turned this into the most exciting day of the month for him, at least until the zombies decide to come knocking and he finally gets to let loose. Alright, once we're done we'll go, I gotta return the keys to Sir Opera Singer first though. Wait for me outside the school gates. After that, we go ahead to the gun range. Oh, okay. Kota then just darted out of the shed. I don't think I ever saw him run that fast. He also forgot to put all his stuff from the cart back to the baskets. Oh well, I guess I will finish it for him. Also, with Kota gone, I can go ahead with borrowing a bat. I then grab a couple of bats and test them out, until finding one that seemed to be in top condition. I take it, and lock the shed behind me. As long as they don't decide to do an inventory count on the gym equipment tomorrow, nobody will realize this one is missing. Now all I need to do is figure out how I'll get this to the vent next to my class. I turn to look at the school from where I'm standing, silhouettes walking in the hallways. No good, there's no way I can take this bat up there undetected while also dealing with the screws on the vent. Guess I'll be coming to school again after it's dark. This is just a normal school after all, it shouldn't have too many guards, and the guards themselves might just be teachers. I nod to myself and hide the bat in a nearby bush, then head towards the school staff room in order to give Teshima back his keys. After arriving at the staff room and giving the keys to the first teacher I saw, saying that they are for Teshima, I head to my class and take my stuff. I actually also waited for a bit in order to see whether I could just unscrew the vent now to save time. But it couldn't be done, a random teacher or student would occasionally pass, not giving me enough time to take a chair and climb up to unscrew the thing. So I just left it as is and went to meet with Kota. Upon reaching the school's front door, I saw Kota waiting with his arms folded by the school gate, looking at the floor and occasionally towards the school's front door. Geez, you don't have to look this lost in space, Kota. I then walked out the front door and headed towards him. Once he raised his head again, I lifted my arm up to about head high to make him notice me, after I was close enough for him to see of course. No need to make a fool out of myself now. Hey there commando, ready to go shoot some guns? I say to the guy while he starts smirking. Always, oh by the way, my name is Kota Hirano, he responds. Nair Sepfir, well then Hirano, let's get going. Oh and, you can call me Nair, my surname's kind of a mouthful. I say as I fold my arms. Alright, you can call me Kota then. After Kota finishes speaking, I extend my arm to him for a Western-style handshake, which he returns. Well then Kota, let's get going, we're walking there, I add as I nod. Must we? I kind of hate walking, Kota then responds with one of his ever first lines from the anime, or well, the fact that he hates walking. Yab. Just think of the guns, Kota. Oh, and check this out, I say as I take off my bag, open it, and show Kota the printouts that I had originally planned to use as bait. That's the manual for the Mossberg 500 cruiser pump-action shotgun. Kota says while looking at the picture of the shotgun on the first paper. Yeah, I'm gonna be trying to shoot something like that today, or at least one of its versions. Check it out while we head there and tell me if there's something extra I should know about. I say while handing the manual to Kota. Sure thing, that was all he said before becoming engrossed with reading the gun manual. I should make sure he doesn't get run over by a car or something. Chapter 4, Guns Guns Guns. 2 days until Z-Day. I am having this weird feeling right now. The feeling you get when you see something that ought to be impossible, happening. Like seeing a person you never thought you'd see in your life, or even a giant flying mecha that gives Newton the finger. While I still get goosebumps every time I see somebody from the main cast while in school, having Kota walking next to me makes the sensation go to a totally different level. He's a character I always thought I would only ever see behind a screen, yet here he is walking next to me. I just hope that when I'll have to interact with the rest of the group it won't feel so weird. Hey Nair, are we there yet? Kota asked while dragging his feet. We must have walked a good 30 minutes since leaving school. Almost, about 5 to 10 minutes or so. I say to Kota while thinking about the gun range. The building is soundproof, so it could make for a good base post-outbreak. As it would mask any sounds a survivor is going to make from the inside, but there's one problem. It is a shooting range/gun shop, so everybody and my grandma will go there to get a gun. Meaning, it will be flooded with survivors before long, so there is a good chance this place will be either overrun, or house other survivors. That makes the place too unreliable to be placed in my priority list. Hey Nair, are we really going to, shoot any guns? Kota turns his head to me. If you think that I might be lying, then why did you come along with me in the first place? As for your question, yes, we are going to have some target practice, don't worry. I say to Kota making a thumbs up gesture with my hand. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean like that. It's just, you are being awfully kind, it's a little weird for me. Sorry. Kota was now looking at the ground again, hands in his pockets. Don't worry bub, I have no intention of lying to you. But, words are just words after all, so the best way to prove my word is for you just see it for yourself. So, speaking of our future activity, are you a good shot? I'm okay. Kota said while scratching the side of his head. Okay, my ass. If you are half as good as what the anime portrayed you to be, you are either undermining yourself, or trying to catch me off guard. Right. I'll keep that in mind. By the way, we're here. I turn my head around and point at a rather small corner building. The building itself was plain, no signs or flashy big letters with the exception of a large window that took about half of the storefront. On the other side of the window were different types of crossbows and air rifles. Kota eyed the display for a little, then opened his mouth to speak while I was looking at my phone. This is a good time to take a break. I interrupt Kota before he can go on a derailing gun rant again. We've arrived a bit faster than I expected. The gun range won't be open for the next 15 minutes, so we have to wait for a bit. Anything you want to do till then? I look back at the chubby boy while putting the phone back in my pocket. We can go inside and check the guns out, I bet they hid the better stuff inside. Kota said as he was about to walk inside. We are not going inside yet, come on, let's go wait on a bench for now. I turn around and start walking away with Kota following behind me, occasionally turning his head towards the storefront. But, the guns. I sat on a nearby bench with Kota following suit, he looked rather sad. Then again this guy is addicted to guns and I just denied him his fix so, yet. So how did you learn so much about guns anyway? I mean I like guns as much as the next guy, but you blow me out of the water with your knowledge on the things, at least that's the impression I got with that impressive rant of yours. I folded my arms and leaned back on the bench. Well, I read about guns a lot. I also had a friend that knew a lot about guns. He taught me for a while, he was also the reason I managed to shoot some as well. Friend? I'm pretty sure he never mentioned that he had friends in Blackwater, USA when he said that to the group, or did he? Though I suppose he doesn't want to stick out too much by saying that he had training by a private military company in the US. I see, well I hope he taught you well enough, you'll need it. I will. Kota was scratching his cheek, with a curious look in his face. You'll see what I mean soon enough, don't worry about it. Turning my away from Kota I started thinking about my plan for tonight. Once the sun is down I'll have to visit the school, thankfully all my clothes are either black or dark grey. So it should let me blend in with the shadows. I suppose that the guards will be holding flashlights so I should be able to spot them faster than they can spot me. As for telling Kota that he will need to shoot good soon, that was actually with double meaning. Sure, one is for when the shit hits the fan. But the second one is actually for right now. If the owner sees Kota shoot, and he is as good as he should be, he will be interested in a match, or I hope he will be. The owner is a foreigner like me. Maybe it's also one of the reasons he accepted my offer in the first place, the other being that the paycheck itself was rather fat. Now, so far he kept his word and for 1 hour he'd let me use or check the guns out in the range, along with some boxes of ammo to use. All of that after closing time so other people won't see me. As that would only cause trouble both for me and him. He probably won't be too happy with Kota being here today though. I could tell him I'll pay extra. Although that would be a lie as I don't have any more cash to spend, and he would want the cash right there and then. After 10 silent minutes, I get up, gesturing for Kota to follow me. Arriving outside of the store I motion Kota to wait and head into the store myself. Hey kid, last day you come here, as per our agreement. The owner glanced at me while he was fiddling with the register. He was of average height with a buzz-cut haircut. His grey cargo pants covering his boots and a plain white t-shirt on his torso. Indeed it is, but before we go on I got to ask you something. The owner hearing my request folds his arms and cocks his head to the side, gesturing for me to continue on. I have a guy with me that might be a better shot than you, interested in checking him out. The owner instantly smirks a little at my statement. Oh, a better shot than me you say? Kid, I shoot here daily. Can I even take this offer seriously? Well how about this, you check him out right now, if he is good enough to prove a challenge, then you let us stay. If he turns out to be a fluke, I leave now and you can close the store early and go home, you already have the payment for today so you don't really lose anything. The owner thinks for a bit, putting his finger on his temple. Very well kid, I'll bite. Bring the guy at the gun range downstairs and then get ready to go home early. The owner turns around and walks towards the underground range laughing at his own amazing joke. I walk back out to find Kota twiddling his thumbs. If I didn't know better, I would begin to panic right about now. Well bud, come on, it's time to sink or swim. I motioned for Kota with my hand to enter the store. The moment he entered his eyes started shining, his head darting left and right like an excited puppy to all the guns on the displays. While Kota was busy with that, I was changing the door's front sign from open to closed and locking the door with the key that was on the knob. That's the Remington 870. Kota shouted before he ran to the other side of the store. And this? Yes, the Benelli Nova. They even have some Winchester 1300 N. Before Kota could blow up like a hype bomb, I started moving towards him. You can stay here and drool over the hunting shotguns if you want, I'm going downstairs to see some real guns. I guess the word real struck home as Kota snapped out of his gun fugue and quickly followed me. Heading downstairs, we reached a glass door with the gun range on the other side. It was not too large, with stands for 5 people, and a range long enough to effectively be a challenge if the targets were in the farthest part of it. Next to the range was a small room with a desk and some chairs along with a small TV for spectators and a locked door on the back of said room leading to the range's armory. I walked through the glass door and the owner turned to see me, his face slowly turning to a frown. Is this your idea of a joke, kid? You told me you found a guy, he's a goddamn school kid for God's sake. His eyes narrowed as he stared at me. And my offer still stands, let him take one shot, if he's not good enough we leave. You save ammo and you can go home early. I respond as I fold my arms. I hope he takes the offer, since he has all the right to refuse the challenge and just send us all home. But, I was hoping that he would at least give me this much as it was my last day here anyway. One shot, kid, no more. If this turns out to be a joke, you two will leave immediately. He puts his hand on his forehead while covering his eyes, exasperated. So Kota, you up for it? If you want to shoot more than once you just have to. I didn't manage to even finish my sentence as Kota had moved past me. Ah boy, is Kota in Spec Ops mode because the owner said he can actually shoot. Show me what I'm going to use and what I'm shooting. Yep, he's gone full commando, and not the no pants type one. The owner snickered a bit and moved to the range with Kota following behind him, his eyes slowly widening when he saw the gun that he was supposed to use. This is a Remington Model 700, personally customized by me. You got one shot, chubby, farthest target, surprise me. After handing Kota with the gun, the owner walked back to me with a shit-eating grin on his face. We then headed towards the chairs in the spectator room. Well kid, it was fun working with you, but you should learn not to make bets with things you don't understand. He then puts his hands on the back on his head with the grin still on his face, waiting for Kota to take his shot. This is a Vortex Optics Viper PST with a custom stock and a custom body made out of carbon and fiberglass. I need to calibrate the scope to make sure my shot will find its mark. The stand here does not have any bipods to place the gun while I aim. So, I will have to crouch down and use the stand itself. Kota was mumbling to himself as he moved himself into a crouching position while fiddling with the scope. That mumbling though, seemed to have caught the owner's attention, as he was now staring at Kota, his smirk slowly disappearing. That kid, he knows what he's doing, he has used a gun before. The owner asked. Judging from his expression, I'd say he was starting to take the bet seriously now. Yes. I did tell you that he's a good shot. Did you forget? Now, it was my turn to grin. I'm ready. Kota, now in a crouched position, turned to look at us with his hand in the air in a thumbs-up motion. The owner nodded and Kota lowered his hand, placing his finger over the trigger. He looked through the scope once more, and a couple of seconds later, he pulled the trigger. The owner's eyes went wide as he looked at the screen. Bullseye on his first try. He then got up from his seat and walked towards Kota. Not bad, chubby, guess your friend was right to trust you. It's a challenge then. The owner then turns to me. Okay kid, he can stay. We'll have that match. He nods as he looks at me, then turns his head back to Kota. Well, let's see what you really got, chubby. The owner takes the gun from Kota and heads towards the locked room, unlocks it and goes inside, closing the door behind him and locking it back again. I get up and walk up to Kota, who had left the stand and was walking towards me. Good job. I slap Kota on the shoulder lightly. Hee, thanks. Man, I can't wait. Kota then took a seat and looked at the screen. Well, now I can officially say that I have kept my word, no. I lift one eyebrow while looking at Kota. He turns his head back to me, smiling. Yeah, and right now I'm very glad I actually came along, thanks Nair. Don't mention it. The sound of the back door unlocking caused both of us to turn our heads. The owner walked out of the locked room with 3 unmodified Remington 700 with him and 3 small bags of ammo. Alright kids, take your positions, I'm going to wipe the floor with ye. He hands both of us a gun and an ammo pouch and then goes back to lock the door while we head to the range and get ready. This match will be for as long as you are here, meaning it will last for 45 minutes. We will have a 5-minute break every 15 minutes to check scores and restock if we run out of ammo. With that, the owner picks his gun and points at the target with it. We will be aiming at the furthest targets on the other side of the wall. Bullseye will be 100 points, each circle around it will be 20 points less the farther it is from the bullseye. So 80 for the nearest, 60 for the one after, and so on and so forth. The gun holds 4 rounds, 3 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. We'll each have 50 rounds to use. I'll be surprised if you manage to use it all though. Get ready, we start on 3. After taking some ammo from the bag and placing them in easy reach, all of us took our guns and took aim. The owner was standing upright, Kota was using his previous position and I used my elbows to balance the gun on the stand, putting my cheek on the stock. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Sounds of gunshots echoed in the soundproof room. I had no idea how I was doing since the target was rather small from this distance, but I got to admit, I was having fun. 15 minutes later. Time up, guns down. Shouts the owner. After the first round was over, we left the guns and headed to the spectator room to see the targets and checked our shots. Owner, 4 bullseye, 14, second circles 12, third circles 7, fourth circles 0, on the fifth circle to a total of 2,540. Kota, 13 bullseye, 20, second circles 0, third circles 0, fourth circles 0, on the fifth circle to a total of 2,900. Me, 11 bullseye, 6, second circles 2, third circles 0, fourth circles 0, on the fifth to a total of 1,700. I looked at Kota, who had a wide grin on his face. The owner was actually smiling as well. I guess he did find the challenge fun. Hey! Kid, you're falling behind, Chubby here is leaving you in the dust. He snickered as he turned to face me. I laughed a little through my teeth. Tell me that when you're winning, you're still in second place. The owner heads back to the locked room with hasty steps and comes back with another bag full of ammo. Refill your ammo pouch with this, after that we go for the second round. The owner hands us the bag. I took the bag first as I was the farthest away, then gave it to Kota, who then gave it back to the owner, who, after refilling his pouch, headed back to the door and left the bag inside. Alright ladies, on your posts, we start on 3, 2, 1, fire. The owner shouted the countdown once more and the guns lit up again. Honestly, I do not expect to do any better now. Getting bullseyes means that my aim is good enough to hit a dead man in the head from a good enough distance. That's what I need right now. Keeping my eyes on the target, I continue to take shots, reloading the gun after every time it empties. 15 minutes later. Time's up, guns down. Shouts the owner once more. Kota and the owner quickly walk back to the room to check their scores with me following behind them. Owner, 9 bullseye, 17, second circles 4, third circles 6, fourth circles 0, on the fifth circle to a total of 5,280 with the last round score added. Kota, 16 bullseye, 14, second circles 0, third circles 0, fourth circles 0, on the fifth circle to a total of 5,620 with the last round score added. Me, 13 bullseye, 9, second circles 1, third circle 0, fourth circles 0, on the fifth to a total of 3,780 with the last round score added. Well Chubby, looks like you were worth the challenge, you actually won. We have 5 minutes left, but I don't think I can pass over you now. The owner was smiling while looking at the screen. And kid, what did I tell ya about being too slow? You fell way behind. Your score is just sad. He turns to me folding his arms, still smiling. Well, if I could be as good as the pros with so little training, it would be cheating. No. I lift my hands up in a surrendering gesture. Whatever, I did not expect us to make so much of a mess, so I will have to ask for you two to leave now. I'll have to clean this place. Take it as your friend's prize that I'm not making you gather the cases. Now shoo, get out of here. The owner points at the door with his finger. We both nod and start heading towards the glass door. After Kota is heading up the stairs, I turn around and speak up. We can't lock the door from the outside, so you might want to come and lock it. The owner stared at me for a bit. Yeah, you're right. Just go up, I'll be there to lock the front door in a bit. He leaves the bag he had on his hands and looks at me. Very well. Also thanks for taking up my offer, both now and when we first met. I say to the owner while nodding. The paycheck was good, now get out of here kid. I have to close shop. He points his finger once more towards the stairs behind me. Gee, way to ruin the moment, sir. Sir, I turned around, laughing while walking up the stairs. I think I heard the owner laugh too. Heading back to the front of the store, I looked at Kota, who was drooling over the shotguns again. You just can't have enough, can you? I say to Kota while moving to the door, unlocking it. Nope. He starts moving towards the door as well, his head still turned to the shotguns. After we both exited the gun range, I took a deep breath and started walking. Motioning Kota to move along. He told me he will be up in a bit to lock the door, so we can just leave. I turned to look at Kota. So had any fun? I ask. You kidding, that was amazing. Most fun I had in ages. Kota says happily while he clapped his hands together. You know. If you are coming here again, could you, let me join again? He asks as he turns to look at the floor. Sure thing. I answer. Sure thing, sure thing. Wish I could do such a thing, but in 2 days we'll be running for our lives. Well, at least the shooting guns part is going to happen again, I guess. We continue walking for a couple of minutes till we reach an intersection. Kota then stops and looks at me. Well, I'll be going this way. My house is over that direction, so I guess we'll split up here. Kota points at a road to my right that climbed up a hill. Alright Kota, take care. I held out my arm. After he looks at it for a few seconds he smiles and grabs it for a handshake. By the way Nair, the owner of the store, what's his name? Kota asks as he lets go of my arm. Oh, I got no idea, he never told me. I raise my arms and shrug. Really, he lets you use the gun range, yet he didn't tell you his name. Kota tilts his head in confusion. He doesn't know mine either. We had an agreement but that didn't make us buddies. I lowered my arms down and looked back at the gun range. I still wish him the best of luck for what is to come though. Even if he did take all my frigging money. Anyway I should get going too, it's getting a bit late. The sun won't be out for a couple of hours but I still haven't even opened a book to study today, I say to Kota, which causes him to react in the expected fashion. Crap, you're right, homework. He screams as I nod at him. I turn around and start walking down the road, as I hear running footsteps behind that slowly started to fade away. Wonder how long he will be able to run up this hill. Well whatever, I got my own homework to do as well. Chapter 5, Night Raid. 2 days before Z-Day, night. A couple of hours have passed since I left Kota and returned to my apartment, and the sun was out. Meaning, it was time to put Plan 2 into motion. I was sitting by my desk, with the computer playing a random song. On the desk, the equipment I was going to use for my visit at the school. Screwdriver, 2 belts to wrap the bat around my leg so I don't have to carry it on hand, a half-face mask, gloves, and a flashlight. I'll only use the flashlight in case of an emergency though, as it will be a dead giveaway that there's a person sneaking about. I got up from the desk and went to the wardrobe, taking out a black jacket with an attached hood. If this jacket was leather it would look way cooler, but too noisy. My shirt and pants are already black so no need to change them. Wearing army type boots would look cool as well but the solace on them are too hard, my steps will echo from miles away. So I'll stick with the field hunting boots I have as they have softer solace. Now the guards in the school are probably actual guards and not teachers, don't think guarding the school is on their payroll. Well, maybe they would be if the school was cheap, but it's not, so I better go expecting actual guards. Although, it would be fun to meet Shido in a dark corner, but that scum would never volunteer for guard duty even if there was one. Now getting in the school grounds will be easy enough, just jump over the fence. Getting in the school building itself will be more tricky. The doors and windows will probably be locked, so I got to think of another way to get in. For that, I have 3 possible plans in my head at the moment. The first is, waiting until a guard unlocks a door and then somehow managing to get in with him. The second is, checking the nurse office window, betting on Shizuka's clumsiness that she might have left the window unlocked and nobody locked it after her. The third plan is, to climb to the first floor via the bridge-like structure that links the school buildings together, although there is a chance that the doors there will be locked as well. Now, I shouldn't go there too soon, the longer the guards do their shift, the bigger the likelihood of them loosening up and making a mistake. There's a reason the saying "we attack at dawn" exists. I decided to take a small break from overthinking my plan and went outside to get something to eat. With the slight hope that some bright idea might come to me while I'm taking a stroll. Taking my keys from the desk I leave my apartment complex and head to the nearest convenience store. It's funny if you think about it, after the outbreak I might start eating better. Reaching the store, I got in and bought the most expensive bread the store had to sell. I don't think I'll be able to eat tomorrow after the sun will be out, so here's to my last nightly meal me. Don't choke on it. I whisper to myself as I exit the store. In the end, I returned to my apartment without any great new mind-boggling ideas, so, I started getting ready for my little infiltration. After putting the black jacket on, I shoved the gloves, half mask, extra belts, and flashlight in my pants pockets. No need to get myself arrested for looking like the stereotypical burglar after all. I then sat on the chair to put on the boots. Looking at my computer screen, I noticed the date and time. 1 day before Z-Day. Midnight, the last day with no brain-munching corpses has begun. Anyway, got to focus on the task at hand. It is going to take me a good 30 minutes to get to the school, so if I leave now I can go and spend some time checking out how the patrols work, or if Lady Luck will bless me again, find an open window. I get up from my chair, take the screwdriver and conceal it in my sleeve, then grab the keys and head out. Before leaving my apartment, I decided to leave my keys under the front mat. Too noisy to take them with me, so just in case, better leave them here. I nod and start making my way towards the school at a slow pace. It's not cold out tonight, that's good. I don't want to freeze my ass over while I'm scoping out the school. Walking down the dark silent road I start thinking about tomorrow. I wonder whether I should try to make contact with Psycho or Saya tomorrow. Because, I got to admit, in the anime, I like those two the most. Still, even thinking about interacting with them makes me kinda nervous. Hey, no point in thinking about it. I'll worry about it once the sun is up, got to focus on breaking into the school right now. While heading towards the school I thought about all the parkour practice I have done and the videos I've seen. Along with all the methods I read up on silent running and muffling movement, I shouldn't have any real trouble avoiding the Walking Dead. Knowing how to vault over a fence or climbing a tall wall will be very helpful, both now and for what is to come. A lot of my physical training was actually leaning towards learning how to do that, rather than building up muscle mass so I could swing things around like a gorilla. As being able to swing efficiently and have more escape routes is far more important than being able to swing around rebars. I just hope that I won't end up face flat on the floor when it counts. Don't think I'll be able to muffle that sound. Because of my slow walking pace, getting to school actually took almost an hour. After finally arriving at the front gate, I check the other side, but see nothing. I then move to the front gate doors and give it a push. Locked, obviously. I then start walking around the school, following the fence while looking for anything that could be used as a blind spot so I don't end up looking like a flag when I'll vault over. After looking for a while and finding no obvious blind spot, I decided to just jump inside from around the location of the school's equipment shed. After making my way to the back of the school where the shed was located, I take out and wear the gloves and half mask, then pull up the jacket's hood. Time to go ninja mode. I toss the screwdriver to the other side through the gap of the metal bars and grab the top of the fence, jumping and pulling myself up until the top of the wall is at my hips, then hold this position as I try to figure out how to get over the fence without slamming the ground. If I vault over, I'll end up landing noisily on the other side. Can't do that. I need to get used to being as silent as possible when I'm not in a hurry. So I should just pass my legs over and lower myself. And so, I passed my legs over the fence, spinning myself in the process, and with a last look at the streets outside, I lowered my body until my feet touched the ground. Then, I went to a crouching position. I grabbed the screwdriver and ran behind the shed and looked over at the track, and then across the track at the school's windows, making sure that there weren't any spectators. Now the real boss battle begins. First I need to check the bushes to see if my bat is still there. No point doing anything else if the first step is already a bust. Still crouching, I moved towards the bushes near the shed. After reaching them, I looked around at where I had hidden the bat earlier. Good, it's still here. I picked up the bat, took out the 2 belts from my pocket and used them to wrap the bat on my thigh. Afterward, I headed near the school's wall in order to walk alongside it, so I won't be visible to any guards that were inside the building. Like that, I start heading towards the main entrance. No guards so far, hope they don't appear on my face all at once. Before reaching the front entrance of the school I move away from the wall at a location with no windows over me, and head towards the nearby trees. Got to thank whoever thought that this school needed so many bushes and trees. Half the school is surrounded by greenery. Still no sight of any guards though. With the cover of the vegetation, I move to the front entrance of the school and lie down near a bunch of bushes. With my cover making sure that I wouldn't be seen by any passing guards, I started scoping the front entrance of the school and the hallway where my target, the vent, is located at. Alright, now I have to wait for a bit. I got to see if any guards pass over the hallway and if any of them will exit the front door or... Well, now that I think about it, if this place has any guards at all. And 20 minutes passed in total silence, no patrols, no flashlights, no nothing. So, I got up and started moving towards the door. After reaching it, I gave it an experimental push. Locked. If the place is really empty then breaking a window is the only way. I'll do that as a last resort though. Even if I'm about 70% sure that there are no guards around, better be safe than sorry. Screwdriver in hand I start moving towards the nurse office. After some minutes I reach my target location and check the window, only to find it locked as well. Locked. Out of all the things you had to be punctual with Shizuka, this had to be one of them. Well, back of the school and broken window it is then. As I start making my way towards the back of the school I spot a flash of light over the corner. Holy shit! I dart my head around looking for any possible cover, spotting another patch of greenery. I move away from the window and silently run behind a tree then go to a prone position so I can hide behind the bushes. The light turns over the corner and illuminates where I was a second ago, slowly making its way across. I also got a good look at the guard while he was passing by. He was a short chubby guy, and while I couldn't make out his facial expression from here, from the way he was dragging his feet, he didn't look very excited to be here. I decided to follow behind the guard while still staying behind cover. Until we were near the front entrance again, there I saw another flashlight illuminating the dark field. A second guard, are they going to change shifts? I'll have to watch them from a distance, being too close while both of them are there could end horribly for me. I stopped tailing the guard and took a wider approach. After picking up enough distance to feel comfortable with, I lay down on a sloped hill, to use as cover as I checked on the guards. From this distance I couldn't make out the second guard's appearance very well other than that he looked average. After the 2 guards met up and spoke for a bit, the second guard then handed the first one something and started going in the opposite direction from which the second guard arrived from. The first guard then walked to the front door, pushed it open, and after closing it, he locked it from the inside. It seems that there are at least 2 patrol routes, one inside the school itself and another on the outside perimeter. After finishing their round, the 2 guards then meet in the front entrance and switch routes, and from I can see, switch keys. Wait, the door wasn't locked when he went inside. If they don't lock the door while they wait to change routes, I could sneak in then. There's a slope to my left that continues up to the left side of the building's entrance, and then some. There's also a staircase passing though that slope, for people that want to head on towards the field to my left. That's also the route the second guard actually took. So, I can just go there, then head straight and hide next to the wall of the main building, until the guard exits. Putting my plan into action, I walked stealthily to the slope to my left before sitting tight in my new hiding spot. Waiting for the second guard to come to a full circle while also checking for any signs of the first guard passing through the hallway. I'll have to be it. After the second guard made a total of 2 rounds, I saw light coming from the targeted hallway. The second guard is making his rounds faster. It has only been 20 minutes, and he is on his second lap. The first guard on the other hand took about 20 minutes to do 1 lap, as I didn't see him when I was waiting here before. 5 minutes later, a light came out of the main hallway. The first guard strolled up to the front door, unlocked it and headed outside. He then sat on the bench near me, his back turned to the slope. After that he took out his phone, plugging his ears with what seemed to be earbuds. I was going to wait until it was his turn to be inside the building again, but this is just too good to pass up. I silently got up and started walking straight. Once I closed into the bench that the guard was sitting on, I slowed down and walked past the guard while he was too busy singing along to something I couldn't really understand. Yeah, that's how bad his singing was. After I passed by the guard, I kept looking back every few steps until I reached the wall. What was next was the 10 most slow seconds in my life, up until now at least. I made my way to the door while walking sideways, my eyes drilling holes into the guard's head. If he raises his head and looks left, I'm toast. After reaching the door, I opened it and moved backward with my full attention on the guard. Once I was through the door, I slowly closed it, all the while making sure that the bat would not accidentally hit anything. The moment the door closed, I took a few more steps backward until I could turn around the corner. With the guard out of sight, I turned and walked down the hall to my right, in the direction the guards use when they start their round. With that hurdle out of the way, I started thinking about the vent, especially on how to reach it. Usually, there is a chair under the staircase in this hall, probably used by the janitor when he or she is on a break. I'll use that to reach the vent. Getting to the staircase, I find no chair, only a broom and a mop along with a bucket. Damn it, no chair. But, that bucket should be able to give me enough height to at least unscrew the bolts. I just hope it's going to hold my weight. I picked up the bucket, making sure it had no water in it, and headed up the stairs. After going to the second floor, I started moving faster while keeping my eyes on the entrance downstairs. The guard was still there, sitting on the bench. In other words, the other guard was not there yet. After a couple of minutes of light jogging, I made my way to the vent near my classroom. I took one final look outside to see the guard still sitting there. Good, I got some time. I take the bucket and turn it around, then place it on the ground. Afterward, I carefully place my foot on it, trying not to put my weight on the center of the bucket. After a few checks with my foot, making sure that it wouldn't collapse under my weight, I stood up on top of the bucket, the vent now within my arm's reach. So screwdriver in hand, I start unscrewing the vent's bolts. After taking off the 2 lower bolts and pocketing them, I unscrew one of the top bolts and then slightly unscrew the fourth, letting the vent come undone, but still hanging on the last bolt. I then undo the top belt on my leg and take the bat off of my leg to put it inside the vent. I slowly placed the bat, first to limit any noise it might make touching the metal vent. Second, to actually make sure there's enough room for the bat, as it was too dark to actually see inside the vent. It would be funny if I did all this only for the vent to end up being shorter in length than the bat. Or worse, if the vent went down vertically and the bat fell in. Luckily no such calamity happened and I was able to put the whole bat inside the vent. So with the bat safely hidden inside the vent now, I placed the vent cover back in its place. I then started to screw in the vent cover. Only to realize halfway through that I really don't want to be busy unscrewing a vent on Z-Day. With that in mind, I screwed in only one bolt, the one horizontally across the partially unscrewed one, after leaving the 2 extra bolts inside the vent. That way the vent looked normal, while I could also easily unscrew it on Z-Day. This should hold it for now, and tomorrow, meaning today, will be the only day that it really has to go unnoticed. Getting off the bucket, I tightened the belts on my leg. Looking outside, I saw that the guard on the front door was gone. The second guard should be inside the building now. Leaving from the main exit is a bit risky now. I better exit the building from a back window on the first floor. I have not seen how this guard does his rounds inside the school. So for all I know is that he walks fast. In any case, I better go to the staircase and wait there. If the guard ends up using the stairs I'm on, I should then be able to hear him or even see him, if so I can just go to a higher floor until he climbs up and leaves, then I can go down the stairs. Making my way to the staircase, I go halfway up the third floor and stay there for a few minutes. I should actually go up a level and wait on the stairs that lead to the roof if I don't have to risk the guard coming up behind me that way. Plan in mind, I climbed up the stairs until I'm halfway to the roof. Okay, this is the third floor, so, if the guard passes here it will be either to check this floor or to go down towards the exit. In both situations I can go down after he leaves and leave from the back side of the school. With that, I buckle down and wait, until I could either hear footsteps or see a light from a flashlight. About 10 minutes in, I start hearing tapping on the stairs. I close my eyes and focus on the footsteps. The tapping starts getting progressively stronger, and then, starts to slowly weaken. Okay, he is leaving. Or he is suddenly walking very silently for some reason. I peek over the stairs railing half expecting to see a face staring at me, its eyes wide open and a Joker-like grin. I watched too many horror movies. Seeing the stairs empty, I walk down to the third floor to find it empty as well. I then steel myself and start walking down the stairs to the second floor as silently as I could, the bucket under my arm. About halfway towards the second floor, I stop to check whether the guard is near. Finding no one around, I picked up the pace and walked down to the first floor. Reaching the ground floor I crouched down and moved to where I took the bucket from, leaving it back in its original place before heading towards the back of the school. After reaching a hallway where I could see the fence that led out of the school and no sight of the first guard, I checked the windows. Some of them were actually fused with the frame but some of them could be opened vertically by pushing them. My exit is right ahead of me, but I shouldn't start acting sloppy now. I must leave no trace behind, that includes unlocked windows. While there's a good chance that nobody will even realize it, as I said, no need to get sloppy now. I took a closer look at the window's lock as I kept thinking. And as luck would have it, the lock seemed to have a peculiar look to it. An automatically locking mechanism? I need to check this out. I find the first locked window, unlock it, push the window open, then close it back. A short click could be heard as the window fitted back into its original place. The window can be locked from the outside, nice. I unlock the window once more, open it and slide outside. After I got out I closed the window, hearing that satisfying click once again. I then turn around and silently start running towards the fence. Once I was near it I tossed the screwdriver on the other side again, climbed the fence and vaulted over to the other side. Landing on the other side I take the screwdriver from the ground. I then took off my half mask and removed my hood after I checked my surroundings, then, I broke off into a dead run, sprinting as fast as I could away from the school. I kept running for about 5 minutes. My only target being to avoid people. After finally reaching a distant alleyway, I stop, look back and take a deep breath. Ninja mode, off, beep. I turn around, exit the alley and casually start heading towards my apartment. And with that done all that's left to do is, to get ready for tomorrow, oh boy, fun. After about 30 minutes, I made it to my apartment. I pick the keys from under the mat and dust myself off to get rid of some of the dirt I had on me from all the bush hugging, then headed inside and instantly threw all the stuff I was wearing to a bin, then took a bath. I still got more clothes to wear and I'll probably be stuck with my school uniform for a while. I could say that I was feeling cold and wore 2 shirts underneath, but that's about it on clothing. After finishing my bath and changing to some new clothes I sit on my chair and turn on the screen of my computer. I look at the time, and give off a heavy sigh. 3 a.m. I should be able to get 4 hours of sleep at least. I let off a yawn, get up from the chair and fall straight on the bed, falling asleep in a matter of seconds. The computer screen still on, ticking away the minutes to Z-Day like a reverse countdown. Chapter 6, Calm? Before the storm. 1 day until Z-Day, morning. Annoying alarm noises. Annoying alarm noises intensifies. 5 minutes later, another alarm starts going off. The most annoying sound in the world arrived to provide backup for the annoying alarm noises. The ear-piercing medley of sounds made me jump on my bed. My phone, the piece of technology responsible for that unholy sound, laying right next to my ear, going off in full volume. I forcefully silenced the alarm while simultaneously glaring at the screen in front of me. Ugh, who's the idiot that had the bright idea of putting that as an alarm? 4 hours ago. Laying on the bed while looking at the alarm's configuration on my phone as I try to decide on an alarm tone. There's no way I'll be able to wake up in 4 hours just from the normal alarm. Sadly, it seems I'll have to resort to some headache-inducing methods. Right now. Oh. I put my hands on the temples of my head as I tried to massage the headache out of them. I was right about waking up at least, and of getting a headache. I groggily get out of the bed and head towards the bathroom to splash some water to my face in order to wake up. After almost drowning myself in the sink I head out of the bathroom and sit by my desk before looking at the computer screen. Last day of peace, hey, or at least it should be if the outbreak starts the same day it did in the anime, though, now that I think about it. Even if it doesn't happen, I'm still in as deep shit as ever. Shaking the morbid thought out of my head, I get up from the chair and get dressed in my uniform so I can head out. I'll have to get something to eat on my way to school. I also need to figure out what to do there as I have no plans for today. Probably some last-minute physical training. What with Coda and hiding a weapon at school, I've been neglecting it somewhat. Not that one day of training would do much at this point, but the more the merrier. I should also decide whether I should try to make contact with the rest of the group without looking like a creeping weirdo. Yeah, good luck with that, me. I put the screwdriver in my bag, so that I don't end up somehow forgetting it home during Z-Day, then pocket the keys and head out of the apartment. After making a brief stop at the usual convenience store and buying something to eat, I continued making my way towards the school. Yawn, ugh. I'm getting sleepy again. I'll fall asleep in class like this. On my way to school, I decided to keep my eyes open for any signs of unusual disturbances. Sirens blaring, emergency vehicles rushing by, or even a panicking pedestrian, really, anything that could be used as proof for a sign of what is about to come. What could be considered a sign though? If I were to meet a shambling corpse, then it would be too late to matter. And if I start seeing cop cars and ambulances sprinting left and right, that would also mean that it's too late. Giving up as fast as I started, I stopped bothering to look for signs of an upcoming zombie apocalypse and picked up my pace. Once I made my way to school, I went to my class and slumped down on my desk. There is one more thing I need to figure out, and that is if this whole thing follows the anime timeline of events or the manga. I close my eyes, focusing on one small detail I had noticed so far concerning the matter. If I remember correctly, Takashi in the manga stayed on the roof when he skipped class. In the anime, on the other hand, he stayed on the stairs instead. And I've seen him one too many times wasting away at the stairs so far. Plus in the manga he didn't look that dejected about REI. In the anime, he looked much worse. So, considering how dejected he looks right now, along with his predilection of haunting the stairway, it's 2 points for the anime, and 0 for the manga. The last nail that will decide what will eventually happen will be tomorrow. If Takashi meets Morita before the outbreak, then it will probably follow the manga's line of events. If he is on the stairs again and Saya is the one that meets with him, then it will probably follow the anime's course. After I stopped pondering about tomorrow, with my eyes still closed, I started to nod off, at least until the bells rang out, indicating that the class is going to start. Forcing me to open my eyes. Got to stay awake, can't get in trouble with the teachers again. Even if this might be the last day they can really do crap about it. What followed is an agonizing hour of fighting off my urge to just hit my head on the desk and go to sleep, until the bells finally rang out again, indicating that the class was over. Many of the other students then got up from their seats and went their own way, be it alone or with their friends. After the class was almost empty, I finally got up and left the classroom. I walked by the vent to make sure it was as I left it last night, then passed by the stairs to see if Takashi was still there. And yep, like clockwork, sitting there, moping about. I'm not gonna bother him though, figured talking to him would return me with nothing again, so I left him be. This break is too short for me to go to the gym and do anything worthwhile, so I should wait for the next period's break as it's much longer. I'm also too sleepy to think of doing anything else, so I'll just aimlessly walk around and see if there's something else I can do. After strolling about in the school for some time, the bell rang, signaling me that I have to prepare myself for another hour of trying to keep myself awake. With that cheery thought in head, I trudged back to class. It was, in the middle of the lesson, when I got an idea that I would probably have thought much earlier if my brain was not on a strike at the moment. I could just go and hang out with Coda today, he probably won't mind, and it will help me interact with him on Z-Day. Not now though, as I'm going to run some laps at the gym to wake myself up. After I decided on my next plan of action, I then got back into trying to keep myself awake, while also trying to make it look like I'm actually paying attention to class. I just hope the teacher won't ask me anything because I'm hearing jack of what he is saying right now. And, an hour then passed, with the teacher thankfully ignoring me. So once the lesson was out, I got up, picked up my bag and then headed straight to the gym. While I was on my way to the gym, I peered into my bag. Spare shirt, check, water bottle, check. Actually, I should bring some extra clothes in my bag tomorrow. Using the excuse that I was planning on going for a run right after school if anybody bothers to ask. I don't want to stay in my school uniform for more than I have to, and I'm sure that the guys don't change clothes in Rika's apartment. Hell, I don't remember if they even actually wash them, as you never see them wearing anything else. Then again, they would probably smell like ass if they didn't, and the Humvee doesn't have the best ventilation system. Actually, didn't Alice pee on Takashi that one time? Yep, I'm pretty sure she did, so Takashi should actually smell like ass. Maybe that's the reason why they took turns sitting on the roof, PPPFFT. While I found the thought of the Humvee smelling like piss funny enough to have to hold myself off from laughing, the students that turned their heads to me after hearing me, did not seem to agree with me. Not that I expected anyone to actually know what I'm thinking about. So, I straightened my jacket, ignored the soon-to-be-dead people and picked up my pace. Smooth going there, me. Arriving at the empty gym, I put my bag down and looked at the inside of the gym. My eyes then fell on the banner, the one that 2 days ago caused me to start freaking out about why I was here. It might be because this is the last day before shit hits the fan. Or because yesterday I had a change of pace from my usual routine by hanging out with Kota. But I don't feel like losing my shit right now. The calm before the storm, as they say, no. Getting my head into the game, I looked at my phone to make sure that I had enough time to do some laps before the next bell. Nodding to myself after looking at the phone's clock, I then proceeded to put the phone inside my bag and started running around the gym. The increase in my heartbeat and blood flow should wake me up. And if not, then I'll probably end up tripping and planting my face on the gym floor. The impact after that will wake me up for sure. Win-win either way. 10 minutes in, and I could feel my head beginning to clear up. Good, seems to be working. By the time I'll have to head back to class, I'll be wide awake. While I was jogging around the gym, I started thinking about tomorrow again. Tomorrow, same time, I'll probably be running for my life. Or well, running might be an overstatement. If the zombies are blind like they should be, I'll probably be walking very silently rather than running at full speed, unless of course, something catastrophic happens, other than the dead rising to eat a living, that is. At the very least it won't be that hard for me to navigate through the school as long as I'm quiet, and thankfully, being quiet is something I was always good at. As for fighting, I still pray that the dead do have fragile skulls, rather than Takashi and Co being able to swing with the force of a truck. If the worst comes to shove, I'll just focus on knocking them down and then escaping. If they are as slow and dumb as they looked in the anime and manga, I'll have more than enough time to act after they get disoriented once they hit the ground. Countering shouldn't be that hard either. As long as they don't grab me, I can probably outmaneuver and trip them up. If I can, for example, grab one by the outside part of their arm, I should be able to just yank it away from me, or even move behind it without letting it block me off by hugging me. Well, all of my musings and planning only counts if the zombies actually have the same attributes the anime portrayed them to have. Otherwise, I'm about to be caught unprepared and I'll probably end up very dead, very fast. As I finished ruminating about the very close future, I heard the bells ring, signaling that the next class was about to start. I stopped jogging, and headed to the bathroom after picking up my spare shirt from my bag. After I finished changing shirts, I headed back to class. The next couple of lessons have short breaks, so I could go find Kota and see what he's up to. I just hope that he won't see me as a walking ticket to a gun range now. The next 2 lessons passed by normally, with nothing unusual happening other than the occasional jackass making fun of how I was spaced out yesterday after PE. And after the lessons finally ended, I went towards Kota's class, which I now knew the location of as he told me so yesterday. In order to see if he's there. Great, now I'm feeling nervous again. I was halfway down the stairs and was about to go to the hallway where Kota's homeroom is when I noticed a purple-haired girl walking on the hallway in front of me. Psycho. Scratch my previous worries. Now I'm nervous. Fuck, what do I do? I can't just walk up to her and be all like her, "Hello, let's be friends," because I know your secret. Yeah, I can see that happening. Damn it, who knew it could be so hard, speaking to people you never thought you'd meet. Hey, you're blocking the way. Move. At best she will think that I'm some kind of creep, and at worst she'll go all sadistic Yandere on me without the deer. Well, the anime portrayed her as a kind, cool and collected person even if she was partly faking it. So I don't think I'll be having her buken landing on my head. At least not here, with other people around. Not sure what will happen to me outside of school if I botch my charisma roll though. Hey stupid, are you deaf? My shoulders jerked upward after a shout from behind startled me, causing me to slightly jump in place. I turned around to see who else but the other person I'm the most nervous at interacting with, Saya, and she looked royally pissed. Her hands were folded under her chest and her face was locked in a rictus of fury with a piercing glare. Shit. Sorry, didn't mean to hog the stairs. I moved to the side as I apologized. Ugh. That's all she said as she stormed past me. Well, I fucked up. At least I met Saya. Though now I wish I hadn't. Good job, me. Looking at the hallway again, I see Saya entering a classroom and Psycho was nowhere to be seen. Well, Psycho is gone and Saya is in the same class as Kota. I really don't want to go in there right now. So, I go down the stairs, turn the other way around, and head towards the exit. That went smashingly. After making my way outside, I sat on the nearest bench while taking a small bun wrapped in plastic out of my jacket's pocket. I have not eaten yet, as on the big lunch break, I was at the gym. While eating, I aimlessly scan my surroundings for something to get my mind off the day, and as luck would have it, I spot Rei with Hihashi being all couple-like nearby. Then, I turn my head around and look back at the school, scanning the school to look for the place where Takashi usually sits, moping. Yep, there he is, and I think he is staring at those two right now. My condolences, dude. But I still think that you're a fucking lucky bastard. I then looked back at the couple. Still, I know that REI is still interested in Takashi. So what the fuck is she doing? Finishing my bun, I get up and head back towards my class. Girls are fucking weird, I tell ya. After making my way to class and slumping on my desk, I took a look outside. It's funny though. Do I really need a goddamn zombie apocalypse to somehow manage and interact with the rest of the cast? I really do suck at this socializing thing, don't I? Sighing at my inability to man up, as the tryhards would say, I turn my head back to focus on the blackboard and decide to not do anything particular for the rest of the school day. With that in mind, I stayed at my desk with a glassy look in my eyes until all classes ended. Until the final bell rang out, signaling the end of school. I got up from my chair and walked out of the class, passed by the vent again to make sure it hadn't been spotted, and then headed towards the exit, when an idea hit me. Oh wait, I could call Kota and ask if he wants to hang out. I take my phone out, but instantly I hit a roadblock. Right, I never asked for his number. It would do no good even if I did though, as my phone has no SIM card in it. Ugh. I put the phone back in my pocket and continued walking. After reaching the main gates, I looked back at the school. Tomorrow, I must either be with Takashi's team or be dead. With that morbid thought in my head, I turned around and walked out of school. Half an hour later. Not long after I arrived home, I was sitting on my chair, looking at an online map for a sports shop. I do have some cash left over that was meant for food that I can spend on something else. So, if I go on a last shopping spree today and tomorrow nothing happens, then I can officially say I'm royally fucked. The idea that I might have got the date wrong then passed by my mind. No, I know I got the date right. I remember the exact date of the outbreak, or at least the day when the zombies reached Fujimi High, because I used that same date on one of the games I played as a starting date for the in-game outbreak as well. The date of the outbreak was actually shown on the TV. Takashi and CO used to see how the media reacted to the zombies in the staff room, so I should have the correct date down. I get up from the chair and print a list of the things I want to buy, along with a map of the city for the last leg of my preparations. Bandages, a better, more comfortable bag, a navigation map, and food that will last at least until tomorrow night. The school does not have a strict regulation on bags, so I'll be able to take the better bag with me tomorrow. And by better, I mean a bag that does not have any metal parts dangling about and I can firmly secure on my back, so it will not move around when I run or climb. I'll just use the excuse that I was planning to go parkour running right after school, so no one would raise an eyebrow as to why I brought a different bag, along with a change of clothes and bandages. I'll also put the field hunting boots and my gloves in it so I can wear them after the panic starts. Now, the bandages I can buy from any pharmacy, and use them as minor protection on my hands from scratches or to avoid any infected blood from getting into a cut. While never shown, I don't actually know if only the saliva is infectious. Psycho, being a close-range fighter, and occasionally going batshit crazy on the zombies, should have had blood splashed into her mouth or eyes more than once. Yet, nothing happened to her, thankfully. So maybe it's only whatever is in their mouth that can spread the virus? Perhaps it's because the dead don't have any blood circulation, so there is a chance that the infection is only in their head? Anyway, I'm wasting daylight now. A map is obviously needed for when Takashi and REI get split up from the rest of the group, so we can decide on a meeting point. In the anime, they picked the police station but met on the bridge that linked the two parts of the city together by sheer dumb luck. And from how the characters moved afterward, I can say the police station is on the other part of the city, over the bridges. After pocketing whatever cash I had left, I took my keys and headed out. The sun was still out, the day looking as great as ever, for now. I start jogging towards my destination, occasionally picking up speed as a last-minute exercise. First, I stopped by a sports store to buy a bag. After a little time spent searching, I ended up with a black tear-resistant bag that had no metal parts other than the zippers, along with 2 extra belts that went around the lower part of the chest and waist. I asked the employee if I could wear the bag to test it out. The moment the employee nods at me with a yes, I put on the bag, checking if it fits me and how easy it is to get something from the side straps without taking it off, along with how much it shakes if I run in place, and yes, the employee did get confused when he looked at a teenager play jogging in his store. This is big enough to hold all the books I have, along with my boots, a spare change of clothes or 2 and some extras, like a phone charger, a small pistol, or something of that size. The 2 sides got belts that will be perfect to strap on a bigger gun or whatever close-range weapon I might end up with. The fact that I can also grab whatever is on the sides without taking the bag off is a definite plus. Now, the extra outside pockets where I could fit ammo, clips, or other need-to-get-fast materials like bandages and such sold it to me. Me likes this bag. I make a thumbs-up motion to the employee that he returns with an awkward smile. He also asked me if I wanted to buy a compass, flashlight, and a Swiss Army knife, as I said that I will be going on hiking trips with this bag. Which I'll admit, made me feel stupid that I didn't think of buying them myself. Thanks, Mr. Employee. After taking off the bag, buying it along with the extras and then putting it back on, I head off for my other 2 targets. That Swiss knife cost me like half the cash I had left though. At least it does seem to have a crapload of things on it. Is that a magnifying glass? Second place I stopped by, my favorite convenience store, where I bought enough food to last me until tomorrow night. Last time I get to visit this place. The poor employees will probably have a hard time tomorrow with all these glass walls/windows. Good luck, you'll need it. After wishing the clerks good luck in my head, I start heading towards a pharmacy. On the way, I also passed by an electronics store that I looked up on the net. I was thinking of buying a solar power bank, but the H.A.N.E, or high altitude nuclear explosion to the layman, will probably fry whatever circuitry it has in it. While H.A.N.E, after reading about it online, should not be as lethal as it was in the anime, I cannot risk it. Maybe the explosion will be near us, or maybe HA in this world are more effective. Whatever the case, I should spend what cash I got left on something that will be useful at 100 present rate. Leaving the electronics shop behind, I stopped jogging and started casually walking until I reached the pharmacy. Going inside, I asked the clerk to give me 2 rolls of white bandage. After I finished paying for them, I left the shop to find a nearby place to sit down. What else could I bring with me to school, that wouldn't look too weird at least? I then imagined myself showing up to school in a fully plated, heavy knight armor, great sword, and crossbow attached. I was aiming to parkour with extra weight for a challenge. Yeah, right. I chuckled to myself, get up and set my course back towards my apartment. As I was now walking, instead of jogging, it was taking me way longer to head back, and the sun was slowly losing its bright shine, signaling that the day was slowly ending. Last day is almost over. I expected that I would be freaking out like a squirrel on coffee right about now. Yet, I'm weirdly calm for some reason. I just hope I won't wake up with the outbreak banging on my door. Maybe I should go and keep my favorite night guard some company today as well. Yeah, not a good idea. Don't want to be sleepy tomorrow. Although I doubt the adrenaline will let me feel sleepy even if I don't sleep at all tonight. Looking at the town around me, I couldn't find anything amiss, nothing to tell me that tomorrow the world will go to shit. Wish I had an EMP-resistant yacht with an unlimited power supply, a fridge with infinite food and an unending collection of video games. Hat. I chuckled to myself once more. Once I reached my apartment, I headed inside, placed my new bag on my bed and filled it with what I will need for tomorrow, along with some books to test out how silent the bag was under heavy load. After spending a good hour testing the bag and finding it to be worth the cash I paid for it, I took it off, opened it and looked at what I have packed. The clothes I packed inside were a jacket with a hood, a long-sleeved shirt and a pair of pants that would be comfortable to do stunts with, along with a change of underwear and socks. After I end up with the team, hopefully, I might be able to switch into more tear-resistant clothes like leather. But for now, this will do. Feeling that I spent enough time fussing about the bag, I left it on the bed and headed to my computer. Looking at all the files I had saved in it and recalling all the time I spent preparing, along with all the decisions I have made, yet, not good for my mental health. Come on, I'll be fine. I can climb walls, I can swing wooden sticks very strongly and I can shoot with metal sticks pretty accurately. I'll be fine, for the initial part of the outbreak at least. Truth is though, I didn't spend too much time researching on how to survive long term. Maybe I didn't really care? Maybe I didn't think that I would survive that long? It didn't matter now. I made my choices and the curtain was about to rise, the play, about to start. You know what, fuck it. Tonight, I'm going to watch movies, I'm giving myself a break. I pick a list of zombie movies that would last up until midnight. I felt a bit stupid that I wanted to watch zombie movies right before the actual zombie apocalypse, but fuck that too. After hitting the play button I slump in my chair and fold my arms. Wish I had some popcorn. Letting the next few hours slip by me unnoticed. I watched what will soon become my reality. After that, I ate my last meal for today, brushed my teeth and went to sleep. And for what might be the last time, I feel asleep in my apartment. Right as the clock hit midnight. Z-Day. Chapter 7, At the Gates. Same old annoying alarm noises. I was sitting on my bed with my phone in my hands, looking at it as it kept ringing. Woke up before the alarm sounded off. Guess I'm a little on edge after all. Hey. The shutters on my windows were half closed, what little sunlight that invaded the desolate room was not doing the room any favors either. I stretch and close my phone, then head towards the bathroom to wash up. After splashing some water on my face I look at myself in the mirror. Hey, I should be looking much worse knowing what is going to happen in a few hours. I return to the living room and open my computer, sitting on the chair in the process. Days. 7 a.m., going to leave earlier today. It would be really lame if I got caught by the outbreak while I was heading to school. Shame that the stores only open after 10 here. I had second thoughts about buying a solar power bank. But not that I have any money left. Oh well, what's done is done. I spin my chair around till I'm looking at what I prepared last night. Bag. I get up, reach for the bag and then open it. Doing a last check to make sure I was not missing anything. Extra clothes, check. Swiss knife, check. Map, check. Compass, check. Flashlight, check. Screwdriver, check. Bandages, check. Food for today, check. Yacht keys. One can always dream. Closing the bag, I throw it around my shoulder, take my keys and walk next to the tower of my computer. My friend, I'm afraid that's all the time we got left. I then unplug the computer, open the case and take out the hard drives, go to the sink, open it and throw them in. About 20 seconds later I pick them back up, thoroughly soaked, and walk to the front door of my apartment, opening it. Last time that I see this place. If the outbreak happens, I won't be returning here for obvious reasons. If the outbreak won't happen, I'll have to go and find myself an abandoned island, then make friends with the trees and monkeys, or face debt charges, or worse. I really dug myself into a goddamn hole, didn't I? Maybe I'll go find Saya and ask her to call me stupid. I shake my head and turn to glance at my house. Today my future is going to change to either running from zombies, or running from the Yakuza. I find running from zombies more appealing right now, to be honest. I walk out my apartment and follow the street towards the school. To make my future a fait accompli, I also threw my apartment keys to the first trash bin I ran into, then threw the hard drives in a different trash bin. I then stood over the bin for a few seconds. A moment of silence for my 2 terabyte homework folder. I let out a small chuckle and hurry on my way. To be honest, I didn't feel safe on the streets right now. I wanted to reach the school as fast as possible. Won't it be ironic if I end up being the undead that is banging on the school gates? Apparently my brain did not appreciate the joke, as I got the sudden urge to start jogging, so I can reach the school faster. So all it really took for me to be in front of the school gates was 15 minutes, half of my usual commute time. After reaching my class and leaving my bag on the desk side that was facing the wall, I sat down. I then spent several seconds staring outside, thinking what exactly I could say if anybody asked why I put all that crap inside my bag. Parkour might explain the change of clothes and bandages, but the amount of food inside along with the Swiss knife and flashlight seems more reasonable if I was going camping or something. So, parkour camping? Or I can say that I was aiming to do a marathon, a very long marathon. I then turned my sight back towards the class, looking at the kids that were chatting among themselves. Wonder if any of them will survive. That was all I was able to think before the bell rang, with the teacher coming in a few minutes later causing the class to quiet down. Sorry, teach. But today my eyes will be stuck on the gate. I don't even care if it gets me expelled today. It's not like I will be staying in this school either way. As the class went on, all I did was indeed stare at the front gate. I will not only have to find a way to be out of class to check where Takashi will be at while Teshima gets bit, but I must also be able to get back in my class before the panic starts. As I really don't want to be in the hallway when every single student in this school will have the bright idea to run in a panic like a headless chicken. The first class passed normally. Nobody appeared at the gates and nothing seemed to be out of place. Walking out of the class I passed by the vent, giving it a quick glance. Making sure it was still unbolted before returning back to class for the next period. The whole thing is supposed to happen in the middle of a class, but I don't know which one. The undead guy on the gate was dressed like a businessman, so he probably got attacked on his way to work and ended up here. If he was attacked after he was in his office, he would probably have stayed there as a zombie, as he would not be smart or mobile enough to wander outside. Other than by falling outside a window or something. Yet, other than looking like he just pulled 9 all-nighters straight, he didn't look hurt, the giant chunk of his back missing excluded of course. And with that thought, the bell rang again, signaling the second lesson's start. If it's going to happen, then just happen, damn it, waiting for it is not doing any good for my mental health. As the second lesson was in session, I could not help but start thinking what I was going to do if the outbreak didn't happen. I wonder if I'm able to use planes and ships to travel alone at my age. I was sent here by my school as an exchange student based on what I saw in the school documents that I had with me. Maybe, I should have learned how to drive a boat. Better chance of escaping people by sea rather than land, add that Japan is a frigging island. Most boats do have a steering wheel though, and I do know some basics from playing video games. Like that the throttle can look like the one that planes got and. Well, that's all I actually know. Can you hotwire a boat? A loud thud jerked me out of my thoughts. The noise actually came from right in front of me, from the window beside me. Looking at it, I saw that it had some chalk dust on it. Looking down, I saw chalk, broken in pieces. I turned my head to see the teacher glaring at me. Great, Just, great. This is exactly what I need right now. The teacher must have been bored of doing his lesson because he asked me to stand up and go to him, before he started an annoying monologue about. I don't know, I didn't really care about it to actually sit and listen to what the teacher had to say, to be honest. Between the teacher's loud monologue, the smirking students and my own state of mind, I had just about enough. I need to go to the bathroom. That's all I said as I walked out of the class. That might not have been my best idea, but I'll make it work. I can still keep a watch on the front gate from somewhere else. If the dead man appears, I don't think the teacher will have a lot of time for chewing me out before the panic starts. With that thought in mind, I headed towards a hallway with a clear view of the front gates, that was also near the stairs I usually see Takashi at. About 30 minutes passed with my eyes locked at the front gate. I had long since stopped thinking, as it was only going to give me a headache in the end. Until, something happened, not the zombies sneaking on my ass, thankfully. Loud footsteps coming from my right. I turned my head to see Saya walking with her usual pissed-off attitude. She just stormed past me while stomping her feet. I think she didn't even realize I was there. Wonder what set her off this time. I then turned to my left, looking at her as she stomped away. She would pester Takashi that he was skipping class, yet completely ignore me. I guess she only bothers people she likes. Hey. And a few seconds later, it hit me. Wait, didn't Saya also skip class to speak to Takashi in the anime? And the way she just stormed off now, she looked like she just had an argument. Shit. I spring myself off the wall and break into a sprint towards where I just saw Saya walk away from, the stairs. Stopping at the top of the stairs, I see none other than Takashi. Staring at the gate. And I knew what he was looking at, I knew this scene by heart. The scene that has become etched into my head and only got reinforced by the time I spent panicking over what's to come. It has begun. I looked at the gate myself, for a final confirmation. The dead. They are at the gates. I did a full U-turn and started running to my class as fast as I could. While I knew I had time before the panic started, as Takashi had enough time to rush to REI. I just felt that I need to be fast, very fast. Reaching my class, I slammed the door open, startling some of the students that were seated near the door. The teacher looked at me with the scowl of the century, and some students started giggling again. Ignoring everything, I moved quickly to the back of the class, grabbing my desk and pulling it further towards the back, pretty much shoving it into the corner of the classroom. The teacher narrowed his eyes as he looked at me. "We will have a chat once the class is over," was all he said before he continued his lesson. "No, we won't." It was weird, but all the anxiety I have felt up to this moment since waking up today had vanished. The moment I saw the first zombie back there, confirmed what was going to happen and what I was going to do. I even felt some relief, to be honest. Relief that everything I did so far was not in vain, or that I will not end up in jail or the bottom of Tokyo Bay. While I was busy preparing myself, the speakers in my classroom crackled alive. The panic is going to start any minute now. I looked at the speaker that was installed on the ceiling, near the front exit of the class. A voice, probably a teacher's, started ordering the students to evacuate, only to be suddenly cut off. Then, the speaker once again went live. Only this time, it was broadcasting the teacher's last moments as he began to panic in the AV room, shouting for help. Until he let out a scream, and then silence. Looking back at the teacher, I see him frozen in place, the chalk on his desk slowly rolling towards a free fall. So, this is the class I was actually in. Was all I managed to think as the chalk hit the ground, smashing into bits, acting as the signal for everybody to go batshit crazy. You know, in the anime you never think about it, but the sudden change from dead silence to everybody screaming at once is deafening. Like the school itself had started screaming along with the students. Morbid as it is, I couldn't think of it as anything else but the ringing of a lunch bell for the zombies. Pandemonium ensued in the class as the students and the teacher alike started running towards the door, smashing into each other. Each one trying to scream louder than the one next to them. And just like that, the class was empty. Only me, myself, and the screams from beyond the wall. I slowly got up from my desk, picked up my bag, strapped it on my back as well as I could, then headed to the opened door, and closed it. I turn around and look at the class. I will check if I can find anything of use here while the sea of death passes outside my front door. I go over some of the bigger bags, hoping to find something that might be of use. Sadly, most of the bags had nothing interesting inside, aside from one that had a cell phone which I picked up and turned to a silent, non-vibration mode. Taking out the battery to remove the SIM might lock it behind a password, so I should just keep it like this, in case I need loud distraction later. I pocket the extra cell phone, then grab the nearest chair and head to the door, opening it slowly. I peek outside at both directions of the hallway. Seeing the hallway empty, with no blood splatters or bodies littering the floor, I opened the door completely and then, with chair in hand, I went to the vent. I placed the chair under the vent, take the screwdriver out of the side pocket of my bag and unscrew the last screw that was holding the vent cover. With nothing holding it in place, the vent once more fell to the side, hanging by the last bolt. Reaching inside, I grabbed the handle of the bat I painstakingly hid. All this to hide a bat, why can't I be in America? Sneak myself a minigun and rocket launcher. Bat in hand, I looked around me before pulling it out of the vent completely, then stepped down the chair. With the screwdriver back in the side pocket, I once more scanned my surroundings. I could still hear screams all around me. But they seemed different now, they were not the screams of panic. They were screams of fear. The hallway was still empty, clean. Yet when I looked outside the window, I saw a massacre in full display. People getting thrown to the ground, pinned down by groups of walking corpses, fresh blood being splattered all over the place. While the ones still alive used others as bait so they could escape. Worst of all were the people that died, only for them to come back and bite whoever was unlucky enough to care for them. I let a huge breath out of my nose and walked towards the end of the hallway, then look over the corner. The hallway I was looking at now had a staircase in the middle, linking the floors together. Next to the staircase, I could see a student on his knees, next to another student who was on the floor. I could only see half of the body of the one that was on the floor, with the rest of it probably being on the staircase, which I could not see from the angle I was looking from. I did not need to see the other half though. The pink line of flesh I could see going from the fallen student's stomach to the mouth of the one that was kneeling on top of him was enough to make me understand what I was looking at. I was prepared to see some gruesome stuff from here on out, but I guess the first time is never easy. The fact that the first gruesome thing I wind up seeing is a corpse chewing on somebody's guts ain't helping either. Good thing I haven't eaten anything yet. My stomach would be throwing one hell of a party right now if I did. Still, how should I call these things anyway? I have been jumping around names until now. Maybe I should just call them like the cast. Now, too weird to use, I will stick with corpses, for now at least. Hitting myself in the forehead with my knuckles, I try to focus on my next plan of action. When Takashi was on the roof, it was already crawling with corpses. Meaning the corpses must have already overrun all the lower floors to also be up there. And seeing how the staircase is being used as a dining table right now, it could mean that that has already happened. The reason why the hallway I'm in is clean is because nobody had a reason to run here, or didn't manage to, for now anyway. I go over the corner and walk towards the snacking student, his chewing getting louder as I get closer. After I closed in enough to still be out of leaping range but have a clear view of the stairs, I stopped. The stairs are clear, only these two are here. I guess the one on the floor tried to climb back up and got caught. Or he was running down and bumped into the one that is now snaking on him, seeing that his legs point towards the stairs and he's belly up. No matter, now that I got only two potential walking corpses here, it's the best time to check if a hit to the head is enough to stop them for good. Or if it'll just get them pissed off and turn me into a lunchbox. With that in mind, I lift my bat slightly and grab the handle with both hands as I silently sidestep towards the kneeling corpse. Once I was within swinging range of the corpse, I lifted my bat higher to the side of my head. And with a slight turn of my upper body, I swung down. With a rather loud thud, the bat makes contact with the head of the chewing corpse, sending it sideways and then flat against the wall, smashing its head from both sides. The body stays like that for a few seconds before sliding forward, falling down, and stopping once and for all. I turn my head and look at the second body that was on the floor. No time to celebrate yet, this guy will probably get up as well. I take a few steps back and wait. All while looking around me to make sure the sound did not attract anything. A few moments later, the second body started twitching, and then rose to a sitting position. Alright, now to test out just how smart these things are, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm letting this one get up. I must be going mental, because I'm not freaking out right now. Using my bat, I give it a quick poke in the back of the head and quickly take a big step back. Nothing, no reaction. Just like Saya theorized. That experiment over with, I started my next one. I lift my foot and then bring it back down on the floor with enough strength to make an audible sound, then walk a few feet away so I'm not in the way. The sitting corpse reacts to the sound as it lethargically turns its head to where I was a few seconds ago. It then slowly starts stumbling to a standing position and shambles to where I had struck the floor, then passes it and bumps into the window. And they are either blind, or insanely stupid. It just moved past where the sound originated and into the window beyond it. Meaning it just picked the direction the sound came from and followed it until it found an obstacle to hit into, or bite into. There were more things I wanted to test out, but I didn't want to push my luck. Not now at least. I silently walk close to the zombie that was now making out with the window and take a swing at the back of its head with only one hand, my good one. The impact of the bat causes the window to crack and the zombie to stumble backward onto its own guts that were on the floor, causing it to slip and fall down. It then started shambling about on the floor. Not dead, but it does seem to have trouble getting up. I jerk forward and bring the bat down to the dead guy's head, causing a splatter of blood to appear on the floor and him to finally stop moving. I still don't understand how they could track Takashi and his team later in the anime. They were actively chasing them in some cases. Maybe they can actually sense heat like Kota theorized? So after linking a sound with a heat source they will go after the heat source with a fervor instead. Scratching my head, I turn to the stairs, to see that trouble has arrived. The sound of my bat smashing against the second corpse must have attracted some of the corpses from downstairs. They are dumb enough to get easily tricked, yet they are smart enough to understand that a sound came from a floor above them, to find the stairs and then climb them without falling over, or they were already on the lower part of the stairs. I sigh in my head and move away from the stairs. Then begin walking down the clear hallway, with each of my steps making splashing noises. Must have been the blood I stepped on as my shoes were starting to get rather noisy as I walked. Right. Time to change footwear. Still standing, I take my shoes off using my feet, bend over, grab them and throw them in the direction from which I came from, causing any corpse that was heading towards my way to turn around. I continued walking with only my socks for a bit until I was far enough from where I threw my shoes to feel safe. After taking a look around, I take off my bag, unzip it and take the plastic bag that had my boots in them along with my gloves. Boots over stuffy shoes any day. I take the boots out of the plastic bag and wear them. After folding the plastic bag I put it back in, closing the bag and strapping it back on my back. Then I put on the gloves and test my grip on the bat. Not bad. Now to figure out what to do next. I glanced at the window to see the sun was still out, going strong. Then continue walking straight in the hallway. Takashi and Rei will stay up on the roof until the sun begins to set. Meaning that I need to find a way to survive until then, as the group will not meet until sunset. I could try to find Psycho or Kota. Both are still alive wandering the school right now, with Psycho probably going ham on any poor meatbag that approaches her and Kota being needled by Saya. Now, the only time Psycho was shown before the group met up, she was going down a staircase, meaning she's either on the first or second floor right now. She then would end up in the nurse's office that is on the first floor, so she probably went from the second floor to the first. Saya and Kota are also running around from what looked like probably the second or third floor. While I was in thought I heard moaning coming from in front of me. 2 corpses were shambling towards me, or towards my direction at least. I narrow my eyes and put my back against the wall on the side, while holding my bat from each corner with one hand so I can use it as a shield if one of them lunged at me. As the 2 corpses shambled past me, they didn't even seem to realize that I was there. After they moved away, I got off the wall and started walking. This is not good, I'm going to get surrounded if I let these 2 walk and find more of these things ahead of me. Realization in mind, I stop in my tracks and turn around, then walk to the 2 shambling corpses in front of me. Using both hands, I take a swing on the side of the head of the one that was near the wall, causing its head to be smashed between the bat and the wall, making it fall down with a thud. The second one, hearing the sound, moans and turns around to me, only to be met with a sideways swing from a bat to the side of its face before it could completely turn around. Stumbling, it moves a few feet forward and then falls down. Moments later, it puts its hands in a push-up motion as it tries to get up. I walk up to it and stomp my foot on its back, causing it to fall flat again, and in a quick motion, I raise my bat and swing it with a golf swing-like motion on the downed corpse, blood once again painting the floor red. Well, I suppose this verifies that they are more brittle than a normal human, or I swing like a truck like the rest of the cast. That over with, I turn back and head down the hallway again. Turning over the corner after the hallway ended, I found another flight of stairs. To my surprise, they were empty, or more precisely the corpses there were all dead, like dead. Closing in on the staircase I hit the floor with my foot trying to make sure that they are actually dead and won't try to surprise jump scare me. None of them reacted, but still just in case, I took a long way around them. I head on the stairs railing and lean on over it, looking down in the process. If Psycho had passed through here, then I'm too late. In the anime the first floor is like a dance floor full of dead people in the early hours. I give an annoyed sigh. I can't risk it, I will have to go through them just to check if Psycho went on the first floor or not. I leave the bat on the floor and lean on the railing even more, trying to look up this time. Nope, can't see jack shit. Can't see anything from here, but I don't have much of a choice, I need to pick my poison. This hallway leads to a dead end, going down is just stupid, going back is pointless as the stairs there had corpses, moving ones. So the only way to go is, up. I push myself back, pick up the bat and start going up the empty stairs. Thankfully I met no resistance going up the stairs. While blood and guts were splattered all over the place, that was all there was here. Nothing that would like to check how warm my insides were, are around. I reached the top of the staircase and checked both directions of the hallway. The third floor had some unwelcome guests scattered around. Most of the corpses are kneeling down and seem to be occupied with eating, so I should be able to walk past them. I was about to move to the right side, as it seemed to have less of them, when on the window of the opposite building, I saw 2 figures. Pink hair on a face that is probably frowning and a chubby guy probably looking depressed. I smiled to myself and turned to look at the hallway that would make me cross paths with them, the left one. My smile disappeared when I realized which part of the hallway I had to go through. Of course, it had to be the one that had more of them. But I can't miss this chance. I might not get another one. Steeling myself, I take a deep breath and start moving down the corpse-filled hallway, which was made a lot worse by the fact that it also had moving ones. So, I kept sidestepping to a corpse-free wall, waiting for the ones that got too close to pass by before continuing. I am a ninja, I am a ninja, I am a ninja. If I get spotted I am a dead ninja. Everything was going fine and I was about to be out of the corpse-filled hallway. Until a corpse had the sudden urge to just do a full turn around and walk right into me. The moment it was too close for comfort I didn't even think. I jumped back, hitting my back against the window, and swung, in the worst direction I could have. The bat impacted the thing's head and the thing's head impacted the nearby lockers as the impact of the bat made it turn around once more and end up in a lunging fall into the lockers, in other words, a lot of noise. I just done and fucked up. In a split second, before the corpses could realize that the dinner bell had just rang, I bent my body forward, so their arms won't be able to easily get a hold of me, and break into a sprint. Thankfully, there were only a couple of them left between me and the end of this damn infested hallway. I picked the first route I saw to be obstacle-free at that moment and started running. A few steps later, I see one of them blocking my way. It was far enough for me to change direction, so I just ran past it after swerving to the left. Problem is, I was now running next to the wall on my left, so I could only swerve to the right. Which would be a bad idea unless I wanted to end up running into one of these things. Before long, another one was blocking my way, this time I was unable to swerve past it. So I held my bat on each side with my hands and smashed it sideways under its armpit. Ducking my head and using my forearm to push its arm away from me so it could not grab me as it stumbled to the right. With that one now out of the way, there was only one of them left in front of me. My bat was already in a position for a swing, so I grabbed the handle with both my arms and swung for the thing's head, causing it to fly to the left and land face first into the windowed wall. With the hallway in front of me now hostile-free, I stop running and quickly look back. Every single one of them was now walking towards me. I then turn my head forward and start walking silently, turning over the next corner a few moments later. In this hallway there were not as many of the walking corpses. But the few that were here, were heading towards my direction as well. Undeterred, I continued walking forward silently, sidestepping out of the way of any of the shambling corpses, until I could see Kota waving at me, with Saya behind him, giving Kota the stink eye. Saya and Kota must have heard the commotion too. Lucky for me, that made them wait instead of picking up speed. Heading towards the two I raise my bat and wave at them. After reaching them I speak up. Good to see you're still alive, Commando. I say in a low tone. Why, yeah, glad to see you're also still alive from, whatever this is. I then turned my sight to Saya, who was now eyeing me, still with a frown. I sigh and look around. The ones behind me were flocking to where I had my little accident, so we were safe from them, for now at least. And, from what I could see, there weren't any hungry corpses in front of us either. This is Takagi, Kota says, introducing me to the scowling Pinkette. Did you get bit? She says with a sharp tone. That is the first thing she tells me? Not even a goddamn hi, nice to meet you person I yelled at yesterday. Not that I expected anything else from her, to be honest. Actually, that's a good question. I answer as I start checking myself for bites or any other wounds. In the heat of the moment, it could be possible that I got bit, but did not feel it. After checking myself, it thankfully did not seem to be the case. No bites. I look back up at the two of the main cast. The three of us then spent a couple of awkward seconds looking at each other before deciding to move out. Wait, you, aren't you the idiot who was spacing out on the stairs yesterday, the one blocking my way? Saya speaks up as we start moving, her eyes narrowed. Me and my big mouth. Yeah, that would be me. I scratched the back of my head while letting out a dry laugh. Ugh, was all she said as she shook her head and walked past me and Kota following behind her. Deja vu. Maybe going on the first floor and hoping to find Psycho before becoming somebody's lunch was a better idea after all. Chapter 8, Skipping School. So they only react to sounds? Kota asks in a low tone. Yep, they are blind and seem to ignore physical contact with inanimate objects. They might be able to sense heat though. As from what I saw, they seem to realize when they have grabbed a human, and they are also able to home in on a running person after getting their initial lock-on too, even if that lock-on doesn't seem to last very long. As they lose interest pretty fast, and get distracted even faster. I'm just hypothesizing about that though. I didn't have much of a chance to test it out, nor do I have a death wish to experiment how long it will take them till they would lose interest in chasing me, especially when I'm in a closed space. I say as I look back at Kota. I see, that would explain why we were able to just walk around them then. Kota nods while he keeps speaking quietly. Also kind of obvious, but these things are, well, dead, I say with a deadpan look on my face. Hey, dead? Don't be ridiculous, if they are dead then why are they still walking around? Saya butts in with a sharp and rather loud voice. I don't know, but you have seen them? I might not be that particularly versed in human biology, but what I do know is that you can't be considered to be very alive if you are chewing your own ripped off arm, half of your back is missing and you are dragging your own guts on the floor. Also Takagi, could you please talk just a bit it more quietly? I turned my head to Saya with a pleading look. I tried to be as polite and non-provocative as I could. And obviously, I failed. This is Saya we're talking about after all. Saya frowns, puffs her cheeks and answers with a rather loud voice, again. And who are you to tell me what to do? And why did you have us stop in this classroom in the first place? Right now we were in an empty classroom, as I asked the other two for a stop after I saw them trying to hide behind a couple of lockers when they spotted a couple of corpses staring at our direction. I could have explained how the corpses act right then and there. But I had the strong feeling that Saya would not be able to help herself and would end up with some loud, snarky remark after my explanation. So, planning ahead for that, I picked an empty classroom in hopes of somewhat soundproofing Saya's outbursts, as she kept speaking loud enough to make every single deadhead turn our direction. Ugh, forget it, I am not here to antagonize you. Kota and I will check the door. And if it's clear I will signal with my hand so we can move out. We should try to keep the noise and chatter to the minimum after we get out of this room. I say and get up from the chair. And who made you the boss anyway? Saya asks as she silently looked away from me. Ignoring Saya, I started moving towards the class door. God, she might seem cute and all with her tsundere act in the anime. But the fact that all I get from her is tsun and no dear is making me want to start chewing a desk. I had to deal with one too many corpses already, because she was being too loud. Focus, got to keep myself focused. She might act like a total stuck-up bitch right now, but she is not a bad person, I hope. And, I also have to make sure Kota won't end up dead before he gets his custom-made nail gun thingy. Going to the door, I cleared my mind and slowly opened and peeked through the door. Right side has 2 of them standing up and 3 on their knees munching on some unlucky bastard. Left side has only 3, but all of them are on their feet. Normally, I would take the right side as going around the eating ones is much easier, but I don't want to risk it with the other 2 with me. I move back to the classroom, motion Kota to wait, pick a random pencil case, stuff it up with clutter, close it and then move back to the door. Then hurl the case at some lockers on the right side. While the noise caused the prone zombies to get up and move to the lockers, it also caused the trio on the left to start moving towards the right corridor as well. As they shambled past the door, I motioned to Kota to move out. He gets up from his chair and starts moving, followed by an annoyed, yet silent Saya. After getting out and stealthily walking to the left, the 3 of us started moving down the hallway with me in the front, Saya in the middle and Kota bringing up the rear. Kota, if possible keep a lookout behind us. I don't want us to end up surrounded in the wrong moment. I say to him in a hushed tone. Kota gapes at me like a fish before he proceeds to simply nod. Saya just kept quiet. Got to get Kota his gun, he's being way too meek like this. Say Nair, what's with the get up? I hear Kota ask. The bag, shoes, and gloves. I answer without stopping to look back. I had a tight schedule today, I was planning to leave right after school and only return tomorrow morning so I packed for it. I responded without waiting for Kota's input. You're going somewhere? He asks right after. Yeah, a part-time job, I answered once again. You have a job? Kota returns with another question. God damn it dude, stop being so curious. Now I have to make up even more things on the go. Yep, then, an idea hit me. I was helping a friend of the shop owner we met a couple of days ago, you remember him right? I answered back, hoping that if the gun range owner came into play, it would make Kota stop asking questions, as him being there with me yesterday was not very legal. Not that being legal mattered in any way right now. But both of them have yet to realize the weight of the situation from what I see. I just hope that this won't come back and bite me in the ass. I see Kota was about to open his mouth again when. Will you two shut up already? Saya butts in, again, with a loud voice. Saya, you just got brownie points for this. Even if you were not actually aiming to help here. Thankfully Saya's loud voice did not attract anything other than a couple of corpses that were already behind us. So other than the occasional corpse that got wind of us somehow and had to meet the wrong end of my bat, or fall in love with a nearby wall, we moved through the hallways with relative ease. What should I do now? I got Saya and Kota with me, so I could just go straight to the classroom. I got the screwdriver from and arm Kota up. Although that means that he might also run out of ammo sooner. As in the anime he gets his gun at sunset, and we have about an hour before the sky changes color at all. We could go straight to the faculty room and wait for the rest of the team. With the car and bus keys there, these two will probably agree to go with me if I tell them that I can drive. But then, I won't be sure if the group will meet up at all. Saiko and Shizuka, I know they are heading towards that room as well, so all we have to do in order to meet them is wait. That only leaves Rei and Takashi out. No, I must make sure Takashi joins up with the group. Bad thoughts, bad Nair, bad. So, I guess we'll just go get Kota his gun and then run around until sunset. Worst case, I'll have to let the whole thing with Saya getting attacked and going into shock happen. Although I hope to avoid having her go through with that harrowing experience. Anyway, Takashi was aiming to leave the school with Rei, so we could find him if we keep an eye on the front gate after teaming up with Saiko and Shizuka. With thought, I decided that the best next move is to arm Kota. As right now I'm the only one that's actually doing any fighting, with Saya and Kota either staying behind me or trying to find a place to hide, from blind corpses. Bad habits die hard, I guess. We should go to the workshop class, it should have tools and materials that will let us reinforce what we have, or make something better, as I don't know how long this bat will hold if we keep going like this. I say while turning my head back looking at the two. There's one on the second floor. Saya speaks up as she pushes her glasses with her middle finger. Alright then, second floor for starters. I nod and turn to look forward again. As we kept moving, I noticed a group of corpses huddled together at the end of the hallway. The sound of moaning, chewing and bones being snapped being audible in the otherwise silent hallway. I have 3 good reasons for why I don't want to go down that way, and one is making my own bones protest. I stop abruptly and raise my arm without looking back, my hand in a stop motion. But apparently I was not the only one that was not looking, as Kota bumped into Saya's back. Watch it, fatso. Saya's voice rang like an alarm in my head. Shit. Was all I managed to say as I saw the whole group of corpses at the far end of the hallway get up. I then looked behind us, to see that corpses that were following us were also closing in on us as well. I didn't even have time to be mad at Kota for not telling me that we were being followed. If we didn't act fast, we would end up surrounded, and there were way too many of them to fight off. The stairs are not too far, if we run we can make it there before the group in the front can cut us off. Stairs, now. Is all I say as I start running. Taking the hint, the other two pick up speed and start running behind me. Good, we will make it to the stairs before they do, they are too far away. Right before we reached the staircase though, I saw a corpse walking out the corner that the stairs were located at, then another, and another. And seconds later, corpses started pouring out of the staircase. Are you for real? I stop running and bend my body backwards to balance out the momentum of my sprint, my boots slide across the floor for a bit before finally stopping. Saya, not being able to stop as fast, ended up being in front of the group now as she stopped a few meters ahead of me. A&D. We were now surrounded. Do something. Saya shouts without looking back. Too many of them to fight, and we can't evade them. Come on, think damn it. Kota walked past me and stood next to Saya as he stared at the group of the approaching corpses. Why are there so many of them here? Kota asked as he kept looking at the now giant group that was slowly making its way to us. Instead of asking stupid questions, how about you start thinking of how we can get out of here? Saya puts her hands on her hips and turns to Kota as she shouts. While that was happening, I was looking at what little free space we had left as the corpses closed in from both directions. My eyes then fell to a classroom door that was a few meters away from the larger group. We don't have much of a choice left, do we? Idea in mind, I start running towards the large group while pointing at the door. Door, get to the door next to the large group, now. That's not going to help, idiot. We'll just be trapped in there. Saya shouts while following me. I got a plan. I say as I go to the class door, swing it open and look inside. Good, it's empty. Inside, now. I turn to the two. Saya lets out an annoyed sigh and runs inside, Kota following behind her shortly after. Great, now what genius? Saya then turns to me, her arms folded. Now you stay quiet. I say as I slam the door shut before they can speak back. With me still outside. I looked to my right, seeing the large group of shambling corpses was only a couple of meters away from me. The group on my left had fewer corpses and was still further away, but still too many to take head on in such a closed-off space. They had also shambled past the door of the classroom that was next to the one I just left the other two in, so no dodging them that way. The only thing left between me and them was a corridor of concrete wall and some lockers on one side, and a windowed wall on the other. You had to try and act like a badass, didn't you? Now, you'll die for it. I moved away from the door, where the two were hiding in, backing away from the large group until I was standing in the middle of the two groups. Too high to jump out of the window, too many to fight, and one of them will surely get me if I just stand still. I can't use the phone as a distraction either, that would pretty much kill Kota and Saya by attracting everything here. Not that it matters, no matter where I'll throw the damn thing I'll still have corpses behind me. Turning my head I saw that some corpses from the larger group are starting to bang on the door of the classroom that Saya and Kota were in. The sound of their banging also caused the other corpses to start flocking outside the door. Oh, for fuck's sake! I shout as I run to the nearby set of lockers. And kick them. Stay away from that fucking door, shit for brains, I'm not fucking dead yet. I scream as loud as I can while kicking. While I was pretty much committing suicide, I noticed that the lockers kept making small movements after each kick. They're not bolted down. I ran to the side of the lockers that were closer to the smaller group, grabbed the edge and put my foot in front of them so it can act as the fulcrum for the lockers, then push them to the right. It felt like I was watching the lockers topple in slow motion, until a loud crash. Loud enough for the corpses that were banging at the door to stop, and turn towards me once again. But, the now toppled lockers gave me an idea. I look behind me and see the small group that was still closing in on me. I then went behind the next set of lockers while still facing the smaller group, and gave them a strong push, then kept on pushing until they were near the smaller group. The screeching was actually loud enough to also make some of the corpses that were shambling next to the windows change their direction slightly towards the lockers. I get in position to topple them over as well. I could just go to the other side of the wall and wait until most of them moved towards the lockers, but I stared intensely as the corpses got closer. I got a better idea. Once some of them have gotten close enough, I push the lockers to the left, making them fall over, crushing a couple of corpses underneath them. With the bodies under it, the lockers were now about shin high on my side, and knee/thigh height on the other. After getting on the wobbling lockers, I look at what remained of the small group that was now slowly trying to get on the lockers. This could work. Bat in hand, I walk forward and take a swing with both hands at the first, and only corpse that managed to get on the lockers. The corpse takes a spin and falls back, causing two other corpses to get struck under its falling body. Seeing the opening, I grab the bat in a reverse grip and start running towards the small opening, jumping off the lockers and over the corpses that were on the ground. The moment I landed, I eyed the last nearby corpses of the group to my right. Not wasting time, I took a quick jump forward, rolling away from its extended hands. Turning back to look at all the chaos after I got back on my feet. Okay, let's make sure they leave that door alone. Not wanting to take any chances, I head to a distant locker and topple it over as well, making sure that the two groups would wander away from the classroom and the staircase. After watching them for some seconds and making sure that they had lost interest in the door, I turned around and ran. My face was sporting a shit-eating grin and I was feeling like a total badass, even if I didn't actually smash any heads in. My food better still be in one piece after that roll. After packing some distance from the group of corpses, I spent some time checking the classrooms until I found an empty one, then headed inside so I could get my bearings. I find a nearby chair, grab it and turn it towards the door before finally sitting on it. Then, I let out a huge sigh. Holy crap! I need to stop trying to act cool in front of pretty girls, lest I join the dead before my time. After taking a break for a couple of minutes, I start thinking about my current situation. So much for teaming up, now I'm by myself again. Still, Kota and Saya should be fine, and since I gave them the idea about using tools to make or reinforce stuff, I can at least have high hopes that they will go to that classroom and Kota can go commando mode. I then look outside the window. The sun is starting to set too. If I remember correctly, in the second episode where the sun was starting to set, the inside of the school's hallways were starting to get flooded with corpses. Meaning it will be much harder for me to move around as time goes by. Now the group stays in the faculty room between episode 2 and 3. But, I don't know for how long they really stay there, as both episodes are during sunset. I could try to go there and meet the whole group along the way. Also, out of the two, I think at least Kota will probably be worried about whether I survived or not. So he should at least mention me. Okay, for now, I should aim for the faculty room. Judging by the color of the sky, the rest of the group should be heading there soon too. After taking a needed break, I get up and head to the door, opening it slowly. Looking outside, I could see a couple more corpses shambling about, but nothing I couldn't sidestep over. So, bat in hand, I exit the class and start heading towards the staircase in order to go on the second floor. I should check the class where Saya and Kota were, doubt they are still there though. But I have to make sure. Setting my route so I end up by the staircase near the toppled lockers, I start walking down the hallways. Going over the same path I used when I was searching for an empty classroom, I noticed that the corpses around here have increased in number as well. I was right about one thing it seems, as time passed, more and more corpses seem to be roaming the hallways. I want to get out of this fricking school, fast. Thankfully, I made it to the toppled lockers without finding the hallway clogged with brain-munching corpses. The place was empty, with only a couple roaming corpses that seemed to be going off in their own direction. And the ones that ended up under the lockers, as I could see moving feet extending from under it. I slowly walk past the downed lockers without touching them, not wanting to attract any attention, and make my way to the classroom door, to find it open. It has been opened, not broken, that's a good sign. Walking inside, I find it empty. No bodies, at least they didn't get killed here, meaning my diversion worked at least. I then looked outside, to see that the sky had started to take a heavy shade of yellow. Alright, let's head to the faculty room. I exit the class and head down the stairs to the second floor, heading towards my next destination. The hallways of the second floor were in worse condition than the third, more guts, more blood, more corpses, more of everything really. I move away from the staircase looking at the hallway in both directions. Not good, too many of them, I will have to go up and I was about to move, when I heard a female scream coming out from the left hallway. That was Saya. Reacting to the sound, a bunch of the corpses on the right hallway started going towards the left. In other words, towards me. Crap, I'm getting surrounded here, as much as I want to help, I got to head back up. I turn around and start running up the stairs. And almost ran into another student who was running down the stairs. Whoa! Too many of them! The student exclaimed with a loud voice. Yes, and now you just attracted their attention, back up the stairs. Now! I say, as I run past the frozen student, a pair of running footsteps following behind me soon after. I was wondering who the kid was as I ran up the stairs, I didn't seem to recall seeing him in the anime or manga. And, I found out the reason why once I reached the third floor once more. A tall man was standing there. Striped suit, glasses, and a face I instantly wanted to cave in. Shido. The sudden urge to just lunge at the guy right now, was pretty high. Knowing that he'll be responsible for a bunch of avoidable deaths, possibly including Saya's parents, it honestly made the prospect of destroying his knees, really tempting. Sir, there are too many of them downstairs, we can't go that way. The student who was running behind me finally climbed up the stairs and spoke up. I see. And, who might you be? Shido turns his oily stare to me. Nair Sepphire. I was trying my best to not let my voice give away what I really wanted to do right now. Even if Shido is a bastard, which he undoubtedly is. If I attack him here, there will be multiple problems for me. First being that all the students here will probably come after me. To them, Shido is helping them stay alive. The second, and most important one, is that if Shido doesn't make it to the bus, then the main cast will not leave the bus later. Meaning they won't get to Rika's house, so they won't get the guns and Humvee. And let me tell you, finding guns with actual stomping power in Japan, is like looking for Mew in Pokemon Yellow. Jokes aside, worst of all is that they might end up getting stuck in that giant traffic jam that will attract a whole battalion of corpses during the night. I see. You're the transfer student, I am Koichi Shido, homeroom teacher of 3A. You were quite fortunate to run into us, seeing as you are all by yourself. Shido smiles at me with his usual shit-eating grin plastered on his face. Fortunate, my ass. Yes, surviving alone in a situation like this was not easy. Also, we should leave soon, the ones from the floor below us are climbing up the stairs as well. I answer as I walk away from the teacher, checking the two hallways to our left and right. The right one was pretty much clogged, no way to go over there, so the only way to go was left. With the lower floor blocked, we will have to find some other way. Come on everybody, we will have to find another way out of the school. All the students gave a unified yes sir and followed Shido, who started going towards the left hallway. Having no other options, I follow behind the group. God, I can't believe I'm stuck with this lunatic while the group gets together right under me. Hey, did you really survive all this time by yourself? I turn my head to the voice to see the student I bumped into some minutes ago downstairs talking to me. Yes, and no. I was with two other people, Kota Hirano and Saya Takagi, but we got separated. I answered back at the student who was walking next to me. And then, I heard a snicker from the front part of the group. That fat ass? Ha, I'm surprised he's still alive, figured he would be the first one to die since he's like a patty with legs. But hey, he can probably become one hell of a bait, these things will be eating. For days it was none other than Junota who had opened his mouth. Several other male students next to him started snickering to his statement, his brothers if I had to guess. Shido was doing nothing to stop him, obviously. Maybe you all should shut it for a bit, noise attracts them and right now you're all sounding like screaming donkeys. In retrospect, that was a bad idea. I knew it was a bad idea. The whole planet knew it was a bad idea. But, I just couldn't resist. My comment was followed by a sudden silence. The blonde-haired guy turned to me, veins popping on his forehead. The fuck did you call me? He shouted, slamming his feet to the ground as he stomped towards me. Junota got close enough to be in strike range, and apparently prepared to throw a punch towards my face. I should have said gorillas. I was about to take a stance so I could bring his face into a nearby wall the moment he tried to punch me. Yet instead of punching me, he punched the guy that was walking right next to me. Take this as a warning, funny guy. Next time, it will be you. Junota glances at me, his scowl turning into a shit-eating grin as he turns around. Walking back to his group like he just did the deed of the century. The hell? I turned to the guy that met the wrong end of Junota's hand, his own hand now over his bleeding nose. Oi, are you okay? I ask as I extend my arm. No, barks the student as he gets back up, slapping my arm away before walking away. Shitface is trying to make me an outcast? Good going, Junota, you just got a VIP spot in my shit list, right next to your teacher. Now let's not start infighting everybody, we need to stay together was all Shido said for the whole situation. And after the little show, I was left walking by myself. There should be a second staircase here. After a couple of minutes, Shido spoke up. Reaching the stairs he mentioned, I could see Shido turning to talk with Junota. I will go check the stairs, can't let a wimp do a man's job. Junota speaks up with a nod, and moves towards the stairs. His face turning into a grin as he gave me a quick glance. Ignoring the provocation, I looked behind us to see the corpses that were slowly closing in on us, attracted by the group's idle chatter. Junota comes back after a bit, giving the all clear, and the students start going down the stairs one by one. While that was happening, I turned towards the guy who took the punch for me. I suppose he's not thinking straight after getting punched out of the blue, but is that guy crazy? Leaning against a closed door like that. Hey man, you better get away from that door, you don't know what's on the other side. Piss off. The student hisses in a low voice. Look, just get away from the door. I responded to the guy who was now glaring at me. I said. Piss off. The guy now started shouting. I got punched in the face because of you. Why don't you mess up somebody else's life? And he keeps on shouting. Just get away from that door, I think I see a shadow looming behind the glass. I answer to the guy in a cautious tone, trying to calm him down. Yet, it did the complete opposite. Will you shut it? Door this, door that. There is nothing behind this fucking door. The student keeps shouting as he flings the door open in a blind rage. Before I was even able to react, the shadow I mentioned lunged out. It grabbed the student and forced him on the ground. The guy's screams of anger quickly turned into screams of panic. I acted as fast as I could, dropping my bat and taking out the screwdriver, stabbing the side of the corpse's head. But, I was too late. I could see blood flowing under the student, and it was not from the corpse. He was bit. I just stayed there on one knee, over the student while he was looking at me, tears appearing in his eyes. I should have realized what was going to happen next. With Junota making me look like an apparent passive wimp and Shido probably thinking I was not worth being in his little herd because of that. But, being focused on the dying student in front of me, I didn't even notice that my bat was not where I dropped it. I only realized something was terribly wrong as I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head, my whole body falling forward on top of the bleeding student. My vision went blurry for a few seconds. Shaking my head and opening my eyes to look straight ahead, I see a pair of bloody shoeless feet closing in on me, and the fallen student who was now just whimpering under me. Turning my head around, my vision still slightly blurry, I see Shido dropping my bat and casually walking away. Shido, you fucking good for nothing, I'm going to fucking kill you. Rage starts to heat up my head, I quickly pull myself on my knees and try to get up. Only to feel something holding my sleeve, looking down, I see the dying student looking at me. Man please, I didn't mean it, please. Don't leave me here, I don't want to die like this, don't want to. Please. He was stumbling on his words, blood was starting to come out from his mouth mixing with the tears that were running down his cheeks. Seeing the student like that, made me snap out of my rage. I couldn't bring myself to leave him alone while he was looking like that. With the screwdriver still in hand, I grab the student by the collar, then take his arm and then yank him up. Thank. His bloody smile after I helped him up, was short-lived however. As that pair of feet that I saw some moments ago were now beyond clothes. Before he could even manage to thank me, another corpse grabbed him from behind, biting him on the back of his neck while pushing him forward onto me. And, he started to scream again. Being in an awkward position after lifting the student up, I didn't manage to dodge the now falling student as the weight of two bodies fell on me. And I ended up on the ground with two bodies on top of me, only managing to put an arm between me and the student. After hitting the floor, I heard the student's neck bones snap. I used my screwdriver to stab the head that had embedded its teeth at the back of the student's neck. Looking at the student, I saw that he was no longer moving, screaming, or crying. Only his blood was now dripping on my face. He was dead. I started panicking, realizing that he would soon be waking up with me right under him. Add along the corpses that were still closing in. I grabbed the head of the second corpse that had its teeth still embedded on the late student's neck and pulled the screwdriver from its head, right as the student started to twitch. Among the twitching student on top of me, the approaching corpses, and my own mental state. I am not dying here. Not like this. I started screaming while stabbing the student's head, pushing the two bodies away from me until I could put my foot between the bodies. Getting them off me with a kick while taking the screwdriver out of the dead student's head in the process of freeing my trapped body. I quickly roll away from the oncoming corpses using the momentum of my kick. I finish the backwards roll on my feet, stand up and run to my bat, grabbing it with my free hand. Then with a glance at the window, I see Takashi and the rest of his team getting on the bus. The mere idea that I was going to be left behind because I was done in by Shido made my blood boil even more. I quickly put the screwdriver back in the side pocket of my bag and started jumping down the stairs until I was on the first floor. Ignoring the corpses that infested the hallways, I just bolted through them. Whatever arm reached for me either found air, or didn't manage to get a grip on me. While on the first floor, running through the hallway that linked to the exit, I looked through the windows and saw Shido casually walking towards the bus. As I was nearing the exit, I was still going at full speed. Not having time to stop, I used a corpse that had its back turned to me as a brake, smashing into it so that I could come to a stop, and allow me to change the direction of my sprint towards the exit. The moment I saw the bus, the world around me blurred. The only thing I could see was the bus with Shido still a couple of meters away from the door. I bend my body, grab my bat in reverse grip and break into a dead run, my feet stomping on the ground. The sound of moaning did not even reach my ears as I passed the corpses that turned their attention to me. As I kept sprinting across the field, I saw Shido slowly extending his arm towards the bus. Realizing that he was about to get on the bus, and that they were going to leave without me. No, not gonna happen. I will not be left behind because of that fucking bastard. Still sprinting, I take a deep breath and bellow out. Mohovi. My shout made the people in the bus turn their heads towards me. I would really like to see the expressions on certain people right now, but I was focused on my main target right now, Shido. In all honesty, what I actually hoped for was for Shido to actually not move it at all. What I hoped for, is that my shout would distract everybody in the bus so I could close in. And well, I long since decided that I would not be stopping normally. Shido, hearing my shout, turned his face with a smirk, that quickly disappeared once he saw me, his face turning pale. I could see the uproar on the bus. But the important part was, the plan worked. Shido was just standing there like an idiot. And the few seconds he failed to react was enough for me to reach the bus. I jumped in, crashing right into Shido's lower abdomen, making him plummet backwards on the metal stairs and falling unconscious. While that was definitely not enough to kill him, it did feel great to get back at the bastard. Shaking my head, I look around me before getting up. I then toss my bat on an empty seat next to me before closing the bus door. In the meantime, I heard Takashi shout. "Miss Shizuka, drive!" Shizuka, who was just staring along with everybody else, snaps out of it and stomps on the pedal. I could hear her mumbling to herself as she went ham on the corpses in the school field, until she finally busted through the front door. I was still standing on top of Shido while the bus was shaking, thinking of what to do. I could just start swinging at his face, bastard deserves it. But that would probably make the rest of the bus freak out on me, REI excluded. They're probably already on edge with me after my entrance, so I shouldn't go all Hannibal on Shido, yet. While I was deep in thought, I saw Shido waking up, his eyes slowly focusing on me as I was standing over him. "My apologies, Sir Shido, did not see you there. My vision was kinda blurry as something hit me on the back of my head some time ago," I say with a deadpan look on my face. It's alright, what is important is that you are safe. It is a teacher's job to keep you students safe after all." His face was still pale as he said that, rolls of sweat rolling down his forehead. He knew that I saw him. He slowly got up, straightening his suit before limping to the back of the school bus. And, he immediately started whispering to his little flock. "The guy is already scheming? Damn, he bounces back fast. Whatever, I regret nothing and I'm feeling much better now." I walk towards the chair with my bat and leave my bag on it. "Nair." Hearing my name, I turn my head around. Following the direction of the sound, I see Kota, who was sitting on an outside seat, with Saya sitting next to him, staring outside. "Hey! Told you I had a plan." Saya turns her head to my statement, shifting her eyes towards me as she opens her mouth. Oh god, even after I saved her ass she is going to dish me out. Yet, she said nothing. She just stared at me for a couple of seconds, before quickly turning her head back towards the window. That was weird. I shrug and turn my attention back to Kota. "You're okay?" he asks me with a worried expression. I'm fine. Is there something on my face?" I start lightly patting my face before turning my head towards the rest of the group. Yet, everybody was just staring at me. REI, Takashi, Psycho, and even the students that were with Shido, although their expressions looked a bit more fearful. Standing there for a few seconds, and seeing that the expressions did not change, I pulled my phone out of my pocket. Opened it and used the front-facing camera to look at my face on the screen. Seeing my reflection, I realize why Shido's groupies look like they're about to piss their pants. All of my face is covered in blood and my clothes look like I just had a wrestling match with a bear, and lost. Well, I look like total shit. Well, I turn my head away from the phone and look around at the group. Is there a chance any of you got a wet handkerchief? I think I might have some blood on my face. Chapter 9, Going on a Trip. You know what's apparently rare in a zombie outbreak? Goddamn handkerchiefs. Nothing? Nobody. I raise my arms in disbelief after trying my best to straighten my clothes, in order to look less like a crazed axe murderer. Well, all of them just fled for their life with only the clothes on their back, so I shouldn't be surprised. I turn around and start shuffling around in my bag. I could just use the bandages to wipe my face. I grab a roll of bandage, unroll a bit of it and start cleaning my face of the still liquid blood. I then take off my gloves, unwrap more of the bandage and start wrapping my hand with the clean part, until it's about halfway up to my forearm, where the bandage runs out. Locking the bandage with the clips it came with, I then proceeded to do the same to my other hand with the second roll, before putting my gloves back on. Afterward, I took the Swiss knife out and cut the bloody part of the bandage, then looked at the bloody piece in my hand. This is the blood of the first actual person I saw dying in front of me. I keep surprising myself with how calm I am with all of this. Nair. I turn towards the voice to see Kota looking at my hands, along with the rest of the group. I know you said that you packed your bag for your part-time job. But, what exactly is your part-time job? For you to need bandages and a Swiss knife? Kota asks me while pointing at the Swiss knife. I am interested to know as well. Those are quite an interesting combination of items. I turned around to see that that question had come from Psycho. I take a deep breath and try to look as serious as I can. My job is to make an example of people who do not want to cooperate with my boss. I respond with a deadpan look on my face. As soon as the words left my mouth, silence. The whole group just stared at me. And a couple of seconds later, my grim face cracked. PPPFFT, hee hee. Sorry my bad. I look down and shake my head with a slight chuckle as I put the Swiss knife back inside my bag. The whole group relaxes after they see me chuckling, although their reactions differed quite a bit. Kota looked relieved, Takashi looked weirded out, I just had a blank stare, Saya went from a what frown to a you are an idiot frown. Psycho did not really react to the whole situation, she just slightly tilted her head sideways. They are more of a better safe than sorry precaution I answer. Ugh, crap. Think Nair, what do you say now? The whole group just keeps staring at me. I help a friend of a friend with his job. He sells hunting rifles, we go to the wilderness and I film him using the guns. Something like a promo video for the stuff he will later try to sell. We don't actually kill anything though. Hey, I just realized. I can lie through my teeth with a straight face. Should I be happy about that? The whole group just keeps staring. Ooh. That makes sense. Kota was the first one to speak up. Wait. It does. Takashi looks back to Kota even more weirded out than before. Well, I've met this friend of his. So yeah, I could see that actually happening. Great, so now we have two gun nuts. Saya simply groans in response. Ignoring Saya's unneeded remark, I thank Kota in my head for pulling me out of the tight spot. I guess all of you have already heard it like 20 times by now, but the name's Nair Sepphire. Takashi Komuro. Takashi nods. I'm Rei Miyamoto. Rei speaks up after Takashi. Busujima Psycho, nice to meet you Sepphire. The teacher behind you is Miss Shizuka Marikawa. Psycho then continues after doing a slight bow. Oh, that's me, nice to meet you Serpflafir, Serflafir a Sepphafir. Shizuka after hearing her name proceeds to apparently try to rename me to something more fluffy. If I say that I'm surprised, I would be lying, again. Just Nair is fine, my surname is quite the mouthful. The group giggles silently while Shizuka pouts and silently keeps trying to get my surname right. After we got over with greeting each other, I turned to Saya. So, what happened, are you alright? I ask her. Hey, what do you mean? She asks, slightly frowning. Well, after we split up I tried to find you two again but... Before I could complete my sentence Saya butts in. We could not wait for you in that classroom, it was too dangerous. She says, while narrowing her eyes. That was not what I was going to ask. Was it you that screamed at the school on the second floor, near the faculty room at sunset? Well, I know it was her. But I figured that at least more interaction with her will make her less toxic towards me. She opens her eyes wide then quickly gets an angry frown. Oh or not, figures that it was probably a bad subject. Definitely a bad subject to talk about. God, I am an idiot. If you knew it was me then why didn't you come to help? She asked with a loud voice. I ran into some trouble, I answered as I turned to look at the bloody bandage on my hand. I then took a quick glance at the back of the bus. Shido had long since recovered from his little accident with the bus floor and was already yapping about the leader business to everybody that could tolerate him. I.e. everybody not in the main group. Wait, so you are the friend Kota was talking about? Takashi asks. I blink a few times before connecting the dots. And then I turn to Kota. Please tell me you did not forget my name in all the panic and told them that you had a friend that helped you. Kota just laughs sheepishly and scratches his head. I just facepalm and groan. We tried to look for you but there were too many of them in the hallways for us to search efficiently. Psycho speaks up. It's alright, it worked out in the end. I sigh and decide to not dig into the subject any further. If they don't care enough to look for me, then I'll just have to get closer to them until they'll do. Speaking of it. What happened to you, Sephier? You looked really awful when you got on the bus. Psycho asks me right after. I turn my sight to Shido's little flock before answering. I'll tell you all when the time's right. And now it's not, trust me. Psycho follows my eyesight, looks at Shido, then back at me, and nods. The rest of the group, seeing Psycho agree to wait, decided to not press on the matter either. Well, we were off to a rough start, but I hope we'll get along now. I say, folding my arms with a nod, looking at the group as they nod back at me. Except for Saya, she just stared out of the window. Alright, let's not forget what's to come. Got to figure out where we are right now. I headed back to my seat and put the bag on the chair by the window so I could sit on the chair that was easier to get up from. Comfortable with my seating, I take my map out of the bag. Miss Marikawa, could you please tell me where are we right now? I ask Shizuka while looking at the map. She turns her head slightly. I think we just passed a sign saying that we passed block 10 to 58 of the Kawashimo neighborhood. She answers as she glances around the front windshield. I see. Thank you. I respond and return to my map. I need to figure where Shido will pull his little stunt, so I can plan a route for when we get split up. As I can't just run after Rei and drag her back by force if she jumps out. That would give everybody a very bad impression of me. And seeing that even Takashi could not convince her, there's a good chance that we'll end up splitting up. If I can't figure a good way to prevent the whole thing from happening at least. But knowing Shido's character and Rei's history with him, nigh impossible I say. Looking at the map, I pinpoint the bus's location and then look at the nearest bridges drawn on the map. The city is actually 3 giant landmasses linked by bridges, and is surrounded by the sea at one end, much like Poseidon's spear. Right now we are at the rightmost island, with the closest police station, that I suspect Takashi mentions they should meet up at, being the central landmass. Meaning that if we were to use the original meeting place, we'll need to pass the bridge to get there, and most of the bridges will be clogged with cars, or blocked off by cops. In the anime Takashi reunites with the group by finding them on a blocked bridge by sheer dumb luck. Not something I want to count on right now. I will try to figure where Shido will make his move, and then find the nearest location we could meet up, like a park or even a bridge itself. Deciding to take a small break, I fold the map back and look at the bloody bandage that I still had on my hand. I'm still a bit weirded out that I'm not even shaken by that whole thing with the dead student. But I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. If I was freaking out right now, it would not do me any good. I then leave the bloody bandage on the metal handle in front of me. Rest in peace. That's all I can offer you. I close my eyes and decide to rest a little. With my eyes closed, all I could hear was the engine of the bus, and silent whispering. Until some minutes later, I hear footsteps closing into me. Hey, Nair. Opening my eyes, I turn my head and see Kota sitting on one of the 2 chairs by my right. Hey, what's up? I answer nonchalantly. Look, I just want to, apologize for not looking hard enough and almost leaving you behind. Kota kept his head down while he said this. Well, I had already decided to let the whole thing slide. But, the fact that Kota was still worrying about it, was enough for me. It's cool, the fact that you're still bothered about it is enough. It means you cared. So seriously, stop worrying about it, now. I looked at Kota, who still seemed to be down in the dumps. And figured it was time to take a different approach. By the way, nice SMG. Where did you get it? It kind of looks like a retarded vector. I say, pointing at the nail gun as I finish my sentence with a chuckle. Hey, a vector. He looks at the nail gun for a bit. You're right, it does look like one. It actually weighs about as much as an old assault rifle, so I never thought of it as an SMG. Wish it had the rate of fire and recoil of a vector though. Getting an idea in my head, I smirk. Well, I hope you did not name it yet, because as of now, I dub it Rector. Standing in for, retarded vector. He snaps his face to me. What? Don't go off giving my gun weird names. Kota hugs his nail gun and turns his upper body away as if protecting it from me. Okay, I won't. If you stop bothering yourself about what happened at the school. I say and fold my arms leaning back on my seat. He looks at me and sighs, and then finally laughs. Fine fine, I get it. Thanks Nair. I give him a two-finger salute as he gets up and walks back to his seat. I really want to turn back and shout you take good care of our actor now, but he might end up feeling that I'm having fun at his expense. That guy loves his guns after all. Deciding that was enough of a break, I take the map out once more and continue from where I left off. About 10 minutes later, I was still looking at the map. We were now driving near the seaside. The bus mostly quiet. I wish. As Junoda and his hangers-on had started causing a racket. It will happen soon. I got our location down, so I should start looking around for a place to meet up later. Scanning the map, I found a park that was near one of the smaller bridges and relatively close to our position. This could work. It's still on the same landmass and the bridge there seems to be small, so there's a chance it won't be clogged or blocked. Just as I finished my thought, I'm jerked forward as the bus suddenly stops. Shizuka then took off her seatbelt and turned around. I can't drive with all this yelling. Junoda freezes for a moment, before he starts shouting again. About stuff I really didn't care to listen about, something about having component people in the team or some crap. Then what do you wish to do? Psycho asks right after Shizuka, as she turns to look at Junoda. Holy deja vu. Didn't realize it, but I haven't seen them speak the lines they said in the anime up till now. I am really weirded out right now. I can't stand him. Junoda shouts pointing at me. Wait wah. I cannot stand that wimp. Why do we have to bring that dead weight with us? Junoda keeps shouting. This time, it seemed more natural that Kota wanted to act. We're supposed to be friends after all. Only to again be stopped by Saya. Did I just switch roles with Takashi? Whatever. This ass is mostly responsible for what happened back at the school. This time, he won't walk away with it. I slowly got up, my bat sliding off the chair as it was hanging on my left hand. I tilt my head slightly. Be careful when you use that word. Donkey. Junoda, losing whatever little restraint he had left, screams and charges towards me. Blind rage was all he had as he sprinted towards me. I was about to thrust my bat forward towards his chest as he blindly rushed towards me. Yet, for some reason, he tripped, causing him to awkwardly flail about as he tried to regain his balance. Not losing the chance, I released my grip on my bat, letting it fall on the floor as I ran up to Junoda, grabbing him by the collar with both hands and lifting his face to me. A wimp hey! Was the only thought that passed my head as I smashed my forehead into his nose with all my strength. The impact caused him to stop struggling and put his hands on his now bleeding nose. I then move one of my legs behind his own leg, take my hands off his collar and quickly bend my upper body and slam my shoulder into him, causing him to trip on my leg and fall down. Feeling that it was not enough punishment, I kneel down. With one knee on his arm, I grabbed his second arm with my hand and yanked it towards me so I won't end up with a surprise punch to the face. The last guy who died near me also ended up with a broken nose. You're filling that role perfectly so far. Be glad I decided not to use the blood-stained bat on your sorry face to test whether infected blood can transmit the disease. But, next time you try to cause trouble for me, I will pass your face through the bus floor before testing exactly that. Take this as a warning. I release Junoda and start walking back to my seat, only to hear clapping. I'm starting to get pissed with this charade. Splendid work Sepphire, you certainly know how to hold yourself in a fight. But this only proves what I was saying. We need a leader. Somebody who can stop avoidable conflicts like these. Shido proceeds to start yapping about how he will stop conflicts and keep everybody safe. All the good shit and all. Causing the students on the back row to start clapping. He then ends his speech with a bow and a shit-eating grin. It looks like it has been decided. I am now the leader of this group by the majority of votes. Feeling rather sarcastic, and probably because of all the adrenaline I had in my veins after my little scuffle with Donkey Boy, I started clapping right after Shido finished his speech. Although my expression made it clear that I did not buy a single thing he said. Bravo, cheers, high five, sluo clap. Somebody give that man and his little donkey an Oscar. All that acting was top-notch. If you think we are total fucking idiots, create a problem and then act as if you solved it, almost like a stinking politician. Shido's face actually distorted a little when I mentioned the politician part. Out of the whole thing, this got him? Guess he really hates his dad hey. Yet he quickly regains his composure. I do not know what you are talking about Sepphire, if you don't like being under my leadership. You are free to leave Shido responds with a smirk. As if expecting this, Rei jumps off the bus and starts stomping towards the nearby tunnel. Well, in the heat of the moment I forgot my actual target. Rei just jumped out, in other words, I fucked up. Takashi then gets off the bus, and runs to REI. Much to Saya's dismay. Yet as I'm about to walk off the bus as well, I'm stopped. My arm gets grabbed by Psycho. This is between the two of them. Psycho calmly shakes her head at me. I just stared at Psycho, before shifting my focus behind her. Raising my arm and pointing at the incoming giant bus. And they are about to get violently interrupted. I respond with the same calm tone, causing her to turn her head to where I was pointing at. Her eyes then opened wide. Psycho then shouts at Shizuka, who just reacts to her name, fidgets about and then just turns her head towards the oncoming lights and stays rooted to the spot. Is she a goddamn deer? Not that I was any better, as I just stood there as well and watched as the oncoming bus slammed into a car. It then did a whole flip in the air and crashed where REI and Takashi were standing some moments ago. The wreckage is now blocking the tunnel and catching on fire in the process. I'm jerked back to action as I realize that Psycho just ran past me. I ran behind her, my mind still processing what I just saw. Can a bus actually do a frigging flip like that? Reaching the bus, I see flaming corpses coming out the wreckage. Getting near Psycho, I hear Takashi shouting. To the police station. Before Psycho can speak, I shout back. No, the closest police station is still too far. It's over the bridge, and with the panic we don't know if the bridges will be passable. We need a location on this landmass. I shouted back. Where then? Takashi shouts back at me. There is a giant park, Marui Shigemi, east of here, near one of the smaller bridges that connect to the central landmass. We can meet up there either today or tomorrow at 7. If the place is overrun, then head towards the bridge and wait either on it or under it. I shout out. Takashi nods at me through the opening in the burning wreckage, then turns his back and starts running with REI. I look back at the corpses that had closed in. Psycho was readying her buken, only for the corpses to collapse from the damage the fire was doing to them. I'm not in the mood for smoked bacon today. Let's go, busy Jima. This crash is bound to attract every single corpse that was shambling around here. I say as I start moving towards our bus. Psycho nods and follows behind me. Good thinking back there, by the way. Psycho tells me as we run back to the bus. I just looked at her and nodded. Getting on the bus, Psycho shouts at Shizuka that we need to change route, with Shizuka nodding and turning the bus around. I look at my seat, seeing Kota sitting by my bag. Did something happen? I ask. He turns his sight to Shido's group. Of course, I openly antagonized Shido a moment ago. Now I'm going to be targeted by Shido and his merry midgets. Being stuck on this bus is going to suck. I see, thanks for keeping a lookout, buddy. I turn my head back to Kota. Don't mention it, just watch your back and hear Nair. Kota says as he gets up. After Kota left, I sat on my chair and checked my equipment, making sure that everything was still in place. I wonder who tripped Saunoda back then. He might be a donkey, but I don't think he's retarded enough to trip on his own 2 feet. Or well, he might be. Chapter 10, The Bailout. Do you know how it feels when the TV is on, and there's a random chump talking non-stop, yet the only thing you hear is static? That would be the perfect example of what is going on with me right now. Shido, after being elected leader, has been on a killing spree. He won't shut his goddamn mouth up, not even for a minute. And to add even more fuel to this retarded flame, his group is now giving me the stink eye, while Shido keeps trying to fan the flames. We must protect ourselves from whatever threat will try to tear us apart. Monsters do not always look like monsters. We need to act like a group, help each other, and weed out the ones that would try to harm us. Shido kept on spouting shit, while the idiots on the back with mouths agape were looking at him like they just met a goddamn superhero. Luckily for me, we are stuck in traffic. Otherwise, they would probably try to throw me out in the first group of corpses they could see. So I could just let the whole thing play out as it did in the anime. But the idea of staying in this bus with Shido and his group of lunatics any longer is a big no-no. I then turn my attention back to the map. After getting away from the crashed bus, it didn't take us too long to get stuck in traffic. Even if we were not trying to go over the bridge this time around, we still ended up funneled here. As most roads were not in a condition for the bus to pass through in order for us to go where we wanted to. Being it, crashed cars or police blockades, we ended up forced to come here along with every other escaping citizen and their cars. I turn my head away from the map and look outside. Miss Marikawa, I don't think we'll be able to change routes like this. All the exits are blocked and the only way to go is towards the bridge. And by the speed we're going now, we won't be over that bridge even by tomorrow noon. I say to Shizuka before turning my head back to the map. Shizuka herself was pretty much falling asleep on the wheel as I spoke up. She sighs before taking her hands off the steering wheel, stretching her body. And it's not even night yet. She complained lazily. That's not the problem here, you natural blonde. I need to figure out a way to make my group bail the bus. I'm not spending my night right next to the Shido bear. There's also something else I want to do, and if I can do it during or right before night time, all the better. So, guess it is time to try and persuade my new friends. I get off my seat and walk up to Kota and Saya. Both of them turned their heads to me. Psycho, who was only a seat away, also turned to look at me. I think now it's a good time I tell you all why I looked like total crap when I got on the bus. Turning my sight to Psycho, she nodded and leaned towards my direction. I motioned with my head for them to come to the front of the bus. Not here. Also, do not come all at once. That would turn Shido's attention to us. I don't need to deal with his crap right now. I head back to my chair and start packing my stuff. One by one, the rest of the group walked to the front of the bus and took a seat close to me. Thankfully, Shido was too busy drowning in the admiration of his fans to realize that all four of us had gathered in the front of the bus. So what happened? Psycho asks. Shido happened, while we were still inside the school. I say as I turn my sight to the back of the bus. You met with Shido before you decided to ram into him? Saya asks as she tilts her head and raises an eyebrow. Yes, and the slimy bastard tried to kill me. I respond as I fold my arms. Other than Shizuka, the rest of the group, while they did react somewhat to my statement, they didn't look that surprised. I guess Shido's reputation precedes him. Nair, are you 100% sure he actually tried to do such a thing? While I do admit that I don't like Mr. Shido too much, and his reputation with the staff isn't exactly the best, maybe you just misunderstood something. Shizuka spoke with surprise and some disbelief written all over her face. I sigh as I shake my head slightly. While I was stuck with his group, we got attacked. A student in his group got bit while we were trying to find a way out of the school. I should have known better than to turn my back on that snake. But that's what I did, and he in turn tried to knock me out, or just kill me outright with my own bat while I was trying to help the fallen student. I'm lucky that he swings like a retard, otherwise I'd probably not be here right now. Shizuka had her hands over her mouth now. Guess there's not much to misunderstand in my story now. So this leads us to right now. With the speed we're going right now, we'll never reach the park. What's more, most roads seem to be blocked by cop cars or overall be in a very sorry state. I don't think we'll reach the meeting place anytime soon if we stay in the bus. I can also bet whatever sanity I have left, that Shido will only become more unreasonable in his actions as time goes by. He's given some power, and he's already drowning in it. After that, the group stayed silent for some time, until... You are right about the park, we will never make it like this. Psycho looked out the window as she spoke up. But what should we do then? Would you rather go on foot? She asks as she turns to look at me. Thank you, my dear sadistic samurai. I smile slightly. Yes, I would rather, and we'll go on foot. Hell knows I'm not spending my night here with Mr. Leader around. And the more time I waste on this bus, the less time I will have to find a place that is safe to stay in for the upcoming night. Truth be told though, I don't even want to think how it would be to pass a night alone while being surrounded on all sides by walking corpses. That is some frigging nightmare fuel right there. We. Psycho cuts in while I was thinking. We. I tilt my head. Yes I agree that staying here won't do us any good. So I think that we should leave the bus as well. Psycho turns to the other two as she finishes speaking. Yeah, I would rather take my chances out there as well. Kota adds up after Psycho. It's decided then, we're leaving. Saya seals the deal as we all nod together. Before we get up from our seats we hear a meek voice coming from the driver's seat. Can I come too? I do not want to be left all alone here with Mr. Shido. I turn to the front to see Shizuka staring at us. I smile and give her a thumbs up. She claps her hands together and with a smile, she pulls the handbrake before getting up. I was about to fully secure my bag, when the commotion we made finally attracted Shido's attention, causing him to turn his attention to the front of the bus. Is there something wrong? As a group we need to stay together. If there's something to be said, all of us should hear it. Secrets can lead to infighting after all. And for that reason, as your leader, I believe we should not be keeping secrets from one another, don't you agree? He spreads his arms like the sun just shone out from his ass after finishing his pompous as fuck speech, his groupies clapping behind him, blinded by his glorious ass hine. God, are those idiots going to clap at everything he says? Thanks but no thanks Shido, we have our own agenda. We got no reason to stay here with you. Saya answers with a sharp tone. Shido's grin then, gets even wider. Well Takagi, this is a free country after all, you can do as you wish. But... Shido then starts licking his lips. What the hell? I really want to deck his face right now. Miss Marikawa stays behind. It would be really bad if we lost our driver and medic in our current situation. Shido then started walking towards us. What's that idiot doing? Does he really expect that he will be able to intimidate us after we literally just dealt with fucking zombies? Maybe I should just indeed deck. No, wait, I remember this scene. Knowing what was coming next, I passed my bag over my shoulder and then walked backwards, until I felt the steering wheel with my hands. And then, I heard the air being ripped. Kota had just fired his nail gun. Okay, this is my chance. While Kota was keeping Shido occupied, I ignored the scene in front of me and turned my sight to the bus's steering wheel, looking for the keys. And the moment Kota started shouting, I turned the engine off, hoping that everybody was too focused on Kota to realize that the bus had gone silent. Busujima, exit first, I'll guard the rear. I hear Kota shout. Alright, it's time to leave. I take the keys off and pocket them. You have proven you are a man, Kota. Saiko speaks up, smiling at Kota before getting off the bus, followed by Saya and Shizuka. With only me and Kota left in the bus now, I speak up. Let's go, Kota. The only thing these guys are going to be good for now is live bait, I say with a smirk on my face while staring at Junoda. Kota nods, and without taking his eyes off Shido, he starts walking backwards towards the door. His nail gun pointed at Shido the whole time. The moment Kota got off, I started walking towards the stairs, staring at the strip-suited worm the whole time. My mouth then curved up to a smirk. Next time I see you, I stop smirking mid-sentence. I will feed you and your little parade to the corpses. Hope you like walking. I get off the bus, slam the door and start running towards the group. If all goes well, this is going to be the last time I see Shido and his cult. Hey, here's to wishful thinking. After reaching the group that was now waiting for Kota to catch his breath, I slowed down and walked up next to them. That could have gone a lot worse, good job. I say as I lightly tap Kota on the back. Thanks. Kota tried to speak as he took deep breaths, hands on his knees. Saya, upon hearing my voice, turns to look at me and folds her arms. Oh boy, toxic projectile incoming. Well, we're now on foot with no protection, now what? Wait, she is not throwing any toxic waste at me? I call this progress. Following Saya's question, I take off my bag and pull out the map. Now, we become tourists. I say as I wave the map. Hey. Saya frowns loudly. I don't know this part of town very well. So we'll have to use the map to figure out where we are and where we need to go. I say while looking at a road sign, so I could pinpoint our current location. We're still in a police-protected location, so we should be relatively safe from any surprise attacks by corpses. Though if we somehow are caught by surprise in this packed location, it won't end well for us. Finishing my explanation, I returned my attention back to the map. A couple of minutes later, the whole group had formed a circle around me. There are multiple roads we can take that lead to the park, our meeting location. Saya speaks up first. Yes, but we first need to find a way out of the evacuation route, or at least the area secured by the police. Saiko adds. The police have already blocked most of the roads though. Kota continues. So we have to backtrack until we find an opening to the cordon and then go from there. I continued after Kota. The further away we go from the bridge, the easier it will be to find an open road to slip through, so I think your logic stands. Saiko finishes before we all nod to each other and get ready to start walking. As the group started walking, I began to dig my hand in my pocket, and then took out the bus keys. I then lifted my hand in front of my face with the keys dangling under my fingers. Wait, are those the bus keys? Shizuka, who was next to me, points at the keys as she keeps blinking, her eyes wide open. Yape. I answer while looking at the keys. The rest of the group then turns to me. You stole the bus keys? Saya asks incredulously, but I could see a slight smirk on her face nonetheless. Yup, I replied once more, still looking at the keys as they glittered in the sunset. When did you even? When you shot at Shido. I cut off Kota as I keep looking at the keys. I spin the keys on my finger before throwing them to my left. Over a makeshift fence that blocked off a rather dark alleyway. They wanted to throw their weight around, it's about time they lose some by walking. I say with a shrug before I start moving forward. That joke was awful. Saya rolls her eyes as she shakes her head, though she was smiling. I shrug as I keep walking. Bad joke or not, the whole thing did put a smile on the whole group, so it was worth it. And to add to that, with no bus, there is a chance that Takaji's house will not fall. 2 birds, 1 stone. We decided to go from a different path down the road, so we wouldn't end up returning to the bus. And other than the occasional cop telling us that we should be going in the opposite direction, nobody really tried to stop us. And as we kept going, I could slowly see fewer and fewer people around. In the end, it didn't take too long for us to move away from the mass of escaping citizens. I have stopped seeing the police for some time now. Kota says as he looks around the road we were on. Most of them are probably concentrated near the bridge and along the main roads leading there. But this also means that there should be an opening for us soon. And corpses are going to become a threat again. I say as I keep walking. And, I was right. It did not take too long after that for us to start seeing corpses that were headed towards the bridge, along with several unbarricaded roads. It seems we can change directions from here and start going towards the park. Saya speaks up. Alright. Thing is, we can't walk through corpse-infested streets like we're going for a picnic. We need to change our positions. Takagi and Miss Marikawa, both of you stay in the center of the group. Kota, you can take the back. You have limited ammo, so you shouldn't waste it on corpses that are no threat to us. Fire only if they have a chance to surround us, okay? Busujima, I trust that you don't have a problem being on the front. Remind me who made you leader again, that you can order me around. Saya butts in before Saiko can respond, the glare on her eyes ever so obvious. Of course, if it's not Takashi ordering her around, then she gets like this. I want protagonist privileges. Or at least a Takashi Ray. Just as I was about to open my mouth. Takagi, Sephier is right. We can't move around carelessly now. What if we get ambushed and you are the one in the front or back? Can you fight in close quarters? Saiko speaks up. Saya just glares at Saiko before turning her head away and going to the center of the group, obviously annoyed. And I'm nobody's leader, Takagi. Mostly because I don't want to be responsible for other people's lives. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to keep us alive. All of us. With that, I positioned myself behind Saiko. With that said, I'll be checking the map to scout different routes while we're on the move, in case we find a dead end. But you can count me in case things go south. Saiko answers me with a nod. Alright everybody, let's go. Shizuka pumps her fist in the air while trying to make an angry expression. The tension just dropped to 0. Alright everybody, noise to the minimum from now on. After saying that, I turn my attention to the map and we start walking down the corpse-infested streets. Okay, focus. No pressure, I'm just responsible for our route. What's the worst that can happen? Drive us head first into a dead end with a horde on our tail? Me, you're horrible at pep talks. Walking down the street, I simultaneously kept an eye on the map and to the front, while Saiko dealt with any corpses that got too close by going all ninja on their ass. Which was mostly her sliding behind them and cracking their collarbones/heads with a sideways slash. Damn, she's as good as shown in the anime. Gotta have to ask her to teach me how to do that. Reaching the first intersection, we find our initial planned route blocked. Crashed cars had pretty much cut off the road we wanted to take. Saiko stops and turns to me. I nod and look around the road we're on, along with our position in the map. The park is to the northeast, in other words, we need to go straight and then left. The most direct route to it, being going east, which was straight ahead, was blocked. So we could only go left to the north or, take a detour and go right to the south. Problem is, the road leading north had a truck blocking most of the road, leaving either a small space to squeeze through or forcing us to go under it. Saiko turns to me and points at the north road and I negatively shake my head, pointing to the southern one. Too risky, too large of a chance that we'll get trapped. I whisper to her. She nods and turns back around. Then we take a right turn and head down the road. The corpses here did not even notice us. Most of them were either clustered in one side of the road or were shambling towards the loudest nearby sound, that usually being a running car engine. Thanks to that, we reached the next intersection with no problems. And once more, Saiko stopped and turned to me for directions. This time we did not have much of a choice, we needed to go left or we would be moving even farther away from the park. Thing is, the corpses on that road were moving towards us, or towards our direction at least. Even so, we start heading towards that road after I point Saiko to our left. Thankfully, the road didn't have many corpses so we could somewhat safely pass through. The only real problem was that they were scattered around in the street and not gathered on one side like in the last road. Nothing that Saiko couldn't handle though. Once we safely passed the corpses and reached the next intersection, it was my turn once more. We are doing pretty well on staying undetected so far, but something is bothering me. I lift my head from the map and look behind Saiko, who was looking at me, to the road ahead. The road ahead seemed to have progressively more corpses the further I see, all walking towards us. Towards the west. I then walked to the middle of the intersection with Saiko following close behind me and looked at the two other roads. The corpses that are on the left and right part of the intersection have both crowded onto one side of the road. If the walls were not there, they would be heading west too. I then walk back to the group. There is something important we need to check. I speak up to the group. Is there a problem? Kota asks. We need to go straight, but I'm getting some really bad vibes with how all the corpses are actually shambling towards us when we try to go on the road that heads east. I say as I point at the road ahead of us. Yeah, on the road we passed by, had all of them gathered on one side, wonder why. Kota scratches his head. And after a few seconds of silence. The mass of civilians on the bridge. Saya suddenly speaks up, as if receiving an epiphany. Shit, she's right. How could I frigging forget that? The noise produced from all the annoyed drivers honking their horns, plus the cops that were using megaphones or opened fire at the stray oncoming corpses. And you have yourself one loud-ass dinner bell. They are all being attracted towards the commotion the people are making back there. With the rest of the island's source of noise not being so strong. The bridge, with such a large number of people and vehicles, is one of the loudest sources of sound left. Saya says calmly while folding her arms. I take a deep breath as I internalize the really bad news. Okay, we will head straight, for now. But be ready to fall back if things get out of control. I say as I point at the road ahead, before focusing on the map again. The group nods, and we start moving straight ahead, through another group of corpses. It sadly also didn't take too long to verify that the corpses only increased in number as we started going down that road. So much so, that I decided to put my class on hold. As I turned around and gave the map to Shizuka, then took the bat out from the side straps of my bag. I can see even more of them coming, we need to get off this street fast. Can't waste time being sneaky about it. We can't waste time on this road. We'll run down the road, after we reach the intersection, we'll go left, the corpses should hypothetically be all clogged to one side of the road there. Kota, keep an eye for any corpses that might surround us. I finished speaking and moved next to Psycho. I can see even more of them shambling our way, we need to get off this street fast. We are going to take the right part of the street as it has less of them and carve a road. Kill them or knock them down, whatever floats your boat. As long as they are disabled or at least unable to grab the ones running behind us, do whatever you want. I got your back on this one, I say, turning my head to Psycho. She doesn't even take her eyes off the incoming corpses as she nods, and smirks. Oh, sadist alert. With a silent dash, Psycho ran forward to the nearest corpse. I start sprinting, not far behind her. They are not clogged together so we should be able to make a path. Psycho ignores the first one in front of her and goes for the second nearest corpse. Landing her bukin right on its head, the corpse collapses on the spot. The sound of the body hitting the ground causing the corpses around her to turn their attention towards her. Which in turn caused the corpse that she ignored to turn its back to me. Not wasting time, I run behind the corpse. And before it could turn around, the side of its head met the wrong end of my bat, sending the corpse in a violent trajectory towards the floor to my left. Psycho takes a quick glance at me before she then again charges to a distant lone corpse on her right. Repeating the process, I ran towards the closest corpse to the left as they started to turn towards Psycho. I close into the nearest one and swing smack dab on the thing's mouth. The impact causes the corpse to stumble backwards and fall while its teeth went flying left and right. The corpse next to it did not manage to get too far either, as it got a nail on the face before it could even get close to me. With these corpses out of the way, there were only two of them left blocking our way. I saw Psycho running towards the one on the right so I, again, went after the one on the left. Right as Psycho closed in and swung down on the right one's head, I charged into the left one, taking a running swing at its head. As both corpses fell, I took a quick look behind me to see the rest of the group running, following our path religiously. With the way now looking clear enough for a straight run, the whole group dashed past the stumbling corpses, making it to the middle of the intersection. Looking to my left, I see that the road had indeed corpses that were all gathered on one side. Theory confirmed, I continued running to that road until I was out of the intersection that had us face the corpses head on. After we all made it out of that street, I turned to the group and made the universal gesture for silence with my hand, then started walking down the road. Picking up distance from whatever corpse might have heard us. Once we were relatively away from any corpse that caught a whiff of us, I stopped walking and took a few deep breaths. Shizuka comes up next to me and extends her arm, the map in her hand. I nod and take my map back. Looking at it, I put my finger on the intersection we were now on. All of this, just to move 2 blocks towards the correct direction. I take my eyes off the map and look at the sky. And it's starting to get dark. All the while, we still have like 14 blocks to go. I turned my sight back to the map as we started moving down the road, towards the next intersection. Reaching the next turn was pretty easy this time around, with all the corpses being on one side once more. Once there, I turned to look to my right. A&D. You gotta be joking, I slightly dropped my shoulder as I stared at what lay ahead. Too many. Kota speaks up after me. The rest of the group just stared. Many was an understatement. 1,000 might also be an understatement too. The road ahead was not just clogged, it looked like a sea of walking corpses. All walking towards us. We need to find a place to hide by the wayside. Right fucking now. I say, as I turn to the group. One of the houses nearby. Kota asks. A house won't do, too large of a chance that it'll be locked. Furthermore, we don't have the time to check each house with that approaching. Saya answers to Kota, pointing at the horde coming towards our direction. Then what do we do? Koda asks again. Saya clenched her fists and lowered her head, her eyebrow twitching. Seriously? Is she going to start shouting here? Now. I darted my head around, looking for a place we could hide. The store, we can go to that store. Stay on the top floor and just barricade the stairs, I say, pointing my arm towards a two-story sports store that was near the corner of the street. That store has walls made of glass. You do understand how risky it is to stay there, right? Psycho adds after me. I'm open to suggestions. I would stay on a roof right now if need be. I say back to Psycho in a joking manner. That might not be a bad idea actually. Psycho responds, causing me to raise my eyebrow. Yet if you want to freeze to death. I say as an answer to that statement. Oh. I know. If we stick close together we won't be cold. Shizuka pops in and says something ridiculous with a beaming face, causing Koda to have the oh-so-famous nosebleed after he started staring at Saya. Something which she answered by punching Koda in the face before turning her face to me. Only to realize that I was also looking at her. What? You want one too? Saya puts her hands on her hips and leans her upper body towards me. Trying to keep a poker face, I speak up. No time left. To the sports store it is. I start running towards the store without waiting for the rest. Psycho giggles as she runs behind me, Saya following Psycho while she kept on fuming, Koda following with a stupid expression of bliss on his face and Shizuka with her finger on her mouth, ever oblivious. Perfect time for some comic relief universe. It's not like we are 5 minutes away from certain death. I kept grumbling in my head until I made it to the store. Looking through the glass wall, the place looked deserted. Getting near the door also caused it to automatically open up. Not good, this door will open wide the moment a corpse walks by. Even if it's rather silent, the corpse might hear it and stroll into the store. I turned to the group. The insides look clear but we can't be sure what lurks in the corners. Stay on guard until we make sure this place is safe. I say while looking at the oncoming sea of corpses. The door will attract a lot of the corpses if it keeps opening every time something walks by it. Psycho points at the door that was now wide open. Yet, we will need to find the circuit breaker and shut down the power on the first floor or at least bring down the shutters. Otherwise we'll have to make the door stay open. At least with it stuck open it won't make any noise. I say as I turn my attention back to the store and head into it, with the rest of the group following suit. We quickly search the first floor for corpses, and find it empty. Psycho, Koda, and I then spread out to search for the circuit board. Mid-search, I went to the glass wall to check how close we were from being ripped apart. Shit, we're cutting this way too close. No way we can risk closing the shutters now. And then, the lights went out. I also think I heard one of the girls yelp. As the sun was almost out, the first floor turned eerily dark now. Not to mention the moaning from all the corpses outside did not help with the eeriness at all. Not wasting time, I move away from the brittle glass wall and start heading towards the second floor. The rest of the group did not wait much as well. Either because they did not like the dark floor, or because the corpses were starting to flood the streets in front of the store. We silently go to the second floor and start checking for any unwelcome guests. Finding a corpse now will be really bad. We could end up attracting a whole shitstorm from the outside if we fail to kill it silently. Thankfully my fear was unfounded as we found the second floor empty as well. Alright, look for stuff you can carry to barricade the stairs. No heavy stuff that needs to be pushed, the screeching would actively kill us. After I finish my sentence the group nods and starts looking around the second floor. A couple of minutes later. We had erected a pretty lame barrier of chairs, boxes, and duct tape. Using that duct tape was a nightmare. Pull it too fast and it would make a sound like a goddamn siren. Or I'm just that much on edge. Leaving the duct tape on a nearby counter, I look back at the group before we all headed deeper into the store's second floor. Away from that poor excuse of a barrier. We grabbed some chairs and gathered in the far end of the store, near the glass wall of the second floor, and looked at the sea of corpses below us. Okay, 1,000 might have been an overstatement, but there are still way too many of them. I think as I look down at the passing horde. I then get up from my chair. I'm going to take a look around the second floor. It might have some sleeping bags or something. Also, turn down the lights. That glass window will make this room shine like a beacon right now. We can't afford to pick up more survivors, not right now at least. I say as I leave the group behind, giving a last glance at Psycho who simply nodded at me. I could feel the group staring at me as I walked away. I know Psycho agrees with me, she says the exact same thing later. But the rest of them did not seem too keen on trying to avoid helping others. No matter, we still need to keep a low profile. I don't want to risk attracting any crazy chainsaw-wielding clown here. Walking around the store's second floor I stopped by the ski section. Winter sports should have something worth of use. I kept looking around until I stopped by something that caught my eye. and just stayed there, staring. I am in love. I move to the hangers and pick up a black ski mask. Carbon fiber frame, polycarbonate visor, it even has its own balaclava. I grab the mask and balaclava pair, along with a second balaclava and go to the bathroom. I always liked masks and helmets. Maybe because of their faceless visage. Or well, maybe they just look cool in my eyes. Opening the sink, I toss the second balaclava in the running water before using it as a towel to clean my face of whatever crap might have been stuck on it. I then put on the balaclava that came with the mask and then put on the mask itself. Mask in place, I look at myself in the mirror. I feel like the coolest kid in town now. Or the biggest tactical tryhard. Leaving the bathroom, mask still on, I return to the ski section of the store. The visor does not hinder my sight, I can still hear normally. Nice. I kept looking around the ski section as the mask gave me another idea. Forearm guards, leg guards, knee guards. This place is a frigging treasure trove. Grabbing some equipment, I start gearing myself up. I would rather wear something completely black. But carbon fiber is tougher and lighter than whatever else is in here. Also, judging from the price tag on these things, I have to guess that it is high quality carbon fiber too. Whoever owned this place either had cash to bet on products, or just didn't care about profits that much. After I geared myself up, I looked at a nearby full body mirror. Got to check that these things don't make me sound like a dinner bell before getting hyped. On second thought, risking making any sounds while a sea of corpses is nearby might not be the brightest idea. With the usual ninja test not available, I started gyrating in place and did some stretches as silently and slowly as possible to see if any parts would get in the way. This way, any parts that could potentially make any sounds as I move can be ascertained without actually risking everybody's life. Several minutes later, tests done, I concluded that the knee pads had to go, as they seemed to restrict my movement too much while also moving the most as I stretched. After getting rid of the knee pads, I did some stretches again until I finally could say that my range of movements was the same as before and my new gear didn't slide all over the place. As silent as I was before getting the new gear. Now, sleeping bags. I kept looking around at the ski section until I found a map that displayed the whole second floor plan from a top-down view. No sleeping bags in the ski section so far. Let's see, the ski section is where I'm at. What section would contain what I'm looking for? Could be, hiking. Before leaving, I grab an extra pair of knee and arm guards. For psycho. Nodding to myself, I turn around and start heading to the hiking section. After getting there, it didn't take too long for me to find some sleeping bags. Let's see, I need 5, 7 if we count the other 2, 8 if we add Alice. But good luck explaining that to the group. I picked the 7 most expensive sleeping bags and tied them together, making a weird-looking caterpillar thing in the process. Then I grab the new life form and start moving back towards the group. Returning to the group, I see Koda looking dejected, Psycho smiling, Saya being beet red and Shizuka being herself. I get the feeling that I just missed something that would make me really salty. Getting near the group caused them to turn their heads, first to the sleeping bags. And then to me. Oh, hey Nair, found anyth? Koda forgot whatever reason made him dejected in the first place and just stared at me, mouth gaping like a fish. Sleeping bags, and the thing I'm gonna be buried with. I say, giving a few knocks to the mask. Psycho turns to me. I could see an ever slight smirk on her face. Wait, do I also look like a sadistic psychopath now? Saya just stared at me in silence, not speaking at all. What, did it leave you speechless? I say to Saya while tilting my head to the side. I was actually smirking, but nobody could see that. She jerks her head, seemingly snapping out of whatever it is she was thinking about. Idiot. Is all she said as she turned her face to the window. I could also hear a subtle, yet constant coming from Shizuka, so I turned my head to her. She was staring at me, intensely. This is not awkward at all. Power Ranger. She says, clapping her hands softly together, causing me to face palm. I could hear the girls chuckling, even Saya. Koda for some reason seemed to be stuck in fish mouth mode though. And then his stomach growled, hard. What, so hungry to the point that you're lagging? I asked as I walked towards my bag. Well, I haven't eaten all day, I can't help it. Koda says, looking dejected once more. Opening my bag, I looked over at the food I packed. A disappointed sigh came out my mouth as I realized that most of it was not in that good of a condition anymore, at least they're still edible. Pork, cheese curry, pizza, plain cheese, shrimp or cod roe. I say while rummaging in my bag. While I was actually asking Koda, I know that the rest would probably be hungry as well. And I was right, as they all leaned towards my bag. Hey, what? Koda asks, still looking like a fish. Choose one of them, Commando. Chop chop, you're holding the line and I have post-op packages to deliver. I say, trying to act like an employee in a packed fast food store. Pizza. He responds with a slight stutter. I take the bun that had pizza written on the label and throw it at him. He awkwardly catches it before realizing what was happening. Thanks Nair, he says, opening the plastic wrap and taking a bite into the bread, his face turning into one of pure bliss. Next. I say. Can I have the shrimp one please? Psycho asks, still leaning slightly towards me. Here you go. I give the shrimp bun to Psycho and she gives me a slight bow before taking the bread. Then I turn to the two that were left. Shizuka was seemingly in deep thought. And Saya also seemed to be thinking. Not the most similar of people to be deep in thought. Cheese curry. Shizuka finally speaks up and I hand her the one she asked for, she takes it with a giggle. Saya was the only one left now. I guess our princess is also a picky eater. Cheese. She says in a low tone of voice. I expected that she would take the more expensive one. I take the plain cheese bun and hand it to Saya. Thanks. She then turns her attention back towards the window. I shrug and grab one of the two buns that remained without looking. I lifted my mask and pulled my balaclava down until it was under my chin, opened the packaging and took a bite. Pork. As I kept eating though I noticed something strange. Psycho was staring at me, and so was Saya and Kota and even Shizuka. This went on for a couple of minutes until the ninja penguin. I didn't even realize who said that before. The whole group was trying their best not to spit their food out of their noses. Oh come on. I don't even have anything remotely white on me. I slowly lower my mask while still chewing. You're all just jealous of my cool new mask. I say to the group while they were trying to regain their bearings. I think I saw some tears running down Psycho's cheek during all this, which honestly is a first. Even if I were to add the whole anime in there. After we're finished eating we start preparing the sleeping bags so we can spend the night. We decided that we will go with 3 shifts of single-person guard duty while the others slept. Just in case something happens. I was to be the first one on guard so I grabbed a chair and took a seat. As everybody started getting ready for bed, I saw the extra equipment I picked up for Psycho, tossed to the side. Must have fallen there when I dropped the sleeping bag entity. I get up and grab the equipment, then head to Psycho, who was sitting alone by the window. Hey, Busujima. Reacting to my voice, Psycho turns towards me. Since you are gonna be close and personal out there I think you could put these to good use. I say as I hand her the stuff I picked for her. Hope you don't mind the color though. I don't rank very high in fashion sense. Thank you Sapphire. Psycho bows after putting the equipment on her lap and smiles at me. And now I'm not going to be the only Power Ranger here. Good night Busujima. I say as I let out a small chuckle and turn around. Good night, Ninja P. Nair, just. Nair. I turned around and cut Psycho off before she could throw me that last side jab, then turned back to walk towards my chair. I could hear muffled giggling behind me now. All of you are just jelly of my cool mask. Chapter 11, hope you don't mind walking. You give that back goddammit. I shout, chasing after Saya. You will never catch me alive. Saya screams, throwing a glance back at me. She was running like a rugby player, with a rather giant sweet roll under her arm. Give me back my sweet roll. I screamed as I kept sprinting towards her. Kota, close her off. I then shouted at Kota who was running besides me with a plastic bow in his hands. Yees. Arrow to the knee. He responds, using his plastic bow to fire an arrow aimed towards me. Traitor. I shout as I fall face flat to the floor, the world around me going black. Turning myself around, I see Psycho looking over me. Let me guess, somebody stole your sweet roll, she asks with a deadpan voice as she keeps looking down at me. Yes. I shout back. And just then, Saya walks up to me, the sweet roll, gone. Sapphire. She says while staring at me. Where is ma sweet roll woman? I respond, glaring at her. Sapphire, she says once more, seemingly ignoring what I just asked her. Yes, that's my name, now where is Sapphire? She cuts me off before I could finish. What? I shout back at her. God damn it, you masked idiot. Upon finishing her sentence, my vision starts shaking violently. Closing my eyes, I felt like I was once again falling down. After a few seconds of gliding through the darkness, I open my eyes. Only to myself staring at the ceiling of the sports store. With Saya leaning over me as she kept shaking me. With, quite the shakingly tantalizing view if I might add. He even went to sleep while wearing that mask, idiot. She groans as she keeps shaking me. She probably doesn't realize I'm already awake, as the mask's shaded visor hides my eyes. After some seconds, she stops shaking me and just sits there, staring. Okay, it's getting way too awkward with the way she's staring at me now. If you keep staring at me like that, things will start getting weird. I speak up without moving. Saya remained rooted on the spot for a couple of seconds, probably processing the situation. Before turning beet red. Idiot, get up. She responds with a frown as she quickly stands up and starts walking away. Wait. I call out to her as I get myself to a sitting position. She turns around and folds her arms. You don't happen to have a sweet roll on you, do you? In response to my question, Saya just blinks at me and rolls her eyes. Is that mask blocking the oxygen flow to your brain? She turns around and starts walking away again. Idiot, she adds in a lower tone. That's 4 idiots in 5 minutes or so. I think she's starting to like me. Chuckling to myself, I shimmied out of my sleeping bag and rolled it up. Only to realize that it's filled with wet spots. And no, not that type of wet spots. Maybe I should get a new sleeping bag. My clothes were drenched in corpse blood and I didn't take them off before sleeping yesterday. Well, no need to spend too much time thinking about it, it's not like these things cost me anything. Looking around, I could see the rest of the group scattered around the second floor. Nodding to myself, I toss the ruined sleeping bag aside before picking up my bag and start walking towards the hiking department. Getting there, I pick another expensive sleeping bag and roll it up as tight as I can. I then open my bag, and take out the remaining buns that I didn't try to offer last night, as they were in a less pristine condition. AKA squashed. I don't know about the rest of the group, but I'm still eating these. Definitely not the time to be picky. With that thought in mind, I finally place the rolled up sleeping bag snugly inside my bag. With the extra clothes being the only thing that takes up any real space now, I could stuff at least 4 to 5 sleeping bags in here if I roll them up tightly. As long as they aren't too large to begin with at least. Plan in mind, I start looking around the hiking section for the extra sleeping bags, trying to find a good balance between the size and the probable quality by its price tag. I was mid-search when I heard footsteps behind me. Turning around, I saw Psycho. Good morning. As Psycho spoke, I noticed that she was wearing the stuff I gave her yesterday. Morning. I answer before turning my head back to the sleeping bags of decent quality that I found. Getting a new sleeping bag? She asks as she walks up next to me. Yeah, I don't know about you. But I didn't exactly sleep in clean clothes, and my sleeping is in an atrocious state. So, I was thinking of getting a new one along with some spares, now that I still got the chance. Psycho stays silent, seemingly in thought. I will pack 5 of them in my bag, so if you have any preference better tell me now. I add up as I point to my bag. I see, thank you. Any sleeping bag will do for me. She nods with a slight smile. Also, the only breakfast we have right now is mashed buns. I then point next to my bag at the packaged, squished food. Psycho nods, walks up to the buns and picks them up. Leaving one behind. I will go ask if anybody else wants one, is that all right? She asks, holding the buns in her hands. Just tell the rest of the group that they will be getting new bags as well. This sports store has some very good backpacks we could use. I nod to Psycho as I speak. All right, I'll call everybody here after they have eaten. She turns around and leaves after nodding. A couple of minutes later, packing finished, I had taken my mask and balaclava off and was with a wannabe bun in my mouth. Okay, let's see. Right now I have 5 sleeping bags, a Swiss knife, a compass, a map, a flashlight, a spare change of clothes and a screwdriver in my bag. My bag is packed full with the only place left to add stuff being the outside pockets for small stuff like a gun magazine, and the side straps, probably for weapons of some kind. At least now that the rest of the group will have bags, we can get all the sleeping bags we need, along with space for anything we might need later. Ammo does take up space after all. Hey, I need to find the lone survivor and ask him how he can carry 200 rockets when the only thing he's wearing is a blue tight suit. After I was done eating, I covered my face once more and then spent the next half hour picking bags that the rest of the group could use. I must have lost track of time looking at bags, as I didn't realize when the whole group had gathered to my location. Until I turned around to find them all looking at me. Good morning, Psycho informed you of why I needed you all here. The group nods at me. All right. Well, pick a bag that you like. The group nods once more before spreading out, browsing the bags that were around. I admit, I sorta expected Saya to be all bitchy about it. But it's good to see that she's willing to at least take a bag. Even if it's a small one from what I can see. A couple of minutes later, the group seemed to have decided on their picks. With everybody except Koda picking a medium-sized bag. Koda, on the other hand, had picked a giant hiking bag, the thing being about half as tall as him. Koda. Will you be able to run if that bag is full? I ask as I scratch my mask with a raised eyebrow. Koda thinks for a bit before going back and taking a medium-sized hiking bag. It was still quite bigger than what the rest picked though. Well, he is the go-to guy in regards to guns, so it should be fine. Worst case scenario, we just ditch the bag. He's probably thinking about ammo space over mobility or something. I nod to myself before speaking. Alright. I myself have 5 sleeping bags in my bag. See if you can toss the ones you used and get new, clean ones when you have the chance. You should also pack some spares just in case, I say as I point to the sleeping bags I had gathered on the floor. The group looks at the sleeping bags and then back to me, silent. Should we really use so much space just for sleeping bags, Nair? Koda was the first one to ask. Judging from the look on their faces, they either all think the same thing or they're still not used to the mask. If it's the latter though, then tough luck. The mask stays. Ask me that again when you'll have to sleep on a dirty, rough, cold floor because your sleeping bag is in worse condition than the floor. Being able to have a good night rest is as important as being fed or hydrated. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll start making mistakes that you would otherwise not make, mistakes that could be fatal. Or would you rather carry sheets with you? Because, end of the world or not, I am not going to sleep on a blood-soaked bed if I can avoid it. Thank you very much. Thankfully the group, especially Shizuka and Saya, find my arguments to be rock solid as they started picking some sleeping bags of their liking. And in total, we now had 9 sleeping bags. Well, if they were not sold on the importance of spares, it's their loss. But at least now we got enough for little Alice as well. With the packing done, we moved to the glass wall so we could assess the situation on the street. The big mass of corpses seems to have moved away from the front of the store hours ago, and the number of corpses that are moving towards the west have decreased drastically. Either because the civilians there have moved past the bridge or because... Saya pushed her glasses with her finger while she spoke, her eyes focused on the street. Our rendezvous with Komuro was planned at 7, so we got some time until then. Psycho spoke up. It's still 9 am. So yes, we still got time on our hands. We can either go now and hunker down in the park, or wait and see if the corpses will decrease in number even more. After saying my opinion, I turned my head to the group. It should be fine if we leave now too. From the looks for it, most of the corpses that were nearby had already moved away. I just hope we won't find another horde approaching if we start moving. Saya speaks up after me. So we leave now? Koda asks. I don't see a problem with it. The sooner we get to the park the more time we'll have to scout the area. Psycho starts moving towards the barricade after she finishes talking. Seeing that we're moving out soon, I take the Swiss knife and map out of my bag and put them in my pockets before strapping the bag back on my back. Alright, we are leaving now then. I say as I start following behind Psycho. Getting to the barricade, I cut the duct tape with my Swiss knife before sliding it back in my back pocket. I'm glad I bought this Swiss Army knife, quite useful. And in a pinch, I can use it to stab a corpse in their Tyrian. While the screwdriver is safer in terms of reach, the Swiss knife is better than trying to poke them with my finger. Furthermore, I can keep the Swiss knife close in hand. I can just pocket it without it becoming a nuisance, unlike the screwdriver, which I constantly have to worry about stabbing myself in the kidneys when it's not in the bag. Going down to the first floor, we find the glass wall intact and the insides clear of corpses, thank God for small miracles. Let's check if we can force the door open. Turning the power back up might cause too much noise with all the electronics on the floor starting up all at once. Saya keeps moving after speaking, heading towards the glass door. There should be a back exit too, or maybe a fire escape. Psycho adds up, following behind Saya. Getting to the door, we check if we can open it manually. But as none of us knew how the door even functioned in the first place, we came back with only negative results. I then take a quick look around the first floor, my eyes stopping at the counter, or more correctly, the door behind it. There's an employee-only door behind the counter, might have an extra exit there. As the panic probably started mid-working hours, the emergency exits should be unlocked. I say as I start walking towards the counter. Reaching the door behind the counter, I grab the knob and turn it. Good, it's unlocked. I open the door to find a medium-sized room inside. 2 sofas side by side with a medium-sized table in front of them. On the far right side, I could see a small fridge. And in the opposite direction of the fridge, a door with the fire exit sign on it. I just remembered. I am thirsty and I packed only 1 bottle of water. Definitely not going to last. I take a quick look around the room before going in, then head straight to the fridge. Opening it, I see some ice-cold goodness. Actually, it was just water and some soda, but hey. I'm thirsty and we are in the middle of a zombie outbreak. We got some cold water here. I say as I pick a bottle, and the rest of the group instantly flocks to the fridge. In retrospect, it was pretty stupid of me to forget to pack more water. Well, hindsight and all that. After the group emptied the fridge of any form of liquid, packing everything in their bags, they then started looking around the room for any other things we could use. While the rest of the group was rummaging around the room, I walked to the emergency exit and tried to open the door. Unlocked as well, we're in luck. Peeking my head out, I saw that the back alley was clear of corpses. It seems we could safely leave from here. I close the door and turn around towards the group. The door is unlocked, we can leave from here, no corpses that I could see. I say, pointing to the door behind me with my thumb. There is nothing else here we can use, we should go. Psycho speaks up right after me. We all nod and get ready to leave. Same formation as before? I ask. Yes, I think that would be best, Psycho answers. We then leave through the emergency exit with Psycho leading the way. We first walk through the alleyway and then back into the main road. The place is really empty compared to yesterday. Not that I'm complaining. Alright. From here we need to go 12 blocks straight east and then 2 blocks north. The park then should be to our right side. The bridge is 1 block away from there. I was looking at the map as I informed the group of the ground we need to cover. The group nods, and we start our little trip to the park. Wonder if Takashi and Rei spent all night driving. In the anime they didn't stop anywhere for the night when they met up with the group on the bridge. Makes me wonder if they will just pop out a corner while we're walking towards the park or something. Or if they decided to be all kinky about it and went to a hotel for the night. Yet as we kept going, no wild Takashi appeared. Hey, I vote kinky hotel. At least the streets ahead look almost empty of corpses. Let's hope it stays that way. With that, I turn my attention back to the map, walking behind Psycho and not really thinking of anything. 3 blocks later, the corpses were even smaller in numbers. I also started seeing a couple of them that were not moving west and were just shuffling about aimlessly. We could also pretty much walk in a straight line now, without having a corpse blocking our way. So after we meet up with Takashi we go with his plan of meeting with our families. Kota, probably feeling less tense from the decreasing amount of corpses around, speaks up. Yes. Saya answers bluntly. Speaking of which, where are your families located, everybody? Shizuka asks. I'm not liking where this is going. Mine have already passed away, Shizuka starts. The only kin I have left is my father and he is overseas overseeing a new dojo. Psycho speaks next. My parents are probably both at home on the other side of the Onbetsu Bridge. Saya continues after Psycho. My parents are not in Japan. My father is a jewel merchant in Amsterdam buying supplies, my mother is a fashion designer in Paris. I remember this part with Kota's crazy rich parents. I wonder why in the anime it is never shown that he is, well, very wealthy. Or it's shown and I don't remember it. As for the others. Other than Saya's parents and Rei's mother, we don't ever get a chance to see the rest. Although I'm pretty sure that the cop with the sniper in the last chapter of the manga is Rei's dad. That leaves Takashi's mother. Finishing my thoughts, I lift my head from the map and realize that the group is now staring at me. Great. Now they want to know about my family, they're all dead, the end. Whatever family I have is in Europe and they tend to travel a lot, so I have no idea where they might be right now. I answer bluntly. You did not manage to contact them? Shizuka asks. No, my phone could not reach them. I answer once more. Actually, that was a lie, I never tried to contact them in the first place. I took the SIM card out of my phone before the outbreak even started. The group fell silent, and before anybody else could speak I continued. There is no point thinking about it right now. What we should focus on right now is making sure that we don't end up dead before a chance to do something about it appears. The group remained silent. Oh come on, they didn't seem to have a problem that Kota and Psycho's parents were abroad, why are they so bothered about mine? Do they think that I might be feeling trapped here because I am a transfer student or something? After thinking for a bit I speak up. But what I do know at least is that my family would never wish on being the thing that caused me to be depressed, or the ones around me. I intend to honor that wish. A family with good relations would never want to see other parts of it suffering, no matter the reason. And I know that my real family would think that, so it's not like I am lying to them right now. Right. We should worry about arriving at the park on time, rather than worry about the people that are on the other side of the globe right now. I add up. Why, yes, we need to make sure Komuro is fine. Saya finally breaks the mood the group was in. I am sure Komuro and Miyamoto are fine, they are both more than capable. Psycho adds after Saya without turning to look at us. Kota and Shizuka nod at Psycho's statement, seemingly snapping out of whatever caused them to fall silent in the first place. After that, nothing really changed until we got near the 6th East Block. Looks like none of them are going west anymore. Psycho speaks up. Yes, I can see that. We are pretty far away from the evacuation route after all. Saya speaks next. Should not change much for us. They don't seem to increase in number, so we can still walk past them easily. I say as I look ahead. With that observation, we kept moving forward. You think the horde from yesterday might have overrun the evacuation route? Koda asks. Doubt it. Probably ended up stuck on a barricade, or met a hail of bullets. I respond, still looking at the map. After all, the bridge falls to the horde while the group is in Rika's house. If that was the same bridge, that is highly probable though. No way the police is going to risk it and split their forces by having two evacuation routes. The ones near the store were still going west, meaning that there was still noise to attract them. So it seems very likely that the evacuation is still progressing normally. Saya answers after me. Still, it's amazing how so many of them can gather together. Shizuka speaks up after Saya. No, not really. They are attracted to sound, so if a small horde manages to form, then they would make enough noise to attract more of them, which would make the horde bigger, and that would, in turn, make the horde louder, causing even more of them to follow the horde. Rinse and repeat until you get a large horde stumbling around gathering more corpses as they move. Saya looks at Shizuka as she speaks. Wow, you're really smart, Takagi. I hear Shizuka say in amazement. Humph, of course. I am a genius after all. Saya responds with a huff. I tried really hard not to chuckle at Saya's last statement as it would probably make her furious. But, for some reason, I found it really funny. About 15 minutes later we reached the 8th block. Looking at the map, I checked the remaining 6 blocks we had to walk through. I have not seen any type of blockade so far. So the bridge near the park wasn't used as an evacuation route? Also, the corpses are starting to increase in number again. I guess we have reached the edge of where the corpses were attracted by the horde. Nothing too dangerous though. As we kept moving down the street, I heard Psycho speak from the front. Sepfir, how far till the park? 4 blocks straight, 2 blocks after we turn left and we're there, I say in a low tone, lifting my head from the map. Psycho just nods without looking back. Because I don't know if we will be near Shizuka's house like in the anime, I wonder if we can find a car to get to Shizuka's house. If Takashi arrives with that orange bike, we'll have to do 3 trips in total, 1 to check the place, 2 to move the group there. Too bad so far all the cars I saw were in a toss me to the scrapyard condition. Also, while I don't know where we are right now compared to the anime, I don't think going anywhere else other than Shizuka's house is a good idea. For multiple reasons. More importantly, if we don't go there, we lose the guns and Alice dies. While I do think that we should not be taking in random survivors, knowingly leaving the kid to die after she just saw her dad getting killed is just... yeah, no. I'm not that cold-hearted, not yet at least. There is a fine line between self-preservation and cold-hearted ruthlessness. And, at best, decisions like these are impossible to just paint in black and white. But leaving Alice to die when I can do otherwise is just... Upon reaching the 12th block, finishing our journey to the east, I raise my head, look back at the group and speak up in a low tone once more. Next intersection we go left. Then after 2 blocks straight and we will see a park that takes up a whole block on our right, that's our destination. I see the group nod before I turn my attention back to the map. Once we reached the intersection we moved to the center and stopped. Looking to my left I could see the street we needed to take. That road looks more corpse-ridden than the one we are on, but it should be traversable. I motion with my hand for the group to move and we start going down the left. As we kept moving forward I could see an increase in crashed cars ahead of us. While they did not really block our way, it was kind of unnerving. I hope the bridge is not blocked by cars. As we kept moving forward, I came to a realization. Wait, the group never actually crossed a bridge. They just used the Humvee's ability to traverse through water and just drove through the river. I guess when the water level was not too high? I do remember reading that a Humvee, if equipped for it, can go through 1.5 meter deep water. At least that means I can stop worrying about whether the bridge will be blocked or not. With that off my mind, I continue walking behind Psycho. It did not take too long after we walked north until I heard Shizuka speak. We made it. As the park slowly came into view, I started scanning the surrounding area for Takashi. I don't see any orange bikes around. The park was rather flat, and while it did have some patches of trees around there was no place in it to hide effectively. In other words, Takashi was not here yet. Alright, we are here. I don't see Komuro anywhere, so now what? Saya asks. The park looks relatively clear, so I don't see a reason to head towards the bridge. We could find a vantage point and just wait. I say, turning around as I took off my bag, opening it and putting my map back in, then taking my bat out of the side straps before wearing my bag again. And what can we use as a vantage point? Koda asks. Good question. There isn't any elevated ground around here that could help block any corpses that wander too close while also letting us easily see Takashi. Looking around the area my eyes fell on a box truck, with the cab facing us, that was abandoned in the middle of the street a little further away from us. That could work, the cargo box is too high for the corpses to reach. I am sure I never saw the corpses actually climb anything. The truck itself seems to be abandoned and not crashed. So, maybe, we could also use it to get to Shizuka's house. I point at the truck to the group. We can use the cargo container of that truck and just wait inside. With the lifted entry and the fact that corpses, from what I have seen, can't climb, we should be safe ins. Before I can finish, Saya speaks up. Komuro won't be able to see us if we hide in there, idiot. I got that part covered. I answer Saya. I really want to answer with don't worry, I'll make sure your boyfriend sees us, but she will probably start shouting. And I don't need corpses on our asses while we are stuck waiting. So, box truck. I ask the group. The rest of the group looks around, seeing nothing else that can be used, they nod. Making our way to the truck, with me in the lead, I realize why it was abandoned in the first place. The wheels on the truck are looking in different directions. I might not be a car expert, but I don't think it is supposed to do that. I guess driving it to Shizuka's house is a bust. I crouch down and check under the truck before getting too near. Nothing under the truck, but I could see somebody standing near the back, where the cargo doors are. I get back up and make a silence motion, putting my finger on my mask and where my mouth should be it. I then point at the truck and make a slit throat motion and start walking towards the back of the truck, keeping some distance from it. Psycho followed behind me while Kota stayed behind with Saya and Shizuka. After the back of the truck came into view, I could see a corpse leaning onto the right cargo door. A corpse is kissing the backside of the truck. Wait, that sounded wrong. I look at Psycho and nod at her. She casually walks behind the corpse and takes a swing to the back of its head with her buken, crushing its skull against the container. While I was walking up to her, she took hold of the handle that was on the container door. Before she could open the door, I grabbed the handle along with her hand, stopping her from opening the door. Wait. Not like this. I whisper, pulling my hand back. She turns to me, raising an eyebrow. That corpse was trying to enter into the truck, meaning something had attracted its attention to get into that position we found it in the first place. Open the right door with your right arm and move away to the side while opening the door. If something pops out, it won't fall on you like that. She keeps looking at me for a few seconds before speaking up. I see, thank you. She says, finishing her sentence with a slight smile and a nod before she moved to open the door with her other hand. As she opened the door, I took a step back. While nothing instantly jumped out, I was not wrong. I could see a corpse slowly walking towards the opened door. I look at Psycho and motion her to wait and make a one sign with my hand. She nods and stands still behind the door. The corpse just walks through the open door and falls out of the container, falling flat on the floor. I walked up to it while looking inside of the container before putting my leg on its back and took a golf-like swing on the corpse's head, causing blood to splatter on the asphalt while the corpse stopped moving for good. I then open the second door of the container. Clear. I say as Psycho walks up to me. Good news is, I'm pretty sure that corpses can't climb up here. The bad news is, that corpse that was in here makes the whole thing smell like, ugh. I say as I look away. So, do we look for something else? Psycho had her hand on her nose as she spoke to me. Looking inside the container once more, I saw an extra door on the right side of the truck's cargo box. No, wait. I say as I take a deep breath of fresh air and climb inside while holding my breath. I walk up to the door and open it. This should let the air flow through, taking that stench with it, hopefully. I say as I turn back and hurried out of the container. There was not a lot of blood on the floor of the container, so it should be easy to wipe it off as the container is made of, probably aluminum. I then moved to the side of the truck and motioned for the rest of the group to come. After they got close, I gave them a rundown of the situation. So, we'll wait a bit here before going inside. By the way, I know I've asked before, but, anybody got a handkerchief or a towel? There is some blood left in there from the last occupant. I point at the truck behind me after I finished talking. Also, take a guess on who was not pleased. Couldn't you find a place that was not this? Saya speaks up with a scowl on her face. Shizuka, the angel that she is, takes off her bag and hands me a towel. Ignoring the little princess, I take the towel and climb inside the container, wiping whatever blood was on the floor. Got a plastic bag to put this in, or do I toss it? I turn to Shizuka. Toss it, I have more of them packed. She says as she puts the bag back on her back. Well, the place already smells a lot better and it has not even been 2 minutes yet. I say as I walk to the edge of the container. I then turn around and put my foot on the bolts of the container's door, using them as a foothold. I then grab the roof of the container and pull myself up. With the roof over my hips, I raise one of my legs, putting it on the roof before rolling sideways. Still laying flat on the roof, I turn, belly down, and slide myself until I can see the rest of the group under me. You are free to come up here if you don't want to be down there, Takagi. Though you'll be stuck up here with me then. I say with a chuckle. Saya just huffs in response. A couple of minutes later, and some re-dead corpses, courtesy of Psycho, the rest of the group climbed in the back of the truck. I was just laying there, flat on the truck's roof using my bag as a pillow with my bat next to me. I don't want to get up, this roof is weirdly comfortable. I could hear the group chatting silently under me, but I couldn't really understand what they were saying. I am really going to fall asleep like this. Well, Takashi should be on a bike, so I should be able to hear it. Yet. No, I should really get up and keep a lookout. Groaning, I get to a sitting position and lazily look around me. Whatever poor corpse had gotten near was long gone, so the coast was mostly clear. As for Takashi, I could not see or hear anything. I wonder when they will arrive. I sort of lost track of time staring at the same scenery afterward. I was starting to nod off when I heard a small thud behind me. Turning around, I see Psycho climbing the container. Need any he, never mind. Before I could finish my sentence, she was already up. It's alright, but thanks for asking. She smiles before looking around. Anything worth mentioning? She turns her attention to me. No movement. Not from anything alive at least. But it is still too early to get worried, we're supposed to meet at 7. We still got hours before that. I answer without taking my eyes off the streets. She keeps looking around. A couple minutes of silence passed. PSST. Hey brain, think of a subject, help a bro out. It is getting very awkward up here. And then, an idea pops in my head. Thanks brain, hope I am not going to regret this later. Hey, Busujima. I speak up. She turns to me. I was wondering. Would you be willing to help me train? I ask without turning my head to Psycho. Help you train? She asks, staring at me and tilting her head. At that, I turn my head to her. You're the president of the Kendo Club, and from what I have seen in the school posters, you also won the national championship. But honestly, just seeing you fight was reason enough for me. Right now I am probably not much of a challenge to you. Hell, I don't think I'll ever be a challenge to you, but that isn't the point. The point is that you are able to protect the ones you care for when the need arises. I say as I fold my arms. God, that was cringy. Felt like I was reading a line from a B-rated superhero comic. But I could not think of anything else to say that wouldn't make this whole situation weird. It's not like I am lying though. I do want to make sure the group survives. Psycho just smiles in response. If you don't mind me asking. Who are the ones you want to protect? Is she doing this on purpose? I stay quiet and look away, thinking of what to say. The ones who would also protect me if need be. I say, turning my head back to her. She stays silent for a while staring at my mask. Before she smiles once again. Don't expect that I will go easy on you then, Sepphire. She says, still smiling at me. And I do believe I just dug my own grave. Okay, so, do I call you teacher, master, or something? I say, shrugging in the process. Psycho just chuckles. I would prefer if you just called me Psycho, if you don't mind of course. She is definitely doing this on purpose now. I nod. Call me Nair instead of Sepphire, and you got yourself a deal. I answer to my future torturer. Psycho nods at me before going back down to the rest of the group. Oog. So, this just happened. It did just happen, right? I did not actually fall asleep and dreamt it. After making sure Psycho had gone down, I pinch myself. Yep, as real as it gets. Though now I don't know if I should be happy, or scared that Psycho might get a bit too excited during our training and send me to a coma. And then, the next couple of hours passed uneventfully, especially compared to that. I was once again starting to nod off, sitting comfortably on the roof of the truck. Why am I so goddamn sleepy after getting on this stupid roof? At least I was sleepy, until the silence was broken by the sound of a rumbling engine. Whatever drowsiness I had disappeared as my head turned to the direction of the sound. Either Takashi is here, or I am about to get shot. I hurriedly went prone as I kept staring towards the sound that was progressively getting louder. The rest of the group, foolishly ran out of the truck after hearing the sound of an engine. If this isn't Takashi, they are really letting themselves become easy targets. With that in mind, I speak up. Don't break cover yet, we do not know who is coming. Stay focused until the last second. The group looked at me as I laid flat on the truck's roof. Shizuka and Saya got back inside the truck while Kota hid beside it, aiming down his nail gun at the upcoming source of noise with Psycho waiting next to Kota. The next couple of seconds felt like an eternity, until I saw an orange bike with 2 people on it. And the hero arrives, ladies and gentlemen. I slam the roof with my hand to signal that it's safe and then jump down. Takashi is here. I say to Kota and Psycho. The rest of the group quickly gets out of the truck and runs past me. Once the bike gets near, Takashi stops it and gets off. I didn't really feel like joining the whole thing, so I just stayed back keeping overwatch for any corpses that might have been lured by the bike. And the corpses did hear the bike. The ones that were scattered around the park were now walking towards us. We will have a lot of unwelcome company if we don't move out soon. And who is that? I hear Takashi ask. Turning my head I see him looking straight at me. And before anybody could speak. Apparently I'm a penguin. I say to Takashi trying to sound as serious as I can. Takashi and Rei just stared at me in confusion. Or you know, Nair Sepphire, take your pick. I speak up again. Oh. Didn't realize it was you with the mask on. He says before turning to the rest of the group. It's not like I was the last person in the group you didn't see, way to show that you don't even remember I exist dude. So what's with the bags? And where's the bus? He asks. We picked them up on our way here. We'll explain what happened after we get away from here though. The sound of the bike is causing the corpses from the park and all around us to walk towards us. Let's just go to the bridge for now. I say, to Takashi. Without much of a choice the group agrees and we head to the bridge, pushing the bike with us. Upon reaching the bridge, we see that it was piled up with crashed cars from end to end. Blocked off. I hear Kota say with a dejected tone. We passed some other bridges on our way here. All of them were just like this one. Takashi speaks up. No surprise there, without the police maintaining order and safety, most people must have switched to an every man for himself mentality the moment the panic started. We decided to head under the bridge before making a decision on what to do next. On the way there the group explained how we bailed on Shido, how we stayed in the sports store, and how we got here. You stole the bus keys, and then you tossed them away. Takashi asks with a baffled look on his face. Of course he would ask that. I prefer the term borrowed, permanently. I say with a shrug. Bastard deserves it. I hear Rei speak up with a slight grin. After some minutes of silence, we arrived under the bridge. So what do we do now? Kota asks. And the group starts thinking of our next plan of action. Shizuka should think of her house, right? A couple of minutes pass. And the group was not making any progress, or more exactly. Shizuka was not making any progress. Seems I have to push this train along. Wish I had a tank right now. I say folding my arms looking away from the group. While the rest of the group just stared at me. Shizuka's brain gears finally started to spin. Finally, she claps her hands together and smiles. Oh. My friend's house has a car that looks like a tank, she says with a beaming face. Thank you, hold your applause. I didn't think of it as it's a bit far from here. She continues. Tank car? I vote yes. I say raising my hand. Is it an apartment? How is the view? Kota asks. It is a maisonette near the river, it has a great view and a convenience store nearby. She says. I don't think that's what he meant by the view, Shizuka. Then again, you are you. Is it your boyfriend's place? Saya asks with a sly face. Shizuka then gets flustered as she starts hurriedly explaining how it's a female friend, aka Rika, that owns the house. I turn around ignoring the group's idle chatter and look at the crashed cars at the bridge. Contrary to the anime. She now says that the place is not near. So walking is definitely not a good idea. We either need a second bike or preferably a car, or be forced to make 3 trips with the bike there. I start moving away from the group, looking around for any vehicle that might be in working condition. A couple of seconds later, I hear Kota going on an excited ramble. We just got to part with the guns. Hey. Nair, is something wrong? I hear a female voice from behind me. Turning around, I see Psycho looking at me. We will need more than just a bike if the place is far, or we'll have to make multiple trips with the bike. Not something I want to do if we can avoid it, to be honest. If we could just find a second bike or a car. I say as I turn my head back to the street that was filled with wrecks. A couple of seconds pass. Wait, Nair. When did you two? He would not agree with Ninja Penguin. Psycho cuts off Saya as she glances at me. I then turn around and stare at Psycho. I am starting to think that she was the one who started this whole damn penguin thing. I raise my hand and take a deep breath. Only to just drop my hand with a sigh before turning around again. A couple of minutes later Takashi spoke up. We need to check out the house first. Miss Marikawa and I will go check the place out. We could also just use the car that is parked there to get everybody all at once. Shizuka speaks up. True, but if any survivors spot the Humvee, I am pretty sure that they will try to tail it. That could get us some unwanted visitors. Before the rest of the group could speak up I started talking. I don't think that it is a good idea. If that tank car is really as attention-grabbing as it sounds, we would get unwanted attention on us. Desperate survivors would use desperate measures, better to use it only when it is really necessary. I say to the group. After some minutes of silence a decision was reached. All right, we will return with the bike and see what we can do from there. Takashi drives off with Shizuka right after saying that. The rest of the group spent the next 10 minutes looking for any extra vehicle we could use and clubbing any corpse that got too near after hearing the bike. Sadly, we found nothing, so we just decided to wait under the bridge for Takashi to return. I had moved away from the group, leaning against a pillar. Let's see, the bike could probably take 4 people if we really push it. Right now there is me, Kota, Takashi, Rei, Saiko, Saya and Shizuka. While there are only 7 of us, we will need somebody to drive the bike back. So it still balances out to at least needing 2 trips. What is left to decide is how we'll divide the groups. Thinking of something, I turn my head to the voice to see Saiko next to me. How can we split the group without risking it too much, as we are stuck with one bike? I say, looking at Saiko. And? What do you have in mind? She asks. Well, other than the obvious that we will need to make 2 trips of 4 people, as the driver needs to bring the bike back. Marikawa needs to be in the first group as she has the keys and well, it's her friend's house. That leaves 2 other people and 3 that will have to wait. I say as I'm still looking at Saiko. Well, this does seem to be the only problem, so it just leaves us to figure out who goes when. She says as she tilts her head. Not really. I also think the ones that stay behind need to be able to fight, as they will be left exposed compared to being in the house. So that leaves Kota, me, you and Miyamoto. Meaning one of us will go with the first group while the others wait. I fold my arms as I finish speaking. Any idea who will go first? Saiko asks again. I got nothing. I respond, shrugging in the process. Well, we can figure this out after Komuro returns. After all, we don't even know if the house will be in a good enough condition to stay in. Saiko then looked at the street that the bike took off from before she walked back towards the rest of the group. I know the house will be fine though. A couple of minutes later, Takashi and Shizuka return with the bike. After the bike comes to a stop and the group gathers around, Takashi says that the house is in perfect condition. And explains that the tank car is an armored jeep, aka the Humvee. Saiko then pretty much says to the group what I just told her. So, who from the 4 of us goes with the first group? Saiko asks. The group stays silent for a minute. I'll go, Rei speaks up. And with that, the group is split up again. Now it was me, Saiko and Kota left behind. There was not much to do now other than waiting. At least. For the other 2. Me? Zombie outbreaks and rainbow puking unicorns. What I really need to do is prepare myself for what will happen in that house. I already feel my I am being salty meter rising. Chapter 12, Break. What's a break? That's one big ass house. I was standing in the driveway, next to Rika's home. The place was surrounded by a tall concrete wall, along with some fences that blocked any opening that was left open by said wall. In other words, we were safe. For now anyway. Still, this place is nothing compared to Saya's castle-sized house. Even if I have never seen it before, the anime made it obvious how big that place was. By the time I finally arrived here, it was already dark. Dark and rather silent, if you don't count the distant sounds of horns and commotion coming from the evacuation center on the bridge that is. The trip here was also relatively safe, no real surprises there. Other than Kota's nose bleeding on my back, that is. But, well, I don't blame him. 4 people on a bike after all, does translate to being stuck pretty close to each other. And Saiko decided to sit behind Kota, the rest, sort of explains itself. Now with Takashi being the only exception, the rest of the group had already moved inside. Takashi was still outside with me, moving the now silent bike towards the parking space behind the house. I had also given my stuff to Kota as he went ahead of me. I turn my head away from the house and look at Takashi while walking next to him. He actually looks much better now, considering how he looked before the outbreak. A couple of seconds later, Takashi turns his head to me. Is there something wrong? He asks as he parks the bike. I'm just getting the feeling that you actually seem to be in higher spirits now. At least in contrast with how you looked back at school, where you wasted away at the stairs. I say as we park the bike, fold my arms, and start walking back towards the building's front door. Takashi raises an eyebrow as he starts walking next to me. Sorry, but you probably don't remember, but this ain't the first time we meet. We met once before the bus as well. I cut him off as I tilt my head. Takashi just stares at me, seemingly in thought. Remember, no shit mode lasts forever. I guess it can always get much worse, hey. I finish my sentence with a chuckle and turn to look at him. And a couple of seconds later, he finally puts 2 and 2 together. Wait, you're that guy. He says, his eyes going slightly wide. Yes, I'm that guy. Small world I'm actually surprised you remembered, I respond as I lift an eyebrow. Not many people spoke to me back then, and you kind of stood out. He answers as he scratches his forehead. Before I could speak, Takashi continued. Look, I'm sorry if I responded in a hostile manner back then. I was, not at my best. Also, thanks for helping the others after we split up. He then puts his hands in his pockets after he finishes talking. Don't mention it. Also, we were all helping each other, I did not go the extra mile or anything. I respond with a shrug. Takashi was about to speak up again, when a wild Kota burst through the front door, breathing heavily. Guys, you need to see this. He says as he points back into the house, taking deep breaths in the process. He probably found the metal locker with the bullets. No other reason for Kota to be this out of breath over something. Not this early. Nodding to the excited Kota, I make my way into the house, Takashi following behind me. Once inside, I was about to ask Kota where he left my bag, when I got distracted by a group of overly hyped girls near the bathroom. Oh. I feel like I haven't taken a bath in months, I hear Shizuka squeal. All this dried blood on my clothes is making me feel horrible, can we go already? Saya asks as she looks at the rest of the girls. The house has solar panels for heating water. So it should have hot water we can use right now, Shizuka adds with a smile. Well? Let's go already then. Saya groans as she starts walking into the bathroom. After the girls left, while totally ignoring the three of us, we started going up the stairs. The girls better not use up all the hot water, or there is going to be a damn war in here. Going up the stairs, Takashi and I followed Kota until he stopped in front of a door that led to a bedroom. There is a metal locker in here, and you won't believe what I found inside it. Kota grins as he grabs the doorknob. Going inside the room, Kota walks up next to a metal locker and then turns to us. Bullets, there are bullets in here. Kota says as he points to the single open door of the double door locker. How about the other door? I ask as I walk up to Kota, already knowing the answer. It's locked, and that's what I needed help with. There's a crowbar in the unlocked part of the locker so we can use it to pry open the second door, and if there are bullets here, then I see shotgun shells. If there's a shotgun here, I call dibs. I cut off Kota as I comically crack my knuckle. We were about to give the whole thing a try when we heard the girls squealing from downstairs. They sure seem to be having fun in there, Takashi speaks up. Want to spy on them like real men? Kota asks. I don't feel like dying yet, Takashi adds right after. Getting killed immediately is actually a blessing, considering that the girls will probably treat you like trash if they spot you. Good luck surviving in a group where almost half your team is giving you the stink eye. In any case, focus on the locker, or we'll never pry it open. I respond. And just like that, we focused back on the closed door. After shoving the crowbar in the gap between the door and the locker itself, Takashi and Kota took position along the crowbar to push it. The crowbar is too small for me to also push, so I pull. That would mean that the guys will probably fall on me though. Hey, Nair. Come on, grab the crowbar from the opposite side and pull. Kota and I will push it. I hear Takashi say as he prepares to try and force the locker door open. I sigh under my breath and grab the crowbar, then prepare to pull it towards me. 3, 2, 1. Go. I start a countdown and with the last number, I start pulling the crowbar towards me. A few seconds later, the door gives in and flies open. I quickly let go of the crowbar and jump to my right. Kota and Takashi then fly right past me, landing face flat on the floor. And time for Kota to go nuts. And, we got guns. I say as I look into the now open locker from where I was standing. 3 guns, like in the anime, no wait. There's more. Kota, upon hearing the word guns, springs back up from the floor and pretty much sticks his upper torso in the locker. He then took the M1A1 out along with one of its empty magazines, before taking some steps away and kneeling down with the weapon. While Kota was drooling over the gun, I walked over to the locker. I am pretty sure that these were not in the anime. I reach in the corner of the now unlocked locker and grab a belt with 2 stun grenades strapped onto it. These will definitely come in handy. They are insanely loud, and would work excellently as a distraction. Shame there's only 2 of them though. I quickly strap the belt on my waist before grabbing the shotgun. Called dibs on the shotgun, so, this is mine now. I say as I hold the empty M37 Ithaca with both hands. Kota turned to me, his face one like from a kid that just got a mountain of Christmas toys. That's a shotgun, I butt in, trying to stop the oncoming nerd talk. Not that it stopped him from starting a long-winded infomercial on the gun's attributes and the use it had in the USA military. While Kota kept talking, I turned towards the locker. Later in the anime the shotgun also had a sling. I wonder if they got it from here. I looked around the locker for any rolled-up fabrics. And I did find several in the unlocked part of the locker. I grabbed the slings and unrolled them to check their compatibility. 3 2-point slings and 2 3-point slings. We got more slings than guns, the 2 guns that the rest of the slings are supposed to go with are probably with Rika. No matter, I'm taking one of the 3-point slings. It will let me have the shotgun hanging on my sides without needing to strap it on the backpack every time I'm not using it. The 2-point sling does not let me use the shotgun instantly without needing to take it off every time I need to use it, unlike with the 3-point one. So the 3-sided one is better. By the time I was done thinking, Kota had already started taking the ammo for the guns out of the locker. There's plenty of ammo here. Enough to last a couple of heated firefights. I say, looking at the assorted carton boxes filled with ammo. Yet. I wonder who's that friend that Shizuka mentioned. She has a small armory in here. Kota says as he keeps laying the magazines and ammo boxes on the floor. Somebody we owe a big friggin' favor to. I respond with a chuckle as I start helping Kota with the stuff. Takashi joins in after a few seconds, and a couple of minutes later. Everything was on the floor. We'll have to manually load the bullets in the magazines now. Kota sits down after speaking and picks a magazine to load. You would expect that there would be a weapon clip to load the bullets in the mags quickly with everything the locker had inside. But, well. I'm just looking a gift horse in the mouth now. I say as I sit down opposite of Kota and start loading a random magazine with its appropriate bullet. After a couple of which way does the bullet go in questions from Takashi, the 3 of us seem to have found a rhythm to the monotonous task. You 2 are pretty good at this. Have you done this before with air guns? Takashi asks as he glances at us. Nah. Real guns. Kota says with a smirk, and then he starts explaining how he went to America and was trained by a PMC instructor on gun handling. Right, they will probably ask me about it now. So, what do I say? After Kota was done he turned to me. Actually Nair, when we went to the gun range, you did pretty good considering. Have you used guns before as well? Kota asks. Wait, you 2 went to a gun range? Takashi asks, his eyes going wide. Then again you did say you helped somebody with taking videos for hunting rifles, so I guess it's not that far-fetched. Takashi pretty much answers his own question. Yet as for before, I did go to a gun range occasionally. Is all I said as I kept loading the magazines. The other 2, seeing that I was not going to speak about it anymore, just let go of the subject and turned back to loading the bullets into the magazines. About half an hour later, we were done with the magazine loading. Takashi was now using the binoculars to look outside. Kota was just sitting down looking at his new toys. While I kept practicing loading a shell in the shotgun and then pumping it back out, then picking it back up again and loading it back inside, repeating the process again and again. I need to get used to this. This shotgun has no way to easily reload after all, except for 1 shell at a time. I had also already attached the 3-point sling on the shotgun and was actually wearing it right now, to get myself used to wearing it. A couple of minutes passed like this, until we heard the girls again. They are being too noisy. I hear Kota say, turning to him I see his face had a frown on it. It's fine. The corpses do react to noise. But all the noise we're making right now is being drowned out by. Takashi trails off as he speaks. The evacuation center on the bridge. There's going to be a bloodbath there sooner or later. Most of the people there don't even know what is going on, and by being loud they are pretty much digging their own graves. Just be glad you are here and not there right now, that place is turning into a coffin and it's closing fast. I continued his sentence as I got up, the shotgun hanging on my side. By the way. Kota, where's my bag? Kota turns to me after hearing my question. I left it in the next room along with my bag. Kota says as he points to the wall behind me before turning back to Takashi who started speaking again. Alright, thanks. I say as I move towards the door. I was about to open the door, when the doorknob started turning by itself. Hey? Drunk Shizuka alert? Isn't it too early for her to be here though? The guys haven't even turned the TV on yet. Focus. I silently walk to the side of the door, so once it opens it will cover me behind it. And the moment I slide behind the door, my view gets blocked as it opens. Peeking out from the corner, I see Shizuka creeping up on Takashi, slowly getting on the bed. For being drunk, she is awfully silent. Wait, is she going to stay there laying on the bed staring at Takashi until the whole event with the TV happens? Yet. I'm outta here. Have fun you two. With that, I silently move out of the room, closing the door behind me, and start walking away towards the room next door. How the hell can somebody get drunk in hot water anyway? Reaching my destination, I stop in front of it and carefully open it. Empty. Ah, and there it is. Going inside, I pick my bag and put some shells I picked up into the side pockets. I then open my bag and check my extra clothes. With how long they took, I get the feeling I'll be taking a rather cold shower. Satisfied with what I saw, I leave my backpack back next to Kota's. I then looked at Kota's hiking backpack, the sight of it reminding what just transpired today. This is the first time I'm actually alone since this whole thing started. Hey. I walked to the window, taking a look at the distant lights on the bridge. The outbreak happened, and I managed to group up with Takashi and Seo. And now, I'm here, rather than there with the soon-to-be-dead crowd. I let out a dry laugh. I am actually very lucky with how things played out. Even Psycho is calling me by my first name already. If that counts for something. How did I even manage that? I turn and look at Koda's hiking backpack again. To think my starter plan was to get close to Koda and use him as leverage to get in the group. I'm actually glad I'm pissed with myself right now for thinking of that. The guy probably sees me as his friend now. The least I could do is actually become one. I sigh and turn my head to the window and lightly bump my head on it. Come on, focus. I think it's time to go and take that goddamn bath. With that, I turn around and grab my backpack, then exit the room. Maybe I should have taken more than just one pair of underwear and socks. Oh well, we will be at Saya's house soon if things play out like in the anime, and so far it seems like things are following that track. Although, I wonder what will happen now that Shido does not have the bus. If this whole world is scripted for things to happen like in the anime, then no matter how hard I try, Shido will just appear at Saya's mansion with something that can ram the barricade. God, I hope that's not the case. I mean, this whole thing feels too real to believe that everything is scripted here, zombies aside. With that cheery thought in mind, I reached the staircase and started going down. Only to immediately pause as I saw Rei slumped on the bottom step. Right, of course. The stairs are Rei's territory. And she's half naked, great. Probably hearing my footsteps, Rei turns around. Takaswaith, she groans, looking as drunk as Shizuka. Again, how? She gets up and goes up the stairs, stopping a few steps away from me, then starts staring at my mask, hard. You are not Takashi. She mumbles. No, I'm not. I say, trying to keep my focus on her face and not let my eyes wander. Why? She asks. Hey. Is all I can respond with, as I tilt my head. Why are you not Takashi? She asks again as she starts pouting. I sigh and shake my head. Go home, Rei, you're drunk. Is all I say as I move past her. I could hear Rei mumble something behind me, but I didn't really understand what she said. Not that it probably mattered much. Still. I don't get that girl. Takashi is the only thing that goes through her head, yet she dumped him for his own best friend. If the outbreak didn't happen, she would probably still be with Hisashi. Girls are fucking weird, or she just needs a good slap in the face so she can start considering how others might feel. Oh, wait, she did get slapped. I shake my head again and move towards the bath. On my way there I pass by the living room, with Saya on the sofa, her clothes and pose, not really leaving much to the imagination. And I stopped in place and just stood there staring. You know, seeing this scene from behind a screen, and seeing it from up close is, oh look, her cleavage is in plain sight. A few seconds pass with me rooted at the spot. Focus. I slap my face, aka my mask, then quickly open my bag, pulling out a sleeping bag. I unroll it as I walk up to her. I get the feeling that if she wakes up and sees me, she will actually get very pissed at me, because Saya. I then cover the provocatively sleeping girl with the sleeping bag. Thankfully all she did was moan, before shifting slightly until she got comfortable under her new blanket. With that done, I quickly walked away until I reached the bathroom. This house. I swear, it's bad for my mental health. I stop in front of the bathroom door. Okay, Anime 101. Never, ever. Charge into the bathroom. Saya, Rei, and Shizuka are out of the bath, as I have seen them. Psycho was not in the kitchen. So. I take a deep breath and knock on the door, hard. Nothing. I can't hear any movement from behind the door, so it sounds clear. For safe measure, I knock on the door again. I must look pretty stupid right now. Nothing again. I steel myself and swing the door open, expecting a bucket to land right on my face. Empty. I watched too much anime. I laugh dryly and walk inside the bathroom after I left the shotgun, backpack, and belt with the flashbangs on a nearby sofa, taking only my change of clothes with me. Entering the bathroom I close the door behind me and go to the sink, then look at myself in the mirror. Gotta clean the mask and balaclava. And now I wish I had taken an extra balaclava, oh well. With that, I take off my mask. Just as I was about to take off my clothes, I paused. I will check the bath, just in case. I move away from the mirror and open the second door leading to the bath, then look inside. Empty. Okay, so, where was I? With the premise clear, I take off my clothes, throw them in the corner and walk to the bath, closing the second door behind me. Then move to the showers in the corner. The bathtub still has hot water inside. But, I'm not aiming to take too long of a wash, so I'll just take a normal shower. 5 minutes later. I was outside the bath with my new clean clothes. Not that I looked much different, this set was as black as the last one, with the exception that I was also wearing a jacket with a hood. Right now, I was cleaning my mask and balaclava on the sink. The balaclava is relatively clean and thankfully it does not smell, so I can probably get away with it. After I was done washing my stuff I strapped them back on me. For the finishing touch, after I put the mask back on my face I lift the hood over my head and look at myself in the mirror. Ha, 10 out of 10. I chuckle to myself and lower the hood. With that over with, I walk out with my old clothes in hand. Once outside of the bathroom, I give out a stretch and yawn. The water shower was still hot, and this got me way too sleepy. Well, better than being drunk. Too many half-naked girls around. I lazily walk to a window, open it and toss the dirty clothes out. Rest in pieces school attire. That done, I walked to the sofa I placed my stuff at and picked them up. I put the flashbang belt in the backpack, then I wore the shotgun sling and threw the bag over my shoulder. Then proceeded to walk around the house aimlessly. And with my brain not giving directional commands to my body, my other organs apparently decided to do something about it. More precisely, my stomach did. As I ended up in the kitchen. The noise I made caused the only person there to turn to me. Psycho was now looking at me, next to her a boiling pot. And once again, I was standing there, just staring. Except this time, the other person was staring back at me and she was not drunk or asleep. Keep your eyes on her face, keep your eyes on her face. The food will be ready soon Nair, hope you don't dislike Japanese cuisine. She says with a smile. No, it's fine with me. I say, frozen in place. You, want my jacket or, something? I ask her, trying to keep my eyes from wandering. This? I couldn't find anything that fits me. I hope it doesn't bother you too much. She says looking down on her apron, tugging at it, before looking back at me. She had to ask that? I swear she is doing this on purpose. I take a deep breath and decide to take the best course of action considering my current situation. Avoiding the fucking question. Sue, you want the jacket? I ask again. Psycho just giggles. If you don't mind, then please. She says as she lets go of the kitchen utensils and moves closer to me. I am focused. I think she can see through my mask. Focused. I take off the jacket after removing my shotgun and bag, and give it to Psycho. She takes a few steps back and wears it before trying to zip it up. And can you guess what Psycho has that I don't? A giant chest. The jacket's zipper got stuck midway, just under her large assets. The black jacket was now making the white apron that covered her chest even more pronounced than before. And my eyes, attracted by the bright contrast in its periphery, finally trailed down. Oh, look, it's full moons tonight. Psycho, probably bothered by the zipper, unzipped the jacket a couple of seconds later. Not that it mattered. The damage was done and my eyes were on anywhere but her face. Thank you Nair, I'll return it to you when I get my clothes back. She responds with a smile. I don't know if she could not see where I was staring because of my mask, or if she just didn't care. Is all I said as I slowly turned my sight towards her face. Where did you find the clothes anyway? She asks a few seconds later as she looks at me from head to toe. I had a spare change of clothes. For the part-time job I mentioned in the bus. I answer. Yes. I do remember you mentioning that. In any case, thank you. She says with a slight bow. I nod like an idiot, and finally manage to take my eyes off Psycho. And my eyes, much to my dismay, land on the staircase. Where Takashi and Rei were getting really affectionate towards each other. Like, I think they are actually making out right now? Give me a fucking break. I take a deep breath and... Takashi and Rei are making out on the stairs again. I shout, turning around and walking to the fridge, opening it and looking inside. Oh look at that, lime juice. I was expecting somebody to start talking. Yet instead, what I heard was... dog barking. I lift my head immediately from the fridge. God, at least let me eat something first, damn it. I close the fridge and run to my stuff, taking the shotgun in one hand and the bag in the other. Then run to the stairs. What's gotten into you? Rei asks, probably startled by my actions. That barking dog, it sounds close. Too close. Is all I said as I ran past Takashi and Rei, going to the room that the locker was in. Going outside through the door-sized window, I see Kota turning to look at me with a serious expression. Nice vest, please tell me I'm the only one hearing that barking. I say as I walk up next to him. Kota shakes his head. It looks really bad Nair. They're gathering in the front of the house, a lot of them. He answers, gripping his gun. I look down at the street as I nod. No rest for the wicked, hey. Chapter 13, To the Rescue. It's not like I hate animals or anything. But goddammit, Zeke is really trying to get us killed by barking right in front of the house. At least the corpses are not trying to get inside. Not yet anyway. I say as I keep looking below, at the corpses outside the gates. I know. Still, I would rather not have a horde of corpses right in front of my front door. For peace of mind if nothing else. Kota said with a serious expression on his face. Well. I don't think it would really matter whether we had this horde here or not. The road is already crawling with corpses anyway. A couple of seconds later, I heard footsteps behind me. Turning around, I see Takashi. Hope you like dogs. Our little barking friend down there got us our very own horde at the front gate. I say as I point behind me with my thumb. Then turn around again, and look at the rest of the neighborhood. I don't need binoculars to see how bad things are. I mean hell, even if I was blind, I would still hear the occasional scream between all the moaning corpses. I turn my sight towards the bridge. Still filled with honking cars. And if I do remember correctly, the corpses are going to overrun part of the evacuation bridge. Things are probably really bad over there right now. Or they will be, soon. I turn my sight once more to the nearby streets. Soon, we'll also have to save Alice. The group already thinks I'm not too keen on getting new members, as I pretty much said so back in the sports store after all. I guess, it's time to contradict myself like it's going out of style. Question is, what do I do when shit does hit the fan? While we do have one more gun that can kill from a distance, both the M1 and the AR-10 use the same ammunition. And as Kota will need to go full ham and use a couple of mags here, if I join the party we'll be out of ammo before we can even blink. Not that I'm stupid enough to go out there unarmed though. I'll take the Shogun and a couple of extra shells with me. Hopefully, I'll not have to use it, or worse, have to reload it mid-fight. While I was stuck in my own head, I felt a hand shaking my shoulder. I turn around to see Takashi. Looking pissed for some reason? Nair, can I have that shotgun for a bit? Takashi says as he extends his arm. Looking around I see that Psycho was also here, staring at Takashi. This is where Takashi tried to go all Rambo, right? You know how to use it? I ask Kami. I can't just stay here and do nothing, Nair. I'm not asking you to go out there, just let me have the gun for a bit. Takashi responded as he slightly glared at me. Ugh. I really want to tell him that we can't save everybody, but in a couple of minutes we will try to save Alice, with me going along with it. I don't want to have to contradict myself that hard. Thankfully I didn't have to opine, as Psycho spoke up a couple of seconds later. Komuro, did you forget that sound attracts them? She speaks up before turning around, exposing her backside as she walked back into the room. Causing Kota to nosebleed and Takashi to follow behind her, after looking at me for a bit with a strange expression. Well, that suddenly played out exactly like in the anime, weird. I shook my head and glanced outside. It's not like I want to leave people out there to die. But we won't survive an hour if we try to help every person in need. We will either run out of resources. Or die horribly while we're trying to play heroes. I say as I keep looking at the corpses that were now feasting on somebody's remains, and hear Kota sigh. I know, but still, it's just. He stammers. A couple of seconds later, Takashi comes back outside, binoculars in hand. I kneel down and sit with my back against the fence. I stayed silent as Takashi started speaking with Kota, not really paying attention to what they were saying, already knowing how this would go. Takashi then kneeled down next to me and started looking with his binoculars. I turn myself around and follow suit, sans binoculars of course. Alice would appear soon and there were more important things I needed to wreck my brain over instead of whether I'm being humane or not. The fact that I was about to go into hugging distance from a large horde for example. Chivalry and goodwill ain't gonna do shit if I'm dead. Time to start worrying about how I'll stay alive while we try to save Alice. It didn't take too long after that, until I saw Takashi's head freeze in place. Turning my head towards the direction he was staring at, I see two figures walking into a house's yard that still had all its lights on. As I did not have the binoculars, I could not see the event that would unfold as clearly. But, I didn't need to, for when Alice started crying her eyes out next to her dying father, I could hear her pretty fucking well. And then, out of nowhere. Rock and roll. A single shot was fired from Kota's rifle. He then starts rambling under his breath with a grin, before firing a second shot. And then another and another. He kept on shooting for a few seconds, before Takashi spoke up. Hirano, what happened to not firing and abandoning people to save ourselves? Finishing his sentence he turns his sight to me with a smug expression on his face. Yeah, rub it in won't ya? Be the hero in shining armor, I'll be the Dark Knight, I prefer black anyway. Dude. It's a little girl. Kota shouts as he turns his head at the two of us. His gun still pointing towards the illuminated house. We are going to save her, right? Finishing his sentence he also turns to me. Now both of them were looking at me. Really now? Well whatever, it's not like I was aiming to disagree. It would not change anything either way. How many magazines do you have? I ask as I turn to Kota. 4, all ready to go. He says with a grin before turning his head back towards the house, taking a position to fire once more. Takashi, are we going to use the bike to get there? I ask, turning my head to Takashi this time. Takashi smiles and nods eagerly, before turning around, walking back into the house. Before going through the window door, I turn to Kota one last time. I would normally tell you to not get too trigger happy. But fuck it. Go nuts. I don't wanna end up dead because I told you to go easy on the bullets. I see Kota making a thumbs up, his face still glued to the scope. I then turn around again and run into the house, to get prepared as quickly as possible. Inside, I grab a couple of shells and quickly load the shotgun to its maximum capacity. 5 shells in the magazine, 6 with 1 in the chamber. I get up and grab another handful of shells and shove them in the side pocket of my pants. And then, I start running towards the lower floor, checking the shotgun sling as I wear it. Getting to the stairs, I see Takashi on the lower floor, getting a handgun from REI. I stopped running and walked down the stairs as fast as I could. Dying by falling down the stairs is only funny in comedies after all. Do not rely on the gun. The sound will make them flock to you. I hear Psycho say to Takashi as I pass her by. If you think that little water gun Takashi has is loud, wait till you hear this thing firing. I say as I walk past her, lifting my shotgun with one hand, and stopping next to Takashi before turning around. Psycho turns her head to me, but before she or I can say anything, Takashi speaks up again. Nair and I are going to rescue someone. And we're going to use the bike to do it, we'll be making a lot of noise anyway. Using the guns won't make much of a difference. I just hope with me on the bike he'll be able to drive as well as he did in the anime. In any case, time to be a hero, or die in the process. While I was deep in thought, I noticed that the rest of the group sans Kota, was staring at me again. Wait, did they ask me something? Crap. I need to pay more attention. You have the shotgun so I'll drive. Takashi says as he then turns around and walks to the door, opening it before walking to the bike. I nod before following behind him. So, I'm riding shotgun with a shotgun. I say with a deadpan face, not that they could see my face, mask, and all. Takashi turns to look at me without stopping. I just shrugged. Apparently, while I was thinking, the rest of the group have decided on the plan of action. The plan being using a concrete slab with a wooden plank for a ramp in order to go over the wall of corpses that have gathered outside. I just hope the ramp won't give way under our feet, or well, wheels, no thinking like that now. The whole thing will be hard enough as it is, I don't need to make it harder for myself by overthinking about what can go wrong. With that cheery thought in mind, I walk next to the bike and climb on the back, gripping Takashi by the shoulder. I hope your driving skills are as good as your enthusiasm, or we will be needing some saving as well. I chuckle lightly as I speak to Takashi. Don't worry Nair. I got this. Takashi answers confidently as he turns the bike on. Sure you do, you even wheelie over a corpse and land on your ass. REI and Psycho were at the gate, next to the ramp and the corpses that were banging up against said gate. I'm all set here, no more time wasting Takashi. If we are going to save that little girl, we do it now. I tap Takashi's shoulder before cracking my neck bones. Takashi nods as he wears a pair of fingerless gloves he picked up from God knows where before he starts revving the bike. And then after a few revs, we blasted forward. The bike speeds through the narrow driveway before going on the makeshift ramp and into the air. I turn my head to the left and look up at the second floor of the house. Kota. Lock and load. I shout as the bike flies over the 2 girls and the gate. The bike then goes over the corpses, and lands on the asphalt a few meters away. My grip on both the shotgun and Takashi tightens as he makes a sharp turn to the right before speeding down the corpse-infested road. Takashi drove the bike between the corpses, making a beeline for the house where Alice was located. All the while, corpses were dropping left and right from Kota's handiwork. 1 shot, 1 kill. God damn. That guy can shoot. Getting near our destination, we see another wall of corpses ahead of us. Luckily, said wall was not blocking the door to the yard that Alice was in. Nonetheless, Takashi pulls on the brakes hard, causing the bike to drift sideways before violently accelerating forward, towards the gate of the house. The sudden speed increase caused the bike's front wheel to lift. I did want to warn Takashi that he would fall on his ass, but well, it was already too late. The bike was already on a wheelie, as it went over a corpse that was laying on the floor. Not sparing any time, I let go of Takashi and jumped off the bike before I would end up falling along with him. A couple of big steps later as I bled the momentum, I came to a full stop, while Takashi went flying. He then fell on his ass as the bike flew into the wall of the house. I ran to Takashi, grabbed his arm and helped him up. Still in one piece? I ask. He nods before turning to look behind me. I turned around to where he was looking. There was a single corpse, heading towards Alice, Zeke in front of her still barking. Seriously, that dog is just drawing fucking attention now, more importantly though. Takashi, get that corpse near the lil one, I'll get the ones near the gate. I say as I start moving. I lift the shotgun and look down the sights before walking towards the open gate. The corpses outside slowly shuffled towards the yard. I point the shotgun in the general direction of the first 3 corpses that had just passed said gate, and pull the trigger. All 3 corpses blasted back, accompanied by a deafening sound, creating an opening for me to go near the gate and close it. The hell? Is a 12 gauge supposed to do that much damage? I expected it to knock down or kill 1 corpse. But it literally just sent everything in front of it flying. I thought as I ran to the gate and swung it shut. Well, I'm not complaining, I'm the one with the broken gun here. Also, 5. I pump a new round into the shotgun and turn around. Takashi was going all out on the corpses to the left of the yard, keeping them away from Alice while Zeke kept barking. On the right side of the yard, 3 corpses remained. I raised my shotgun, crouched slightly, then began to slowly walk towards the nearest corpse. Before I could even do anything to it though, it got blown back, blood splattering from the back of its head. Headshot. Nice job, Kota. And like that the other 2 corpses also drop motionless in a matter of seconds from Kota's well-placed shots. I turn around towards our house and look in the direction that Kota should be at and give a thumbs up. Alright, yard's clear. Now we need to leave, probably the same way Takashi left the house in the anime. As the shotgun alone should have gathered every single corpse near us to the gate. Good job. I turn to the voice to see Takashi looking at me. I nod and glance at Alice as Takashi walks up to me, the little girl walking behind him. I was thinking about what to do, when Alice started talking. My dad. Alice breaks the silence as she looks at the dead body of her father near to the front door of the house. I turn around and look at the dead body, then turn to Takashi and whisper at him. I suck at comforting people, I'll leave this up to you. I whisper to Takashi before walking away. Actually, the thing is, I don't think I'm bad at comforting people per se. It's just that, well, when people I don't want to gut alive start crying right in front of me, it kinda makes me tear up as well. And so, knowing that Alice will start crying soon, yeah, I'd rather not join the waterworks. While Takashi was comforting Alice, I moved to the locked wooden door that led into the house. It would not be too hard to bust the door open. All it would take is one well-placed shot. I raise my shotgun and point it at the door. Through the corner of my eye, I could see shadows through the window, I could feel them staring at me. But, who says I wouldn't have done the same thing if somebody tried to force their way into my house? While nobody from the team knows, in the anime the father did shout that he will break down the door if they don't let him in. And he was not bluffing, he was about to do exactly that right before he got stabbed. I stay like that for a couple of seconds, before giving off a huge sigh. As I lower my shotgun and begin to turn around, I hear Alice start to cry. Fucking timing. I turn towards the window. You'd better find a better way to protect your goddamn family. Lest someone retaliates from your fucking actions one day. I shout towards the window, and then turn around. I walk towards Takashi, who was kneeling down, hugging Alice as she wept. For a minute, I really thought you would shoot down the door. Takashi says as he looks up towards me. And so did I, but, I need the ammo. I say as I look at the metal fence door. Hands sticking out of it as it kept rattling. So, how do we leave? The front gate is an obvious no-go. Takashi asks as he turns his head to the gate, or more likely, the corpses behind it. Can't we escape through somewhere other than the street? Alice asks, causing me to turn my head to her. While she still had tears in her eyes, she had stopped crying and was looking at Takashi. How about by flying through the sky? Takashi says sarcastically as he sighs, looking towards the fence wall. Oh. And his eyes go wide a couple of seconds later. He then turns to me. Is your balance good? He asks. Good enough. I replied as I let go of the shotgun, leaving it to hang on my sides. What's the plan? I ask, for propriety's sake. We can walk on the fence wall to get over to the next house's yard. He says as he points to the medium-height concrete wall that separated us from sure death. All right, I don't see any other option anyway. I said as I nodded to him. So, who carries the little girl? I hear Takashi ask as he gets up. And his question was quickly answered, as right after that, Alice got up and grabbed him by his sleeve, hiding behind his legs. I think that would be you. I don't think she likes me. I say as I point my finger to Alice, causing Takashi to look behind him. Your mask is scary. Alice says as she stares at me, still hiding behind Takashi. I sigh and shake my head. At least she didn't call me a god-frigging penguin. You go in the front, and I'll watch your back. Do be careful, you have more than one life on your back right now. I say as I move to climb the wall that leads to the next house yard. This wall has fewer corpses on the other side. No reason to try and climb the wall that has a sea of death on the opposite side. I grab the top of the wall and lift myself up, then check the other yard. Well, while there are fewer corpses here, there are still too many for the three of us to sneak through. Walking on the narrow wall it is then. I turn around to see Takashi carrying Alice piggyback style. He gets close to the wall and grabs it. Need help? I kneel down and offer my hand. Takashi nods and grabs my arm. Thanks, man. He says as he climbs up and starts walking in front of me. And like that, we begin walking down a narrow line. Fall to the left and it's game over. I stared at the seas of corpses left of me as they moaned and grind against the wall. And while said wall was too tall for them to climb, it was not high enough to stop the corpses from reaching for our legs. All they have to do is reach out. At least the wall on the next yard is a little bit higher. Still not enough to keep us safe from random hand grabs though. I grab my shotgun and aim it low to the left as I keep walking, keeping my eyes on the corpses down on the street. I just hope that if I use it here, I won't also blast my own leg off. This thing's blast range is not normal. Not for my world standards at least. And I never did manage to shoot with a shotgun at the gun range to check how destructive they were. Yet with so much power, shouldn't the recoil be as strong? Because it sure as hell didn't feel like it. I would probably have dislocated my shoulder otherwise. I turned my head to see Takashi stopping. We had reached the end of this yard's wall. Just as Takashi was about to walk over, the dog decided to do its part, and started licking Takashi, only for Alice to stop it seconds later. Thanks, are you scared? Takashi asks as he walks over to the next wall fence. Again, things are going exactly like in the anime. I turn my head and look at the cat that was sleeping next to us, not a care in the world. Cats gonna be cats I guess, no fucks given. I then turned my head and saw that Takashi was walking away. I proceed to also walk up to the next wall fence, catching up to Takashi, who suddenly came to an abrupt stop. As I got near, I heard Takashi say something with disbelief in his voice. So, how about you say that again? He asks. I need to pee. Alice replies with a meek voice. Oh, this thing. You know, now that I think about it. I could have asked if anybody needed to use the bathroom in a half-joking manner before getting up the wall. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Takashi then starts grumbling, talking non-stop in a silent voice. Until Alice whines that she can't hold it anymore, with a rather loud voice mind you. I look behind me and take a big step back. And like that, a couple of seconds later, I see Takashi's jacket becoming wet. Right, even if he won't fall, no reason for me to just sit and watch. I let go of the shotgun, letting it hang on the sling and wait for Alice to finish. And then, like clockwork, a female corpse's hand reaches for Takashi's foot, almost grabbing it by the laces, causing Takashi to lose his balance. I quickly took a big step forward and leaned my body forward. Taking the step with my right leg, my left leg staying in place for balance. And grab both of Takashi's shoulders. Whoa, Takashi takes a deep breath as he holds Alice's legs in a death grip. He turns his head back and looks at me. Thanks. I nod in return, and let go of his shoulders. He then turns to the left, to the sea of corpses, then forward, to the end of the fence. Damn it, the fence ends soon. Where can we go now? He asks rhetorically as he keeps staring at the corpses and the dead end. Oh, wait. I could use the flashbang. I think as I reach for my belt, only to grab air. That I left in my bag, that I left on the roof. Shit. No matter, the group should come to the rescue any second now. They're supposed to appear right after Takashi starts staring at the horde. Yet, nothing happened. Seconds pass, and the seconds then turn to minutes. For the love of. Out of all the things that could go differently, this had to be one of them. I grumble under my breath and look at Takashi. I was about to speak, when I heard an engine roar that was getting louder by the second. Followed by a pair of lights that kept coming closer to us. I sigh in relief. Had to make me freak out first. Hey. I heard Takashi laugh as the Humvee closed in. Now that they are nearer, I could see Psycho standing upright on the Humvee, Koda under her. I'm actually surprised Koda is so focused even with Psycho standing over him like that. Actually. What gun is he using? I got the shotgun right now, Sue. My question got answered when the Humvee started running over the corpses, stopping with a drift some feet away from the far end of the fence wall we were standing on right now. That's the M1 right. Takashi was saying something, but I was too busy watching the whole scene unfold to hear what he said. The moment the Humvee stopped, Psycho jumped off and proceeded to wreck whatever sorry corpse was near the Humvee in the secluded part of the street. Hurry up, Takashi! I hear Rei shout, causing both of us to snap out of our reverie. It's not that simple. Takashi shouts back as he starts walking along the fence to the Humvee. Ah, don't mind me. I will, just exist here. Blat. I whine in my head as I follow behind Takashi. I also see Saya saying something as she pops out of the car, causing Kota to grin and start shooting. Right, no shotgun overkill. Oh. Wait. Kota, my bag, flashbang. I shout, causing Kota to turn to me, nod and disappear into the Humvee, only to reappear seconds later with a flashbang in his hand. Flashbang. I hear Kota shout as he pulls the pin with needlessly dramatic flair before throwing it. Cover your ears and close your eyes. I shout as I cover my ears, only to see Takashi turning to me, his eyes filled with worry. He was holding Alice, who was using her palms to cover her eyes and her thumbs to shut her ears. If he let go of Alice to cover himself, Alice would fall, but if he didn't cover his ears, he would end up falling himself. Shit, bad call. Bad call. Close your fucking eyes and look away from the fucking grenade. I scream as I closer and cover his ears and eyes with my hands as Takashi turns his head to look towards the right. The last thing I saw was Kota looking at me, his eyes going wide before he also looked away and covered his ears. At least the rest seemed to know what to do. That was the last thing that went through my mind before I closed my eyes and turned my head to my right, trying to cover my left ear with my shoulder. And then, a deafeningly loud explosion. My mind went blank for a second as both my ears started ringing. If my senses were bad with just my eyes closed, then now I felt like a fish falling through the sky. Actually, scratch that. I was falling. Not good. The moment I hit the ground, I opened my eyes. A very blurry image of the night sky appeared along with a black blocky blotch on the lower part of my vision. Probably the wall. My ears were still ringing like crazy, I could not hear a damn thing, and my eyes could only see blurs. Well, at least they are clear enough to see a couple of shadows standing over me, slowly becoming bigger and bigger. Without much time to think, and with all of my senses being a jumbled mess, all I could do was act on instinct. My knees were bent, meaning I was stepping on the wall. I quickly put strength to my legs and ended up doing a backward roll, until I ended crouched on my feet. I then used the stock of the shotgun as I turned around, taking a swing and hitting nothing but air. I took a few awkward big steps towards what appeared to be a house, until I reached its wall, opposite of the fence. With a wall on my back, the corpses shouldn't be able to ambush me, even with my messed up senses. Come on, god damn it. Clear up already. I slapped my mask in frustration before looking back ahead of me. All I could see is still a blurry hell. But, I could make out some shadows walking towards me. I turned to the fence wall to see a blurry blob on top of it. Takashi, he's still on the wall, good. Gotta tell him to move. I shouted at Takashi to move, hoping that he could hear me as I could not even hear myself scream right now. And well, if the corpses weren't coming towards me then, they sure are now. The shadowy blob on the wall then starts to move towards the right. I nod and turn my head to the shadowy figures that were approaching me. Then checked my right side before walking to the right, circling around the shadows as I went wall to wall. Can't have Takashi behind these idiots, I might hit him with a stray pellet. After the wall that Takashi was on went out of my vision by strafing to the right, I lifted my shotgun. Even if deaf and blind, I'm still going to kick your asses. I pull the trigger and one of the shadows flies back, meshing into the shadowy mess that I assume is the ground. 4. I pump a new bullet and turn the muzzle of the gun towards the next nearest shadow. I pull the trigger again and the shadow disappears just like the one before it. 3. I can't even hear the damn shotgun right now. I aimed towards the last shadow as my vision was slowly getting less and less blurry. And pull the trigger. 2. I counted the rounds as I pumped in a new bullet. I then lift my mask and massage my eyes with my hands. I know this won't help, but, come on, I need to be able to see. Even if it's night, the street is pretty well lit, and the area is quite open with no real bright colors to reflect the light from the flashbang. Plus, with all the corpses that were around the flashbang when it went off, they should have blocked some if not most of the light. Add that the mask's visor has a slightly dark shade, come on damn it. As I keep blinking, my sight slowly returns to acceptable levels. Still blurry, but I could now see the corpses crawling on the grassy ground. Ah, why hello there DIP's hits. I lift the gun and point it towards the nearest one. And with a pull of the trigger, the impact jerks the corpse's upper torso back before hitting the ground as it stops moving for good. I then pump another round and lower my mask. 1. I let the shotgun fall to my sides and look at the wall. Takashi was not there. He probably already jumped to the Humvee. God. I hope he had jumped to the Humvee. I grumbled as I walked to the wall and climbed it. Getting on top of the wall, I then looked towards the blob that looked most like the Humvee. I could see blurry faces looking at me. I think they're speaking? Well, I couldn't hear jack squat. Let's see. Oh, there. I see Takashi, I think. I then turn around and look at the surrounding area. Man, the place sure does look different now that everything is blurry. I then turned to the Humvee again, before looking down. Thankfully my vision was clear enough for me now to see the thin wall without the danger of mistaking a corpse's face for a brick. I turned my attention back to the Humvee once more. I could see that the group was looking at me, mouths moving. I take a deep breath. This will probably be loud. And I shout that I can't hear a thing as I point to my ear with one hand. I then start walking on the thin wall, and upon reaching the end, I see the gap between the car's hood and me. I need to jump. Oh boy. I don't think I ever felt so insecure about a fucking gap. Come on, you can do it, it's just a small gap. I was about to jump when I saw the car slowly moving towards me. I lift my head to see Shizuka in what I suspect was a serious expression as she drove closer to the wall. Ah, okay, enough time wasting. I take a deep breath, bend my knees. And jump. I fly through the air before landing square in the center of the hood with what I assume was a loud bang. I lift my head as I get up and climb to the roof to see the group looking at me, their mouths moving again. Still can't hear Ryuu. I say to the group that we need to get going before we get surrounded, and that I still can't hear a thing. I then walk to the hatch of the Humvee and climb inside, the people on the roof following behind me. After I take a seat, I let out a huge sigh as the car finally starts moving. Only for a pair of hands to grab my face and turn it to the left, where I found Psycho's face. It was close enough for me to understand what her mouth was saying, even with my blurry vision. Too close, now that I think about it. Are you alright? I think that's what she's saying. I nod and give her a thumbs up. She stares at me for a bit before she closes her eyes and lets go of my head. I then turn around to check the rest of the group's condition. I don't know if it was because of the blurry faces, but they all looked kind of worried. Even Saya, who was sitting in the front, looked worried. Saya, worried? Yeah, probably just my blurry vision playing tricks on me. And then, something else caught my attention, and it gave me an idea. I wonder. I start moving my head in a sniffing motion before stopping at Kota and Takashi's direction. And then. I might be deaf and half blind, but my nose still works. And you too. Smell like crap. I say in a silent voice as I point my hand at the two of them. Oh, I can hear myself speak again. Takashi and Kota just looked at me in surprise, blinking. Alice, who was sitting next to Takashi, went wide-eyed. Wait, the pee incident. You two smell like guts, blood, and bad deodorant. You hobos didn't take a bath back at the house, did ye? I silently ask as I lift both my hands. The guys were starting to dart their eyes around in embarrassment. Alice, on the other hand, seemed to have relaxed a little. And then the girls decided to do something that everybody knows is a bad idea. But then go ahead and do it anyway. That being, checking the smell. And, they all ended up with the same reaction, hand to the nose. I could actually see Alice giggling now. To think she can actually laugh when her dad just died what, an hour ago? She bounced back fast, too fast. Well, whatever, mission complete. As the group started to relax, I closed my eyes. Shutting off the only window I had right now with the outside world that somewhat worked. Before long I also realized something. I think I just cock-blocked Takashi here. I'm sitting between him and Psycho. Also. I'm hungry. And God. My head hurts. Chapter 14, Takagi Estate. It is then. Nope, can't do it. I just can't. No matter how much I want to. I just can't. Sleep. I was sitting between the Humvee's back seats. Awake, while the rest of the group slept soundly. While I did doze off from time to time after we started driving. I kept having the same goddamn dream, over and over again. Nothing scary like a nightmare, mind you. What I dreamed was, that I had a hat made of ringing alarm clocks strapped to my head. And while I knew it was a dream because of the ridiculousness of the situation, it felt real enough to wake me up, every single time. While I can see fine now, and my ears have stopped ringing. I still have a horrible headache. Probably the reason why I keep seeing that same damn dream. I then turn my head to my right. Takashi was fast asleep with Rei sitting next to him, both covered under the same sleeping bag. Rei certainly did not miss her chance, hey? Still don't understand what goes on her head though. Don't think I ever will. Actually. Now that I looked around me, everybody was actually covered with a sleeping bag. Even me. Somebody probably covered me while I was out cold. I sigh silently and turn my head towards the front seats. To the only other person that was also awake right now, aka Shizuka, who was still driving, probably towards the river. Saya was sleeping with Alice on her lap, in the front passenger seat. Kota was, on the floor next to Takashi, his back against the front driver's seat. Saya sure sleeps a lot. She was out cold in the house as well. I would like to believe that she's less toxic towards me now. But she was asleep for half the day, and when she was awake, I was deaf. So go figure, I don't know either way. It's more like she didn't get the chance to be pissed at me. She did look worried back then though. Still, that could just have been my blurry vision, showing me what I wanted to see. Lastly, I turned to my left to see Psycho sleeping with her head against the window, also covered by a sleeping bag. Well, I did say that I would cock-block Takashi. Should I feel proud of myself now? But, you know what? I also realized that I was never present when Psycho and Takashi spoke with each other. For all I know, she could have already developed feelings for him seeing as things seem to be trying to stick to the events of the anime. Ugh, the world has ended. I have killed things that used to be human without batting a frigging eyelash. Hell, I might end up dead by tomorrow. And what I'm actually worried about is whether Psycho has fallen for Takashi. I need to get my fucking priorities straight. I mean, it's not like I'm any better from Takashi when it comes down to this subject. He wants both Rei and Psycho, and I like both Psycho and Saya. Though I don't think they know that, and I intend to keep it that way. For now at least. Just as I was about to try my best to sleep and start a new war within my head, the car takes a sudden sharp turn to the left, causing me to almost fall on Rei. Oh crud, I hear Shizuka curse before she starts looking to her left, and then glances back. Oh thank goodness. They're all still asleep. I'm still a teacher, I can't speak like that in front of my students. Shizuka says as she looks around before turning her sight back towards the street. Just a couple of hours ago we were on a killing spree. She herself ran over a lot of corpses, yet she's worried about swearing in front of us? Shizuka will be Shizuka, I guess. I smile slightly, only to raise my eyebrow a second later. For some reason, I was feeling weighed down. And just as I moved my left shoulder, where I felt the weight, I heard a soft moan. I turned my head to the left following the source of the voice. OSH. And almost bumped my head into Psycho's. Who was now mere inches away from my mask. Well, I guess now I know how she ended up on Takashi's crotch in the anime. If Shizuka ended up taking that sharp turn off screen in the anime like she did just now and he was sitting where I am now. Yeah, I can see it happening. I stayed like that for some time, staring at the beautiful sleeping girl. I don't know if it was because she looked so vulnerable right now. But, while something has been bothering me ever since we escaped Rika's house, it was now starting to eat me from the inside. I made a pretty bad call back then, and I almost got Takashi and Alice killed with that flashbang. I know that I don't want Takashi to keep being the protagonist. Because I don't want Psycho and him to get together. The reason? Plainly put, I'm jealous. But, what if she ends up with no reason to live if I try to interfere with the pairing? In the anime she chose to live on because she loved Takashi. She kept on fighting because of him. She didn't go batshit crazy because of him. And let's be real, if she already likes him, then trying to keep them apart is going to get her killed, or worse. I already made a bad call that almost got 2 people killed, while in the anime with Takashi in charge, they were just fine. Who says I won't end up fucking up again and get somebody killed? I let out a silent sigh and closed my eyes. Ugh, fuck. Why does this have to be so fucking complicated? I mean sure, Takashi ain't no angel either. Going for both Rei and Psycho in the anime. Or well, going after every single girl if we count the island OVA. But did he ever make a bad call? Because I don't remember him ever making one. And if he did, then my sadistic memory likes to watch me suffer by not letting me remember it. Maybe I should just sit back and let him lead on? Leave everything to play out like it did in the anime. That way I can be sure that the group will survive. But still, then. I take a deep breath, shake my head slightly and open my eyes. No. I'm not gonna think like this. For one, I know that if I let things play out like that, then I won't be able to stay with the group. I know myself, and I know that I will get jealous. And probably do something very fucking stupid. Something that might get myself killed, at best. If I made a wrong decision, I will just have to make up for it. Psycho and Saya are the only ones that are worth it in this damn shitstorm. My head already hurts. And I'm not doing myself any favors thinking like this. I'm just going to burn myself out and still gain nothing out of it. I don't have time to beat myself with my own insecurities. If I need some proof that I did something good, then I just need to get my ass to Saya's house, and make sure that it will stay standing. So, focus on what's coming up next. In other words, Saya's house. I take my eyes off Psycho and look straight ahead, at the barely lit road. Saya's mansion. It will be the turning point for me. If Shido appears there with a truck, if no matter what I do the truck still ends up crashing the barricade, then there's a chance that the whole thing, no, that the whole world, is hard scripted to the events of the anime. And if after that we still end up with Psycho and Takashi splitting up from the group, I will then leave the group myself before they return. For their safety. And my sanity. I close my eyes, decision made in my mind. If Shido won't appear though, or if there won't be a truck to ruin our day, then it'll be the proof I need, plus, it will be the first time I'll be able to take a real break. The whole mess with the adults versus us aside of course. Maybe I can get that training I asked Psycho for. Or maybe, even try to get Saya to be less toxic towards me. Fat chance. She actually gets even more grumpy during the time she spends in her home. I also have to check how Kota is hanging on. His change from a passive guy to a guns-blazing maniac was too sudden, even for him. As I opened my eyes after that thinking session, I could see the day's first rays of light. Alright me, new day, new problems. Whatever is bothering you, put it on hold and deal with it when the time is right. I spent the next 10 minutes or so, looking at the rising sun, kind of funny if you think about it. Seeing the rising sun in the land of the rising sun. And then, I heard a groan coming from the passenger seat as Shizuka looked to her right. Ah, good morning Takagi. Shizuka speaks up. Morning. Saya whispers groggily. How far till we reach the river? She asks as she rubs her eyes. 5 minutes or so. Shizuka answers. Did the idiot wake up? Saya asks again. Idiot. Shizuka asks back, tilting her head confused. Sepfear did he whack? Saya turns to look at the rear seats as she spoke, only to stop mid-sentence. Oh. Shizuka, probably curious with Saya's reaction, turns around as well. My mask hides my eyes, right? Ah, they all look so cute like that. Shizuka giggled. All cute? Hey, what? Seconds later, it hit me. Right, Psycho is sleeping on my shoulder and Rei is cuddled up to Takashi. I could see Saya, puffing her cheeks. Why is she looking at me? Don't tell me she's... When he wakes up, give the idiot his sleeping bag back. You guys told me it was his. She says as she gets out of said sleeping bag, carefully placing Alice on the seat, before moving towards the hatch that was in front of me. And as she opens the hatch and lifts herself up. Wait, that sleeping bag was M. She throws a kick, aimed towards my shin. The hell? Well, that didn't hurt because I have the leg guards. But still, the hell? Did she just kick me? I hear Shizuka giggling before she turns back to look at the front. I stayed unmoving for some time, processing the information, only to notice Kota as he started moving about. And a couple of minutes later he opened his eyes. He groans as he looks around, his eyes stopping on me, then on Takashi. And then he just stops there, and starts staring between me and Takashi. He sighs as his shoulders drop. Why can't I have a girl cuddling up to me? He whispers to himself. Actually bro, only Takashi is getting the cuddling treatment. Mine was just an accident. He was about to get up when Saya came down from the hatch. Ah, good morning Takagi. He says happily, his face instantly lighting up. Morning. Saya replies with the same grumpy voice as always. She picks up the binoculars that were lying around and then lifts her upper torso over the hatch, leaving her a lower body in front of me. And, just like that, another problem appeared. The others think that I'm asleep, right? Because right now, Saya has her butt half a meter away from my face. It's going to be rather hard to pretend to be asleep with that butt in front of my face. I close my eyes to avoid any accidents from appearing. Nair has still not woken up. Kota asks, sounding a little bit worried. Nope. You know, Takagi asked the same thing too. Shizuka whispers to Kota with a giggle. As I open my eyes again, I see Kota turning to Shizuka. Really? He asks as his shoulders drop again. God damn it you airhead. That's not something you should say to Kota, even if it meant nothing. Shizuka was about to speak again when something caught her attention, making her turn her head to the passenger seat. Good morning little one. Did you sleep well? She asked softly with a kind smile. Alice pokes her head out of the front seat, still covered with the sleeping bag, looking like a mini Eskimo. Good morning. I'm Kota. Kota said quietly as he turned to the side so he could see Alice from behind the seat. Alice. Alice replies while rubbing her eyes. I'm Shizuka. Nice to meet you Alice. Shizuka says cheerfully shortly after. Kota narrows his eyes for a bit, seemingly in thought. Hey Alice. Want to go to the roof? We can sing a song up there and we won't wake anybody up. Koda whispers. Hey, so that's why they were up there. Alice smiles and nods a couple of times. I could see Koda was also smiling as he picked up the little one and climbed the hatch, causing Saya to groan as she also had to climb up in order to allow them to pass. Alice will be a big morale boost for the team. Hey. My view did not stay but free for too long though, as Saya climbed back to her old place shortly after. And a couple of minutes later, the Humvee started tilting forward, as it finally reached the riverbank and went into the river. Not long after, I started hearing a faint voice, singing. This is where the anime episode normally starts, isn't it? As we passed the shallow river I could hear Alice singing, only to be joined up soon after by Koda. Who was then shouted at by Saya. Hey guys, wake up, we will be over the river soon. I hear Shizuka speak up, this time with a voice loud enough to actually wake us up. And just like in the anime, Rei wakes up first. She shuffles around, rubbing her head against Takashi's arm, before opening her eyes, then staring at Takashi's face with sleepy half-closed eyes, her expression slowly turning into a closed-mouth grin. Geez, get a room you two. I complained as I closed my eyes. A couple of seconds later I hear Takashi groan as he wakes up. Morning everybody. I heard Takashi say as I felt movement next to me. After a couple of seconds, I heard Rei giggling. Hey Takashi, look at those two. I hear her say. I open my eyes and look at Rei and Takashi without turning my head. While Rei was giggling, Takashi was staring at me, a slight frown appearing on his face. Oh no, you didn't just do what I think you just did. But anyway. Now, I can either wake up and get this charade over with, or wait for Psycho to wake up first to avoid the awkwardness. For as much as I know, she might not actually want to wake up like this. And here I go again. Shooting myself in the foot. God, I swear, I am my worst fucking enemy. Wow. Busujima is really bold, I hear Rei say while giggling, a wide grin on her face. She really needs to be like that even if it's not about Takashi? Finally, as if hearing Rei's remark, Psycho reacts and moves her head a bit, before opening her eyes. And then, she turns her head towards me. And starts staring. I am not sweating. Not at all. Hey, let's play a game me. Let's call it, don't freak out and stay still. Completely, fucking, still. Psycho finally wakes up, causing her eyes to go wide. She quickly lifts her head from my shoulder and looks around. Actually, she didn't drool this time around. Did the way she ended up on my shoulder closed her mouth. Good morning Psycho, Takashi speaks up shortly after. Good morning Komuro, Psycho replies as she rubs the sleepiness out of her eyes. Psycho, hey? So she did tell him to call her by her first name in the house. She then turns to look at me again. Nair is still asleep? She asks. Yeah, he just missed quite the wake-up call, don't you think? Rei says while staring at Psycho. Causing her to blush slightly. Cut it out Rei, it's not funny. Takashi says right after, Rei frowns as she turns her attention to him. So, should we let him sleep some more? Takashi asks. Well, I don't see a problem with it. I mean, he is sleeping right? Rei speaks right after. What do you mean? Takashi asks as he turns towards Rei. Well, he has been asleep ever since he got back after falling from that wall? I mean, you know. She says a bit hesitantly as she glances at me. He didn't get bit, did he? She finishes. If he was bitten back then, he would probably already be up, Takashi says as he also stares at me. Psycho then brings her face closer to mine. I could see her eyes looking towards my chest. He is breathing. He is not dead Rei. Psycho says as she grabs my shoulder and shakes me. Okay, time to wake up before they end up putting a bullet in my head for good measure. No shaking. I say with my best just woke up groan. Nair, are you okay? Psycho was the first one to speak to me. Yeah. I can hear just fine now. My head feels like it got hit by a train though. I say as I move my neck, bones cracking in the process. And my neck is sore after staying still for so long. But they don't need to know that I heard every single thing they said. You had us really worried there for a second. I hear Takashi say with a groan. Well. The whole thing was my fault to begin with. So it had to be me. I say as I turn my head to Takashi, who had one eyebrow raised. Hey? What do you mean? He asks. I was the one that told Koda to use the flashbang. I also didn't take into account the fact that you could not protect yourself. So, as I said. My bad, sorry about that. I explained as Takashi was looking at me like an idiot. Well. And so you took the hit instead of Takashi to correct your mistake. I think that is good enough for an apology. Even if it was, not a very smart idea. Takashi didn't even get to speak as Psycho intervened. Hey, stick around. I'm full of bad ideas, I say with a mirthless chuckle. Where have I heard that line before? It seemed relevant to my situation, something about zombies? Aliens, zombie aliens? Can't remember. Oh well. You should be more careful, Nair, you will end up hurting yourself if you keep doing such stunts. Shizuka says as she turns around, looking at me with a frown. I think it was a frown, though she looked more like a pouting hamster to be honest. Well, hurting myself is putting it mildly. And with that done, the Humvee reached the end of the river, climbed a slope, and along with a little airtime, it then landed safely on the river bank. Once we drove a bit further, and upon seeing no corpses around, the car stopped. Well, seeing that it's safe around here, I think it's time we get a much-needed break. Because I for one, need some fresh air. I say as I look at the door behind Psycho. Psycho nods and opens the door before stepping out of the car herself. I stretch in the car before also getting out. For a Humvee, it's awfully spacious. I have already been in a military Humvee in my old life. And let me tell you, these things are a lot of things. Spacious, they ain't. It is weird, but this one has quite the open space inside for some reason. With that strange thought in mind, I scooted outside. And the moment I got out, Nair. I turned to the voice to see Koda on the roof. Hey there, Koda. I say as I wave at him. Hey. That nade was my bad call, don't blame yourself for it. I cut Koda off before he can finish. Koda, along with Alice, were just staring silently at me now. Yeah, the idiot is right. It was his fault. Saya says as she turns her frowning face to me. Good to see you too, Takagi. I respond to her, before turning my attention back to Koda. God, that girl is always grumpy. I do agree with Takagi here though. That flashbang was my fault, so don't put the blame on yourself. I told you to use the flashbang and I almost killed myself because of my bad decision, not yours. I continued as I looked meaningfully at Koda. After a couple of seconds, Koda finally lets up his frown, and smiles with a sigh. Well. It's good to see you are not dead at least. He says, finally with an actual smile. I nod and then turn to Alice. I guess you still find me scary, hey? I say as I tilt my head. The moment Saya saw Alice nodding, she snapped at me. Hey! Idiot! What did you do to her? Saya shouts, as she slams both her hands on the roof and leans towards my direction. Nothing. She just thinks my mask is, that's all. I shouted back as I put my hands up. Then take it off, you nitwit. You have been wearing that damn thing ever since you found it. She responds with a huff. Nope. Not gonna happen. The mask stays. Or what, you want to see my face that badly? I finish my reply with a chuckle as I fold my arms. And sure enough, Saya's face turned red and as she was about to start screaming. Shouting? Shouting? Well, it's good to see you three are fine. Now some of you might want to start changing? I don't think you want to stay in the Humvee with your previous clothes, no. I say as I turn around and start walking a bit further away from the car. Ignoring whatever was about to happen. And so, a couple of minutes later, the girls were behind the car. While the rest, aka Takashi and Koda, stayed in the front. I, on the other hand, was by the slope. You know. It's funny how when I was alone while the others slept, all that crap that crawled up into my head and almost choked me. And now, with everybody around, I feel like everything is going to be just fine. That, or I'm keeping my brain busy. With that thought, I slowly moved back to the Humvee. Take one for the team, Takashi. Koda says with a grin. And some things just won't change, hey. Trying to get Takashi hated by the girls now, Koda? Uncool, brother. I say with a chuckle as I move closer. What? No, I was just, Koda laughs nervously a bit before he turns to me. So, how are you? That flashbang, while going off in an open area, still went off still pretty close to you. Koda asks with a serious expression. I'm fine, only a mild headache left. A headache that I suspect is more from the fall I took and not from the flashbang in itself. I reply as I massage my right temple with one hand. Still man, that was pretty amazing back there. Koda exclaims excitedly. I tilt my head, a little bit confused. Taking the hit for Takashi and Alice and then going all blind and deaf, I am still going to kick your asses. Bang. 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 He finishes by trying to imitate some sort of badass Rambo. Wait, I actually said that. I ask in surprise. Said? Man, you screamed it at the top of your lungs. Kota answers as he starts laughing. Well, damn. So much for my silent persona. I groan with a shrug. We continued chatting aimlessly for some minutes. Until Takashi got bored of sitting still and started walking away. Kota and I followed behind him as he walked by the riverbank. So, the little one is named Alice, hey? I say, confirming what I already knew to Kota. Yep, Alice. Mare Sato Alice. Kota says right after. And speaking of the devil, we hear her calling out to somebody she considers to be her big brother? Either Takashi or Kota then. She's scared of me after all. Turning to the source of the voice, we see the girls in their new get-up. The outfits they wore were exactly the same as in the anime. The difference being that Psycho once again wore the guards I gave her in the sports store. And after a couple of moments of staring at each other later, Rei speaks up. I couldn't really focus on what she was saying though, as I noticed that Psycho was walking towards me. Thank you for the jacket, Nair. Psycho extends her arm, holding my jacket towards me neatly folded. Glad I could help. You didn't have to fold it though, I'm going to wear it now anyway. I replied as I took the jacket and started wearing it on the spot, leaving it unzipped as I pulled the hood up over my mask. With nothing more to say, we just kind of stared at each other. At least until I heard Saya ordering the men to check the top of the slope. Oh. I think that includes me too. I say as I bowed slightly and turned my back to Psycho. Why did I just do that? With that small bit of weirdness over with, I walk up to the guys. Y'all ready? I ask the other boys. They both respond with a nod. With that, we slowly started to ascend the slope leading to the road. Well, I know it's clear but, yeah, there's no way I can explain that. Let's just play along. After slowly going up the slope, checking it and seeing that there are no corpses around, Takashi motions to the girls that the location is clear. While he was doing that, I walked up to Kota. You might want to move a bit from where you're standing right now, I advised Kota. Hey? Why? He asks. I don't think the Humvee is able to turn while driving up here, and you are right in its path. I chuckled a bit as I pointed towards the car downhill. Kota looks at the car behind him for a few seconds before nodding, moving away from his old spot with me. And after the car climbed up, the girls followed along. Saya then checked the roads around us with the binoculars. Wonder where all the corpses went? I wondered out loud. Well, they all went to the refugee camp, aka Saya's house. No idea, but the bridge was attacked. Saya says as she looks through her binoculars towards the bridge. But, there should be some cops left, right? Rei speaks up as she looks at Saya with a worried expression. Saya frowns for a bit before answering. Yes. Japanese officers are all about their work after all. She says with a reassuring smile towards Rei. Well, would you look at that? Saya being considerate of others for once. I think as I kept a look around us. Rei smiles and replies with a nod, trying to make herself believe what she just heard. So, now what? I ask. Takagi, isn't your house near here? Takashi asks as he turns to her. Yeah. She replies sullenly as she turns to Takashi. So that's where we are heading next. Takashi adds right after. Again going exactly the same as in the anime. I don't think I will ever get used to hearing these lines from them. Still, I should find a way to avoid the car crash and Rei getting the get good or learn to fly treatment. Hey, Nair. Come on, we're leaving. I turn to the sound to see Kota waving his arm from inside the Humvee. I nod and run to the car, climbing inside. And with everyone back inside the Humvee, we went off. Rei and Takashi were now up on the car's roof, pretty much the same deal as in the anime. Saya on the front passenger seat. Alice on the back seat with me next to her. And Kota, sitting in the trunk of the car with our equipment, as the Humvee has an open trunk that connects with the rest of the car. Why in the actual fig is he sitting there when there are empty seats? Oh well, whatever floats your boat, Kota. More importantly, I move to the center and lean forward, so I can be between the two front seats. Saya then turns to me and moves her upper torso slightly away from me. What do you want? She asks me with a frown. I don't see any corpses on the road. I don't like it. I say to the two in the front seats. Hey, why? Isn't it a good thing that there aren't any corpses around? Shizuka asks. No. Because there's no way they just disappeared, I don't even see any dead corpses around. The corpses here are gathered somewhere. Somewhere with a lot of constant loud noise. I warned as I kept looking outside. Shizuka opens her mouth to say something. Just be alert in case we have to react fast. But I cut her off. And just as I finish my sentence, I see corpses ahead. Kota shouts while looking over me through the binoculars. Slow the car down. I shouted towards Shizuka. What? Why? And don't shout next to my ear, you idiot. Saya shouts back at me. You want Takashi and Rei to be up there while we're drifting around the corpse-infested streets? I ask as I turn to her, pointing to the roof with my finger. Saya just stares at me with the same old frown before she looks away with a huff. Fine, slow down the car, she says a couple of seconds later. And so, Shizuka slows the car down to a stop. I then opened the hatch and turned to look at the two people who decided that sitting on the roof of a moving vehicle was a good idea. Oi lovebirds. Get back inside, lest you literally fly off, I say with a smirk before going back inside. With Rei, Takashi following behind me shortly after. Alright, we are all set, let's go, I say as I lean close to the front seats again. With everybody safe inside, Shizuka started driving, following Saya's instructions on where to turn. We keep seeing more and more of them as we get closer to Saya's house. Takashi speaks up, causing Saya's face to turn grim. So there's a good chance that there are survivors there. Saya's head then darts instantly to me. Takashi, you Dorkenstein, think before you speak. Think about it. Loud noises could draw some corpses, but there were no corpses for miles. Meaning there should be a constant source of noise that is drawing them all there. And a constant source of noise means that there is a higher chance than not, of survivors being there. I keep staring at Saya as I speak. She just nods, and turns away. But, I could see an ever-slight smile as she turned her face to the window. No matter how bad her relationship with her parents might seem in the anime, I know she loves them. She would not call out for them during her breakdown otherwise. While I was thinking, I noticed that the Humvee was picking up speed, probably so to pass through the corpses. I also started seeing brick-paved walls from the side windows. Brick-paved walls? We're here, now, the wires. I got Rei back in the car, meaning she won't be able to spot them. Not that it helped her much. But more important than that, I must make sure that the Humvee won't crash into the wires and get totaled. I get up and open the hatch. What are you doing, Nair? I turned my head to the voice to see Psycho looking at me. I need a better view, I say as I pull my upper torso over the hatch of the car. Okay, what am I looking for? A sudden break of corpses on the road could be where the wires are. I think as I keep looking towards the street, but I could see no real end to the corpses. And as I was doing that, the Humvee kept picking up speed. A couple of seconds later, we started colliding with corpses, the Humvee sending the ones unlucky enough to be in our path flying to the left and right. I can't see it. I lower myself, until my head is back in the car, and speak to Shizuka. Can you go a bit slower? We don't know what's up ahead, I asked Shizuka. If we slow down here we won't have enough force to carve a path through all of them, you idiot. Saya shouts at me. God damn it. I go back up with a silent groan. Okay, Nair, just keep yourself focused. It won't be hard to see it, as you know what you're looking for. I narrow my eyes and keep staring at the front. And then, I saw it. A sudden break in the corpses ahead of us. There is a sudden break in the corpses up ahead. There's something blocking their way. Slow down, I shout at Shizuka as I climb back inside. And finally, someone saw the fence. It's a wire fence, Psycho shouts. Shizuka hits the brakes and the car starts screeching as it tries to come to a stop, slowly drifting sideways as it keeps sliding towards the fence. Shit. I know I was faster than Rei in spotting the fence. But still, I could feel my heart beating down my ears as the wire fence got closer. Come on. Stop, damn it. The Humvee goes up against the fence wall, pushing it, slightly. And finally stops. Too close for comfort. But now, we have a new problem. Corpses. A lot of them. And all of them, turn to stroll towards our direction. Kota. Where are the shotgun shells? I ask, as I turn to Kota. In your backpack. As you are the only one with a shotgun, I left all the shells there, he shouts as he gripped his gun tightly, staring at the oncoming horde from the side window. Good. I nod as I quickly move to the back and grab my bag. While I was getting my stuff, Kota went up the hatch and started shooting the corpses that were near the car. I opened my bag and grabbed the first box with shotgun shells I saw. Then started loading the first 6 shells into the gun. I was about to take 3 carton boxes of ammo. But my eyes stopped on the grenade belt. This time, no fuck-ups. I grab the belt and strap it on me. I then finally walked out of the door that was on my right, 3 boxes of shotgun shells in hand. I could use the flashbang right now and clear the corpses near the Humvee. But, if I did that now, the corpses that will arrive later will just waltz right into us. No, I need the whole horde to be here before using it. Not using the flashbang now, meant that we had corpses coming towards us from all over the street. With that in mind, I walked towards the horde before kneeling down, leaving a box of shells on ground, several meters away from the corpses. I then run to the left of the Humvee, towards the wall to my left, and leave the second box. Again, several meters away from the corpses. Lastly, I sprint in the opposite direction to the right and leave the final box on the road. With that done, I was ready to get into the real part of this fight. All the while I did that, Kota was blasting heads off, while Psycho had gone in close combat along with Takashi and Rei. Saya, Alice, and Shizuka were left inside the Humvee. I get up and look down the shotgun sight, toward the oncoming horde of corpses. The sound of Kota's gun echoing as I looked at the horde. Too many to run over with the car, and more are coming. It seems that we just have to hold on until Saya's mother arrives. So, now. We kill. And I pull the trigger. With a loud echo, 2 corpses get sent flying back, falling down motionless. 2 down, an unlimited number to go. I turn my shotgun slightly to the right. Pump. 5. And pull the trigger, 3 more corpses down. Blood splattering on the brick-paved walls to my right as the corpses behind my targets get knocked down by the flying bodies. Pump. 4. I aimed straight ahead, took a step forward, and fired. With a loud blast, 2 more corpses down. Pump. 3. I take a step back and aim slightly to the left. I didn't even aim as I pulled the trigger, 3 more corpses down. The blood from the corpses I had shot was starting to paint the street in front of me red. Pump. 2. I then looked to my left. Psycho was in the middle of the road, holding off the corpses with support fire from Kota. I look back ahead of me. And pull the trigger, 3 more corpses down. Pump. 1. I then turned to look towards the far left wall. On the far left, Takashi and Rei had taken position, holding off the oncoming corpses. I glance at my side again, and pull the trigger one last time. 0. I pump the last round out, kneel down and start reloading the shotgun from the box of shells that I left on this side of the street. With each new shell I put in, I looked back at the oncoming corpses. After I finished reloading the magazine, I pumped a new round in the chamber, before loading in the last shell. I then get up and turn my back to the horde and kick the carton with the inside part of my foot, causing it to slide a couple of meters away, towards the Humvee. I grip the gun's forearm and turn around, staring back at the incoming horde. If I keep it up like this, I will be able to hold them off from my spot, even though they just keep coming. I raise my shotgun again, but quickly realize something. I did not hear any gunshots. With the gun still aimed towards the corpses, I glance back at the Humvee. Kota is reloading? Can't hear him shoot. Psycho might be a badass, but without Kota to pick off the ones that walk past her, we will get overrun. If one side falls, then we get surrounded. I sidestep to my left, leaving the gun to fall to my sides, and start running towards the center. Psycho. Switch. I'm taking the center. I shout at her. I then instantly saw Psycho doing several back hops away from the horde, before turning her head to me. She then started running towards me. My side has them further back compared to hers, also she won't have to worry about both sides. Being center is more dangerous, but I got a shotgun. The moment she got close to me, she slowed down and turned to me. Be careful Nair, she says before she starts running again, moving towards the spot I was in before. You be careful. I got a fucking shotgun with a crap ton of ammo. I say under my breath as I keep running towards the center. After I reached the ammo box I left in the center, I turned to the horde. They were near, almost in my face type of near. Just as I aim down the sights, I see a corpse in front of me getting blown back, blood pouring out of a new hole in its head like a fountain. Kota. Support Psycho on the right. I got this spot covered. The moment I finished shouting, I restarted the massacre. One pull of the trigger. 4 corpses down. Pump. 5. As long as I got ammo left, you fuckers ain't taking a step towards my car. I fire another cheaply aimed shot towards my right. 3 more corpses down. Pump. 4. I turn to the left and fire, 2 more corpses down. Pump. 3. I stop aiming and just point my shotgun towards the mass of corpses, and pull the trigger. 3 more corpses down. It's near impossible to miss with this many ahead of me. Pump. 2. With each shot the wall was being pushed back, slowing down. Albeit, only momentarily. Each corpse I sent flying back would fall on other corpses, causing all of them to fall to the ground. Each mount of corpses would then cause the ones behind them to either trip and fall, or to slow down to a crawl as they stumbled on the fallen corpses. I shake my head and look down the sight. And with a quick motion, fire, pump and refire the last 2 rounds in the gun. 0. There's no fucking end to them. I look around me to see the ammo carton to my right, some meters away from me. When did I walk away from the box? Reloading. I shout to Koda as I run to the carton, stopping with a slide as I grab it. I open the box and start loading new shells into the gun, keeping an eye on the horde after each new shell. After I was done, I kicked the carton back towards the Humvee the same way I did with the last one. I then glanced towards Psycho to see how she's holding on to the right. And judging from her constant movement, counters, and number of bashed heads around her, she's holding up fine. Then I turned my attention to the left. From where I was standing, I could see that corpses had already walked past the defense line. If I counted the ammo cartons I left on the ground as a defense line, that is. Takashi, REI, get over here. I'm taking your spot. I shout out at the two as I start moving towards the left. Looking at the left side, I could see even more corpses than before. Actually, scratch that. I could see more corpses coming from all sides. Come on. Saya's mother better be here soon. As I run towards the left, REI and Takashi run past me. I kept my sight focused towards the horde that had shambled past the defense line as I kept running. Once a couple of meters away from the horde, I stopped dead in my tracks, then aimed down the sights. Right now I had the main part of the left horde to my right. Ahead of me I could see a smaller cluster of corpses which had already stumbled past me. The left side led to the fence. Thankfully, it was still clear of corpses. I quickly fire a shot, chest height, aimed towards the main horde to my right. The shot caused several corpses to be blown back, and in the process, the other corpses behind them to either fall on each other or sidestep away from the direction they were going. I pump a new round and turn back towards the group ahead of me, which was now looking straight at me. Pump. 5. I start walking straight towards the corpses. The blast from my last shot caused the corpses on the right side to fall back some, so I won't have to worry about the right for a few seconds. I aim at the corpses ahead of me. Then shoot, again at chest height. And another group of corpses gets blasted back. Pump. 4. I need to clean them from the ammo carton, or at least get it out of their shambling feet. I think as I pump a new round in the gun. The box with the ammo was now almost a meter away from me. I aim the shotgun straight ahead once more, and pull the trigger. I pump a new round and instantly pull the trigger again. Another chest shot on the corpses ahead of me, and a new round in the chamber. Pump. 2. I drop the gun to my sides and run to the box of shells. With all the knocked down corpses, the box was under a pair of feet right now. Thankfully, feet don't bite, yet. I kick said feet away and kneel down, grabbing the carton. I then hug the shotgun and roll towards the fence, dodging a few wandering hands. Once I felt the ground on my feet, I stand up straight and turn around, pointing the shotgun with one hand, the box held with the other. This will be one inaccurate shot. Not that it matters much, there's a fucking wall of corpses here. Another loud blast echoed. Pump. The recoil was enough to cause my arm to bend, the shotgun almost hitting my face as corpses got sent flying back. It had reached the point that I could just blind shoot towards the horde, and all the pellets would still find a target. In other words, it was time for Plan 2. Too many of them. Box of shells still in hand, I ran to the Humvee. Koda. Cease fire, cease fire. I shout as I open the Humvee's door and throw the ammo box inside before slamming the door shut. What? Are you crazy? Koda shouted back at me, I could see a hard glare on his eyes. I pull the flashbang out of the belt's pocket, and show it to him. Yeah, I fucking am. I respond as I climb up the Humvee from the hood. Koda looks at the flashbang and nods. He then goes back inside the car as he turns the safety on his gun. Everybody. Back in the car. Right now. I shout at Takashi, REI, and Psycho. I saw REI and Takashi looking at me for a split second before they turned their heads back towards the horde. Psycho was, probably too aroused to even hear me. Oh, for fuck's sake, you hillbilly berserkers. Get back to the fucking car. I'm not taking another flashbang in the face for your sorry asses. I scream as loud as I can, raising my hand and waving the flashbang in the air. This time the three reacted appropriately and started running back towards the Humvee. And the moment the last person reached the car, I prepped the flashbang. Eyes shut, ears closed. I say in a calm voice and pull the pin. And you shitheads, can go. Deaf. I shout as I toss the flashbang as far back from the horde as possible. I quickly duck and cover my ears while I turn my upper body towards the fence, my eyes closed. And then, not a second later, a dull sound echoes in my head for a couple of seconds. I open my eyes, shake my head, and look back. Heart beating like a drum in my chest. If this didn't work, we are screwed. In more ways than one. I stared at the horde of corpses, as they slowly started turning around. Walking in the opposite direction of the fence, of us. I nod and climb back inside the car, shit-eating grin on my face and all. Yet, I didn't even manage to sit down before Koda started being noisy. Good thing the car has some basic soundproofing. I hope. I can't believe that actually worked. Koda shouts with a loud voice, still looking at the horde as it shambled away. Please. My ideas might occasionally be made out of stupid, but it's the working type of stupid. I respond with a shrug. Occasionally. Saya says as she turns towards me with a slight smirk and one eyebrow raised. We're still alive, ain't we? And this time around, nobody went blind or deaf or worse. I call this a win. I respond as I turn to Saya, slightly raise both my hands and shrug. But what do we do now? Psycho asks shortly after. We wait for them to leave and then drive away. Shizuka adds on. The fence. Maybe there are survivors on the other side. Saya asks as she stares at the other side of the fence. We should have Saya's mother to the rescue soon. Or not. We are safe enough to wait here so it doesn't really matter. I think we should wait for now, shut down the car engine so it won't attract any more corpses on us. And after the coast is clear, we'll see what we'll do. I respond as I look past the fence. And like that, a couple of minutes passed with the engine turned off, and us staying as silent as the grave. Even if Koda's initial shouting was proof enough the corpses ignored us, or did they actually go deaf? Until finally, a sound other than the moaning of the distant corpses was heard. A knock on the window, from the side of the fence. The whole group jumped in surprise, only to see a person in a firefighter suit waving at us. We made it. The group starts smiling, and the smiling then turns into cheering as they open the hatch and climb outside. It seems that there's a whole group of people in firefighter suits on the other side of the fence. Again, just like in the anime. The people in the suits then helped us to get on the other side of the wire fence. And once we were all over, Shizuka walked up to the one that was apparently giving the orders. Thank you for saving us. She says as she takes a deep bow. The person whom Shizuka was speaking to then proceeded to remove the helmet of the suit, revealing it to be none other than Saya's mother. There is no need for that now, it's only natural to help my daughter and her friends after all, Saya's mom responds with a smile. And we are done. I wonder, should I ask Psycho to train with me tomorrow? I'll also need to make sure Koda won't get bullied with the gun business. As for Saya, well, she will be extra grumpy now soon. Yeah, good luck with that. Me. Rei and Takashi will probably do stuff. That being said, who is Nair Sepphire? Yuriko, aka Saya's mother, asks as she looks at the group, her sight stopping on me. She knows my name. Wait. She knows my name? Why the hell does she know my name? I raised my hand and I didn't even manage to speak before I found myself surrounded by the people wearing the firefighter suits. Oh, this can't be a good sign. Yuriko then walks up to me. And seconds later, I was staring down the barrel of her lugger. Does this have something to do with my debts? I mean, Saya's family is filthy rich. Wouldn't be surprised if she owned a bank or two. So, you are the one who placed my daughter in needless danger. She says as her eyes turn into a cold stare. I did what? Was all I could think as I slowly raised my other hand. The rest of the group was now talking? Shouting? I couldn't really tell. Too focused on the gun aimed at my head. What the fuck? Chapter 15, New House, New Problems. Well, it's official. My life sucks. I sigh as I look around the empty room for the millionth time. Right now, I was locked in what seemed to be an empty bedroom on the second floor in Saya's house. At least, I managed to get here. I think as I look at my right hand, that was handcuffed to a hole in the table in front of me. At least I'm not in an actual cell. I got a big ass window on my back to let the sunshine in. I sigh and hit my head on the table. God, this is a pack of bullshit. I could feel the cold wood on my cheek as I took a deep breath. After Saya's mom went all American cop on me, they separated me from the group and took me here. While I understand why they took all of my equipment, did they really have to take my mask too? I liked that mask. I lift my head slightly only to bump it on the table again. Ugh. I was planning on having a break here. So give me a fucking break. I let out a dry laugh as I lift my head and look around the room one more time. I have been sitting here for God knows how long after Yuriko, aka Saya's mom, decided to arrest me for endangering the group? What sort of holy crap is that anyway? We are in the middle of a goddamn zombie outbreak, people, get with the times. I gave my handcuffs a couple of light tugs, when I heard the door open. I turned my head to see Yuriko walking inside. She closed the door behind her and walked to the other side of the table, before taking a seat herself. She then started staring at me in silence. Oh great. Now I'm in a fucking detective movie. We stayed like that for a couple of minutes, just staring at each other. Does she have to stare so hard? So, what now? You're going to execute me or something? I asked jokingly. It's one of the debatable options. She answers calmly as she keeps staring. She's joking. Right. I sigh at her response. What do you want from me then? I ask. And before she could speak up, I continued. Because I don't think you came here just to stare at me. I lean back on my chairs as I switch my glance to the handcuffs on my hand. Indeed I did not fear. I'm here for a reason. She says as she folds her arms under her chest and leans back on her chair as well. I'm here so we can decide what we will do with you. She says as she keeps staring at me. We? Isn't Saya's father supposed to be at a power plant or something? Actually, why the fuck does she know my name in the first place? Not many people should know it. Other than my group, that did not have any contact with her up until now, my family that is on the other side of the globe and. The door then opens once again. And a certain, snake-faced, glass-toting, suit-wearing slimeball walks in. Shido. I know, I shouldn't be surprised. But. How? They. Hell? In the anime he arrived right before the nuke blast, so he is here way too fucking early. And let me guess, he is somehow connected to the reason as of why I'm sitting here right now. Why can't he just fade out from existence or something? Well, I certainly didn't expect to find you here. Fear. Shido speaks up, his signature I eat shit grin plastered on his face. You and me both. I answer as I keep staring at him. Oh, how the people of this mansion barely dodged a disaster. How lucky they are that I managed to arrive here before you, and warn them of you and what you did to us. Shido puts his fingers on his forehead as he speaks with a rather dramatic flair. Sure, yet. I'm sure you told them the one and only truth. Still, riddle me this. Seeing as I'm chained up to a table and pretty much pose no threat anymore. How the hell did you manage to get here before me? I ask as Shido moves to sit next to Saya's mother. I have to thank you for that, Fear. Had you not tried to kill us all, I would have never managed to get here in time. Shido speaks up, smugness pretty much oozing out of his mouth. Hey, care to explain that to stupid ol me? I say with a sarcastic tone as I lift an eyebrow. Well, you see, Fear. After you sabotaged the bus, after you caused the split and after you abandoned us back there and left us for dead, we became stranded. We had to go on foot because of you for. I can't even recall how long. Thankfully, we were rescued by the esteemed gentleman from the Takagi estate. Alas, not all of us were so lucky. While I did my very best to protect my dear students, thanks to you. We had casualties. Casualties that could have been easily avoided have you not acted so irrationally. I'm just glad that, the poor souls that you have dragged with you on your merry journey are still all safe. I could not bear it, were I to lose any more of my dear students because of you. Shido was really starting to get into it, by now, and was speaking with such passion, such flair. Such grandiose bullshit. I asked him how he got here, not to spin me his tale of gory. Until, as luck would have it, we crossed paths with an armed group. They helped us get here. Really fortunate, these kind people, that I managed to warn them about you. Who knows what you would have done to these poor souls if I was not present to warn them of your ways. Shido then grinned as he kept looking at me. Helped, hey? I wonder if your female students helped them make their decision to pick sorry ass along. Seeing how you turned the bus into a fuckfest in the anime, I won't really be surprised if you used some similar tactic now as well. I would also go on a limb and say that these guards are also on his side now. God, I want to strangle him so bad. But, unlike you, I'm not a monster. I shall leave the good people of this fine community to decide your fate. He says with a grin. Sure. Fill them with your bullshit, then let them stain their hands for you. Sick fuck. I growled under my breath so nobody could hear me. What was that, Fear? Shido leans forward as his smug grin gets wider than ever. I said, this is a free country, so I don't see a problem with that. I say as I try my best to keep my face straight. Shido just keeps grinning as he gets up and turns around, exiting the room from the same door he entered. And the moment the door closed, I breathe out. Well, shit, I turned to Yuriko as I spoke. So, when am I getting executed? I ask sarcastically. As he said, this is for the people to decide. She says as she keeps a serious face. Ah, please. For the people to decide? That guy is a politician in a crocodile's skin. I wouldn't be surprised if he has every single idiotic refugee mesmerized with his bullshit. I say as I glare back at Saya's mother. Yuriko opens her mouth to speak. And why in God's name he seems to be the one calling the shots here? Last time I checked this was the Takagi estate, shouldn't you or your husband be the ones calling the shots here? But I cut her off as I continued talking. Finishing my tirade, I slump back on my chair. Yuriko stares silently at me for some time. She keeps looking at me until she lets out a tired sigh. I would like to believe that you are smart enough not to buy into that guy's bullshit. While I did cause the initial group to split and I did sabotage the bus, I did it because it was a necessity. That man is far more dangerous than I am. As I keep talking, Yuriko gets up, turns around and walks towards the door. Welp. I'm fucked. And locks it. She then returns and sits on the opposite side of the table once again. I was not born yesterday neither. I have dealt with characters like Shido longer than you could even imagine. She says as she smiles slightly. She's talking about the time she worked as a stockbroker? Probably. Actually, that is also the reason why I hoped that she wouldn't be swayed by that sleazebag. Then, what's with all this? If I were to believe that you don't buy into his crap, why do you and your husband let him stroll around like he owns the place? Why did you friggin' arrest me? I ask incredulously. She sighs before looking straight into my eyes. Because my husband is gone. She says as she keeps looking at me, her eyes leaking a bit of sadness. Wait, what? A couple of days ago he and a team of engineers went to fix a nearby power plant. And 2 days ago a group of guards that went with them as protection, returned without the rest. Almost half of the guards that were part of that team were gone, along with Soichiro and the engineers. They told us that the facility was overrun by the infected. Finishing her story, she then takes a deep breath. As for the reason why this Shido character has so much influence now, it's practically my fault. She says. I tilt my head to the side and raise an eyebrow. You were not wrong about him acting like a politician, because his father is one actually. And as you yourself have experienced, he is quite the talker, even charismatic in his own way. Perfect to sway the masses when they are in need of somebody to believe in. He was here less than a day and almost all of the refugees outside are now under his sway. All the while he was gaining influence, I was trying to put together a rescue team to head to the power plant. And without a figure to counter his influence, without Soichiro to lead the men, I have practically lost control. As for why I arrested you, well, so far Shido has found no opposition from me. He probably thinks I'm a pushover. This is why I acted as I did and captured you. If he thinks I'm no threat, or if he thinks that I'm on his side, then he won't get in my way. After she finishes, she leans forward and rests her hands on the table. Out of curiosity, the returning guards. Same guards that found Shido and his group. Yuriko just nods to my question. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why does this guy bring trouble wherever he fucking treads? Pardon my French. Yuriko just chuckles as I plant my face on the table. If my husband was here, he would be able to do something about all of this as he holds far more power than me. And well, more importantly, the other armed personnel would listen to him without question. Her face returns to a serious expression as she talks. You mentioned something about a rescue. When will that happen? I ask as I lift my face from the table. Tomorrow. She answers bluntly. Yet, no. I'll be dead by then if we let Shido do as he pleases. I say as I lower my head to the desk once more, resting my chin on it. Anyway, how are the rest? I ask, my head still on the desk. The rest? She asks back. My group, the ones I endangered, you know. I say as I keep my face on the desk. They are fine. They went to sleep an hour ago or so. She answers. I see. At least they are taking this whole situation well. I say as I lift my head and look down at the table. Also considering that the group, in the anime, ended up fighting with each other here. It's not so bad. What with Saya going off about how her parents left her for dead. Kota going ballistic on Takashi because he kind of manhandled Saya. And Shizuka being, I don't know. Midlife crisis mode? I guess if they are too busy with my sorry ass it keeps them from going after each other's asses. Wait. An hour ago? How long have I been locked up in here? I ask as I lift my sight from the desk and look at Yuriko. About 4 hours I think. And as for them taking your imprisonment, well, honestly, I think they just got exhausted after screaming at me for so long. I mean, even if I did believe Shido, with how much Saya shouted at my ear to release you. You can't be that bad if my daughter is so fond of you. Yuriko smiles as she finishes. Yay, what? I blink several times as I keep staring at the woman. I think you're probably mistaking me for Takashi. I'm the guy who she doesn't even remember by name, with how she keeps calling me an idiot all of the time. I say as I stare at her. Takashi. Yes, her childhood crush. Turned out to be quite one-sided from what I see. For all the smarts my daughter says she has, she really can't bring herself to understand how she needs to act towards the guy she likes. A real shame really. I just sat there staring while Yuriko kept talking. She looks at me for a few seconds, before putting her hand over her mouth as she lets out a giggle. What's with that incredulous look on your face? I'm her mother, you know. Of course I would understand things like that. she says as she tilts her head, expression full of mirth. Yes of course. So can we get back to how I will be dead before sundown? I say as I scratch the back of my head with my free hand. Yuriko, still smiling, starts speaking again. Don't worry, I'm still a Takagi and this still is my house, I won't let anybody execute you. As she finishes she folds her arms under her chest. And then Shido would use your refusal for cooperation as a reason to turn the masses against you. No, that won't work, we need another plan. Other than actively opposing him and his merry midgets. I say as I put my free hand under my chin. Just to be clear. You will help me if need be, right? I ask, as Yuriko just nods in response. I then lower my head and close my eyes. Okay. I need a plan. First of all, I need to curate the current state of things. My group is asleep, or so Yuriko says. In either case, they are probably out of action and can't help me right now. Shido has managed to brainwash the hippie wannabe protesters and a group of armed guards with his bullshit. The guards probably had an extra helping of Yuaki, though that's just speculation, maybe they were just that gullible. More importantly, said masses of idiots will probably want me dead or exiled if they believe I'm what Shido portraits me as. Yuriko is on my side, but if she were to take any overt action it would let Shido use her act of helping me to turn the refugees against her. And that could turn sour fast. That leaves the armed forces and the head honcho, Saya's dad, who is now missing in action at the power plant. A place that, if the guards that are under Shido's sway are to be believed, is overrun with corpses. Being that Saya's dad is also involved in politics, and he is described as charismatic, and scary as fuck. If he was here, he should have been able to tear Shido a new one in his own stupid little game. Question is if he is still alive. Question. I lift my head as I begin to speak, causing Yuriko to focus on me. Whose side the armed personnel will take in case things get bad? And, said personnel, are they professionals or not? Knowing their allegiance would be key in any further plans. Finishing my question I lean back on my chair. Most of the people acting as armed guards now were loyal followers of my husband long before the outbreak. So they would definitely lend their support if Suichiro was here. And no, most of them did not really have any training. They were not in the military or anything like that. Finishing her reply Yuriko averts her eyes from me and starts looking out of the window, probably to hide how vexed she was with the current state of affair. So they have practically no experience handling firearms, though I can't discount the possibility that they have other martial capabilities. They are after all, a part of an ultra-nationalist party in Japan, some of them probably have martial arts training. So it seems they just happened to get the guns right after the outbreak because of Saya's dad's influence. And if he is dead? I say as I keep my eyes on Yuriko. Hard to say. Maybe the whole place will get wrapped in chaos as each of the lieutenants struggle for dominance. Normally, if Suichiro were to die, I'm the one that was supposed to take his position as leader. But I'm not him, I'm not confident that I can get the full support of his men. I might have had a hand in increasing this family's wealth, but for his men, I am respected simply because I married into this family. It was my husband who built this. Who had gathered the people under him. There is a big chance, with Suichiro gone, some of the people that would normally be at our side, will probably decide stay out of it. While it is unlikely that they would turn against me, it's still a possibility. She keeps her eyes on the window as she speaks. I see. Did he have any armed people with him, other than the engineers? I don't mean guards like the ones that found Shido, armed personnel that stay with him. I ask after a silent moment. Yes he does. And I do believe he is still alive, he's not one to die this easily. She answers with a determined expression on her face. She has a lot of faith in him. And well, he was walking around with a bona fide katana. So yet. Anyway, there are only two things I can do right now. Wait and hope he would return by himself. Or try to find Suichiro Takagi, Saya's dad, myself before the retarded refugees here try to violently remove my head from my shoulders. Hypothetically speaking, how hard would it be for somebody to escape from here and go to the power plant on foot? As I ask, Yuriko turns her sight to me, raising an eyebrow at my question. Impossible, especially if said hypothetical person is handcuffed to a table. She says as she folds her arms, disapproving what I'm implying. I keep staring at her, until she finally lets out a sigh. You know what you're planning to do is crazy, almost suicidal in fact, right? We are already preparing a whole team of armed people to go there. Hey eyebrows take a worried frown as she speaks. A group that might be in cahoots with Shido you mean? I respond as I tilt my head. I added the most likely action that Shido would do to sabotage the rescue, causing Yuriko to stare at me. A moment later she released another sigh. And what am I supposed to say to your friends then? I already have a negative reputation with them by arresting you. What am I supposed to say? They don't need to know. I cut her off. Yuriko remained silent, so I continued on. Because after me, they will likely be the next targets for Shido to try and make disappear. They do know his true nature after all. It's better to try and stop this infection before it gets out of hand. After I finish, Yuriko sighs again and shakes her head. After some seconds, she gets up. Are you absolutely sure about this? I mean, try to see this from my point of view. You are asking me to send a kid to a facility that is supposed to be overrun by flesh-eating monsters. She responds up as she stares at my face. If I were to stay here, hoping for a miracle that we both know is not coming anytime soon, I'm dead either way. Might as well go with the option where I might survive. I answer with as much conviction as I can. Yuriko stayed silent for some time, her face giving off the impression that she is in deep thought. Wait here. She says as she turns around and moves towards the door. She unlocks it and exits the room, closing the door behind her, before locking it from the outside. Oh okay, I was about to take the table and go for a stroll. But I guess I'll wait since she asked. I say sarcastically as I give the handcuffs a tug and slump back on the chair. So, Saya is fond of me, huh? Coulda fooled me, het. A couple of minutes passed before I heard the door being unlocked once more. I was actually tense for a few seconds, thinking that Shido had decided to go fuck it and try finish me off now with Yuriko out of the way. Thankfully I didn't see that snake's face coming through the door as Yuriko walked inside, along with my backpack. The moment she walked into the room, 2 more people followed behind her, locking the door behind them. I just watched the whole event silently. With the door locked, Yuriko then turned towards the 2 men. Alright, stand by the door you two, this won't take long. She says to the 2 as she walks to me, uncuffs me, and takes the handcuffs away. Finally, I thought I was about to get married to this table with how intimate we were being. I crack my wrist to limber up any stiffness from being cuffed the whole time. Your equipment should all be in here, minus the shotgun obviously. Yuriko passes the backpack to me as she speaks. I nod and take the bag. Hello old friend, missed me? So, what's the plan on getting me out of here? I ask, and one of the guys that came with Yuriko turns to look at me. We are to be on the next patrol that will leave in about 10 minutes. Before we leave the mansion we'll pick you up en route, and from there we'll take you outside with the patrol jeep. After that, we drive you towards the power plant. The guard speaks up, Yuriko nods after that he finishes talking. Okay. Now in the backpack, I've also placed a 2-way radio that is normally used by the guards. Except this one has been tuned to only broadcast to a specific frequency so it won't transmit to every single radio in the vicinity, only to this one here can get a signal from it, Yuriko says as she waves a radio in her hand. I also left a handgun with 2 clips in your backpack. Your shotgun I'm afraid. Too big to hide, and too noisy to stealthily walk around with, I know. I cut in, Yuriko nods before she continued speaking. After you reach the power plant, look for any survivors. Anyone sent there is quite important to rescue, though your main objective is still finding Suichiro. If he is no longer alive, bring proof of his death back with you, we'll think of a different way to get you off the firing line after that. Yuriko kept a straight face as she spoke of the morbid subject. I just nodded in response. While we do not have a map of the interior of the power plant, we do have some basic information about it. The facility should have 2 buildings, the main building containing the office and control rooms, and a warehouse. Any other structures there are simply part of the power generation process and only part of the infrastructure, so you should focus your search on these 2 buildings. The facility should also have 2 giant chimneys that you should be able to see from a distance if you somehow lose your bearings on the way there. Now, last but not least, the place is supposed to be overrun, so don't do anything stupid, alright? Finishing, Yuriko stands up and looks at the guards. They nodded and started moving, probably to the jeep. Okay kid, Miss Yuriko will take you to the location we agreed to make a stop so we can pick you up without anyone finding out. You will hide there until we arrive. With that last remark done, they turn around and leave. Yuriko then signals me to follow her. I get up and throw my bag over my shoulder. Once I reach the door, she gives me the handcuffs along with the key. Handcuff yourself please. Just in case anybody else sees you, it's easier to explain if you are handcuffed. She says as she hands them over to me. Can't have dangerous me running around the building, hey. I chuckle and put the handcuffs on, pocketing the key in the process. Yuriko just stares back at me. Let's go. She said before we both exited the room and started moving towards the stairs. As we moved down the tall hallways, I could not help but marvel at the opulent house. Carpeted floors, marble pillars, all the good stuff. Don't think I'll ever get used to such a house. I feel like a spec ops operative for some reason. I say as we walk down the hallway. Yuriko was about to speak, only to close her mouth the moment we reached the stairs. I looked at Yuriko before turning my sight towards where she was looking. Ah boy. The stairs had a certain moody pink-haired person sitting on the top stair, both hands under her chin and her elbows on her knees. She was staring off towards the exit. I turned to see Yuriko, whose face has taken an obvious sad frown. Any other way we can exit the building? I whisper. She turns to me, taken somewhat off guard. Why, yes. She turns around and motions me to follow her. I give Saya a last glance before turning around, picking up speed towards the opposite direction. If the mood was bad back then, well, it has now hit rock bottom. Yuriko for one looked rather dejected as she walked next to me. Don't get killed, Sepphire. She speaks up. Don't make me have to be the one to tell them that I sent you off on a suicide mission. Saya already hates me enough as it is. She continues, sadness very apparent in her voice. Nobody hates you, they're just on edge, that's all. And I know that, your daughter loves you. It is just as you said, she simply fails to show it correctly. I say as we keep walking, keeping my eyes straight ahead. We kept silent until we reached another set of stairs. These ones were empty, so after we went down the stairs we instantly headed out the exit. Once we were outside, Yuriko motioned me to follow her as she went to the right, straight towards a small patch of trees next to the main house. And after reaching said trees, Yuriko turned around to me. Wait here, Nair, the jeep with the guards should pass from here, the guards will make a stop in front of you so you can get in. After that keep your head down until they tell you that you are in the clear. After she finishes talking she turns to leave. Saya will understand. I say as Yuriko begins walking away, causing her to stop and turn around. And if she doesn't, I will explain it to her myself. After I bring her father back. I say with a slight nod towards Yuriko, before turning around and walking deeper into the cluster of trees. Saya needs to cut her mother some slack. I think as I sit by a tree, doing my best to hide myself in the foliage. I wonder what the rest are really doing. If Saya was not asleep, the rest might be awake too. And with that, I take the key out of my pocket and take the handcuffs off. Then, I open my bag, toss the handcuffs in and look inside to better catalog what's inside. Let's see, leg guards, arms guards, the walkie-talkie, my Swiss knife, a flashlight, map, and the pistol Yuriko was talking about. I pick up the handgun, take out the magazine and then take one bullet out. Looks like a SIG P220, 9x19mm bullets. Well, it's still a pea shooter compared to the Ithaca. And now I miss my shotgun. Well, better than nothing. I put the bullet back inside and then insert the mag back in the gun, then leave the gun on the grassy floor and keep looking inside the bag. There's the mags, the flashbang belt is here, no flashbangs though. I see another belt here. I grab the belt and pull it out, pulling a leather holster along with it. I nod, thanking Yuriko in my heart, and strap the belt on my waist. I then take the handgun off the ground and put it in the holster on my right. Shame that it's a right-hand holster, I'm left-handed. Well, won't be too hard to just draw it and then switch hands. I turn back to the bag. More importantly, where is my mask? I was starting to get frustrated as I took the leg and arm guards out of the bag, to make it easier to see inside the bag. I then start looking back inside. It better be in here, or I'm going to sue. I grab a hard object from the bottom of the bag and pull it out. Pulling my mask along with its balaclava. Why hello there. I then put the balaclava on, followed by the mask shortly after. Much better. I then take the arm and leg guards I left on the grass and strap them on me as well. After I was done, I focused back on my bag and began looking inside again. Can't find my screwdriver, guess they took it. Why though? With that over with, I put the radio in my front pocket, and strapped the bag back on my back. I then spend the next couple of minutes staring at the people that passed by the road. I really have an urge to play video games right now. What the hell is wrong with me? I shake my head as I chuckle. Guess some habits die hard. Or well, they don't die at all. I wonder, what would the girls think of me if they knew I was an avid gamer? Other than Saya calling me an idiot obviously. Psycho, would probably tell me I need to train my body or something. Now, I'm just thinking in stereotypes now. Maybe she would like games where she could kill the shit out of the one sitting next to her? So anything PvP? Or one with excessive violence, isn't that a stereotype too though? Coda, FPS, shooters. Has guns, he likes. In the anime it was pretty much proven that he did play video games when he spoke with Saya while on the bus. Takashi. I feel like he would be the guy to play whatever his friends would play. REI, she would seem like a fighting game type of person. I can't really tell. Saya, I'll say RTS or general strategy games. Just so she can show off how smart she is of course. Shizuka, The Sims? Goat Simulator? I get the feeling that she would play whatever and yet still manage to do something crazy without even knowing the game's buttons. Like stuffing a jet plane into a house without exploding or something. And little Alice. I'll just say Pokemon, don't think her parents would let her play something violent. Though I guess beating the crap out of wild creatures and then stuffing them in balls so you can use them to beat the crap of other wild creatures is not very non-violent now that I think about it. I then let off a giant yawn. If I don't count that half hour in the Humvee. I still haven't slept since yesterday. Just as I shake my head to clear the cobwebs, I finally see a jeep stopping some meters away from the patch of trees I was hiding in. Is this my ride? I then see the guard I met earlier exit the jeep's passenger seat as he begins to walk towards my direction. I get up and walk to him. We good? I ask. He stares at me for a couple of seconds before nodding. Yet. Come on, we can't stay too long. With that, I follow him to the car. That looks like a Mitsubishi Type 73? Isn't that thing supposed to be used by the Japanese military or something? Whatever, guess I'm hiding in the back. I quickly walk to the jeep and enter it via the passenger seat, then move to the back, then lie down. The second guard then enters the car and closes the door, just as the jeep begins to move. Do I hide under a cover or something? I ask. Now, just stay down. The front gate guards are too lazy to come and check anyway. The driver speaks up. If you say so. I say as I look around the jeep to pass the time. And a couple of turns later, the guards started speaking again. All right, we are nearing the gate, stay down and stay quiet. The guard on the passenger seat speaks up, and some seconds later, the car comes to a full stop. The driver opened the door slightly and spoke to, presumably, the gate guards. Oi, open up, guard patrol. He shouts before closing the car's door, and shortly after, the car starts moving again. Well, that was simple. And a couple of minutes later. And we are in the clear, you can get up now, the guy on the passenger seat speaks up again. With that, I get up to a sitting position. There should be a combat knife in the back there somewhere for you. Find it, and take it with you. The same guy adds up. Got it, I say as I start looking around the back of the jeep. It was quite the mess, to be honest. Bags and packages of snacks or food were tossed around seemingly in a hurry. I could also see the butt of what seemed to be an assault rifle under some bags too. The place is kind of a mess. Where exactly is the knife? I ask. Look behind my seat, should be around there somewhere. The driver answers. And like that, I start scanning around my left. Bags, bags, and more bags, what a clutterfest. Oh wait a minute, that might be it. What seemed to be the hilt of a knife was stuck in the corner next to the seat. I grabbed it and pulled it out, and the combat knife was finally revealed. Got it, thanks for the heads up, I respond as I look at the knife. Don't mention it, you'll need all the help you can get, the guy on the passenger seat turns to me as he speaks. But Maan. Sucks to be you, the driver then exclaimed. You are stuck here doing a suicide mission while the other dude from your group is getting all funky with the girls back at the house. The driver continues. Who is doing what? I ask as I stare at the driver. Takashi better not be trying to woo the girls while I'm out here trying to stop my execution. Or worse. The girls, trying to woo Takashi. God damn it, this is making me salty as hell. Yet, he was hanging around with two of them near the entrance of the main building. One of them had orange hair, the other one purple. The driver casually continues. For fuck's sake, Takashi. At least wait until I'm actually dead, you fucktard. I say as I start tapping my hand on my leg. So that's his name, hey? So, which one? The driver asks. Which one, what? I ask back. Which one you like, obviously. The driver says as he turns his head to me, and ends up staring at my mask. Eyes on the road. I say back to the driver. He just laughs and turns his head back to the road. And a couple of seconds later. So come on, out with it, ninja boy, the driver speaks up again. Talk about a personality switch. You were acting way different from when I saw you with Miss Takagi. I say with a sigh. Hey, we do have to show respect to Miss Takagi, the driver answers back. Well, come on, you are willing to go and run around in an overrun facility and you can't answer that much? Speak up, come on, man up. It's not like we're going to blab to anyone about this. The driver says as he turns to me again. Fine. As long as it makes you stop bothering me, it's the purple-haired one. You happy now? I say as I fold my arms. I'm obviously not telling them I like Saya as well. I highly doubt Saya's dad is dead, and I doubt these guys can actually keep their mouths zipped. See, it wasn't that hard now, was it? The driver just laughs as he turns his head back to the street. Are you trying to make me flip out? Because you are doing a pretty good job so far. I say as I lean forward and poke the side of the driver's seat with my new knife. Yeah. Ha, sorry, didn't mean to pick on you. No hard feelings. The driver says as he keeps snickering. I sigh and pull the knife back. I expected the guys that work under Saya's dad to be more. You know, all work no fun type, with the katana sheath lodged up their ass or some crap. Well, I wouldn't worry about it that much. The guy on the passenger seat adds right after. What? I turn my sight to the passenger as I ask. About the girls, my friend here is just being a dick. The guy was not getting funky with anybody, he was just talking. The passenger turns to look at me as he finishes. Talking can be a reason to worry. Especially when it comes down to Psycho and Takashi. Still, postponing turning Takashi into a Gib sandwich, for now. The driver was about to talk again, when... Nair. The radio in my pocket comes alive, and the driver instantly shuts up as I pull out the walkie-talkie. I'm here, we have just left the estate and are heading towards the drop-off point, I say as I speak to the radio. I see. Good. I take it those two are not causing you any trouble. Yuriko speaks up. I turn to stare at the driver as he glances at me. We are doing just fine. I answered, as I could see the driver giving off a huge sigh. All right, good. Once you arrive there, inform me, and with that the radio goes silent. Well, and that's that. How much longer until we reach my stop? I ask as I turn my head and look out of the jeep. 5 minutes? 3? Not much longer is where it's at. The guy on the passenger seat speaks up. Alright, thanks. I answer. Saya's dad better still be alive, or we will have to deal with some major frigging problems. As we kept heading further away from the estate, I could slowly see more and more corpses start popping up. You know. In the anime, Takashi and Psycho split up from the rest of the group right before the estate. Something that obviously did not happen because I used that flashbang. I would like to say that this is proof that things can change. But, I haven't really changed anything yet. There is still the fact that in the manga these two split after the estate. And as the anime ends right after the estate, there is still a chance things might just go on as they did in the manga. Matter not right now. What matters is finding Saya's scary-ass dad. And more importantly, making sure Saya's house won't fall. Chapter 16, Electrifying. This is as far as we can take you. The engine will attract the ones wandering around here, so you might want to go to a safer location before you radio in with Miss Takagi. The driver closes the car's door as he finishes speaking. I nod and turn around. The sound of the jeep's engine echoes behind me as the car drives off, heading back towards its usual patrol route probably. I take a deep breath and look around me, at the corpses that were now walking towards me, attracted to the sound of the engine that was here a couple of seconds ago. Yeah, better move out. I jerk my shoulders and do a couple of jumps in place to limber up. Cramps kill after all, quite literally in this case. First, get away from here. Second, radio in with Yuriko. Third, don't get bit. Alright me, let's do this. I narrow my eyes and focus ahead of me. While there are a couple of corpses that are heading towards my direction, the road ahead only has a small group of 3 blocking my way, and the road along the pavement is wide enough for me to just walk around them. And now that I'm alone again, I can actually be stealthy. A must be too, as fighting is not a good idea right now, because the only close-range weapon I got is a combat knife. And the gun, but it's better to hold on to it in case things get bad. With that, I silently move down the street, strafing around the corpses that were shambling towards the opposite direction. Still, it's weird how there are no crashed or abandoned cars around here. Did Soichiro's men clear them out? Seems unlikely, they would have needed some heavy machinery to do that. And that stuff is usually too slow to move around. So, back at the task at hand, what can I use as a vantage point? This place has no cars for me to climb, and I'm not going to use a house fence as higher ground. I glance around me as I keep walking. Actually, speaking about that. I expected the location to look more industrial as the power plant is supposed to be near, yet I still see houses around. Maybe I'm not that close? I expected the location around the power plant to be quite empty. I then checked the clothes the corpses wore as I walked past them. None of these guys are dressed like industrial workers either. After walking past the initial group of corpses, I looked down the street ahead of me. And if the facility was overrun by a horde, then why are there corpses shambling about? No, that's a stupid question. Maybe these ones arrived later, or they got stuck to a wall or something. Maybe the horde didn't come from this way to begin with. Looking ahead, I could also see an intersection in the distance. Okay, let's head there first, then figure out what to do. The road is relatively clear, so I should reach it without meeting much of a resistance. With that, I stay in the middle of the road and start walking towards the intersection. This is the first time since my romp in the school that I'm actually alone again. Hey. I just had to pull the short end of the stick. Damn it, Shido, I could have used the free time in the estate to get closer to the group, like asking Psycho to train with me. But no, motherfucking Shido must pop up out of nowhere and fuck shit up. I should have tossed his stupid ass to a group of corpses and let him get chewed up back at the bus, damn the consequence. Now I'm stuck here because of him while Takashi is doing God knows what. I shake my head and look around me. I will worry about Takashi and the girls later. Got to keep focused on my surroundings before I end up bumping into something. With that, I stop myself from getting distracted and keep the focus on the corpses that were shambling about on the road. Upon reaching the intersection a couple of minutes later, I stop at the middle and look at the three diverging paths. Let's see, if I go straight, houses as far as the eye can see. To my right, I can see an increase in housing on a downhill road. To my left, I can actually see the opposite, the houses are exchanged for tree patches and small fields, with the road going uphill. Also, are those two giant chimneys in the distance? Yeah, this is definitely my road. And if I can see the chimneys from here, I mustn't be too far away after all. I turn to the left and start walking up the road while taking the radio out of my pocket and pushing the talk button. Can't find any safe location, so I might as well make the call now. Miss Takagi, sorry for the delay, I had to find a clear spot to call. I'm on foot and heading up an uphill road that seems to lead to the power plant. Over. I say in a low tone as I keep walking. It's all right, the guards should have left you on a road that leads to the power plant as long as you turn north on the first intersection. Over, Yuriko answers back. So I'm heading north. Speaking of, where is my compass? It was not in the bag. Over, I answer back as I keep walking up the road. Compass? There was no compass in the bag when they brought it to me. Over. Yuriko answers. Somebody has sticky fingers apparently. Never mind then, no point dwelling on it now. So I'm heading north, would that mean that I will end up in the south part of the facility? Over. I ask. Yes. If you head straight after taking the north turn you will end up on the south part of the power plant. I know I've said it before, but the facility is overrun, so be careful. I know. I cut her off. Don't worry, if I didn't feel like I could handle it, I wouldn't have asked you to send me here in the first place. Over. After I finished talking, the radio stayed silent for a couple of seconds. Then good luck. If anything comes up, talk to me. I will keep the radio silent so I don't accidentally end up attracting any infected to you. Over. And the radio goes silent once more. I put it back into the side pocket on my pants and keep a steady pace forward. As I kept moving up the hill, the houses were becoming sparser and sparser, until finally, the only thing besides the road were trees and empty fields. The street itself was clear of corpses, other than the occasional shambler that was strolling to hell knows where. I could see more corpses standing still on the fields though. Let's hope they stay there pretending to be trees. I turned my attention back to the road, and looked at the two giant chimneys. I expected to see an increase in corpses as I got closer, yet, I saw no such thing. The road stayed as empty as ever. I don't like this. For a road leading to what's supposed to be an infested building. It's almost clear of corpses. I quickened my pace, trying to reach the power plant a little faster. And after climbing the uphill slope, I finally saw it. Well, fuck me. I growl under my breath as I look at the power station that was below me. Or more exactly, at the fence surrounding the power station. The reason why the roads were almost free of corpses, was pretty simple to figure out now. The fence around the power plant was holding all the corpses inside the complex. The same complex that I needed to get into and search for someone. At least, I got a good view of the facility from up here. I scratch the back of my head as I keep looking at the power station, trying to figure out how I would be getting inside without leaving several parts of me as a sacrifice. I'm going to need a tank, a flamethrower, and a flying bike with 20 rockets. Ugh. I looked around me to make sure I didn't have any corpses creeping up on me, then kneeled down and turned my sight back towards the facility. Going straight ahead through the south side of the complex, is a no-go. Jumping over the fence would be instant suicide, the other side has a giant ass horde packed all together, no way I'm getting past that. The sides of the fence look clear though, so I could hypothetically walk around the whole facility to find an opening. Or, I could create a diversion. If these things are that good at hearing things, I could draw a lot of them to one side of the facility by making a racket next to the fence. I started planning as I looked at the fence, following its path with my sight. The fence also seems to enclose the facility. Gives the feeling of a private facility to be honest. And as Yuriko said, there's the one main building. It looks like a capital L with the longer part of the structure extending from the west to the east. I suspect that the north fence must be on the back of that building. The two chimneys are also next to that building, towards my right. The warehouse is closer to me and to my left, so southwest of the main building. The western fence should be behind it, but I can't see it right now. And then there are a bunch of metal structures to the east. I have no freaking idea what they are for, but I can see a lot of pipes running among them. There is also a giant silo on the far end, right next to the main building. So I guess, the eastern fence ends around there. Yuriko told me to look for Suichiro at the main building and the warehouse. Now, the warehouse is currently in the spot where the horde has gathered it. Also worth mentioning is that the horde is not spread out all over the facility, it's actually gathered near the warehouse. So, something made them move to that one spot? There's guess one way to find out. Time to move out. I get up and start moving down the hill, towards the facility. I will circle around the fence and check for an opening. It didn't take too long for me to reach the fence after I started walking. And so, here I was, standing a few meters away from a moaning horde, separated only by a tall wire fence. I sigh and look at the sky. At least I still got time before it gets dark. It must be what, 3 PM right now? So I guess I'll check the left side first, as the warehouse is that way. With that, I start heading to the left, walking along the fence in silence. I kept looking at the warehouse as I walked, and noticed that it has some sort of concrete building next to it, or behind it, if we take it from where I'm looking. The shutters are down, so that's a point for survivors possibly being there. There's a good chance a group could survive by barricading themselves, it has not been compromised. I kept walking until the western fence slowly came into view. And once I had a clear view of the western fence, I saw what was probably the horde's entrance point. That's one big hole all right. Most of the west fence had been toppled over. So the horde came from the west or the northwest. There was also a steep increase in the number of corpses on this side, both inside the facility and outside. Yay, definitely not this way. I turned around and quickly started walking in the opposite direction. Hope the horde came only from one direction, if the eastern side is like this too, ugh. I backtrack all the way until I reach my starting point, and then start heading towards the east end of the fence. The structures over this side are also blocking my view. Got to keep me on the edge till the very last minute. Hey. This time around, it was a much longer walk to see whether or not the eastern end of the fence is safe, as I had to walk all the way to the end of the fence because my view was blocked by the metallic contraptions. When I finally reached said end, I took a left turn and looked at the eastern fence. Clear. I breathe a sigh of relief. Guess I'm going this way then. I think as I start walking down the eastern fence. Compared to the southern fence, this side is way longer. But as it also covers the silo at the far end. Any entry point I should be able to find should be before that silo. This side of the fence was, thankfully, free of corpses. At least when compared to the west and southern side. Guess nobody tried to run this way. Hey. I kept walking next to the fence until finally, I saw a good location to jump inside. An open space, looks like it leads to a road inside the facility. Better than jumping in and being surrounded by metal walls and machinery, I guess. I don't know if any of them are still active or dangerous in any way, plus tight spaces and possible dead ends. Yet. That's a very cliché way to die. I make up my mind and take a few steps back, moving away from the fence. Then with a short sprint, run up to it. And using the momentum I climb up. After my upper body was over the top of the fence, I pushed my legs to the side and vault over it. Landing with a soft thump, my face looking at the fence. Why am I getting a feeling of déjà vu right now? I turn around and look at the road that started a few meters away from me. The road would probably lead me to the main building if I walk along it. And since that's my destination decided, I carefully searched my backpack to grab the combat knife. Better safe than sorry after all, as shooting a gun here could end very bad for me. Not raring to jump into a fight with a corpse, but it's infinitely better than going in barehanded. Hisashi can vouch on that. Knife in hand, I silently move to the center of the deserted road. Let's see, the main building is straight ahead as I jumped in near the end of the east fence. The warehouse with the massive horde of corpses is probably far off to my left. I say probably as at the moment my vision of it is blocked by all the metallic structures. So if I go straight, I will end up at the main building. With that, I start moving down the road. Thankfully, as the road itself was rather wide and, other than the structures on my left, the right side looked like a giant concrete field that led straight to the main building. Probably a parking lot for big rigs or something. Meaning I had more than enough space to move around the few roaming corpses there are. It is weird though, for all the corpses roaming about, I don't see any blood on the floor, or any half-eaten carcasses. And so far, all the corpses look like normal civilians or factory workers. None of them look like the people from Suichiro's group, as all of them wore that white school uniform knockoff, or was it a military uniform knockoff? No idea what the group's engineers would wear though. As I kept moving down the road, I could also see several black objects near the main building. Cars. In the anime, Suichiro did return to the estate in a black jeep after all. And as the road was slowly getting a bit too populated for my liking, I turned to the right and headed towards the giant concrete field. This place makes me want to sprint for some reason. I shake my head and keep moving forward steadily. And as I got near the main building, I saw the first signs of a struggle. A dead body, or what remained of it at least, with several corpses surrounding it. The whole thing was a good distance away from the cars and entrance, so it would not really obstruct me in any way. Still, I wonder. I stop a couple of meters away from the corpses that surrounded the body. The feast they just had still visible on their bloody rotting faces. The body does look like one of Soichiro's men. These guys, they should have been armed, right? I squint my eyes, trying to get a better look while lifting my mask. Can't see any weapons on his body, could be under it. Still, trying to get there to look would be impossible without me bumping into a corpse. It's a shame, but I'm not risking it. I pull my mask down and keep moving towards the main entrance. Only to come to a full stop shortly after. Well, I should have expected this. But, crap. The entrance was blocked off with corpses, creating a wall of bodies before the front door. Not too many of them to be clearly visible from a distance, but enough to actually pose a problem. How the hell do I get inside? A window? If they are locked, I will end up making too much noise in order to smash them. Not something I want to do with all of these creeps standing next to the entrance. I could look around the building and enter it from a window that is away from the group. The front door still looks closed from what I can see, so there's a chance that the interior of the building is still clear. But before that, I decided to check the vehicles first. The area around them was also relatively clear, with only a couple of corpses flocking around a big semi-truck that was parked among the vehicles. I moved towards a jeep that had no corpses surrounding it, in order to get a better look. The windows are tinted black, I can't see frigging crap. I move to the driver's door and grab the handle. Yeah, as if it would be that easy. I think as I pull the handle on the door. Only to find that the car was indeed unlocked. Well, holy shit. I continue to open the door while moving to the side, using the door as cover. With nothing suddenly leaping out of the car, I then took a peek inside. Looks empty. I proceed to do the same with the back seat door. Empty as well. I silently closed the back seat door and then went back to the front. I then enter the Jeep's driver's seat while leaving the door open. Let's see, what might we have in here? I open the passenger's glove box, then look around the seats and floor. Nothing, and nothing, hey. Well, this was underwhelming. I was about to exit the car, when my sight got caught by something that was hanging behind the steering wheel. You've gotta be kidding me. The keys were still in the ignition switch. Either they are really forgetful or they left in a big fucking hurry. In either case, if this ain't a lucky break then I don't know what is. I smirk as I pull out the keys. Just in case. I exit the Jeep, silently closing the door behind me as I look at the corpses that were still blocking the entrance to the main building. I stand there, jiggling the car keys for a few seconds, before turning to look back at the car. I must be crazy. I open the door once more, enter the car, then close the door. This time with a loud thud. I put the keys in the ignition and turn them. The engine comes alive with a roar. I then rev the engine, and press on the horn, hard. This should do it. I dart my head around to see the corpses in the surrounding area turning towards the car. Including the ones that were at the door. Well, that did the trick. But now I really don't want to be here. I turn my sight to the gearbox as I move to turn the car to reverse. Oh, it's an automatic. I remarked as I moved the gear stick to reverse, turning the car around while in reverse, and then change the lever to D as I press on the pedal again. Now, where do I stop? My sight stops at the toppled fence at the far west. I keep staring at the fence before steering the car towards it. And I just had a very stupid idea. I press on the pedal harder as the car increases its speed. Before long, it went over the toppled western fence, and kept moving outside to the grassy fields. Whatever corpse was in front of me. Well. Too bad for them. Once outside, I steer to the left and speed down the field, the toppled fence next to me to my left. If I said I tried to avoid the corpses that were on my way, then I would be lying. The ones that were sent flying left and right being the proof of it. And once I reached the end of the fence, I pressed on the brakes and turned to the left. I then drove forward again until I reached the same location where I was when I first got here. The center of the southern fence. I turn the car to face the fence before stopping completely. Now, I need something long and hard, air. That sounded wrong. I shake my head and exit the car. A tree branch would do. But let's check the trunk first. I move to the back of the Jeep and open the trunk. Empty, go figure. Tree branch it is then. I close the trunk and look around. Fields, and more fields. Where's a tree when you need it? I think, I saw some trees on the top of the hill where I came from. With that, I start running up the hill. Upon reaching the top, I look at the trees that were around me. Well, there are trees here. But, the branches are too high up, I need to climb up the trees to even reach a branch that might do. And considering that all I have is a combat knife, cutting a live branch while hanging on a tree will take forever. So, time for plan B. I turn around, run back to the car and enter it. And by plan B, I mean that it is time to do something very fucking stupid, again. I start backing the jeep away from the fence to enact my plan. Upon gaining some distance, I punch the horn, and keep my hand on it for a good long while. The corpses behind the fence stopped shuffling around, and all turned to look at me. Yep, definitely a good idea. This ain't creepy at all. And then, the fence starts rattling. The corpses pushing up against each other as they try to move towards the car, causing the fence to start swaying as they grind against it. I wonder if the tree wannabe corpses back in the fields can hear this. Ah, who am I kidding? Of course they can. I keep pressing on the horn as the fence keeps shaking more violently by the second. Until, with a loud crash, the fence goes down, along with a crapload of corpses behind it. I move the lever in reverse and press on the pedal. To think they can overpower a fence this fast. The horde, now free from the confines of the fence, starts spreading outside like a flood. With most of them walking towards the jeep. And yet, I'm outta here. I change the lever to D and stomp on the pedal. The wheels screech before the jeep starts picking up speed. I let go of the horn and turn to the left, driving in a straight line until I was away from the incoming horde. I then steer the jeep closer to the fence and keep driving in a straight line. Once I reached the end of the fence, I turned to the right and started going straight again. As I passed the warehouse, I shut down the engine to silence the car and let it roll forward with the momentum it still had. I glanced around at the corpses that were bumping into everything as they tried to head off towards the south fence as the car kept rolling. All that noise is making them go nuts. I pass the warehouse and stop a little bit further down, next to the downed fence. Hope the sound of the engine did not make too many of them change direction. I actually wanted to leave the car behind with the horn acting as a decoy. But climbing like a monkey to cut a tree branch yet, no. With the coast clear, I look outside before exiting the car. Then turn around and walk towards the warehouse. The corpses that were around here were all focused on going towards the southern fence, so the once death trap was now a breeze to walk through. Several meters later, I turn left and go over the fallen western fence, which was now much clearer from corpses. Soon, I reached the back wall of the warehouse to my right, and a concrete wall to my left. Wonder what that left building is for, parking lot? Thing has no ceiling. I then keep going straight in an alleyway, between the warehouse and the wall, towards the street that was ahead of me. Only to come to a full stop before reaching the end, as I saw what somebody would call a parade, marching down the street. It seems I attracted more than just the horde that was at the warehouse. Hope their attention span lasts long enough that they don't end up stopping next to the warehouse. With that, I silently move to the nearby wall to my left, and kneel down. Now, we wait. With nothing else to do, I look at the knife in my hand. Got to find a sheath for you soon. Driving with you in my hand was a pain in the ass. I look back at the parade that was moving down the street, towards the southern fence. I wish the group was here with me. Then again, it's safer in the estate. Even with Shido in there. Wonder what they're doing right now. I could ask Yuriko, now. No, she already has her plate full dealing with Shido, I shouldn't bother her with trivial stuff like this. But, I do worry about Psycho's mental state. Normally, in the original timeline, Psycho and Takashi would have split up from the group at noon today. The event would then lead to them sleeping at the shrine tonight. Cue cinematic fighting scene where Takashi ends up persuading Psycho to make her fight, leading to the confession. Yet, we got to the estate way earlier, and the way it's going. The split might not happen at all, as my actions already changed how the anime would go, by making the whole group go to the mansion together. And if the house won't fall, then the dynamites won't be used, so there won't be any loud noise to cause corpses to block off the road. Meaning that the second time when the split normally happens, aka in the manga, won't happen either, and Psycho won't have her moment. And if she keeps that all stuff bottled up inside her. Well, she did say it herself in the anime, she might get out of control, and possibly turn on us. And I can't just go to her and be all her tell me how you like beating the shit out of people and believe you are not worthy of positive human feelings so I can tell you that I care. Even if I do care. She needs to be the one to start that conversation. Problem is, with who she will start it with. Though realistically speaking, that last part is just my problem. Then, we have Koda's mental breakdown. In the manga it had a lot to do with that cop that kept speaking in the third person from the mall. What was her name again? Azuzu? Azuzu? Azamu? Asu, Asa, me? Right. I think it was Asami. He ends up falling for her, and she did like him as well. Which makes it even worse, as he had to shoot her in the head not long after. If I could avoid her death, no. After I make sure that she won't get killed, Kota will be much better mentally. Takashi mentally is, fine. Plot shield and stuff. Yet, jokes aside. He also finally has REI, so that gives him a reason to keep his shit together. Saya already had a mental breakdown once. But so far, she seems to be the type that bounces back stronger. REI is probably going to be fine as long Takashi is around. And then, there is me. And that is a good question. What about me? I feel fine. But, you can't ask a lunatic if he is crazy and expect the correct answer. I don't feel the need to mutilate corpses for the fun of it. So I'm not that crazy at least. But I do want to kick Shido into a group of corpses and watch as he screams while he watches his own guts leaving his stomach. I shake my head and look at the road again. Most of the horde was gone, meaning I could go towards the front gate of the warehouse now. Whatever, more stuff to worry about for later, time to go. I get up and walk towards the street, then take a right turn and walk down the side of the road, to end up next to the front door of the warehouse. No blood or bodies near the door. That's good. I then try to open the warehouse's door. It is not locked. But something is preventing it from being opened. A barricade perhaps. I stand in front of the door, and stare at it. Well, I'm out of ideas now. The warehouse's walls are made out of cement. So driving into it with the jeep ain't gonna cut it. Think. I hit my head on the door and turned around. At least it's still clear of corpses. I walked towards the shutters and gave them a light knock. Metal, I wonder if there is any button to open them from the outside. I start looking around the door to see if there's a button somewhere, but find nothing. For fuck's sake. I lean back against the shutters. I did all this crap and now I'm stuck on the last straight. What a load of bull. I didn't see any type of ladder or catwalk around the warehouse either, and the windows are too high. So, how the fuck am I getting inside? I could drive the car into the shutters. Now, retarded idea, that might wreck the car if I'm lucky, or just kill me outright if I'm not. Plus I will just attract the horde back here. I take the radio out of my side pocket and press the talk button. Miss Takagi, I might need some help over here. Over. I let go of the button and wait for an answer. But I got nothing. Miss Takagi. Again, nothing. She is probably busy. Just as I was about to put the radio back in my pocket. Idiot. The radio goes live and a different female voice comes alive. You, gotta be joking. I quickly cover the radio and look around for any corpses that might have heard the shout. For the love of God, don't shout, you're going to get me killed. I say as calmly as I can to the radio as I look around. No corpses. There goes 2 years of my life. Sorry about that. A different female voice answers, probably Yuriko. Yeah. Cat's out the bag. I ask as I keep a looking round me. Hat. I guess it is. I hear the same voice respond. Mama, this ain't funny. What is going on here? A different voice shouts from over the radio. God, I can hear her shouting from over the radio. Deciding it was too risky to sit here while Saya was going off like a siren on the walkie-talkie, I walked back to the car. Once there, I got inside and closed the door, making sure all the windows were also closed in hopes to mask some of the noise. And well, having a giant metal bucket between me and the hungry dead does count for something. Nair. The radio goes live again a couple of minutes later. Still here. So, what the hell? I answer back. I left the radio on the table and forgot to switch it off while Saya was in the room. Then. The voice in the radio speaks up. Yet. I get the rest. Did you tell her anything? About her father? About Shido? About me? Over. I replied. No, she bolted out of the room. She said she's bringing the others. Yuriko answers. So much for being stealthy. Hope she won't go off shouting it for all to hear in the estate. I answer back. So, how is the situation there? You did try to call me. Yuriko speaks up. Right, so. There was a horde in the southeastern part of the facility, surrounding the warehouse. The main building also had a small group of walking corpses blocking the front door, but the door itself was closed, so they might just be on the outside. Didn't manage to get a better look at it yet though. Anyway, I managed to get both the horde and the group away from the structures. But well. I hit a little. I ended up stalling as I glanced outside. Did something happen? Are you alright? Yuriko butts in. What? No, I'm fine. It's just that, I can't get into the warehouse now. I finish my sentence and hear Yuriko sigh. She sounded relieved. The door is blocked from the inside. Seems like somebody locked themselves in there after attracting the horde. But thanks to that I can't get inside. The shutters are down, the windows are too high, and the door is blocked. Moriso, the walls are made of concrete. If they were made out of a more fragile material I could just drive the CA, actually, never mind the last part. I stopped mid-sentence, realizing just how stupid that was. Nair, for crying out loud, I told you to. Be careful. I know. But I'm running out of ideas here, that's why I called you before ramming any car into any wall. I cut her off mid-sentence. God, just let me do the talking after your group gets here, alright? Yuriko speaks up. Alright. I answer as I scan the location around the car again by looking outside the windows. Still clear. And with that, a couple of minutes pass. Until. Nair, they're here. They want to speak to you. The radio goes live again as I hear Yuriko's voice. HHM. I answer back. And almost instantly I lean away from the walkie-talkie. Alright, idiot. Explanation, now. What is going on here? Where are you? I heard an angry voice shout. AKA, Saya. Your mother can explain. I say as I look out of the window. The radio then goes silent again. And the whole thing went to shit. Nair. A completely new voice comes alive on the radio after a couple of minutes. Psycho? Well, it is either her, or REI. I'm listening. I answer. Is it true? About Shido trying to frame you? And about you heading off to an overrun power plant by yourself? The voice speaks up again. Yes and no. It was not, overrun per SE, just a small group. Yep, that's a lie, but they sound pissed enough as it is. I answer, and hear a sigh over the radio. Why didn't you tell us anything? We are supposed to be a team. Don't you care how others might feel if something happened to you? The voice, that I'm now pretty sure is Psycho, answers back at me. Not being fair is she. And what you would do if you knew? The rest of our group would still have to stay back in the estate. If Shido, or the men with Shido, saw the whole group missing, everybody would start poking their noses in places they shouldn't. I answer back. The radio stays silent. This will be cheesy as fuck. But I can't figure a better way to say it and I'm short on time. So yeah, it's cringe time. You guys, are all I got left. Everybody I knew is either dead, or on the other side of the globe. I didn't do this because I didn't care. Telling you all about it while you would still have to stay behind, would not have had any positive effects in the end. I say as I stare at the knife in my hand. And a couple of seconds later. We will talk about this, after you come back here. So you better come back, alive. Psycho answers back. Agreed. Chapter 17, Electrifying PT2. So, do you by any chance know how to break into a warehouse? Over. I ask after a short silence. Know how to do, what? Was the answer Psycho gave me. Well, you see. There's this warehouse, and it's locked, and I need to get inside. But the door is blocked off, the windows are too high, and the shutters are down. I also can't make too much noise as I got unwanted guests roaming about. Over. I explained my problem to Psycho. And a couple of minutes later, I got an answer. Can't say I can think of anything. Sorry. A negative one that is. Maybe Takagi can think of something? Over. I turn my head towards the window next to me as I speak. Takagi? There are 2 Takagis in the room right now, Nair. Could you be more specific? I hear her ask. Right. Of course, why do I suddenly feel like Saya is glaring at the radio right now? The one that is probably glaring towards your direction? Over. I could hear Psycho trying to hold back a giggle as I finished my sentence, the radio then went silent. Only for a few seconds later. Hey? What did you tell her, idiot? Why is she giggling? Over. Psycho's voice gets replaced by an annoyed one. Bull's fucking eye. I just asked her to give the radio to the person who looked the most grumpy in the room. Over. I answer casually. What? You are a goddamn idiot. You know that. Saya comes back with an oh-so-original statement. Well, I have you to keep reminding me of that, don't I? All I got as an answer, was a hum. I could actually feel the tsunderaism from all over the radio, to be honest. So, what do you want? Saya asks, sending the conversation back towards its main point. Doesn't this thing have a loudspeaker or something? I sigh under my breath as I explain to Saya about the warehouse, again. Did you try forcing the door open? You do have a weapon with you, right? Saya asks. No can do, the noise will probably cause the corpses around here to surround the area again. I'm not going to risk getting stuck in there with corpses blocking the only exit. And all I got is a handgun, not enough to blast open a door. Over. The response I got, was an annoyed sigh. Ugh. Why do you even need to get in there? Actually, why did you even agree to go to that place in the first place? Over. Saya asks again. Hey, what did you mean? Didn't your mother explain that? Over. She said that you are going to make the power plant safe for the engineers to go and take over, so that the people would get a more positive view of you by helping the community. Over. I could feel some obvious sarcasm seeping out from Saya's tone on the word community. Yuriko lied to her? Saya doesn't know why I'm really here for? God damn it Yuriko, you have to warn me if you are going to pull stunts like these. I could have easily said something wrong and without even realizing it, blow the whole thing apart. Yeah. I just figured that the warehouse might have something I could use, you know, stuff. I quickly made up an excuse, a pretty lame one too, as I heard Saya groan over the radio as a response. You really are an idiot. You should just focus on what you need to do and come back, needless side trips like these can get you killed. Over. Saya was actually speaking rather calmly now. I on the other hand. Why, yeah, sorry. I didn't think you'd be that worried about me. Was trying to hold myself back from snickering. I'm not worried about you. Who said that I was worried about you? I hear a flustered shout from over the radio. Why is poking the pinkette so much fun? You did. I answer bluntly. I did not. Mama. Stop, giggling. I'm surrounded by idiots. The radio then abruptly gets cut off. Saya needs to understand that as long she reacts like this, she will be too fun not to mess with. Anyway, I needed that little break from all the corpses, running and bull crap I had to deal with ever since saving Alice. I guess I owe one to Saya now for lightening up the mood. She does not need to know that though. And I hope Kota is not too pissed at me right now. You sure seem to know which buttons to push to make my daughter fly off the handle, don't you? Over. The radio comes alive once again. Well, isn't it just that Saya just flips out at the drop of a hat? I answer back at Yuriko, who was now back on the line. So, I am to make the power plant safe? Over. My tone, probably sounded slightly sarcastic as I spoke. Yes, so focus on going back to the main building. Yuriko just kept on with the story, so I guess Saya did not bolt out of the room. Or if she did, the others were still there. Not that it's a bad plan, I need to check the main building anyway. And who knows, maybe Soichiro is there and I don't have to deal with the warehouse at all. Roger that, main building it is. Over and out. I shove the radio back inside my side pocket and look around one last time, before turning the engine back on. Alright, time to focus back on the task at hand. For starters, I'll drive towards the main building, then shut down the engine midway as I did before, then see how to act from there. And with that, I step on the pedal, and start driving towards the main building. Did I ever mention to the group that I can drive? I don't think I did. Well. Whatever. After the fallen part in the fence where I drove the car over came into view, I shut down the engine once again. And after reaching the opening, I turned to the right, climbing over the toppled west fence. Shortly after, the front entrance of the main building, along with the other vehicles came into view. With no corpses around this time. Well, looks like leaving with the jeep was the best decision after all. I don't see that group of corpses that blocked off the door anywhere. Could it be that the group of corpses I saw parading down the street earlier was the same group flocking the entrance? Well, no matter, all the better for me. This place seems to be empty, so I can move more freely now. I let the car roll to a stop near the rest of the vehicles, then take the keys out of the ignition and put them into my pocket before I exit the vehicle and silently close the door behind me. Alright, let's get this over with. I nod to myself and slowly start walking towards the main door of the building. Upon reaching the door I stopped in front of it and took a closer look at it. The door is made out of the hell did it survive a mini horde banging on it? No, wait, there are a couple of cracks on it. Hey, glad I lured them away before they could get in. I then give the door a tug. Locked, figures. I then look through the glass, at the building's main hallway. The sight was not very uplifting. Corpses were roaming the inside of the building, some of them looked like Soichiro's men too. The silver lining was that the stairs on the far end ahead of me, that led to the second floor, were barricaded. So there could be survivors up there, and hopefully Soichiro too. Well shit. That's not a good way to start off, is it? But there was also something else that caught my eye. A metal piece of equipment dangling on the side of one of Soichiro's men. Is that a How Type 89? Well, now I really need to get in there. I looked around me to see if there was another way inside. Spotting a window, I started moving towards it. And once there I give it a push, then try to pull it, and finally try to push it to the side. Nope, no good. I back off the window and look for another way again. To my left, I could see part of the structure that extended towards the south. Yet, none of the visible windows looked open from where I was standing. I'll go on a limb and say that all the windows are shut tight. God, I should have invested in lockpicking. I could look around the building, but I don't know how good of an idea that is. Especially if the back of the building has corpses that got stuck there after being attracted by the car horn. I then look up at the second floor. The windows up there were either shaded, or the sun reflected in such an angle that did not let me see the insides, and again, all of them are closed. So, time for plan B. I sheath the knife by passing the blade under the belt that had the gun holster on, then pull out the gun itself. And as with all my plan Bs, 'tis a stupid as fuck plan. I grumbled as I pointed the gun at the window. But, right as I was about to pull the trigger, a plan came to me. If I'm going in loud and stupid, I could make use of it. I lower the gun and run back to the door. Let's see. The main hallway is rather spacious, it looks as large as the school's entrance without all the lockers. It also has 5 corpses roaming about, along with a couple of bodies on the floor near to the main door. No idea if they're really dead though. 2 of them are to the left, next to an entrance to a hallway that leads to the other parts of the structure. One is to the far right, next to a door that probably leads to a room. The one with the gun is by the stairs. And there is one in front of the main door staring at me. Other than the 2 corpses that are huddled together to the left, the others are by themselves. So, how do I go about this? Going from the main door is stupid. Corpse standing next to the door aside, too many bodies on the floor. I could enter by smashing a window either to the left or the right. The left has an extra corpse, so, to the right it is. With that, I nod to myself and move to the second window to the right, point my gun towards the window, and pull the trigger 3 times. The glass window, being a single-pane commercial glass, didn't hold much against the gun after getting shot at point blank. The first shot made a clean hole with a couple of cracks surrounding it. The second shot landed on the cracks created by the first shot, causing the cracks to spread out even further. And the third shot finally caused the glass to partially shatter. Using the grip of the gun, I then started bashing the rest of the glass, causing it to give way until the hole was big enough for me to pass through. Before going inside though, I headed back to the main door and aimed the gun again. This time at the corpse with the Type 89. I fired a single shot that pierced right through the glass of the front door. And landed straight into the corpse's face. The corpse stumbled backward a couple of steps before falling back against the barricade on the stairs. I then walked back to the window, took off my bag and used it as a cushion in order to climb over the shattered window. Just to make sure I don't end up cutting myself with the glass fragments. Survive zombie outbreak, die from cut infection. As the fourth shot was from the main door, the corpses were now heading towards that spot, ignoring the shattered window. I climb over and land on the other side, the glass cracking under my boots as I hit the ground. I turned my sight to the left looking at the 3 corpses that upon hearing the cracking glass, turned to me. Then look ahead of me at the 4th corpse that had long left the door by the corner and was also walking towards me. Of course they had to hear this. I grab the bag and throw it ahead and towards the right, next to the corpse that was straight ahead of me, then run past it from the left, and head straight to the corpse with the assault rifle that had fallen against the barricade. The moment I get next to it, I point the gun to its face. Better safe than sorry. The corpse's head jerks to the side as another round goes through its head. I then kneel down and shove my gun in its holster before taking the assault rifle off the dead corpse. The moment I managed to get the gun in my hands, I took off the magazine and looked inside. Still has bullets. I quickly shove the magazine back inside and pull the charging handle back, causing a single bullet to fly out of the ejection port. It had a bullet in the chamber. I let go of the charging handle, and the handle traveled all the way to its initial position, signaling that the gun had a new bullet in the chamber. I then turned around, assault rifle in my hands, staring at the 4 remaining corpses. This is probably one of the most stupid ideas I had, so far. I lift the gun and aim it at the corpse that I just ran past, as it was getting a bit too close to my comfort zone. I then switched the rifle to semi-auto and aimed at the corpse's head. The moment I pulled the trigger, I could feel the difference in power compared to the pea shooter I was using some time ago, as I could feel the gun's recoil pushing against my shoulder. Thankfully, all the fun training I had before the outbreak let me hold the muzzle relatively steady. And with a loud crack, the bullet pierced the corpse's head and went on flying behind it, embedding itself into the wall behind the corpse. I then turned my sight to the entrance and at the 3 last corpses that were shambling towards me. I look down the sights once more and take a deep breath. 3 more shots, 3 more corpses down to the floor, never to get up again. I take my eyes off the sights and look at the corpses, resting the gun stock on the side of my hip. I just rang the dinner bell for every corpse in the vicinity, didn't I? Weird as it was though, I didn't see any other corpses roaming towards me from the hallways. Locked in some room perhaps. I moved to where my bag was and pick it up. I then kneel down and pick it up. Yet, before I could turn around. Don't move. I hear a voice shout, causing me to freeze in place and look around. Behind me, on the stairs. I turned my head to see a guy dressed in the outfit Soichiro's men wore. Standing over the barricade, a Type 89 in his hands, aimed straight at me. Come in peace. I say as I keep my finger off the trigger while lifting the hand that held the bag. Sure you do, by attracting every single monster here. Drop the gun, hands in the air. Now. The guard shouts, if my gunshots didn't attract corpses, his shouting sure did. Well, just perfect. At least that's a positive on the survivors. I slowly crouch down and let go of the assault rifle, then take the handgun and leave it next to the other gun, then let go of the bag and stand up again, raising my arms. I know it sounds weird but, I'm actually the rescue team. I say as I keep my voice as calm as I can. The dude's eyebrows almost fused together from the expression he took. But before he could speak, I continued on. I was sent by Yuriko Takagi to find Soichiro Takagi along with any survivors in the power plant. The estate is in a bit of a pinch you might say, she can't come herself or send more men. The guard just stares at me as I keep talking, his gun still pointed at me. After a couple of seconds I sigh through my nose, as we just kept staring at each other. For fuck's sake dude. I probably just summoned every single corpse in the facility, you know this, and you're wasting my time with this crap. I have a radio in my pocket that you can use to speak with Miss Takagi. I speak up as I lift my left knee and point my finger towards the side pocket on my pants. Yet again, the guard just narrowed his eyes and said nothing, but more importantly, did nothing. For crying out loud, you said it yourself, I probably just ringed a dinner bell for every single thing in the area. Just let me take the radio and give it to you, then you make your decision. I groan as I lower my leg and shake my head slightly. No sudden movements. Or you get one in the head was all the guard said. Oh, if I find you in a dark corner inside the estate. I slowly lowered my arm and put it in my pocket. I could see the guard tensing up the moment my hand disappeared, to the point that I half expected he would just shoot me to make sure. Thankfully, that didn't happen, as I pulled out the radio by the antenna with my thumb and index finger, then showed it to him. See. 'Tis a radio I say as I wave it at him, slightly failing to hide my annoyance as I spoke to him. The guard finally seemed to relax a little when he saw the radio, as he lowered his gun a bit. It was still trained on me though. He motions me with his gun to come to the barricade. I nod and slowly walk to the stairs. Leave the radio on the barricade and back away. He commanded the moment I got close. Oh, you've gotta be kidding me. This guy watched way too many action flicks. I do as the guard says and leave the radio on one of the messily put together tables, then take a few steps back. The guard clumsily holds the gun with one hand by the handle as he moves down the steps and reaches for the radio with his free hand. If that guy shoots me by accident with the way he is holding that gun, I'm going to give him to Psycho as a punching bag, after I castrate him. The guard finally takes the radio, and pushes the speak button. Is this Miss Takagi? He speaks up. No, it's a radio. Yeah, that guy was getting on my nerves. The guard moves the radio to his ear, apparently listening to the response. And a few seconds later, he turns to look at me. How do I know this is Miss Takagi and not some random woman? He asks. For fuck's sake. This guy and his paranoia. Just take the radio to Mr. Takagi, he'll know. I could feel my left eye starting to twitch. Yep, this guy was ticking me off. The guard in response did nothing and was just staring at me. No, I'm not leaving this spot for you to do as you please buddy. The guard finally responds. I'm seriously going to bite him. Then call somebody else to take the radio to him. It's not that hard, is it? I tried to stay as calm as I could while I spoke. If I flipped out here, well, I would probably get shot by Mr. Paranoia over there. The guard keeps staring at me as he leaves my radio on the handrail that was next to him, then takes another radio that was in his chest pocket. And shortly after speaking into it, another guard appeared. And then started to stare at me as well. Oh God, they're multiplying. Somebody call an exorcist. After an uncomfortably long period spent reenacting The Shining, the second guard finally took the radio and ran up the stairs. Now, it was just me and the guard again. Oh, and corpses had gathered outside, flocking at the front door once more. Did I forget to mention that? Yep, corpses had gathered outside, again. God, I hope they don't get inside now. With that idiot over there, I truly believe he will tell me to not move, even if they break in. Just great, now even more of them have gathered outside. Some rescue you turned out to be the guard started speaking with an obviously sarcastic tone in his voice. Why didn't you die at the beginning of the outbreak again? The guard opens his mouth to speak again. Let him through when a commanding voice echoed from the top of the stairs. The guard darted his head to the top of the stairs as he straightened his posture. Why yes. He quickly moves down the stairs and starts undoing the barricade, while I move to take my guns and bag, turning the safety on after picking them up. Fucking finally. Talk about a switch in personality. I then walked up to the corpse that I took the gun from. With the barricade moved, it was now laying flat on the ground. I kneel down and take off the sling it was wearing, then give the corpse a quick pat down for any extra magazines before getting up and walking up the stairs. I could see the guard giving me a really funny look now, as I walked up the stairs. What, never played a looter RPG before bub? I just ignore the guard and walk past him. Fixing the sling on me and attaching the rifle on it. Thank God this is a three-way sling as well. Upon turning to go up the second flight of stairs I see the big boss himself, Soichiro, in all his glory. Waiting at the top of the steps with two other guards flanking him. He was staring or well, glaring at me. Good thing I know that that is his casual face. Wait, he has a sword with him? In the anime he did have a sword. But in difference with the manga, he never gave it to Psycho. But, Psycho did not get the shrine sword as she did in the anime. So, will she get the one from Soichiro? And if she does get a sword from Soichiro, does this mean that the one at the shrine is still there? Realizing I have been staring at nothing during my inner monologue, I lightly shook my head and turned to look at the boss man. Mr. Takagi, I presume? I ask as I strap my backpack back on me. Yes, I am Soichiro Takagi, and you must be Sepphire Nair, from what my wife informed me. He answers as he turns his head away from me. I turn to glance where he was looking at, only to see the guard from before still glaring at me with a disapproving face. At least he did so, until he realized that Soichiro was staring at him. Where he quickly moved to fix the barricade afterward. Did Miss Takagi inform you about the situation back at the estate? I ask. Not in detail, he bluntly replies. But whatever is going on back at the estate can wait, we can't leave right now. Not until the power plant is operational again. He continues. Well, that's just great. It's not like it won't all be for naught after the nuke blast anyway. Not that I can tell him that. Or do power plants have some sort of safety measures against EMP? Whatever, more importantly, I need to convince Soichiro to come back to the estate. No, it can't. Somebody is trying to gather the people at the estate in order to take control of the place by a majority of vote? And, well, from what I've been told by Miss Takagi, he seems to be doing a pretty good job so far. Pretty much all of the refugees are apparently already listening to his preaches. I stop for a second as I glance towards the window behind the tall man. Well, I don't know if that's what he's really trying to do, but I don't care as long as it gets Shido kicked the fuck out my lawn, or his, seeing as it's his house. The name of the person responsible is Koichi Shido. I fold my arms as I finish speaking. I remember from the anime, that Soichiro had some sort of connection with Shido's father, and that did not hold his father in very high esteem. I hope that this will be enough motivation to make him come along. Even so, the guards at the estate should be more than enough to deal with one stray dog that thinks itself a wolf, no matter how many of its kind it brings along. Soichiro replied lightly with a wave of his hand. I sigh under my breath after hearing his answer. That guy ain't an idiot. I highly doubt that he would just do nothing or stupidly put his head on the line. He already has the support of the unarmed civilians, the guards won't be able to do much against all of them. Soichiro just folds his arms and looks at me without speaking back. If he forces a conflict between the armed guards and the refugees, nobody is going to win, other than him. The guards are far outnumbered by the refugees as they have to patrol the perimeter outside the estate. And, if the ones in the estate open fire against unarmed civilians, not only will it be a perfect reason to label them as ineffective at keeping order and blame it on you, thus gaining an even tighter grip on the remaining refugees. I glance at the rest of the guards before turning back to Soichiro. That would also make the refugees be even more distrustful of the armed and dangerous men. At worst it can lead to a full revolt. And I'm pretty sure Shido is more than capable of fueling the fire. With their numbers, the guards will get overrun sooner or later. I can also guarantee you that, should he get the chance, he will use your wife or daughter as a hostage to get what he wants. Soichiro just kept staring at me after I finished talking. I could not see much of a change in his expression, to be honest. Also, Shido wants me dead. You know, nothing really important. A driver, with me. I am returning to the estate, he finally speaks up with a stern expression. Phew. The annoying guard lets out a silent groan as he moves to undo the barricade he just finished setting back up. I can drive. I say as I take the car keys out of my pocket. It's not that I don't want to stay here with you lads. But I would rather be hanging around with Psycho, or Saya, or Kota, or Shizuka, or Zeke. The people around just looked at me. Ain't you a bit too young to drive? One of the guards speaks up. I'm too young to have a car license, not to drive. And right now, I don't need a license to drive. As I finish, another guard speaks up. You can't expect a kid to drive in a situation like this, one mistake could easily prove fatal. The same guard retorts. Kid this, kid that. Now I see why Saya was getting extra grumpy in the estate. Well, I did deal with the giant horde in the warehouse, and the group that was blocking the entrance while borrowing one of your jeeps, and I'm still here. So I think I can manage not crashing a car. I was actually grinning under my mask as I spoke. If you say you can drive, then you better be able to take the responsibility for your claim. Suichiro speaks up, causing whatever protest there was from the guards to cease. And somebody radio in with the guards in the warehouse. If the horde was really driven away and they are still alive, tell them to return here and keep guard. Otherwise, continue as you were. I want the power plant up and running by the time I'm back. And with Suichiro's order, the men scattered to do what they were just told. Without a word, I moved down the stairs and look at the front door. Looks like shooting a gun was not a very bright idea after all. Well, at least it also drew the attention of the guards here, who knows how long I'd have to search otherwise. Saya's father followed up behind me, then stared at the exit and street ahead, now filled with corpses. Wait here. Was all he said as he walked back up the stairs. Is there another exit up there? No, he said that I should wait here, so he should return. He got a bazooka stashed up there or something. My question was answered a couple of minutes later, as Suichiro walked down the stairs, a pair of red, long, thin sticks in his hand. Oh. This guy loves his dynamites. The noise will draw the ones blocking the door away, and as we are taking a car, we will use the second one to draw them away from the facility. Suichiro then starts walking towards the broken window I used to enter the building, lights up one of the dynamites with a lighter, and with a strong throw. He tosses the dynamite towards the oncoming corpses in the distance. And I was supposed to save this dude? Yuriko must be pulling my leg. Seconds later, a loud explosion shook the ground, this one being far away from the building. Needless to say, with a noise that loud, the door was clear of corpses in a matter of seconds. Move out. Suichiro orders and he starts moving towards the door, sword in hand as he sidesteps over the bodies on the ground. Once he was at the door he opened it after unlocking it, and then started moving towards the parked vehicles. I just followed behind him. Which car did you use? He turns to me as he speaks. And I point at the jeep that was parked a bit further away from the rest of the vehicles. He nods, turns around and starts walking towards the jeep I pointed out. Once we reached the jeep, I entered the driver's seat as he got on the passenger seat. Then plugged in the keys back in the ignition and started the engine. Suichiro lowered the window in the meantime. Move towards the west fence. He orders once again. Yes, my master. I also kind of like your daughter. I chuckle silently as I turn the car around and drive towards the toppled fence. The moment the jeep left the premise of the facility, Suichiro lights up the second dynamite. And tosses it out of the window, away from the facility. I press on the pedal a little harder, causing the car to speed up, getting away from the horde that was going to arrive soon. And then, a second deafening explosion. So, now that that's done. Could you direct me towards the estate? I don't know this place very well. I say as I glance at Suichiro. He just nodded while taking a radio out of his pocket. Yuriko, I am returning to the estate. Inform the guards to find Koichi Shido and bring him to the estate's entrance. Just as Suichiro stops speaking, I butt in. Also, it will be for the best if I am not seen with you when you meet with Shido. I don't think the refugees that are with Shido will react well when they see me and Yuriko informed me about your problem. It will not be necessary to hide. The people that want to follow Koichi can share the same fate as him. Suichiro turns to me as he interrupts my interruption. He then turns to look at the street ahead nonchalantly. The same fate? And I like this guy's daughter? Unless I'm reading what he's implying terribly wrong, I must have a goddamn death wish. After we have climbed over the hill, turn right on the next intersection, then keep going straight. I just nodded at what Suichiro said and kept my eyes on the road. It didn't seem like your team needed any rescue in the end. I speak up a couple of seconds later. Because we didn't. We were simply unlucky that when the western fence fell and they got into the facility, our long-range communication equipment got destroyed during the horde's attack. Still, we had managed to contain the corpses that managed to get into the building into one part of the facility, and were in no danger from being overrun or running out of supplies anytime soon. Suichiro keeps looking down the street as he speaks. But, we were unable to relay such information back. So the estate was left with the knowledge that we're being overrun by a horde. It is understandable that Yuriko wanted to mount a rescue team. I did not expect just one person though. He adds as he glances at me, looking like he was sizing me up. Neither did Miss Takagi. This whole thing was my idea, as she was opposed to me coming here alone, and was going to send a normal rescue team tomorrow. But, with how Shido was going after my neck at the estate, and his ever-increasing influence, sitting on my thumbs hoping for something to happen, was not an option. In any case, I still think that I shouldn't be present when you meet with Shido. If he doesn't know I helped, he will at least have one less thing to crow on. I lean my head back on the headrest as I finish speaking. Do as you wish then. He answers. And with that, the car fell back into silence. Now that I think about it, how many days do we have till the nuke? Right now it should be, one day before the group reaches the estate in the original timeline, if we base it on the anime. And in the anime they stayed there for a day, or two. At least the sun is still out, so I got some time before this day ends. Should I try to E.M.P-proof some equipment? But, how do I explain that to the others? I don't think I look that paranoid, yet. Some time later. Turn left here, and go straight, we should end up at a barricade. The guards have been informed that we are coming, if you want to get out without anyone in the estate seeing you, now is the time. I nod as Soichiro speaks. And as he said, a barricade came into view not long after I turned the car to the left. 2 guards were standing by a concrete barricade, guns in hand, with a forklift next to them. Getting near the barricade, I start to slow down the car until it finally stops next to the guards. I then exit the car and walk to the guards. You two again? Small world. I say as I look at the guards that had driven me to the power plant. Ninja boy. What's the matter? Go on, Miss Takagi has informed us of your arrival. The fist guard speaks up with a grin. There has been a change of plans. One of you will have to drive Mr. Takagi to the estate. I got an errand to run. And the grin instantly disappears from the guard's face as he stares at the jeep behind me. Have fun saying jokes next to the scary big boss. I smirk as I start walking away, rifle hanging on my sides. Still. Ninja boy, better than Ninja Penguin. I look at the buildings that surrounded the street as I kept walking. Hey! Are these buildings clear? I shout as I turn my head towards the guards. Yes. And they have been picked clean, so you won't find any chocolate bars in there. The same guard speaks up before entering Soichiro's car. Interesting. I continue walking down the street, the estate now visible to my far left. So. How do I go from here to there? I need to get back inside, undetected. I think as I take a turn to the left upon reaching the first intersection. For now, let's just get near the entrance. I heard the jeep's engine zoom past behind me as it kept going straight instead of turning to the left as I did. And now I want some chocolate. Retarded ass guard and his retarded ass jokes. At least, I did eat while I was being held captive, so it's not like I'm starving or something. I chuckle to myself as I keep walking down the street. After several minutes, I reached the next intersection and took a turn to the right. The estate was now a straight road ahead from where I was standing. Wonder what Soichiro will do. He seems more than capable of handling Shido without causing a fight to break out. Or well, I hope he does. As I closed in towards the estate, I could make out figures behind the gates. Lots of them. I stop and look consideringly around at the houses that were next to me. I better not show up yet, too many people at the gates. I can stay in one of the nearby houses for some time until the estate's driveway clears out. As I could not think of a better plan, I moved to the side of the road, towards the fence door of a house and gave it a push. The door opened with no resistance. The moment I walk inside, I lift my rifle and look down the sights. They did say the houses are clear, but I'm not taking any chances. I looked around the yard before turning my sight towards the house itself. The door-sized window that led into the house was wide open, the curtains blowing outwards, giving me a clear view of the insides. Looks clear. I slowly move towards the window and peek inside. Is clear. I walk inside the house through the window, and do a quick scan of the room. Looks like a living room. The building is a 2-story apartment, so there should be a staircase somewhere. I moved deeper into the house. It seems that the living room was next to the kitchen and between them a hallway that continued to the right. A kitchen next to the living room and with no wall between them? Who the hell wants to constantly smell food when sitting in the living room? I moved to the hallway and with the gun still ready. And shortly after, along the hallway, I found the staircase that led to the second floor. I climb the stairs up and end up in another hallway that extends to my left and right. There was also a closed door straight ahead of me. Well, all clear so far. I look around the hallway and decide to go to the right as it was the corridor with a room that would let me see the estate's gate. As I got closer, I realized that the room was already open. So I peek through the open door before completely opening it. A bedroom, empty. I enter the bedroom and close the door behind me. I then move to the window and get out on the balcony. I could now fully see the gate from the balcony. I nod and move back into the room, doing a quick last check. Closet, room corners, ceiling, under the bed, the usual stuff. No corpses, ghosts, or croaking evil spirits. Time to finally sit back and relax. I move back out to the balcony, close the window behind me and sit down, my back against the railing. I then took off my rifle and removed the magazine, unloading all the bullets left in it. 2, 3, 5, 6 counting the one in the chamber. Gonna need to restock when I get back in the estate. I start loading the bullets back in the magazine. And let out a yawn in the process. Gah, man, I'll sleep later at the estate, leave me alone. I shake my head and finish loading the magazine, then slap it back in the gun. After that I turn to stare absent-mindedly at the gate. I could still see the mass gathered near the gate, but that's about it. I could not hear any sort of commotion. What's happening there? Whatever. It doesn't concern me yet. I then turn my head to the sky. I wonder if any of the stuff from the anime and manga happened while I was gone. Like Saya going ballistic about her Koda having to fend off the people that wanted his guns. Though in the anime, that happened after Soichiro returned. What I do know is that Takashi and Saiko should not be as close as they were in the anime during the events at the estate. For one, they did not go to the shrine, so they should not be so intimate with each other. I mean, I hope they are not. Blat, time to change the subject. And like this, time started to pass. 10 minutes? 20 minutes? 2 minutes? I lost track of time since nothing was really happening. I think I'm going to fall asleep if this goes on. I grumbled as I looked back at the gate. Except this time, it was wide open. Hey. I reflexively lower my body, and intently keep staring at the gate. I could see 2 figures moving away from the estate. Somebody's leaving. Shortly after, 2 more figures started walking behind the other 2, while still keeping a good distance away from them. I just kept staring, until finally, I could make out the features on the 2 people on the front. A snake, and a donkey. In other words, Shido and Junoda. I jump to my feet and run back into the room so those 2 won't accidentally see me as they walk down the road. They got kicked out? Shit. This could be it. My proof that things can change. No Shido and no bus, which means no broken barricade. No broken barricade means no overrun estate. No, calm down Nair. Even if Shido is getting kicked out, there's still the possibility of another truck somehow hitting the barricade anyway. Or that the nuke could explode while the barricades are being moved by the forklifts. There are still a lot of things that can go wrong. Still, this is a big step towards what I'm looking for. My brain was going into overdrive as I jumped down the stairs. I exit the building from the same way I entered it and hide behind the concrete fence wall. From the direction they were going, they should probably pass through here. I should stay hidden so Shido won't see me. With that, I kneel down next to the concrete wall and wait. And a couple of minutes later. You don't understand. I never did anything wrong, they are lying, they are trying to frame me. A voice could be heard from the distance, slowly getting louder. And why the fuck only the 2 of us are getting kicked out? Yuaki gets to be spared because she can fake her tears and shake her tits. I could hear another voice now, this one sounding rather angry, pissed off. Junoda. Wait. Yuaki was spared? Well, she is shown to be able to seduce people in the manga and the anime. But I doubt Soichiro would fall for that. Did the guards protect her? Whatever. A problem to deal with later. All I did was try to protect you people, why don't you understand that? You still have time to make this right. Don't make this mistake. I pushed my back against the wall as Shido's voice got closer and closer, not that it mattered. But reflexes. From the way they run their mouths. Seems like the guards are not on their side, good. For me that is. And soon I could hear them right behind the fence, still talking, still shouting. Come on man, we won't survive out there like this. I am just a school kid. What are you expecting me to do? Wrestle with these monsters barehanded? You are going to kill us. Junoda, is really going at it. For the love of, will you 2 shut up already? No matter how much to scream at us, things won't change. This decision was made by Mr. Takagi because of your actions during his absence. One of the guards, probably fed up by all the yapping by the 2, speaks up. You are making a fatal mistake. Shido was probably about to snap, as his shouts sounded rather distressed. And as the seconds passed, their voices started to fade away again. I peeked outside to see that the guards, along with Shido and Junoda, had moved past the fence door and were moving towards the barricade that was located down the road. I silently walk out the door and start following behind them. Other than a forklift, I could also see no guards at the barricade, meaning the only guards around here were these 2. Did the other guys stationed here go back to the estate? Once we got near the barricade, I moved to the right and entered the nearest house, hiding behind the concrete wall once more. Shortly after that I hear the sound of an engine coming alive. You take one step in the wrong direction, and you are dead. Understood. One of the guards speaks up. One of them is using the forklift. And after a minute or so. Out. One of the guards barks. At least give us something to defend ourselves with. Junota shouts. He had probably given up on getting spared, so now he was begging for equipment. I hear one of the guards groan in response. Fine. Catch. I could not actually see what was happening. But by the snickering I could hear, I had a pretty good idea. Dude, I am not giving you my knife later, now that you've tossed yours. The other guards speak up while snickering. You people are a disgrace to humankind. Do you enjoy making people suffer? Shido asks. I could feel the scowl on his face. Did Shido find himself a mirror? Shut up and get out, you wanted a knife, you got a knife. Now scram. The guard shouts. And seconds later, I heard the sound of a gun bolt clacking. Don't make me repeat myself, sir. That was the most sarcastic sir if I ever heard one. I already like that guy. Okay, we are leaving, we are leaving. I turn to look at the rifle in my hands as I hear Shido speak. If he leaves now, he still might make it to the evacuation zone like in the manga. I'll follow him for a bit, see if I can make out what he will try to do next. No time to lose. I got up and ran into the house, ending up in a living room once again. Same layout as before. Is this place some kind of housing complex? I ran to the stairs that were in the hallway, climbed them and then turned to the left and ran down the corridor until I was at the door in the far end. I entered what used to be a kid's room and ran to the window on the left wall of the room, and then looked outside. Bullseye. I had a clear view of the whole road leading away from the barricade now. It seems like Shido and Junota were going straight down the road. So, they are going straight. The next intersection is a good distance away. So I should be able to track them for a short while. Several seconds later Junota runs up to the side of the road, kneels down and picks something up. Before turning back to walk down the street next to Shido. He has the knife? Good to know. I turned my sight to the guards that had just finished fixing up the barricade, and were walking away. Alright. No time like the present. I grip my gun and run back down. Once at the fence door, I peek outside and see the guards walking away towards my left. I wait for a couple of seconds before taking a deep breath and exit the house. Then turn to the right and head straight towards the barricade. Jumping over that might be a problem with that barbed wire on the top. I could enter the house next to the barricade and jump over the fence wall. Okay, let's do that. Course of action settled, I moved to the right and walked to the fence door of the house that was right next to the barricade. I enter it, and once inside the yard I turn to the left and run towards the concrete fence wall. Using the momentum, I climb the wall, and stay up there. Checking what was on the other side, along with the surrounding area. I could see corpses moving around, nothing too freaky though. Guess they are focused on keeping some barricades clear of corpses. They will probably want to use a road if they have to abandon the estate, so they try to keep them clean. I jump down the wall and end roll forward to muffle the sound. Once I was down on the road, I walked up to the barricade and looked to my right, at the road that extended ahead. I could see two figures jogging in the distance. There ya are, you little shits. I look at the corpses around me as I grab the rifle with both hands, switch the safety to semi-auto and start moving down the road. I was still a bit far from them, so they could easily mistake me for a corpse if I acted like one. Yet, they never bothered looking back, they just kept going forward. And after a while they stopped jogging, and started trying to walk around any corpse that blocked their way. Wonder if Junota's flip-flops make noise when he walks. Thanks to the fact that I was alone, and better prepared, I was able to close the distance between me and them pretty fast. And as their figures became clearer, my mind kept repeating the same question over and over again. I could end Shido right here, and now. Should I really go through with it though? It is one thing killing a corpse that is pretty much a walking meatbag with no cognitive ability whatsoever, and another killing a living human being. Even if that human being is a dumpster fire that also tried to kill me twice. Still, what will the others think of me if they find out that I went, and actively tried, or did kill somebody? And well, they do say that if you go down that path once. I let out a sigh through my teeth as I kept staring at Shido's back. But if I let that slime ball go and the whole thing continues the way the manga did, he will get to the evacuation center. And I will be at a huge disadvantage there, if I'm still alive till then that is. For one, it will be after the last chapter of the manga. Meaning, no knowledge of what will happen, and Shido proved one too many times that he wants me dead. And his third try, without me having an inkling of what he might do, in a location I have no idea about, might be his lucky one. I grip my rifle a little harder. I should follow them for now. Maybe he will have different plans. And who knows? He might not even know there's even an evacuation. No need to jump the gun, even if I hate his ass. And step by step I got closer, up to a point that I could hear them talk. Going to do now, sir? We won't survive out here alone. I heard part of Junoda's question as I closed in. I heard from the refugees that there's an evacuation zone at the Shintoko 3rd Elementary School. We will head there. Junoda's expression looked like a scowl after hearing Shido's answer. Well, shit. What? That is way too far. We'll never make it. Shido nods at what Junoda said before he started speaking again. That is true. So, we will return to the estate to borrow some equipment. I could see Shido's face turning to a smirk as he spoke. As you saw yourself, the barricade was unmanned. It won't be too hard to get back inside later. After we get through the barricade, all we will have to do is wait for an opportunity to get inside the estate, and trust me, one will come. After all, these people are not trained soldiers. They will make a mistake sooner or later. And if not, we can create a situation that would benefit us. Say for example, an ill-placed barricade maybe. Shido responds with a slight grin as he speaks. Oh, that son of a... No. Stay calm. Just, listen. Don't overreact. Not, yet. Junoda lets out a huff as Shido finishes speaking and starts talking to himself. I do want to get back at the bastards. Though I wish I could do so myself, rather than let these undead freaks do the job for us. Junoda stabs the air around him in quick motions as he responds. And that slut Yuaki. I bet she seduced the guards to avoid getting thrown out. Now she's in there, sitting safely on her ass. While we are here trying to avoid being eaten alive. He stops stabbing his imaginary foe and turns to look at the knife he's holding. After we lost that bus, everything has been going to shit. I could see Shido's face turning grim as Junoda spoke. Yes. It was really unfortunate that we lost that bus because of that transfer student and his little group. And after that, we lost everybody other than you and Yuaki. And now, even Yuaki has betrayed us. Why did this have to happen? Soichiro was supposed to be stuck at that power plant based on what the guards said. Yet he just appeared shortly after that transfer student and his group arrived. Did they have something to do with this? Shido narrowed his eyes as he spoke. That fucking inbred hypocrite, I knew he was no good the moment we picked him up. We should have left him back at the school to rot. Junoda keeps staring at his knife as he speaks. Keep talking shit, donkey. It is doing all good for you right now. Indeed, we could have avoided all of this had we not picked him up. To think that he even managed to split our group in two. After that last jab at my character, even if they knew otherwise, they continued walking in silence. Okay. They're definitely up to no good. So, what now? I shoot them? I can't let them sabotage the barricades. Junoda, being unaware that I was about to decide their fates, spoke up again. That house. Did it really belong to the Takagis? Junoda asks. Shido sighs as he looks ahead of him. Yes, a real shame we didn't manage to persuade the people in there. He chuckled. Damn. That foul-mouthed bitch has more than just her looks, hey. Junoda chuckles to himself. But she just had to tag along with that fucking retard and his friends. Wonder what bullshit he filled her with to make her agree on leaving the safety of the bus? If I just had some time alone with her. I could show her what she was missing. Junoda lifts his knife to head high as he smirks. I would make her moan like a bee. Yet, he never managed to finish his sentence. As he fell forward, hitting the ground with a loud thud. A slight trail of gunpowder smoke coming out from my gun's muzzle. And Junoda, now laid motionless on the floor, blood seeping out from the hole in his head, painting the street under him red. Shido, just froze for a couple of seconds, staring at Junoda's dead body. I stayed silent as I started walking towards him, with my gun now pointed at him. The sound of the shot had already made it obvious that I was there. So Shido turned his eyes toward me, before turning his whole body towards me. Each step I took forward, was a step he took backward. He started flapping his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Until... You killed him. He squeaked out. I didn't reply, I just kept walking towards him. You've gone crazy. You just committed murder. He shouts, pointing his finger at me as he keeps taking steps backward. Again, I didn't reply. I just kept moving forward, the gun still pointed at his face. Stay away from me. Don't come any closer. He shouts. I lower my gun slightly and lift my head from the gun's sights, then I stop walking. Shido, seeing that I had listened to his demand, stops moving and opens his mouth again. I was right, you are. Behind you. I cut him off. Shido instantly stopped talking as his eyes went wide, realizing that a pair of hands were going over his shoulders. And then, a scream as he fell forward. A corpse biting the back of his neck as it also feels on top of him. I start walking towards him again, this time stopping a few feet away from his flailing arms. Congratulations! You just turned me into what you kept portraying me to be. Feeling proud yet? Blood was flowing from the back of his neck as he kept trying to shake the corpse off his back. But, he was already bitten, even if he did somehow manage to escape. He would not survive, not as a human at least. I turn around and walk past the corpse that was creeping up behind me and start walking forward. I gave Junoda's dead body a quick glance as I walked past it from a distance, corpses slowly starting to gather around it as well. The sound of screaming was now slowly being taken over by the sound of corpse moaning. Yet, I just kept moving forward. Towards the barricade. Which I reached in what felt like the blink of an eye. I climbed over the same cement fence which I used to exit the barricade's perimeter, then left the yard from the open fence door. After glancing at the barricade, I started moving straight towards the estate's gate, my rifle still glued in my hands. With each step I took, the gate seemed to grow larger. Yet, before I could reach it, a voice stopped me. Are you Nair? I turned to the questioning voice to see a guard looking at me. I answer with a nod. Finally, where did you disappear to? Mr. Takagi asked us to find you after you took too long to appear at the gates. The guard turns around and motions to me to follow him as he starts walking towards the gate. You missed quite the show. Mr. Takagi made quite the fool out of this Shido dude before kicking him out. Even his followers bailed on him. The guard says in a merry tone. I just kept silent and looked at the guard for a couple of seconds before turning my sight towards the locked gate. He then grabbed a radio that was hanging from his chest pocket and spoke up again. Miss Takagi, we found Nair, bringing him from the gates right now. And with that, we kept moving forward towards the gate in silence. A couple of minutes later, I could see people gathering behind the gates. And as we got close, I could see who these people were. The moment the gates opened, they gathered around me. Speaking, shouting, whispering, talking. Yet, I could hear nothing. I just kept walking forward, moving past them without saying a word. I could feel their stares on my back now. I stop and turn my head slightly toward them. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Chapter 18, Hit the books. They say some people tend to sleep a lot when they are dealing with big changes. You know, sleeping it off as they might say, letting the brain sort itself out or something. Or well. Maybe I was just really tired. I mean, for one, I don't even remember going to sleep. Why do I feel so sore? I groan as I open my eyes, to get greeted by a white ceiling. At least, I fell asleep in an actual room and not under a tree or something. I close my eyes again as I lift my arm up and land it on my face. Or, that was my initial aim, as my hand landed on my mask instead. I didn't take off my mask again? Hey, figures. I lift my mask and rub my eyes as I get up to a sitting position. And, upon opening my eyes, I see that it was not just the mask that I did not take off. I slept with all my clothes on? Even my shoes? Oh boy, somebody is going to be pissed at me for ruining the bed. The open window to my right was letting more than enough sun inside to light up the room. Along with a cold breeze that kept creeping up on my face, helping me shake off that annoying drowsy feeling. I let out a slight sigh and shook my head as I slid to the bottom of the bed so I could sit normally. I then rest my elbows on my knees and I look straight ahead, at the giant mirror that was on the opposite side. My sight immediately falls on the assault rifle that was still strapped onto me. Well, no wonder I'm so sore. I look away from the mirror and turn my sight to the rifle. The safety was still off. Whatever drowsiness I had quickly disappeared, as I started to remember yesterday's events. I rested my thumb on the safety switch and flicked it back on. Then let out a sigh, thanking the stars that I didn't turn and toss as I slept. So I went and did it. I've actually killed Junoda and Shido. It's not like they didn't have it coming though. Letting them walk would have ended with more people getting killed because of them. But still, am I supposed to feel nothing about it right now? Because, that's exactly what I feel, nothing. I don't feel conflicted, or think that I could have handled it in a better way. Nor do I feel any sort of grief or remorse for killing them. I mean, sure I hated them. But, did I really become so numb after just a couple of days into the outbreak? To shoot somebody in the head and just walk it off? To look at a person being eaten alive and not even flinch, even if it was Shido? I lift my head and look back at my reflection on the mirror. Sadly, I don't think that's a question I can actually answer. Also, I have a bigger problem to deal with right now, that, being my group. Should I come clean and tell them about it? Holding secrets will only cause problems down the road. But, how will they react? Takashi in the anime tried to stop Rei from killing Shido one too many times 9 even after they arrived at the estate and he found out why she hated him so much. So he's probably against killing living people. And, whether I like it or not, he has a strong voice in the group. Rei will probably side with Takashi, and I have no reason to think otherwise. She would probably be fine with the fact that I killed Shido, but I don't know how she would react to the fact that I killed someone. Kota. Kota is a wild card in this matter. He was capable of shooting that cop girl he liked, even if that was a mercy kill, which is quite different from what I did. But, he should be able to understand, I hope. Saya I can't really tell. In the anime it was never really shown how tolerant she would be of such an action. Or if it was indeed shown, I don't remember it. Shizuka would definitely be against it. But then again, I can't bring myself to think that she would agree to for example say, kick me out of the group. On the other hand, I don't know her all that well either. Alice, yeah, not gonna count her. But, if she was scared of me before. Well, she has one more reason now. And lastly, Psycho. Secret sadist aside, she seems like somebody who would understand, I think. So that's, 3 that would probably have a negative reaction, 2 that will probably be understanding, and 1 that I have no idea how they would react. Yay, now I know how some characters feel when they are making a decision that feels right, but looks completely wrong when looked at from another person's perspective. I think, I will keep my mouth shut. After all, shooting somebody should be a last resort. Or well, I need to make sure it would be a last resort. Then again, in the world we are now, there will be people that will shoot first, ask questions later. Acting passively against them would be equal to suicide. Or worse. Guess, I will have to do as the ancient Greeks said, everything in moderation. Although I don't think they actually included killing in that everything, I need to get it the fuck together. I lower my head and give it a couple of slaps from both sides at the same time. You knew it was only a matter of time before something like this happened. What's done is done. I simply did what I thought was the best course of action, and I do, still think that it was the best course of action. I have bigger problems to deal with right now. Problems such as nukes, corpses, and derailing trucks. I switch the rifle's safety off, then back on again and reach for my cell phone in my right pocket, only to find the pocket empty. Oh right. They took my phone after I got arrested. I should go ask Yuriko to give it back. I get up from the bed, lower my mask, and stretch as I turn towards the door. Okay, let's get going, we got stuff to do. I move to the door and twist the handle, but the door stays closed. Locked. I looked at the door to see the key was in the keyhole. I locked the door? Wonder what other crap I did that I don't remember. I unlock the door and open it, then move to the hallway outside, and look around. Empty. At least there are no guards by my door, so I guess I'm no longer a prisoner. With no destination in mind, I take a turn to the left and start walking down the hallway. Gotta find Saya's parents and get my phone back, gotta check the internet. Internet, last time I checked, it was still alive. But that was 2 days ago or so. Still, as long as some power plants in the local area keep running, I should hypothetically still be able to log in on some sites. And it's still too early for all the power plants to burn out because of the lack of maintenance and or lack of personnel. So either I get my phone or find a computer in the estate and then I could gather information on things I need to know. Stuff like H.A.N.E distance and damage to electrical devices. And more importantly, DIY survival tricks, like water desalination, starting up fires, all the good stuff. I had several printed papers of that crap back in my house, but I didn't take them with me because I'm a fucking idiot. Or I didn't think I'd survive this long to worry about it and was too laser focused on surviving the first day. I was starting to wonder why the hallways were devoid of life. When I noticed, after looking out of the window to my right, that everybody seemed to have gathered outside. Also, the rest of the vehicles from the power plant had returned. I move closer to the window and look outside. Saya's dad was standing on a big platform-like structure, looking at the mass of people that had gathered to it. Was that always there? It looked like he was speaking to said masses about something. I could not really hear Jack from up here. To be honest, it looks like that platform from the anime, where he decapitates that zombified guy that was supposed to have worked for him for a very long time or something. Except, this time that guy ain't there. Was he already executed? I don't see a cage though. I turn away from the window and continue walking down the hallway. No matter, as I now have to wait for them to finish before asking for my phone. I could search the house while they are busy for some kind of computer. Nah. I'd rather not start sniffing around the house without permission, lest I get on the bad side of Saya's parents for sticking my nose where they don't want. I kept walking down the hallways until I found a set of stairs to my right that led to the lower floor. So I turn to the right, and go down the stairs. Then keep going straight towards the open door that led to the giant yard in the front of the house. The same yard that everybody was gathered at. The refugees could still be thinking that I might stab them in their sleep because of Shido. Better stay in the corner for now. With that, I exit the front door and look around the courtyard. Right now, the mass of people was to my right, towards the center of the yard, with Soichiro speaking to them. The main part of the house behind him. As I couldn't go towards the main house now with that going on, I turned to the left and kept walking, until I found a nice shady spot under a tree to sit down, then turned my sight towards Soichiro's group once more. I also need to find some ammo for my guns and where is a pen and paper when you need it? I'm definitely going to forget something like this. And then, I just stayed there, waiting. I spent God knows how long looking at a speech that I could barely hear. Until finally, after a long drag, I started to see people that slowly broke away from the mass, walking towards the refugee camps. I nod, get up, and slowly start walking towards where Soichiro was at. Come to think of it. I'm really lucky I know Saya, otherwise, they would probably throw me out to sleep in a tent or something. One more thing I owe to our pink-haired tsundere I guess. As I kept moving towards Mr. and Ms. Takagi, I also spotted my group, all gathered up on the platform and next to Saya's parents. They are there too? Of course they are there. So, let's see. They will probably ask me why I went full on edgelord mode when I brushed them off yesterday at the gates. And me sleepy ain't gonna cut it. Gotta think of something, or improvise. Won't be the first time. With that in mind, I kept a steady pace towards my destination. To be honest, I did get a couple of side glances from the people that were leaving. But none of them spoke up or tried to do something. Though, if they believed Shido, it would make sense they would not try to tick me off. At least not when I had 2 loaded guns on me. Now sadly, by the time I arrived at the platform, Saya's parents had already returned into the main house, so I couldn't ask Yuriko about my phone. My group was still here though, so maybe I could ask Saya if there was a computer here I could use. Well, let's get this over with. Who knows, maybe I'm just overthinking things here. And they won't try to drill me for an explanation. I got up on the platform and walked towards the group while they had their backs turned to me. All dressed up in their estate attire. Saiko in the kimono, Saya in that frilly dress, Kota in his green jumpsuit thingy and so on. Looking at their new clothes reminds me that I need to take a bath and change as well. Wonder if they have anything black in here. And, as I got closer. Your dad is really something Takagi. I heard Takashi speaking. Oh, yes. He's amazing all right. Saya's voice had an obvious tinge of sarcasm in its tone. I will go on a limb and say that Saya has yet to reconcile with her parents. Otherwise she wouldn't sound so toxic when talking about her dad. At least the people here no longer listen to Shido, hope the bastard dies out there. Rei speaks up right after Saya. Wish granted. Rei, while I admit he is a horrible person. Don't you think that that's a bit harsh? Takashi turns to look at Rei with a concerned look on his face. She just stares back at him silently for a while, before turning her attention back towards the refugees. Yeah, I think not mentioning how I let Shido get eaten alive after I passed a bullet through Junoda's head is for the best at the moment. And we have other things to deal with right now, Sephiroth has still to explain why he acted like that at the gates. Takashi then continues to speak. And of course, Mr. Group Leader is going to stick his nose in everybody's business. He said he was tired. Takashi, is it really that weird? I am sure he will explain if we just ask him after he's up. Kota turns towards Takashi as he speaks. To be honest, it felt good to hear Kota defending me while I was not present. Also, speaking of being present, I think it was about time I stopped creeping. And I also had to play the Pied Piper with a horde of corpses. So excuse me if I came off as hostile. I was pretty much running on fumes when I arrived. That's all there is to it. I speak up as I start walking towards the group, causing them to turn around and stare at me. That's all I got as an explanation. Also, good morning? It is morning, right? I ask as I look around. And after a couple of seconds passed, with the group still staring at me like I'm some sort of idiot. It's almost 7 am, Nair. You have been asleep for about 15 hours. Psycho finally breaks the silence. Well, I did tell y'all that I was tired. Didn't I? I always used to sleep a lot, so I guess it just caught up to me. I put my hand under my chin as I slightly lowered my head, as if I'm telling something serious and profound. The group just stayed quiet as they stared at me. Wait. And Psycho speaks up again. So what you are telling us is that while you were tired enough to ignore your surroundings, you decided to go to an infested power plant and act as bait for a horde? Alone, without telling us a thing? And after you got back, you decided to wait outside of the estate by yourself. She folds her arms as she bar-guesses me with questions. And, I just dug myself a hole. No. I answer as I shrug my shoulders slightly. Yeah, there's no way she's buying that. Nair. Psycho narrows her eyes as she stares, scratch that. Glares at me. Fine, I messed up, I was tired and made a couple of bad decisions. You made your point. Ain't gonna happen again, promise. I say as I raise my arms in defeat. Psycho, just sighs. If you understand. She then turns around. Mr. Takagi asked me to meet with him after his speech was done, I should not keep him waiting. She says as she starts walking away towards the mansion, only to stop a couple of steps later, turns around, and look at me. 1 p.m, be at the dojo Nair. She turns around one final time, and leaves for good this time. And, she's still pissed. I turn to look at the group, to see them all still staring at me. You people, do understand that she will try to beat the crap out of me, right? I say as I point my finger towards Psycho's back. Yay, sure. Beat the crap out of you. Takashi speaks up as he glances at Psycho a couple of times, he also sounded a bit sarcastic. Humph, I hope she does exactly that. Maybe you will stop being such an idiot then. I turned to the whiny voice to see Saya, who had her arms folded under her chest and was giving me one hell of a glare. Actually, you have a dojo here? I asked, trying to change the subject. She keeps glaring at me for a few seconds, until she finally speaks up. First floor. After the main door, go left and then straight. It's the only door at the end of the corridor. She says as she turns her head towards the house. And? What time is it now again? I ask once more. 7 a.m. Shizuka speaks up. One last thing. Does this house have a library? I fold my arms and look back at Saya. Through the main door, then right and then the first door to your left. But, why are you asking? She asks as she raises an eyebrow. Other than finding how to deal with broken bones? I would rather have some books or take some notes with information on basic survival methods. And if possible, information on how to maintain energy generating equipment and / or how to do without them. I would rather be overprepared, rather than unprepared. And as I spoke, the group just stared at me, like a pack of fish. Really now? I sigh, and take a deep breath. I don't mean to be the bringer of bad news, people. Especially after yesterday's little stunt. But you do realize just how dire our situation could become, don't you? Take a scenario that will come sooner or later, a mass blackout. Because even though Su is doing his best, the power plants will go silent sooner or later, without the industrial capacity of the world to keep their condition. How will you cook if you don't know how to light up a fire? How will you get clean water if the water taps run dry? How will you make an efficient light for the night without spending every single candle in existence? Or making a barricade that won't give way the moment some force is applied to it? And the list goes on and on. I fold my arms as I keep speaking. Stuff like that was never really mentioned in the anime. And if it did get mentioned, then it got passed up pretty fast, or got sugar-coated by a ton of fan service a minute later. Now, there was nothing to sugarcoat. The danger was real, and it's coming at full speed. I also knew that talking about it would not be nice, but the group's facial expression turned way too grim nonetheless. Other than Saya, that is, who just had a serious expression as she stared at the ground. But it won't get to that, right? People are already working towards fixing things, surely they can handle it, right? Even here, Saya's parents are already fixing the power plants. REI was the first one to speak up. Yes, it might even be possible that the military has already handled the issue with the corpses, and is clearing them out from one side of the landmass as we speak. But, would you rather place all your bets on one pile? Because if something goes wrong, you'll lose everything. I would rather keep a small amount on hand as insurance if nothing else. That means being self-sufficient. In other words, knowledge. Knowledge on how to make a car work, so you can have a hope of fixing your main transport if it breaks down. Knowledge on how to set up solar panels so you can have electricity if the grid fails completely. I stop speaking and glance towards Saya's house. I'm not saying we are going to pioneer rebuilding the world by ourselves, or that I have no faith in the people working towards fixing this mess. I mean, hell, they know that stuff better than I do, and have more resources. But we need to be able to at least fend for ourselves, for the time being at least. I sighed as I looked at the group, to see them looking uncomfortable as hell. Look. I'm not trying to bring you all down to the dumps or anything like that. But this is our current situation right now. So with the resources we have at hand, use the time you have to your advantage. The internet should still be functioning as the societal breakdown shouldn't have affected it yet. But we don't know if that will be the case after the first outage comes. Maybe the servers will need to be manually restarted or something. I don't really know how the internet works, so I don't know what will happen. My point is, use your phones, search the internet while it still exists, look up on things that you would consider necessary. Then write them down or something, just to be safe. I add up as I fold my arms. It will also keep you all from bickering with each other. The group just stared at the ground, nothing saying anything back at me. For crying out loud. Why do they look like a bunch of kids that just got scolded? Talk about switching roles. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to take my paranoia to the library now. Actually. Takagi, do you know where your mom is at? She confiscated my phone back when we were at the Humvee. I turned to look at Saya, who just looked at me and nodded. Go up the stairs after you enter the house. Mama usually stays in the first room you will find to your right side after the stairs. I nod at Saya, and start walking towards the house. I hope I was not too harsh on them. But, at least it stopped them from drilling me about yesterday. Or well, drilling each other overall. And so, a couple of minutes later, I was in the house's main hallway. I took a moment to look around at the insides of the luxurious building. Let's see, straight up the stairs then right is Saya's mom. First floor, to the right is the library. First floor to the left is, my funeral. I chuckle as I move up the stairs and then turn to the right before walking towards the first door to my right. Once there, I knock on the door. It's open. A calm female voice answers back. I open the door and move inside. Saya's mother was indeed inside, sitting in front of a desk on the other side of the room, a set of papers in her hand. Oh. Nair? Slept well? The others told me it was like you fell into a coma after returning. She asks after she lifts her head and looks at me. I could sleep for another 15 hours if I had the chance. I say jokingly as I scratch the back of my head. Yuriko just smiles back at me. You need me for something? The engineers have returned from the power plant today morning and we have a lot of work to do. She answers as she glances back at the papers. I just want my phones back. The ones you took after you arrested me. I say as I tilt my head. Yes. I do have them here. She opens a drawer in her table and after a bit of shuffling, she takes 2 phones out and puts them on the table, and then looks at me. One of them isn't yours, is it? They have a different name, number, and address. Or you have a double life? She asks with a chuckle. Yeah, one belonged to a deceased student, figured I could use it as a distraction of sorts. I mean, she is probably deceased. I never really bothered to learn who was in my class and, I don't even remember their faces now to be honest. Wait, if they know that, that also means they searched both phones. Good thing I barely used it for stuff I'd rather not have other people find out. Yuriko nods and returns to her papers. I move the table and take the 2 cell phones. Thanks. I say as I put them in one of my side pockets, only getting a hum from Yuriko as a response. I then turn around, and walk towards the exit. Next stop, library. As I open the door, I stop and turn around towards Yuriko. Actually, does the library have a printer? If not, any paper and pencil? I ask with my hand still on the door's handle. Yuriko raises her head from the documents and thinks for a second. I think the printer ran out of ink a couple of days ago. Here, you can have these. She opens the drawer again, and pulls out a multi-subject spiral textbook along with a pen, then slides it to my corner of her desk. I walk back to the desk, pick up the book along with the pen, then turn around to leave again. Watch after my daughter, all right? Yuriko spoke up while I had my back turned to her. Kota and Takashi should be better suited for that task. Apparently I'm prone at making bad decisions lately. I say as I slightly turn my head back towards her. Yet so far, you're the only one that I see trying to do something, other than wandering around like a lost kid that is. She answers back. I'll see what I can do. I say as I start walking again. Weird, is Saya talking about leaving the estate already? I mean, why would Yuriko ask anybody to protect her daughter when she is still within arm's reach? With that over, I closed the door behind me. After thanking Yuriko of course, and headed straight to the library on the floor below. I forgot to ask Saya what type of books the library has. It will be quite funny, if after that whole speech with the group, all I end up finding in the library is romance novels. So, with a short walk downstairs, and a right turn after I reached the bottom floor, I was at my destination. The door to the library was a large brown door with carved wooden leaves. Fancy door, then again, this whole house is fancy. I opened the door and walked inside. And, I got to say, I was impressed. Well, holy shit. When did I end up in Hogwarts? The room was vastly different from the rest of the building. For starters, instead of marble, the floor was made out of wood. Then I could see several desks neatly lined up next to me on my right. The rest of the room was dominated by 3 long rows of bookshelves that hogged almost the entire room. And, on the opposite wall from where I was, a couple of windows. The room was also rather chilly compared to the rest of the house, and it also smelled like books. Won't wood make this place fire-prone though? Though, I guess a room filled with books is already fire-prone as it is. No matter, time to do what I haven't done for half my life. I tossed the spiral textbook on a nearby desk and started searching out my quarry. Time to read some books. Some break this turned out to be. I started by looking at what sort of arrangement the books had. And from what I could see, they were organized by genre. The genre itself set alphabetically, starting from the leftmost bookshelf. So, let's see. I should be looking for books about anything that has to do with self-sufficiency really. Things like agriculture, camping, survival, and I guess some construction. And lastly, maybe some things that can help me understand how to maintain equipment. Or well, anything that will have information on machinery that I can use to make my life easier. After finishing the little pep talk with myself, I start searching the library for anything of value. It didn't take too long to hit a snag though. Yet, I'm already lost. Even with the books set by genre, I don't know what to look for. I need book names. I move back to the table with the textbook and sit on a nearby chair, then pull out my phone. In order to search for some information. If the internet is still up, I can use it to do a basic search on the books I might need. Let's start with DIY survival tips. Things like using a magnifying glass to start a fire, sheets to collect water, all that good shit. I turn the phone on and check the battery. Thankfully, I still had about half a battery left. More than enough for today. I then browsed through the apps in the phone until I found the internet browser, and pressed it. If I'm too late, then I'm so screwed. After what felt like an eternity, the app finally opens. Without any network error. Oh. Thank you, Internet Goddess, for not abandoning humanity yet. Hey, Internet Goddess. So, NEP Purple Heart and CO. I quickly start typing for DIY survival methods, and then save whatever pages looked interesting so they can be opened offline. Honestly, you never realize what a treasure trove the internet is, until it's almost gone. I could have spent days looking for information like that on this library alone. And still end up finding nothing. Now I was just a button away from exactly what I was looking for. God, I will really miss this ease of access to information. After saving several pages of one too many tricks and tips on how to survive in a tropical jungle, brought to us by a bored survivalist that wrote the article, I then wrote down the most important things I found in the textbook. From underground campfires and fishing methods, to how to preserve food without a fridge. I don't know how many of these things will come in handy as most of them are for when you are out in the wild. And staying out in the open with nothing to block the corpses, is a good way to kill yourself. Now, this is where the library finally comes into play. As some sites had a couple of books as bibliography in the end. Fat chance books like these will be here but won't hurt to look. I turned back to the phone and continued searching. Next, ways to generate power and maintenance of machinery. Maybe something about how to install or maintain solar panels. Or perhaps how to create rudimentary wind turbines and how to set up safe electric connections, along with how to maintain them. At the very least, how to replace broken parts and other things that can come in handy. Because even after the H.A.N.E blast, some equipment should still be functional. I hope. Speaking about it, I should also read about EMP blasts. Maybe I can find a good way to make the others agree on taking some defensive measures, before the shit hits the fan. Thankfully, most of the big sites were still up and running, including the video sharing ones. And there were a lot of videos about technical stuff. Problem was, once the phone was dead, no more videos. I then leave the phone next to me, letting the videos play as I started jotting down the information that they were talking about. I was actually mostly parroting what I was hearing, copying it to the textbook without really processing the information. And once again, I noted down any info on books that were mentioned in the videos, on the same page I had written about the bibliography on the DIY tricks. And, after filling several pages with God knows what, I close the phone and lift my head. This is actually kind of fun. But my hand is starting to complain. I get up, and rip the page with all the book info. Okay, change of pace, let's see what Hogwarts has to say about my findings. I glance at the paper in my hands and move towards the bookshelves. And so, the battle for my patience began. How much time did I spend running up and down the room looking for books that could at least partly resemble what I was looking for? I have no idea. And honestly, I found almost nothing. What I did find, when searching the history section, was some book talking about the recorded EMP blasts. After picking that, along with another couple of books, I decided that I had spent enough time looking at fantasy and romance novels, so I returned to my desk with the books under my arm. Only to find the desk occupied. Well, what do we have here? A certain pink-haired tsundere was sitting by the desk where I had left my stuff on. She was scribbling something in the textbook while occasionally glancing at my phone. I walked up to the desk and left the books on it. Saya lifted her head and looked at me, with a rather serious expression. More than usual, I mean. Found anything good? I ask as I sit down and pick one of the books. She turns her head back to the textbook and lowers the video's sound. Figured you would need help with this. She speaks up. Because you're an idiot. She adds in a lower tone. See, if I didn't know her any better, I would say she is trying to help me but is too shy to just say it. I appreciate the help. I turn my head back to the book as I hold myself back from chuckling. And this is how it went on for a good amount of time. Me reading about explosions, and Saya jolting down information on how to start forest fires with milk and corn flakes. Nothing really seemed to change as time went by. Until... Do you really believe it will become as bad as you said? Saya spoke up. I lift my head from the bone-dry book and look at Saya. She still had her head down looking at the textbook, though I could see that her hands had stopped moving. No, not really. I answer. She then lifts her head, and glares at me. Then why did you have to say all that back there? It did not exactly help the group's morale, you know. She keeps glaring at me as she speaks. I sigh and take a deep breath as I lean on the desk. While I don't believe that we will return to the Stone Age per se, I do believe we will need to be able to survive by ourselves, and not by hoping that somebody will do it for us. Especially for free. As an example, take the refugees that are staying here. They're put under the command of the ones responsible for running this place, and with no survival skills of their own, they are effectively stuck here. And, if the caretaker wants them to do something, they will have to pretty much comply whether they like it or not. So, if we are unable to do anything by ourselves, then this will also become our only option. I focused straight in her eyes as I spoke. Though all she could probably see was a mask staring back at her. And REI is right. Your parents are working on building this place back up. And so far, they seem to be doing a pretty good job at it. So I don't believe it will get that bad. Saya narrowed her eyes the moment I mentioned her parents, something telling me she just forgot the question she asked me seconds ago. Shit. Just stepped on a landmine. Oh, yes, my parents are amazing, they instantly got busy rebuilding the world. While they left their only daughter for dead. Saya shouted, I could see her hands turning into fists. They were so busy helping strangers they didn't care for their own daughter. I was trapped in that school while they were playing heroes. They didn't even try to search for me, their only daughter. Some awesome parents they are. I take a deep breath, as Saya slams the table with both hands. Her eyes were starting to get blurry. What should I say to her now, hey? Just mentioning her parents made her snap. She is not wrong though, and she looks like she is about to cry. I lower my head slightly as I think. I won't tell you that you're wrong. They never did give us a reason why they didn't come for you first. But, there's a bring side to it. I say. I lift my head and look back at Saya. Hey, a bright side. What can be bright about this? She shouts back at me. Well, for one, we have a location that is relatively safe from the walking disasters outside. And, well, had they sent a helicopter to pick you up, I would have never gotten the chance to meet you. This better not have sounded as cheesy as I think it just did. Oh, who am I kidding, any more cheese and it will start training cheese rolls. The reply was made obvious though, as Saya's face started to slowly take shades of red. She's mad. Is she going to shout? She's going to shout, definitely shout. Yet, instead, she just lowers her head and starts looking at the notes on the textbook. Should you be saying stuff like that to me when you have a date with Psycho in a couple of hours? She kept staring at the notebook as she spoke. Hey, this reaction was the last thing I expected to see. Did she just overload or something? And, a date, hey? Yeah, if you're a masochist. Considering how she still seemed to be pissed at me when she left, I might better expect some broken bones too. I leaned back on the chair as I folded my arms. Date? Yeah, no. She's probably going to try whacking me to death. I say as I tilt my head. Great, worst possible thing to speak about, especially with Saya. Please. I have seen how you two speak to each other. She says as she shifts her eyes towards the phone. What is this? Judge the night or day? And how do we speak to each other? I have not noticed anything other than the fact that I call her by her first name. I mean, sure it's something. But is it really that big of a deal? You know what? Fuck it. I ain't gonna play the stuttering schoolboy to this. I lean on the desk again as I fold my arms on the desk. I won't deny it. Psycho is an interesting person. But so are you, Takagi. You can take this any way you like. I lower my head and bury my nose to the book in front of me, only realizing what I actually just said to her a couple of seconds later. Somebody, please bury me alive. The hell did I just say to her? I keep my eyes on the book, looking around the page without really reading anything. And after what felt like an eternity. Still. Takagi. Idiot. I heard her whisper something. I lift my head and look at Saya, who still had her head almost glued to the textbook. Did she just say that, or am I hearing things? Fuck it, I'll bite. I mean, I already went this far, might as well sink to the bottom of the ocean now. Maybe, I should start calling you Pink Tornado. Saya's shoulders jerked a bit before she lifted her head from the book. I don't think I ever saw her face being that red before, not even in the anime. I also didn't see that giant-ass book in her hands. Idiot. Was all I heard as I saw the book flying towards my face. And right before it managed to crash land on my mask. H.A.N.E.S. Ah, nice pick, Saya. I managed to read the book's cover. Chapter 19, No Such Thing as Overprepared. You know. In retrospect, I should have expected for this to happen. I mean, this is Saya we're talking about. Thankfully, the mask absorbed most of the impact, as the book crash landed on my face. After placing the book she just threw at me in front of me, I shook my head and focused my eyes back at face, yet. Pretty much like looking at a pink-haired tomato. Okay, I get. No pink tornadoes. So please, no violence in the library. I say as I lift both hands in a surrendering motion. She just huffs at me before turning her attention back toward the textbook that was in front of her. Still. Why must I be the only one with a weird nickname? I say as I nonchalantly open the book she just threw at me. Because you're an idiot, I know. I cut her off as I keep looking at the book. Talk about a short fuse. The only way to tell her a joke is by posting it online and then sending her the link from a safe distance. I tried not to chuckle as I took a look at the book's index. And then, it hit me. Posting, videos. Wait a minute. Hey, are there any recent videos uploaded? You know, post-outbreak. I look up from the book towards Saya. She stops writing and turns her attention to the phone. Yes, if you go to the main page of the site I'm checking. The latest videos are from a couple of hours ago. She kept writing something in the notebook as she spoke. I wonder. Did you watch any of them? I ask. Saya lifts her head and looks at me, her face still with a slight shade of red on it, nothing like the tomato red she had a minute ago though. No, we don't have time to waste, remember? You said so yourself. She said as she kept looking at me. True, but right now this could be our best, and only chance of finding information on what these things are. Out of all the people in the world, there must be somebody with medical knowledge. That has had the chance to find out something, anything about the corpses. I close the book as I speak. Saya just keeps staring at me for a few seconds before finally picking up the phone. There are thousands of videos uploaded her, just from the last day alone. How are we going to find something like that without wasting all of our time? She waves the phone at me as she speaks. Easy, just look for the most viewed videos from the last 2 days with tags that match what we want to find. Things like virus, infection, bacteria, dissection, medical. You know, stuff like that. I point my finger at the phone as I lean on the desk. Saya lets off a sigh before bringing the phone close to her face as she starts typing. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Actually, why didn't she think of this earlier? Ain't she supposed to be a genius or something? And a few minutes later, Saya's eyes go wide. Found something? I ask. She just passes me the phone without saying anything. I take it and look at the screen. The words scientific explanation for the new unknown pathogen typed on the search bar. Under it, an unending number of videos. Most of them looked the same though, recorded by a cell phone in the middle of a street. Except, for the first video in the lineup. That one was taken inside a laboratory of some sorts. While the uploader's name was, AdsNF. The video itself had more than 3 billion views. That was 3 billion, in 2 days. I glanced at Saya, who just glanced back at me before looking back at the phone. I then also looked towards the screen, and pressed the play button. The video opened with the shuffling sounds of a camera being set up. Then, a man in a white lab coat walked into view. He looked like he was in his late 50s, his hair was a medium shade of grey, and he was wearing a pair of thin, round glasses. My name is Alex Xenochos, I'm a pathologist. The person in front of the camera looks around him before turning back to the camera. Me and a group of fellow doctors were inside our workspace when this outbreak started. And now, we have been stuck here for 2-3 days? Matters not, from what we have been informed, we are not getting rescued. At least, Not before we die of starvation, dehydration, or this infection. And as the facility is overrun, and currently working on backup power. Figured I should let people know what we found out before it's too late. And, before any of you get your hopes up, we don't have anything close to a cure. We don't have the necessary personnel or equipment to even try. The man raises his head and looks behind him for a few seconds before looking back at the camera. Not anymore. He takes a deep breath before grabbing the camera by what I suspect was a tripod and begins walking towards a corpse that was tied up on an operating table. Its torso was cut open, internal organs in full display. It was also missing its right arm. The corpse, upon hearing the doctor, turned its head towards the direction of the camera and started groaning as Alex moved near it. Okay, as you can see, the subject is still alive, and oblivious to the fact that it's missing its front rib cage and right arm. He shakily placed the camera on the ground and positioned it so that we have a clear view of the corpse as he spoke. So what did we find? For starters, for anybody still wondering, the infected are in fact, dead. This thing right here, is nothing more than a husk that is being controlled by something. A virus? A parasite? Bacteria? We don't know. What we do know, is that whatever it is, it's in the brain. He walks away from the camera for a few seconds, and upon returning, he brings a lump of meat near the camera. A heart. You all know what this is, right? But, just to clarify, it's a heart, his heart. He then points at the corpse. Even after removing the main method the body uses to circulate blood, nothing changed. Because these things don't need blood to live. The moment they get up again, they have no heartbeat, no blood circulation, they are not alive by our normal clinical standards. That is also why they won't stop even if they get their limbs chopped off or are riddled with bullets. Blood loss means nothing to them. We also found that. The scientist then turns around and grabs something from the small operating table that was set next to the corpse, and then brings it close to the camera. A syringe. He, then stabs the corpse with it and proceeds to draw blood, until the syringe was full. Pulling it back, he then shows it to the camera again, as if to show off the blood inside. Then, after taking the needle off, he puts the tip of the syringe in his mouth. And empties the contents of the syringe. Am I, actually seeing this? He winces as he swallows the blood he just drew from a corpse. It tastes like shit. But, it is not infectious. Blood, is not infectious. Only saliva can spread this disease. Like some sort of beefed out super rabies. He starts speaking again, while his expression remains that of a person who just ate a lemon. They don't use blood, they are not alive. Yet, they do not decay. No, actually they do decay, but only partially. Their nervous system, for example, still works as if the person never died, if just being a lot clumsier. And their muscles are also still functional, and if any of you noticed, these things are much stronger than the common man. That is because their muscles no longer work under the normal human limits. Limits that are normally placed by our brains to avoid overexertion and damage. Now, from all the tests we have done, the only thing we could conclude, which is pretty much a speculation mind you, is that whatever has invaded the host's brain, is also nurturing the nervous system and muscles to keep them running. And as the doctor keeps speaking, the camera's battery sign starts flashing, signaling that it was close to running out. Also, cutting a limb after a bite, won't work. Save yourself the trouble and pain. The person you see chained up on the table. We cut his arm off in less than 20 seconds after he got bit, you can see how that ended. And lastly, people that died from other causes, such as gunshots or blood loss, do not get up again. Now, there is a chance that this facility is just not contaminated by whatever this is, but then, this could also mean that this disease can't spread by any other means other than an infected bite. The doctor leaves the syringe back on the table before turning to look back at the camera. We were already overrun when we discovered that people that died by other means other than a bite did not get up again. So if that is also true for the outside world as well, then there is a good chance that the virus might be lab-bred. As whatever this is, it has a very inefficient way of transmitting itself. He closes his eyes and lets out a sigh before shaking his head. And for it to spread globally, and this fast. All without the ability to travel by air or water. Even if it did hijack our methods of long-range transportation like planes and ships to spread itself, it should not have popped up everywhere at the same time as it just did. Add the fact that its incubation period is just way too fast to be normal. But again, I must emphasize. This is just speculation. There are too many holes that I can use to prove myself wrong for it to be conclusive proof. But still, for it to turn global, so fast. He then looks at the flashing battery warning sign, before he brings his hand on the camera for a close-up. I could see the bags under his eyes, and the gleam of resignation as he spoke again. I don't expect to survive this, but to whoever is left alive, may God be W. And the video cut off, the camera probably running out of battery. I just stayed silent. looking at the replay sign on the phone. Lab, maid. Saya was the first one to speak. I must have been more surprised than I expected to be. As, I could only hear her from my right ear right now. We should take that with a grain of salt. As he said, it was only speculation. But, even if it is true, there is nothing we can do about it. Don't let this cloud your judgment and derail you from the task at hand. I speak up as I lift my head and look at an empty chair. Hey. I know, you don't have to tell me. It's just, the idea that all of this is happening because a bunch of idiots decided to fuck up everybody's life. She speaks up again. And again, her voice comes from my right side. I turn my head to the right to find Saya's face right next to mine, still looking at the phone. Oh holy F. When did you even? I shout as I lean my body back. Saya winces and turns to me with a glare. Don't shout next to my ear, idiot. I kept telling you that I can't see the video but you keep ignoring me. She says as she frowns. Sorry. I kinda got sucked in, didn't hear a thing. I respond, she just rolls her eyes with a sigh as she pushes herself away from the desk and walks back to her seat. Figured as much. Can I have the phone back now? She extends her arm as she asks. I just nod and slide it to her. Well, that was quite the bomb to drop on my face, internet. In the anime and manga, nothing was ever mentioned on how all this started, so I don't know what's going on either. Shame the author died midway. I could have had a very big advantage if there was an actual end to the manga with an explanation. Or even just a place that is verified to be a safe haven or something. But as I said to Saya, I need to focus on the task at hand. What's the point of knowing that if I die tomorrow? I return my focus to the book about the HANES. After reopening it and reading the index, I turned to the page that had information on EMP range and the damage it can cause. So, based on what the book says, a well-placed high-altitude blast with a standard thermonuclear yield can pretty much fry a whole country as big as the US. It also mentions that small-scale items like phones should normally withstand an EMP, also includes most cars in that group. Weird, as in the anime both phones and cars, hell even the gun dots got fried. Actually, that got me wondering. Are solar panels affected? I pull out my second phone from my pocket and open it. Then proceed to open the browser and type EMP on solar panels. And after a couple of good hits and a quick read, it pretty much tells me that solar panels are mostly unaffected, but that it would maybe still kill the batteries and such. Nothing too complex to fix if we can find working batteries in a store. I will keep this in mind. The article did also say something about diodes, wiring, and something about a controller. I have information on what all that crap is from the notes I jotted down from the other videos, but I got no idea what they are right now. I put the phone back in my pocket and continue reading the book. Power plants, fried. Telephone lines, fried. Anything hooked up on the main power grid, a larger chance to fry. Also, things that are not on the grid and things that are not powered on have, hypothetically speaking, a higher chance of surviving. So, raiding an electronics store after the blast might not be such a bad idea after all. It does also say that the military probably has EMP-proof electronics. Which makes sense. I mean, even our Humvee is supposed to be EMP-proof, even if it is kind of custom-made, as I noticed it has ignition keys. Normal military ones do not have keys if I remember correctly. Why are you reading that? A voice snaps me out of my thoughts. I raise my head to see Saya staring at me. What do ya mean? I ask, slightly confused. I mean exactly what I asked. Why are you reading about E.M.P.S? She asks as she points at the book with the pen. Good question. I just picked it up after watching that video without thinking. And then one thing leads to another. I say with a shrug as I close the book. I did manage to read what I wanted to know. So it should be fine skipping the rest, for now at least. Saya just sighs as she rolls her eyes. Sometimes you act like the most irresponsible person on the whole planet. She then turns her attention back on the textbook. With nothing to say, I just lean on the desk and I try to see what she was writing about. Say, did anything happen while I was gone? I ask as I sit back down normally. Saya looks at me and raises an eyebrow. Anything? Anything like what? She asks back. If you have to ask me to define anything, then I guess nothing did happen. I pull out the second phone and stare at the browser's text insert box. So, while I was gone, the group did not fight. That's good. Means me being here changed something for the better. After that, both of us stayed silent for some time. I used the second phone to search for more information on EMP and how to deal with it. Though, everything ended with the same info. Either military-grade stuff or a Faraday cage. Both things that are out of my reach. Making a Faraday cage would make me too conspicuous on why I wanted to make something so specific. Only to then have an EMP go off sometime after. And military grade stuff. Yeah, good luck with that. So, I decided to switch to something different and search for more things you can do without electricity. Though, you never know. Maybe after finding Ariai's mother and arriving at that school where her dad was, and we won't have to do anything. Maybe we'll get extracted by the army and get sent to a refugee camp or something. Though that would lead to other problems. God, even in the middle of the apocalypse, I still hate being around a lot of people. Talk about a hardcore antisocial. Saya sighs as she stops writing. I lift my head and look at her. I think we need to leave. She speaks up as she raises her head. Leave? She means the estate? So something did happen. Maybe that part with the mechanic and Koda? Or did she actually fight with the group and got manhandled by Takashi? Though the latter would make little to no sense as being the reason to want to leave the estate. You mean leave the library? I ask as I tilt my head. Saya just frowns. No, you idiot, I mean the estate. She lowers her head as she answers. Your explanation about staying here when we were in the yard with the rest of the group was actually pretty much head-on. Staying here would put us under the whims of the adults, and they see us like we are just a bunch of useless kids. Dead weight to be carried around. She kept staring at the textbook as she spoke. I also lower my head and look at the closed book next to me. Well, that is true. But is doing nothing really that bad? I mean, we won't be in constant danger and we'll have food and maybe even electricity. Though I guess, we will have to deal with a couple of bad apples. And the truth is, we really are just kids. But I say that, Saya will flip out. I lift my head to see Saya staring at me, waiting for my reply. Well, leaving is indeed an option. As long as we can get supplies and a target destination, I don't see why not. But we would need ammo, food, water, fuel. Lots of fuel. You don't know just how much of a gas guzzler the Humvee is. Which is going to be a major problem if we don't have a surplus of fuel. Saya just nods at me as I speak. The car is already ours, so we should be able to leave with it. I could speak to my parents about the supplies. She averts her eyes from me as she speaks. She is not even sure herself if her parents would agree. Hey. Not surprised, supplies are not something that will come about easily now. And I can't ask for supplies as payment for that crazy-ass mission either, as it was my idea, and Yuriko was obviously against it. I'm gonna turn like those annoyingly forceful window cleaners if I do that. And yet, no. End of the world or not, I am not doing that. We also need to consider the pros and cons of such a decision. Leaving would indeed let us make our own decisions. Along with also being obviously less prone to being overrun because there will be less noise produced by a smaller group. But it will also mean we will have to constantly scavenge for supplies and that we will mostly have to stay on the move. I fold my arms as I lean on my chair. With a small group like ours, we need to find an already well-fortified place if we want to hunker down. And a place like that, well, it will most definitely be already occupied. And if not, it will be a prime target for not-so-friendly people. Saya just stared at me as I spoke, no snarky comebacks or groans of annoyance. On the other hand, staying here. It will probably keep us relatively safe, and give us a steady supply of food, along with electricity. As we don't know if any power plants have already failed after all. But, this decision will also lock us down to staying here. We won't be able to, for example, look for Komuro's and Miyamoto's parents. Saya looks back to the phone as she nods at me. Also, there is something else I need to tell you. This has nothing to do with staying or leaving though. It has to do with you and the group. I say as I get up from the desk. Saya looks back at me with a slight frown, but stays otherwise quiet. I understand how you feel about your parents. But you must not snap out in front of Komuro or Miyamoto the same way you did with me. Saya's frown deepened as I spoke, but still stayed quiet. Contrary to my situation, whose family is on the other side of the globe, theirs might be far, but they ain't beyond reach like mine. If you snap at them about your parents, who are here, alive, they will lash out back at you. Because they still don't even know if their own parents are alive or not. And you know, the hardest time is usually the time you have to spend waiting. I start walking towards the door after I finished speaking. Saya, not saying a word. Out of all the times she could act meek, it had to be now. After reaching the door, I turn around and look at Saya, who was staring at the phone in silence. After all, the only one allowed to piss off everybody in the group is none other than the penguin. Wouldn't you agree, Saya? I say as I lift my hand and point at myself with my thumb, grin hidden behind my mask. Saya lifts her head and looks at me for a few seconds, before looking away. Idiot. She lowers her head and stares at the phone again. The one and only. I turned around and opened the door, my finger pointed towards the ceiling. And I just changed my title to Clown Ninja Penguin. Well, as long as our little tsundere stays out of trouble. Now, what time is it? Upon exiting the library, I reach for the second phone in my pocket and find, nothing. I forgot it on the desk? Whatever. There should be a clock around here somewhere. Or if not, I am just going to ask some random dude. I get the feeling that Saya will throw another book at my face if I go back inside right now. With that, I start to aimlessly wander around the mansion again. I also need to figure out what to do with the EMP blast. How can I make Soichiro E.M.P proof the barricades? Right now, they use the forklifts to move the giant concrete blocks or whatever the crap those things are. If they somehow have a barricade open when the blast happens. Yeah, trouble on the horizon. I keep thinking with my head slightly lowered as I keep walking down the hallways. I wonder where the rest of the group is at. Psycho is probably with Soichiro. And, from the looks of it, she might be getting a new sword. Or, is she at the dojo thinking of various ways to kill me for being late? Hope it's not 1 PM yet. Shizuka is probably on the second floor? I remember she went through a crisis while staying here in the manga. Something about her age and helping people? Or about being a role model? I don't remember. It was something that made her depressed though. Koda, probably somewhere tweaking his guns. I just hope he stays out of sight from the adults. Lest we have the whole gimme your gun charade. Saya is at the library, unless she has teleportation or fast travel skills. Rei and Takashi are probably in a room or something, doing God knows what. And Alice is? Hell, I don't know, running around with Zeke I suppose. I decided to go to the second floor, half hoping to find Psycho on the way to see if she is still pissed at me. Or well, that was what was my initial aim. As after I got to the second floor and started walking around, I spotted our dear airhead nurse through the windows, leaning against the balcony. Hey? The only time I saw her on a balcony in the manga was when she was in the middle of her midlife crisis. Can't have our airhead be depressed now, can we? I nod to myself and head towards the room that led to the balcony where Shizuka was at. And after reaching the room, with the door wide open, I walked inside and headed straight to the balcony. As I got closer, I could hear Shizuka sighing. I, pretty much crept up next to her until I could actually look at her face. Apparently, I really am a ninja. Because either she just ignored me, or she never realized I was there. Or, it might have been because she was holding a smartphone and was so engrossed in something that she missed me completely. I lean in, and look at the phone's screen. She's reading something off of the internet? Guess she did take my words seriously, hey? Then why is she? I focus on the written text on the screen. How to run fast, when you have giant boobs. I quickly put my hand in my mouth to hold back myself from laughing. But, you know, mask. PPPFFFTTTT. I quickly turn around as I lean on the marble railing and keep my other hand on my mask, to where my mouth would normally be. Shizuka reacted with a loud eep. Probably getting startled by my sudden appearance. After I calmed myself down, I turned to her. And Shizuka was now holding the phone with both hands as she was leaning over the railing. While she was doing that, she was also bending over, in a rather provocative way. She then turns her head to me and puffs her cheeks. You shouldn't sneak up on people like that, Serp Pfeiffery. You nearly gave me a heart attack. She glares at me while still staying in that pose. You are going to fall if you stay like that. Also, it's Sepfir. You also do remember that I already told you, you can call me Nair. I say as I lower my hand and try not to stare too hard. Shizuka finally pulls herself away from the railing, and turns to me. But I am a teacher, and you're a student, we mustn't. She lowers her head with a slight blush, then looks at the phone in her hands as she wiggles slightly. No, you are a school nurse. And what does that have to do with my name anyway? Fine, then please, just stop feminizing my already weird surname. Hell, call me Ninja Penguin if you must, just stow. And, as Shizuka opened her mouth, I instantly regretted my words. Ninja Penguin. She cuts me off with a shout. I stared at her excited face for a few seconds, before letting out a sigh. I regret everything. Would you kindly just tell me what time it is? I ask as I shake my head. Shizuka lifts a finger to her lower lip as she opens her mouth. Oh, yes. You must be careful, being late on your first date with a girl is bad manners, you know. She says as she looks at her phone with a serious face. My brain, it hurts. You know it's, Forget it. Just, tell me what time it is please. I sigh as I just stop trying. 11:10. Shizuka answers as she lifts her head to me with a wide smile. Thanks. I turn around and wave at her as I start walking away. Have fun at your date. She shouts while I had my back turned to her. You know, I would normally be enjoying this right now. If I didn't know that Psycho gets her kicks by turning people into mush. Anyway, I got some free time. What should I do? Well, I still need a change of clothes. Guess I will pay Yuriko another visit. Though, I don't know if asking her for clothes is the correct thing to do. It feels like I'm asking the CFO of a company what shirt color I should buy. But, I have not seen any maids walking around. So yet, to Yuriko it is. And then I also need to find out how the barricades work. I could ask Soichiro, but Psycho also might be with him, I shouldn't risk interrupting them. So first, going to Yuriko. Then, a trip to the barricades, to check them out from close by. Decision made, I nod to myself and start moving towards the room I last found Yuriko in. And once there, I knock on the door and speak up. Miss Takagi. It's Nair, again. A couple of seconds later. Come inside. I heard Yuriko answer from over the door. I then opened the door slightly and looked inside. Sorry to bother you, it's actually a lame question but where can I find some clothes? Preferably black. Also, you might want to burn the bed I used. You know, just in case. I look around the room as I speak. Yuriko just looked at me for a couple of seconds. Well, I guess it was partly my fault you didn't get the chance to change and clean up yesterday. Are you going to be occupied after an hour or so? If not, then come back here in an hour. I should have some clothes for you, just tell me what size I should ask for. Yuriko keeps looking at me as she speaks. My date with Psycho is still a bit far off so. Medium. And sure, I don't think I'll have any problem coming back here in an hour, thank you. I thank Yuriko and close the door, then head down the stairs so I can exit the estate. So how do I go about asking about the barricade? Should I ask some of the guards roaming about? Fat chance they'll tell me anything though. A couple of minutes later, I was out of the estate's main building, and started heading towards the main gate. To my luck, I saw a jeep driving away towards said gate as well. Jackpot! The jeep, after leaving the estate's front gate kept moving forward, until it took a turn to the left about 3-4 intersections down the road. Exiting the estate myself was no real trouble. Probably because I was also carrying a rifle with me. Though I did get a couple of side glances from the guards. Kids with guns, hey? Wonder if Soichiro said anything to them. Staring aside, nobody tried to do anything. After leaving through the main gate, I kept going forward until I took a turn to the left, at the same intersection the jeep turned to some time ago. And now, I could see a forklift in the distance, closing down a barricade as well as a jeep that was parked in the right corner. Bingo! I start walking towards the barricade, and upon closing in, I spot the same two guards I met yesterday. Are these two stuck in perpetual guard duty or something? No matter, this is good. You two are stuck in guard duty again. Who did you piss off to suffer this fate? I shout as I keep walking towards the barricade. The guard that was not driving the forklift turns around, and waves at me. Oi! Ninja boy! After reaching the barricade, I walk up to the guard. Nair! I say as I point at myself. Nah, ninja boy sounds better. The guard speaks up again as he folds his arms. What are you doing here anyway? Off to another secret mission. The second asks as he gets out of the forklift. Yet as if I already have my group shouting my ear off because of my last secret mission. They will probably tie me up to a pole if I go off on my own again. I say with a shrug. You gonna let the girls tie you up to a pole? Damn, you're one kinky dude. The guard next me nods to himself as he speaks. At least I'm not stuck in permanent guard duty. I fold my arms and stare at the nodding guard. You wish, this is actually much better than the alternative. Having to drive out there, surrounded by them ugly bastards. At least all we have to do here is switch between the entry points and open them to let the cars in or out. The guard by the forklift speaks up. Switching entry points? Interesting. Hey? What do you mean by switching entry points? I ask as I look at the guard by the forklift. Yeah man, I mean. If we used all 3 exits at once we would get surrounded in a matter of hours. While if we keep rotating the one we open, the source of noise would be switched around, causing all those freaks to constantly move around. It also helps in keeping the roads relatively clear for the cars to pass. Boss's words. The guard next to me starts explaining. So, we have 3 entrances that are opened in rotation. So what, you move the forklift around every hour when you need to move to the next one? I mean, I have not seen any other forklifts around here. I ask again as I turn my head towards the guard that was next to me. Nah, each entry has its own forklift, they are just far apart. If you go back towards the main road leading to the mansion, you will find the next entry point to your left, 1 intersection after you see the mansion to your right. And if you keep going straight, you will find the 3rd entry point on your left again. The reason you don't see any other forklifts around, is because the entry points can't really be seen from the mansion. The guard next to me points his finger behind me as he talks. I turn around and look at the street that extended straight ahead. So, we have 3 potential ways for the horde can come through. 2 things left to find out. Time between rotation and how to manually close the entry point. The forklifts won't be of any use after all. Still, isn't that risky? I say as I turn back and look at the guard next to me. Hey, well, everything is risky now. The guard answers. No, I mean, from what you're telling me. The only way to manage the barricade is with the forklift. What if it gets busted while the entry point is still open? I ask as I fold my arms. The guards look at each other, before turning back to face me. What are the chances of that happening though? Guess we will just push the forklift up to the hole to block it or something. The guard next to me shrugs. Or something. That's all? No plan? Just, or something. Ah, this is bad. Still, I fail to believe that Soichiro has no backup plan for this. So, last question. So you guys will move to another entry point after some time and keep rotating like that? I ask again. Yep, we will go to the one in the middle in about an hour, as we've been here for about 2 hours or so. Why? You're interested in sticking around here and becoming a ninja guard boy? The guard chuckles to his own joke. Now, just wondering how this whole thing worked. This is, after all, something like our first and also the last line of defense. I say with a shrug. Don't worry, you're safe in here. Safer than being out there at least. The guard by the forklift speaks up. Yeah. For now. I just nod back at the guard. Well, I'd love to stick around, but I got things that need doing. Good luck. I wave at the 2 guards as I turn around and start walking away. So, let's rehearse what I've found out. First, there are 3 potential holes that lead to the mansion. One here, one straight from here, one after one intersection after the road that leads to the mansion's main gate. And the last one is further off on the same road and to the left again. Each barricade that gets used has its own forklift and they rotate between them every 3 hours? Shizuka told me it was 10 past 11 back in the mansion, and it's been 20 minutes or so since then. So I guess it's about 11:30 now. They told me they were gonna move in an hour. So that makes it 12:30 for the next switch, then a switch every 3 hours. Now, to the main problem. Do they seriously have no backup plan for manually blocking the barricade other than using the forklift? I will have to think of something. I'm not going to leave anything to luck, not this time. Not when the whole estate is at stake. Not when this could be my proof that I can change the way things play out. I keep moving past the estate and head straight towards the other entry point. And as the guards mentioned, one intersection straight after I passed the estate and to my left. There, I saw the other entry point with another forklift, as well as another jeep. The entry points have jeeps parked next to them? I'm pretty sure that this was not the case in the anime. Then again, the only barricade we did see there looked nothing like the ones here. That one was on a narrow downhill road. And while these roads are also one way, they are much wider. To the point that 2 or 3 cars could, hypothetically, squeeze side by side. I guess in the anime they were aiming to use a barricade that was not normally used to kick Shido out? Or was it the same barricade they used to let him in? It would explain why a forklift was present there as well. No matter, I'm wasting time thinking about this. Focus on the task at hand. I move closer to the barricade and peek inside the jeep. The keys are in the ignition? These guys are really lax when it comes down to their cars. First the ones in the power plant and now here. If there is a jeep on the last entry point as well, I will take a guess and say they are there for safety reasons. A fast escape if things go south. Shame that they will probably be useless after the EMP. Though, these cars kinda look like Mitsubishi Type 73s. That car was supposed to be pre-2000. So, it might work after the blast? If they didn't add any custom electronic parts post basic production that is. Anyway, one last thing. I open the Jeep's door, release the handbrake, then try to push it by placing my shoulder in the Jeep's door frame. The Jeep, albeit a bit slowly, did move forward. As a last-ditch effort, I could use the Jeep to block a hole in the barricade. If things get to that. I nod to myself, reapplied the handbrake and close the door. Then turn around and leave. After reaching the first intersection, I turn left, towards the last entry point. I should check the last barricade as well, just to make sure. As I kept walking down the road I looked at my rifle, which was hanging on my side. I also need to get myself a better close-range weapon. The knife is nice and all, but it gets my hand way too close to the face of whoever is trying to bite my fingers off, and I don't think my gloves can save me if I stick my hand in a corpse's mouth. I saw that some of Soichiro's men were walking around with katanas. Wonder if I can get one for myself. Though, I suspect the ones that had a sword with them were high-ranking members, as not all of the guards had swords with them, an example being the lookout duty duo. After passing a couple of intersections, a barricade with a forklift appeared to my left again. And just like before, a jeep was parked by the barricade. Well, that seals the deal. Time to get out of here. I turn around and start my trek back towards the estate. I should also return to Yuriko to get my new clothes before my date with Psycho. Maybe I should also ask for a full body riot armor while I'm at it. Chapter 20, Samurai, I am not. I never realized it while wandering around the mansion. But, I actually forgot my backpack in the room that I passed out in. So, here I am now, walking down a hallway, with a stack of clothes on my hands, barely able to see where I'm going. I must look ridiculous right now. At least I still have like 30 minutes before 1 PM, so I got some time to return to that room and stuff some of the clothes in the backpack. Actually, I should check for some bigger bags that can fit inside the Humvee as well. Hell knows we are going to need the space if we decide to leave. I must admit, when Yuriko said that she would give me some extra clothing so I won't have to run around every time I need to change. I didn't expect half a wardrobe. But hey, everything she gave me is indeed black like I asked, so no complaints from me. I also decided to take the chance and change my clothes after taking a quick bath, who knows when I will get another chance after all. So I was actually wearing the new clothes now, new clothes that looked almost exactly the same as the ones I wore before. Black cargo pants, black shirt, and a black hooded jacket along with the usual arm and leg guards. Though I also realized something weird about this world, among other things. I don't smell. And it is not just me either, people in overall, don't smell. Sure, Takashi did stink like a skunk in the Humvee, but he did get peed on by Alice. And as Koda was sitting next to him, he probably also got shot by friendly fire when the girls smelled them. Anyway, since coming here and getting arrested, I have been running, sprinting and jumping around non-stop. Overall, doing things that would normally make me smell like a dumpster. Yet I never did end up smelling anything nasty. The only reason I took a bath now, was because I could, not because I should. Well, whatever, it's still a godsend. Having to take a bath every single day, in order not to smell like ass during a zombie apocalypse. Yeah, good luck with that chump. I mean, in the anime and manga the main cast did not take that many baths either. Other than the fan service scene in Rika's house, I don't remember them taking another bath. Though they do change clothes a couple of times, so I guess it could be implied that they did. Still, nobody ever complained that somebody else from the group smelled. But, I should not be surprised, this world does function differently on some fundamental levels after all. A normal shotgun being able to send multiple corpses flying for example. Or that the whole world looks, well, anime-esque? It's kinda hard to explain. Guess I could also add people don't smell in the list of weird-ass stuff. Now, where is that goddamn room? It should be right around. Yet, my thoughts got interrupted by barking. I turned my head around to see the little mutt we rescued running towards me. Upon closing the distance, Zeke jumps with a bark, and bites down on the bottom hem of my pants, then starts pulling. I lift my leg and look down at the little dog that was now hanging like some sort of dried furry fish. Just perfect. Zeke. Where did you go? Zeke. Reacting to the new voice, I look up and see Alice running up the stairs in the distance. If you're looking for the furry Terminator, he's right here trying to kill me. I think. I shout. Alice turns around and looks at me. Hope you have a way to tame this thing. Before it tears me to shreds. I say to Alice as I look down pointedly at the dog. Alice immediately runs over to me and kneels down. She then grabs the dog with both hands and starts pulling him. Needless to say, the dog did not let go. Ugh, come on Zeke. Let go. Alice kept trying. But, despite her best efforts, Zeke seemed to have made his decision. And well, now I was standing in the middle of the hallway with a stack of clothes on my hands, a dog biting down my pants, with a little girl that was trying to pull that dog away. Can this get any better? After trying for a couple of minutes, Alice finally gives up. She then stands up and starts staring at me. Well, looks like Zeke here wants to be part of my evil take over the world army. I say with a shrug as I turn around and start walking again. Dragging the dog along with me. No. Zeke, let him go. Zeke. He is going to make you evil. Zeke. I could hear Alice yelling behind me. And well, I was trying not to giggle. I'm an evil overlord after all. And so, I spent the next couple of minutes looking for the room I slept in. With Alice sneaking behind me, while I was dragging Zeke along. This dog is tenacious, I'll give him that. Until finally, something else seemed to draw Alice's attention. Big brother. Alice shouts. Big brother? Takashi. I tilt my head as I turn to look behind me. Finding Takashi patting Alice on the head. He then turns to look at me. Well, if it isn't the valiant knight of rainbows and sunshine. I say while trying to sound as serious as I can. Takashi just stared at me like I'm some sort of idiot. Not that I'm surprised though, judging from what I just said. Big brother. He took Zeke and is making him evil. Alice points at me as she shouts. I lift my leg and let the dog hang in the air once more. More like the dog has taken me, to be honest. Could you help me out here? I don't want to leave clean clothes on the ground. I say as I look at Takashi. He just keeps looking at me before slightly shaking his head and nodding. He comes up to me, kneels down and takes Zeke with his hands. Then starts poking his ears. Probably annoyed by all the poking, Zeke turns to bark at Takashi, letting go of my pants in the process. Takashi then takes the dog and gives it to Alice. Zeke. Oh, thank God you're safe. She says as she starts cuddling with the dog, which instantly turns docile. Safe? Come on, it's not like I was going to eat him. Thank you, big brother. She bows at Takashi, then looks at me for a couple of seconds before running off. She really doesn't like me, hey? Takashi then turns to me. Valiant knight of rainbows and sunshine. He asks. Alice seems to think I am some sort of evil overlord. Seeing how she asked you for help. That makes you the hero, no? I say as I get a better grip on the clothes. Well, you're kinda dressed like one. Guns, masks, black clothes and all. Also, speaking of clothes, you need some help with those. He asks as he points to the stack of clothes on my hands. I'm taking if you're offering. Takashi nods at my answer and takes half of the folded clothes. Don't you think this much is a bit overkill though? He speaks up as I start walking again. Saya's mother gave them to me. And you never know what'll happen, I'd rather not end up walking around drenched in corpse blood. I answer. Takashi turns to look at me. I see Saya asked you to call her by her first name too, hey? I just nodded as an answer, not bothering to elaborate. Brew, you have been ignoring her for years. Don't tell me you suddenly started to care about what she does. We quietly kept moving down the hallway for some time before Takashi spoke up again. A hero, hey? I don't think I can really be one. He kept looking straight as he spoke. Why not? The whole group seems to have faith in you. Plus they trust you, that probably means something, no? And a hero is somebody who can lead others safely and diffuse conflict without creating more conflict, not somebody who can kick a head off after doing 7 flips in the air. Though I suppose it could be an added bonus. I say as I also keep looking straight ahead. And, you honestly believe I can do all that? He asks. Better than I can at least. You all seem to know each other for starters, so it makes sense that they rely on you. I say as I turn to him. No, not really. I did know Rei and Saya. But Saiko, Kota, and Miss Shizuka. We only met right after the outbreak started. He answers. Well, it's not like I'm trying to force the title on you. But I already made more than one bad call so far, so I for one, am not the best fit for that role. In the anime and manga they did vote for him to be the leader. Don't know if me being here will change that, but I'm not exactly gunning for that spot anyway. Too much responsibility. And we're here. I say as I turn towards a door to my right, then knock it open with my foot. The door opens up, and I walk inside. I spot my bag next to the bed to my right, I nod and walk to the bed, then leave the clothes on the nightstand that was next to it. Grabbing the bag, I open it and shove everything I can inside. Then, I turn to Takashi. I can take the rest to the Humvee until we find a bigger bag. I point at the clothes that he was holding as I spoke. Now it's okay, I'll take them there. Might put some in my bag too, they look like they might fit me, and I don't mind the color. I just nod at him as I get up and toss the bag over my shoulder. Well, I better get going then. If I end up late, Saiko will probably go ballistic on me. Thanks for the help. I say as I walk past him. You, sure seem to be close with Saiko. Takashi speaks up, and I stop by the door. Close? I wouldn't know, not really something I can tell anyway. I just asked her to help me with training. Guns can only take you so far before running out of ammo after all. Never mind sounding like a zombie dinner bell every time you pull the trigger. I speak without turning around. And after a short silence, I walked away. Why did that make me feel so uncomfortable? I shake my head and speed up my pace. Several minutes later, I was inside the dojo. And Saiko was nowhere to be seen. I walk to the center of the room and see 2 bukins that were placed on the ground. Either I'm too early or I'm too late. The bukins that are laying in the middle of the room seem to point towards the latter. But, I checked the time before coming here, it was 5 minutes before 12. So, rather than just waiting around, twiddling my thumbs, I started to prepare myself for the torture ahead. I take off the belt with the handgun and undo the sling on the assault rifle. Then walk to the side of the dojo and leave the backpack and weapons there, before heading back to the center again. Still, how close am I with Psycho? Saya for one, seems to at least acknowledge my existence now, so I guess that's something. Psycho, for all I know, could have been grumpy because she caught Takashi and Rei making out. A sudden sound of a door closing knocked me out of my thoughts. Turning around I see Psycho exiting the bathroom. And she was already dressed in her normal school skirt uniform. She also had an actual katana strapped on her side. So she did get the blade, earlier than normal too. As in the anime she gets it after the Koda incident. Which did not happen, yet. I look at the blade before turning my side to Psycho. We're using bamboo swords for this, right? I ask. Hopeful that I can at least reduce the damage. No, she replies bluntly. We will be using bukins. She adds as she points to the two wooden blades in the center of the room. You mean you will be hitting me with what you used to actually kill corpses? You're still mad at me. I fold my arms as I speak. Psycho just smiles. I am not mad, not anymore. It's just that I am a bit vexed that you thought it would be better to leave us in the dark rather than sharing your plans with us. She says as she walks up to the bukins, then picks them up. I already told you why I did what I did. I say to Psycho as she walks up to me. And that is why, I am no longer mad. She answers as she gives me one of the bukins. Oh, I see. I really thought you wo she. Was all I managed to say as Psycho instantly swung her wooden blade towards my face the moment I took my bukin. I reflexively lean backward as I jump away, causing me to almost fall on my ass. You said you were not mad. I shout as I recover my footing, only to see Psycho charging towards me. I'm not mad. With each word, a swing. I managed to sidestep to the left to avoid the first vertical slash. Then used the bukin as a shield by putting it vertically to my right to block the second strike. I had to brace my right arm against my wooden blade to avoid it getting knocked out of my hand from the force of the hit. Then, I did the exact same thing to block my left side as Psycho instantly spun in place and tried to hit me from the left. The moment I found an opening, I jumped back to gain some breathing room. Could have fooled me with the way you are trying to smash my face in. I shout back. We are training. I could see Psycho grinning as she charged at me again. She's actually enjoying this. Figures. She charges at me with another vertical swing that I blocked with my own bukin. And then she swung vertically again, and again. With each swing, she was becoming more and more aggressive. And each step she took forward, was a step I took backward. Thankfully, all the extra lessons I took in close-armed combat before the outbreak helped me keep my wits about me and not panic. Because, I was obviously getting my ass handed to me right now. I was just barely managing to block, let alone trying to counter or attack. And it was getting worse by the second. I was progressively being put into a corner, because other than getting more aggressive, she was also getting progressively faster with her swings. As I was blocking yet another strike, she suddenly took a step back, before instantly taking a bigger step towards me, leaning her body forward as she swung at my right side. Feeling that I won't be able to block this by backing off, I also take a step forward, guarding my side by placing my wooden sword vertically to my right. Ignoring the impact that just vibrated my whole right arm, I used the momentum to quickly sidestep to the left before turning my body to face Psycho. With several quick steps to the left, I was behind her. Before I could capitalize on the opportunity though, she shifted her footing, adopting a lowered posture, taking a blind spin swing aimed to my left, that I hastily blocked with my bukin. And while still keeping the same lowered posture, she takes another horizontal swing at me, this time aimed towards my right. Which I evaded by taking several steps backward. I don't know how long I can keep this up, my left hand is starting to get numb from all the blocking. For her lithe frame, she hits like a frigging train. Psycho, apparently not wanting to let me pick up any distance, puts her left hand on the ground and brings her legs closer to her body before breaking into a sprint. Though, I must admit, the way she moved. It was beautiful. Like a dance, each of her swings flowed naturally to the next one. Problem was, that beautiful dance was also aiming to break several of my bones. And, worse of all, I was running out of room to retreat. Honestly, I had already come to terms with the fact that sooner or later I would probably slip up and get my ass kicked. I was pretty much stuck on the defense from the moment we started, sooner or later I would mess up and it would be game over. The moment Psycho closed it, she brought her sword next to her face while holding it with one hand, and pointed the tip of the blade towards me. A thrust? Okay. Now or never, avoiding a stab should be easier than avoiding a slash. And if I fail to dodge? Well, let's hope I wake up before the nuke blast. I steeled my focus and waited as I lowered my center of gravity. The moment Psycho launched her attack, I bent my body to the right. her wooden sword grazing the left corner of my mask as it passed right next to my head. Not losing the chance, I quickly charged forward and crashed my left shoulder into Psycho. I landed on her left side, causing her to lose her posture and take a few steps back. Using the opening, I lift my bukin and swing it vertically as hard as I can to her extended arm on my right. Well, not her arm, her sword. Which, with a loud thwack, flew off her hand and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Undeterred, Psycho grabs me by my left arm and yanks me to my right, causing me to hop a few steps forward before tripping me to the ground. The moment I hit the floor, I roll to my left and spring back to my feet. Psycho had already taken back her sword and was now staring at me. One question. How is this going to help at dealing with corpses? They kinda, you know, suck at swinging things. I say as I bent down slightly and take a few deep breaths. Corpses aren't the only thing that we will have to face neither. Psycho answers back. True, but that's why I also have that with me. I say as I point at the rifle and handgun in the corner of the room. Psycho glances at the guns. And what if you can't use the guns? She says as she turns back to me. Then I shoulder charge, disarm and beat the crap out of them. I say with a shrug. Well, then you kind of failed then. Seeing as you didn't beat the crap out of me. Psycho says with a slight smile. Well, I can't hit a pretty girl without a really good reason. I answer. Psycho just stares at me. Too soon? Well, I said it now. She might as well just shoot me down so I can stop dreaming. After a short silence, Psycho finally speaks up. Am I a woman to you? She lowers her bukin and relaxes her posture as she keeps staring at me. Hey? Didn't she say something like that to Takashi in the anime as well? No, wait, this seems different. She's actually asking me. Wait, was that a question? Or, yes. I say as I tilt my head. Psycho did not answer. She just looked away as she slightly lowered her head. And a few seconds later, she smiles slightly. Other than your crazy antics, you rarely show any emotion. And swordsmanship it's not exactly a very feminine sport. Add that the mask does not really help in letting me understand what is going through your head. She speaks as she looks back at me. You also believe that you are not worthy of positive human emotions. But if you don't start that chat, then it's none of my business. I shake my head and let out a dry laugh. I guess that's true. But as for your question. I did avoid hitting you, didn't I? I respond as I raise both arms slightly. And not because I could not hit you even if I wanted to, really. Psycho just giggles as she starts walking towards me. I guess, you did. Her slow walk then changes to a dash. But you can't win if you don't fight back. She shouts as she brandishes her wooden blade once again. Well, shit. For some reason, the only thing that came into my mind at that moment was to turn around and break into a sprint. Hey! What are you doing? Stop running away! I could hear Psycho shout behind me. I'm not running away. I say as I run towards the dojo's wall. Definitely running away. Looks like running away to me. Psycho shouts back at me. This is a tactical retreat. I shout again. Using the momentum, I dash straight to the wall and run up a few steps. Turning my head, I see Psycho standing still a few feet away, staring at me. Before gravity could take hold of me, I put as much strength as I can in my legs and jump off the wall. Straight towards Psycho. I don't know what she was thinking at that moment. But instead of moving out of the way, she decided to stay in place and try to block me. And you know, trying to block a human that is flying to your face is usually a bad idea. Psycho found that the hard way, as I ended up crashing into her and the both of us crashed into the ground. And, okay, I might have not really thought this through. Seeing how I pretty much just mounted Psycho now. If somebody enters now, this will look so weird. This is quite bold of you. Psycho says while looking completely unhurt, raising an eyebrow as she looks at me. Yet, she does not try to shake me off. Her face was slightly flushed as well. Though, that could be because she was chasing me around. I still managed to immobilize you, without actually hitting you. I think. Psycho just laughs through her nose at my answer. Then why did you ask me to train you, when you can obviously fight? She asks as she keeps staring at me. Well, knowing how you fight will make it easier for me to help you out there. I was just kinda nervous back at the truck's roof, so I said whatever came first into my mind. I actually just wanted to find a way to spend time with her. But, I'm obviously not telling her that. After that, we just stayed quiet. So, you intend to stay on top of me? Psycho finally speaks up as she glances around. Right. I get up and take a few small steps back, then extend my hand to help Psycho up. After taking my hand and getting up, she starts dusting herself off before picking her buken back up. I reflexively take a few steps back as Psycho turns to me. So, you want to see how I fight? Because I have yet to show you all I got. She says as she grins, taking her stance again. Wait. We're not done. Wah, be you. I didn't even manage to finish before Psycho was dashing towards me once again. I also realized something. After I jumped off the wall, I dropped my buken. Well, to think after all that, I will die now. Thank you very much, my shitty fucking luck. And right before Psycho could get too close and open a can of hoop ass, the dojo door swung open. You two, we have a problem. I turned to the voice to see Takashi looking at us. And thankfully, our duel got interrupted. Psycho stopping her charge before she could crack my skull open. Rainbow Knight, to the rescue. What's wrong Takashi? Psycho speaks up first as she turns to him. Koda's in trouble at the estate's yard. Takashi answers. Psycho then turns to me, seemingly waiting for my response. You two go ahead. I'll catch up once I get my things. Psycho nods at me and runs to Takashi, while I run to my equipment. Alright, Psycho, let's go. Takashi turns around and runs off. Psycho then stops by the exit and turns to look at me for a few seconds before running off as well. I think she was smiling at me? Well, that just happened. But now I got to focus on the problem at hand. The problem? If Koda is in trouble now, it means only one thing. I strap my equipment back on me and sprint out of the dojo. The nuke, it's coming today. I then ran straight towards the closest exit that led to the yard. The moment I got out, I saw Takashi and Psycho running to my right. I nod to myself and run after them. And soon, we were there. Koda kneeling down, hugging our guns, while several adults were surrounding him. All of them being Soichiro's men. Hardcore deja vu right now. Also, I noticed that the man himself, Soichiro, was there. Hell, even the timing is the same, seeing that I show up along with Takashi. The event then unfolded just like in the anime. Takashi stood up for Koda by labeling him the protector of Soichiro's daughter. Psycho backed Takashi up, and soon, the whole group was there. Having everything play out the same way the anime did. Right before the nuke blast. This is not good for my mental health. At least, we won't have any Shido surprises. I at least made sure of that. In the end, I did not have to interfere. Soichiro ordered his men to leave Koda with his gun shortly after. And once Soichiro and his men left, it was just the group and me staring at each other, while Koda quietly held the guns like a lifeline. This is a good time to mention whether we stay or leave. This can turn to be a major problem if they don't change their way of thinking. And sadly, I doubt they will. I say as I look at Soichiro's men while they were walking away. Koda then finally gets up while still hugging the guns. Thank you guys. As he speaks, Saya turns to him. You need to stop being a fat otaku and stand up for yourself, Fetus. You had an actual reason to stand your ground, but you chose to do nothing and take it to the face. Aren't you a man? Saya glares at Koda, who just lowers his head with a sad expression. Cut him some slack, Saya. Him saying what you said to your dad would not have had the same impact. Because there is a big difference between you saying that he protected you and him saying that he protected you. Also, your dad is frigging scary. I say as I walk toward Koda. Saya just turned to me with a frown, but did not say anything back. Also, most important of all. I say as I stop next to Koda. He lifts his head to look at me while still hugging the guns. And after staring at them for a few seconds, I found my old friend. Dibs on the shotgun. I point at the M37 after poking Koda a couple of times. He looks at me, and then at the gun, then back to me, then nods as he stops bear hugging the guns. I grab the shotgun and pull it from its sling, then wear it along with the assault rifle. Don't worry buddy, we got your back. I whispered to Koda so Saya could not hear me. Lest I need her gnawing my face for saying this right after she just chastised Koda. Okay, where were we? I ask as I turn around and face the group. You really need 2 guns? Takashi asks. 3. I answer. Hey. He responds blankly. I then open my jacket and point at the handgun with my free hand. The group just stares. Except for Koda, as he was actually eyeing the handgun and rifle now. Do you need all that? Won't it cause too much noise when you move around? Rei speaks up. Not if I wear them right. But I indeed won't be running around with 3 guns. Too much extra weight that I don't need. I answer to Rei. I was about to speak again, when I noticed that Koda had crept up way too close to me, staring intensely at the rifle. Geez, he bounced back fast. That is a assault rifle. I cut him off as I take off the rifle along with its sling, and give it to him. Have fun, might need cleaning though. Stole it from a drooling corpse. Also, it still has a bullet in the chamber. I add casually. Kota ignores me and just yanks the Type 89 out of my hand before he starts talking about the gun's history and the use it had in SAT and J.S.df. And a couple of minutes later, after Kota finally calmed down, I spoke up. So, how are we going to deal with this? I ask as I look at the group. This. Psycho asks back. The people in the estate. Just because we avoided trouble this time around, won't mean that there won't be a second time. Next time it might be the refugees poking their noses in our business, and I get the feeling that persuading them ain't gonna work. I look around to see most of the group nodding along, except Shizuka, who seemed to be thinking about something. I don't know if you guys spoke about it without me, but this leaves us with two actual choices. Staying or leaving, each with its own downsides. I look at Saya, who nods. She then proceeds to say the same points I discussed with her in the library a couple of hours ago. The group stayed silent, even after Saya finished speaking, glancing at each other. Waiting for somebody to say the obvious. I turn my head to Takashi to see him also staring at me. After he realized that I was looking back at him, he nods. Who wants to leave then? Takashi finally asks the billion-dollar question. Yet nobody said a thing. They are unwilling to take the first step? Gotta make the choice easier. Maybe without having to speak. Let's make this simple. Those who want to leave, raise your hand. I add after Takashi. He nods at me again and raises his arm, followed by Rei. Alice, who was looking at Takashi, raises her arm as well. Kota meanwhile, was staring at Saya. Shizuka was darting her head around looking at the group. Saya looked at the textbook I gave her before raising her arm, followed by Kota. And Psycho also raised her arm shortly after. Guess that settles it then. And if all of you are going, then I'm obviously not staying here. I say as I raise my arm as well. Also, ever since the voting began, I've been feeling like something has been pulling my leg, in the literal sense. And upon looking down, I find Zeke biting my pants, again. Oh, hello there young cadet. I fold my arms as I look at the dog who seemed to be trying its best to tear off my pants leg. Zeke no. Alice bolts to me and grabs the dog again. Before she could start pulling him, I kneel down and pry the dog off my pants by putting my gloved finger in its mouth, only to have it bite down on my glove. You sure this is a dog? He acts like a goddamn crocodile. I say as I pull my hand away from Zeke's mouth. The dog then just stared at me while wagging his tail. I think he likes you. Rei says with a giggle shortly after. He's trying to eat me. I say as I turn to Rei, who just keeps giggling with her hand over her mouth. Can we get back on track now? We need to make a plan, as from the looks of it, other than Miss Shizuka we're all leaving. Saya folds her arms under her chest as she speaks up, Shizuka darting her head wide-eyed towards the pinkette. What? No. I am coming too. I just got too focused on looking at you all and forgot to raise my arm. She shouts, waving her hands around. Alright, then we're all leaving. We still need a plan though. Saya adds, ignoring the tantrum next to her. Me and Rei will go find our parents, so if we have no plan, we can go towards my mother's workplace, Shintoko 3rd Elementary School. Takashi looks at Rei as they nod at each other before turning to us. Alright, if it's a long trip though. We will have to go and resupply somewhere in between, don't think Saya's parents will be able to spare too much for us. Also, if we get to have a say on what we get from here, I say ammo, then fuel. Kota nods along as I speak. Though I suspect he got sold the moment I said the word ammo. Takashi puts his hand under his chin and lowers his head. But we need food and water too. What's the point of having ammo and fuel if we die of hunger? He lifts his head and looks at me. Because we won't be able to find bullets out there. Food, we have a good chance to find some, same as water. Fuel, well gas stations are a perfect spot for an ambush from other, not so friendly survivors. I respond as I fold my arms. Well aware of what happened to Takashi and Rei when they went to that gas station after the flying bus incident. Take for example if we were to go to a supermarket. Looted or not, we are bound to find something to eat and drink. Bullets and fuel on the other hand? Fat chance. And speaking of supermarkets, I think that is where we should head first. Is there anything like that on the way to the elementary school? The moment I finish, Rei speaks up. There is a mall that is in the general direction to the school. Although it's not really on a direct path, but not too far away either. I nod to Rei after she was done speaking. Perfect, we need to go there anyway. If I can save the estate, I sure as hell can save one third-person speaking cop. Plus she and Kota kick it off perfectly-ish. And that guy needs some good news in his life that doesn't consist of heavy firepower. Also, I might be able to change how things play out there, and get rescued with the helicopters that show up later. Though Rei and Takashi would probably insist that we go find their parents first. So, we ask for fuel and ammo from Saya's parents, then head to the mall. After that, we move towards the place that Komuro's mother works at. The group looks at each other before they all nod. Also, call me Takashi, Nair. Takashi adds up after me. Noted. I answered with a small nod. And as we all came to an agreement, a rolling thunder made the group look at the sky that had now taken a deep shade of grey. It's going to rain. Rei looked at the darkening sky as she spoke. We should head inside, I'm in no mood to get drenched. Takashi adds right after Rei. And starts moving towards the estate's main building, with us following suit right after. And as we kept walking, Saya came up next to me. Here. She hands me the 2 phones I left with her in the library. You're done with your research? I ask as I look at Saya. The notebook has only a few pages left. She says casually. I blink several times and look at the book in her hand, before turning back towards her face. The textbook, while not enormous, was not a small one either. It was actually quite on the big side for a textbook, to be honest. You filled it already? Marked me impressed. I say as I arch an eyebrow. Saya responds to me with a hum as she turns to look straight ahead with a smug face. Of course I filled it, I am a genius. She adds as she folds her arms with a smug grin. So that means we can go back and continue training. I hear a new voice ask, turning to it I find Psycho looking at me with a smile. Right. I answer, dreading the smile that looked way too nice. But this time, we are fighting normally. I am not taking I can't hit pretty girls as an excuse. Psycho adds with a grin. Oh no. She didn't just. Aeon now I could feel an ice-cold stare on my back. I turn my head slightly to see Saya glaring at me, intensely. So you don't hit pretty girls, eh? Saya spoke in a low hissing tone while her eyebrow was twitching. Somebody is working fast. Rei, who was walking in front of us, turned around as she spoke. And then proceeded to start giggling. I just kept my mouth shut and glanced around. God damn it, Psycho, you doing this on purpose, aren't you? And Rei, you should be glad if Psycho decides to stick around me and does not take Takashi out of your hands. Just saying, because she is more than capable of doing so. Fine, you want a fight, you'll get a fight. I say as I turn and stare at Psycho. Perfect. Was all she replied with while she kept grinning. I'm coming as well. I turn my head to the voice to see Saya, still glaring at me. You are? I ask. I need to make sure you won't do anything creepy to Psycho. She replies with a huff. This is definitely going to end badly for me. That sounds interesting, I actually want to see this as well. Rei speaks up shortly after. Yet. Psycho will defeat you and your evil army. Alice adds right after. The whole group turning to stare at Alice, who was trying to look menacing. I think she was trying to glare, though she just looked like a puffed up hamster instead. Great, just, great. Was all I said as I dragged my feet to my coming execution. And so, we all arrived at the dojo. Once there, the rest of the group moved to the side. After I gave my equipment to Kota, I moved to the center with Psycho, Buken in hand. No running around this time, Nair. Psycho says with a small grin. I didn't speak, just stared at her. I will have to end this fast. The longer we take, the more excited she will get, and the less hope I have out of getting out of this without a broken bone. And I don't need her beating on my face while she's getting wet. Especially with everybody here. And like that, we started a staring contest. Psycho didn't move, and neither did I. Are we supposed to count down? Takashi speaks up, and I turn my head slightly towards him. And the moment I did, Psycho charged at me. The moment she closed in, she slammed her foot to the ground and lifted her buken over her head, bringing it towards me with a vertical slash. I sidestepped to the left while taking a swing at her buken, causing it to sway to her right. I then grab her arm and yank her toward my back, or her forward. Having the momentum of her charge, Psycho was forced to take several steps forward to prevent herself from falling. She then again took a blind swing at me as she spun around, missing me by a good. The time she turned around fully, I was already running towards her, taking a vertical swing which she easily blocked. But I didn't stop there. As I took the swing, I bent my body forward and struck with my knee, right into Psycho's gut. The purple-haired girl, instead of falling back, takes the hit. She then slaps away my blade with one hand and brings her buken flat square on my face with the other hand. The wooden blade making a clear sound as it struck me flat in the face. I jump back and shake my head. I actually felt that even if it was just with one hand that could not even make a full swing. If I was not wearing my mask, I might have had more than a slight blur in my vision right now. I focus my attention back on the duel, only to see Psycho dashing towards me. Focus, damn it! With Psycho running full sprint towards me, I also started sprinting towards her as well. The moment she got close, she jumped, and I saw her knee coming full force towards my face. With my momentum, there was no way I could dodge it, so I let my knees give out and lean my body backward, using my right arm to counterbalance my fall. Like a scene straight out of an action movie, I ended up sliding under her, while her knee barely passed over my face. Also, remember how I mentioned she had changed back to her normal uniform? Did I mention that she was wearing a skirt? Purple. The moment she was over me, I stopped my slide. While still on my knees, I turned my body around and ended up crouched down on my feet, with Psycho still having her back turned to me as she just landed from her leap. I then lean forward, and using my right hand to keep myself from falling to the ground, I swing at her legs. As she had just barely recovered her balance from the jump, the hit caused her to lose the ground from her feet. As she fell though, she did manage to take a swing and land her bukin on the left side of my head. And let me tell you, that shit hurts. A lot. Ignoring the fact that I felt like my head just got split open, I quickly brought my legs under me. And with a swift motion, I grabbed her right arm, the arm which was holding the bukin, and pulled it until it was completely extended, also slightly lifting her upper body off the ground. Then with my left hand, I then put my bukin on her neck. We stayed like that for 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Until Psycho finally lets go of her bukin. With her conceding the match, I let her go and get up. Or, I tried to. As the moment I got on my feet, I felt like my head just got split in two. Got up too fast. I think you might have done a botched surgery to my head, Psycho. I say as I shake my head and put my thumb on the side of my skull, trying to massage the headache away. I felt the impact all the way to my shoulder. Are you alright? Psycho asks as she gets up and looks at me. At least she is not panting to the fact she bashed my head in so hard. I pull my mask and balaclava off to put some pressure on the part that Psycho landed her bukin on. Then I look at my hand. No blood. I'm fine. I say as I keep looking at my hand. I didn't manage to say anything else though, as I felt a new pair of hands grabbing my head and poking it. Hey, wah. Nothing seems broken. But we should put some ice on it just to be safe. I hear Shizuka say from behind me. When did she even? I turn around and. You have a face. I hear Alice shout. I turn my head towards her, to see her all wide-eyed. I just blinked several times before the whole group started laughing. Really? I just shook my head before putting my mask and balaclava back on. Still, who won? I mean, you disarmed Psycho. But it looks like you took a nastier beating compared to her. Takashi folds his arm as he speaks. If that was a real battle, I guess I'd be dead first. Psycho did manage to hit me first. I say as I look at Takashi. You managed to disarm and immobilize me first. So I guess you win this time around. Though, I don't know how much of this was a sword fight in the end. Psycho responds with a smile as she speaks. I look forward to sparring with you again, she says, then bows slightly. Caught off guard, I quickly fix my posture before bowing as well. Yeah. But next time, I'll be wearing full riot gear. I say as I lift my upper body. Psycho just laughed through her nose as she brought her hand to her mouth. And as the group became silent, I could now hear the raindrops hitting against the window, bringing back the truth that only I knew to the forefront of my mind. It's really pouring down, hey? It's official then. Today, we lose our lights. Let's hope. No more hoping. I will make sure of it, even if I have to do it myself. That the lights are the only thing we lose. Chapter 21, Lights Out. So, 4 bullets in the rifle's magazine, 2 shells in the shotgun, and 3 bullets in the P220, along with 1 8-round magazine in the backpack. Yeah, I'm in dire need of ammo here. I grumbled to myself as I looked at the guns that laid on the same bed I used to sleep on last night. A bed which was definitely beyond saving now, as I used it as a table for cleaning the guns after taking them apart. Fat chance Suichiro will give me any ammo for the Type 89 though. It uses 5.56x 45mm NATO rounds, while the ammo we mostly used till now consisted of shotgun shells and 7.62x 51mm rounds. So, if I can't get more ammo for the Type 89 and want to use a rifle, I'll need to either get the AR-10 or M1A1 from Koda or REI. Or, I can just ask for more shells for the shotgun. Seeing as it's the only weapon I have with me right now that we had ammo for it before arriving here. And honestly, with how powerful the shotgun is, it might just be all I'll really need. I take my eyes off the guns and stare at my backpack, the bukin I used against Psycho strapped on its side. After I finished my little sparring match against Psycho, I decided to borrow the bukin I used. As the only close-range weapon I have is the combat knife, and I don't want to risk shoving my fingers into the wrong place every time I have to use a close combat weapon. I also spent a good 1 hour trying to get the rifle and handgun back from Kota, who took it upon himself to personally teach me the history of the rifle before returning it to me. Though, I think he was just buying time before he had to return the guns he was holding. After that, the group and I, upon deciding to leave the Takagi estate, stayed under some cover and waited for the rain to stop. Or well, that was the initial aim at least, as we ended up hearing a bunch of refugees shit-talking about Soichiro. And Saya, being her usual self, wanted to go and yell at them for bad-mouthing her dad. If this all sounds familiar, it's because it is. The whole thing seemed to head straight towards the opening events of the last episode of the anime, which meant the nukes were coming, and soon. So, I decided to split from the group then. Even though I did want to go with Saya, and I get the feeling that the stink eye she gave me was because I bailed on her when she wanted to go and pick a fight, I sadly had other stuff that needed doing. And so, I first went to check the garage with the Humvee for anything I could use. The only thing I did find though, was 2 extra shotgun shells. Now, why do people leave shotgun shells lying around? Who knows, I know I don't. Then, I went to grab something to eat, before locking myself in my room. I also watched a bunch of online videos before actually deciding to check the condition of my guns, which led to the bed's current sorry state, covered with gun grease and gunpowder, among other things. You know, the Humvee gave me an idea. Why try to use a car that won't even start to temporarily block a barricade and risk getting eaten alive, when I can use a fully functional one? While there is the risk of losing the Humvee. And I also need to find the keys first. The risk of losing the whole estate outweighs the potential loss of the Humvee by far. Even if I have a soft spot for that car. As for the keys, well, if they're not with Shizuka, then she'll probably know where they are, I hope. I turn my head and look at the phone that was on the bed next to me. 7 p.m. Based on what the guards said, they should have gone to the center barricade at 12:30, then more to the right one after 3 hours. Ending their shift at the right barricade at 6:30. Meaning, right now they must be at the center one again, or the left one. I shake my head and glance outside at the evening sky. Anyway, time to move. That Humvee plan sounds solid enough, so I will work on it, seeing how this way I can block the barricade even if some corpses manage to get through it before I manage to get there. Pushing a non-functioning jeep would put me in danger of getting chewed up by a corpse if they will be past the opening. Also, even if relatively slow, the Humvee is obviously faster than my running speed. I load the magazines back into the guns and strap them on me, then throw the backpack over my shoulder. Alright, let's find Shizuka and get myself a Humvee. I nod to myself and leave the room. And a glaring problem reared up its ugly mug pretty fast. Where, exactly is Shizuka at? I then started to randomly walk around the hallways, in hopes of running into her, but to no avail. Why is it that when you need something, it always disappears? I groan under my breath as I keep moving down a hallway. Maybe I should check the garage with the Humvee before looking for Shizuka. She might have contracted the leave keys near car disease that everybody seems to be carrying around here. I nod to myself as I head towards the building's main exit, hoping to end this search before it can actually begin. The moment I got out, I noticed that the rain had also stopped. The sky now a deep shade of orange. Crap. I'm running out of time. I quickened my pace as I moved towards the garage. So far, I can think of 4 ways this can play out. 1. Nothing happens. The blast will be during a change in rotation, or the barricades will already be closed when it goes off. Now, seeing how this world keeps trying to stick to the events of the anime and manga, I don't think we'll be this lucky. 2. A barricade is open but no car crashes into it, leaving a small open hole that can be closed relatively easily. 3. A car crashes into the barricade. Even with the Happy Fun Time bus missing, and Shido being dead, it can still end with a barricade that has a hole that's too big to cover in time. And lastly, an open barricade and a crashed car at that barricade. Honestly, if this happens, then I'm going to sue whoever is responsible for me being here after I get eaten alive, along with suing whoever was driving that crashed car. In any case, let's focus on the Humvee for now. And so, a couple of minutes of speed walking later, I was at the garage. The place still empty, like the last time I checked it. Guess the mechanic did not need to fix our car as we did not crash this time around. Though it makes me think. Can a Humvee be damaged that badly from a crash like the one from the anime? I mean, even with all the customizations, it's still supposed to be a military-grade vehicle, right? I walk by the car as I think, letting my hand run along its hood. Still, I'll miss this bad boy if we lose it. It's an awesome car to have for a zombie apocalypse. And I might have linked it a bit with the episode it appears in, you know. Rika's house. I then pat the Humvee on the hood. Guess I'll have to try and keep you alive as well, hey. I then move to the driver's seat. Upon opening the door, I sit inside and grab the steering wheel, glancing at the ignition switch to my left. No keys, but the doors were unlocked. And, thinking about it, I remember that in the anime, right before they bailed the burning, overrun estate, Shizuka turned on the car with a switch. Meaning, in the anime the car didn't use keys. Weird, then again, in the anime smartphones didn't exist either. Something we obviously have here. Whatever, focus on important things Nair. Keys, keys. I then start looking around in the car, on the off chance that the keys might be inside the car somewhere. Glove box, negative. Next to handbrake, negative. Visors, the car does not have visors. Between the seats, negative. On the seats, negative. Under the seats, is that a cigar pack? After spending a short amount of time looking around. Can't see them anywhere around here. I exit the car and go behind it, towards the workbench. This is where I found the 2 shotgun shells, and obviously, no keys. I rest my hands on the table and let out a sigh. Shizuka it is then. I think as I lift my head and look straight at the tool rack on the wall, then freeze. A key, hanging there, right in front of me. Yeah, there's no way. Right. I take the key nonetheless and go straight to the Humvee. Get inside, and put the key in the ignition switch. The key slides in without any resistance. Okay. I then turn the key, and the Humvee roars to life. I'm a happy panda now, penguin. I chuckle to myself as I kill the engine and remove the key, then move back to the workbench. And as I was about to put the key back on the wall. Better not. Somebody might have the bright idea and try to escape with the only working vehicle after the panic starts. I pocket the key with a small nod, and leave the garage. As I walked back towards the main building of the estate, I looked at the open main gate. Ever since Soichiro returned, they have been leaving the gate open for people to move about. That's good for me actually. Less time wasted opening the gate after the bomb goes off. I will just have to be quick about this so they don't close the gate before I can actually drive out of the estate. And well, hope that the Humvee actually works. You never know how bad your luck is, until it hits you in the face. I let out a huge sigh as I looked at my phone. Didn't Psycho tell Takashi that men should not sigh? Whatever. I close the phone and look towards the sky. It's 7:30 right now, the sky is starting to take on a heavy shade of orange. It's going to happen, soon. But, what are the chances of no nuclear explosion? That would require the ship that was responsible for taking care of the nukes to not get overrun. And, I don't think there's anything I can do for that. That ship will probably get overrun, no matter what I do here. Upon nearing the main building, I spot my group by the entrance. Shizuka hopping about excitedly. Pulling Allison for a surprise hug a few seconds later as she kept hopping with a giggling face that I could honestly see from here. And after what seemed to be a small chat, she extended her arm, and yanked Takashi's phone out of his hands. Looking at that, I stopped dead in my tracks. This? Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me. I slowly took several steps back, and after I made sure that nobody from the group had realized I was there, I quickly turned around and walked away. Breaking into a dead run the moment I lost my line of sight with them. Fuck. 7:30, which barricade, which barricade? Central. And as I kept running, a blindingly bright light flashed in the sky, lighting up the orange sky like the sun just decided to go back up in there. But, I didn't stop. Instead, I run even faster. And by the time I arrived at the garage, the sky had already returned to its orange coloring. I swing the Humvee's door open. Take off the 2 guns and bag, and throw them on the passenger seat as I seat myself behind the steering wheel. I shove my hand into my pocket and pull out the key. And as I was about to put it in the ignition, I hit my hand on the steering wheel, making me drop the keys after losing my grip. Well, this is a fucking cliché. I shout as I bent down and grab the key that fell next to the pedals, then shove it in the car's ignition switch. Please, please, please work. I turn the key, and feel the whole car shaking as the engine comes alive. Yes. Yes, you beautiful bastard. I slap the steering wheel with one hand as I stomp on the pedal, wheels screeching as I exit the garage. Okay. Focus, calm down. I need to get to the central barricade, pronto. On the way I can check the left barricade from afar. That leaves only the barricade to the right unchecked, but it should not be used right now. As I sped down the yard, I could feel that every single person present there was staring at the speeding car. I bet my leg that 99% of them think I'm trying to flee right now, the rest are probably still wondering why the sky just turned into a temporary 4th of July. I zoomed past the gate and kept driving forward, until I reached the intersection that led to the 3 barricades. I then turned the car to the right before hitting the brakes, causing it to slightly skid as it came to a halt. I quickly open the door and lean my upper body outside of the car as I look behind me, towards the left barricade. Clear. I close the door as I pull my body back to a normal sitting position, and with a roar from the engine, the Humvee starts moving forward again. I really wish there was a pause button right now, because I can't seem to be able to calm my fucking self down. Upon closing in on the next intersection, I slow down the car and prepare to look to my left. If this barricade is also clear, then the right one will be the last one I'll have to check. And then, home free. Yet, I got my answer faster than I expected. As I saw a guard appear from the left side of the next intersection, running like a total lunatic. Not good. I press on the pedal harder as the guard starts to frantically wave at me. I close into him, and then speed past him, before pulling the handbrake while turning the car left on the next intersection. And, well, already. Corpses. Lots of them. They had already moved past the barricade and were slowly shambling towards us. Behind them, I could see the barricade. One of its concrete blocks was on the forklift that was next to it. A couple of corpses were also munching on what seemed to be the remains of the second guard that was still seated on the forklift. Why? Why is it that no matter what I do, things seem to always end up like in the anime? Even without Shido here, nothing changed. I looked behind at the guard that I passed by. He was just standing there, staring at me. I opened the door slightly, and took a deep breath. Why are you still standing there, you dumb fuck? Go warn the estate. Now. I slammed the door shut after I was done shouting. The guard, snapping out of whatever trance he was in, nodded multiple times as he quickly turned around and started running again. I give the running guard one last glance before looking back at the oncoming corpses, then close my eyes and take a deep breath. What if no matter what I do, things will always somehow end up playing like in the anime? Having to accept that Psycho will be fucking with Takashi, will be the least of my worries then. Saya fleeing her own burning home with her parents still inside, Koda breaking down after shooting Asami. I open my eyes, and look at the barricade in the distance, gripping the steering wheel as I breathe through my nose. No. Fuck that, fuck all of that. I'm either stopping this, right here, right now. Or I'm dying on this goddamn fucking street. I step on the pedal as I release the handbrake, and start driving straight towards the oncoming corpses. Straight towards the barricade. If I have to be a viewing bystander as everything around me falls, then fuck this world, and everything it stands for. I growl as I narrow my eyes, and seconds later, the first corpse collided with the hood of the Humvee, only to be followed by another and then another. And soon, the bumping sound of corpses crushing their skulls against the car's bumper was the only thing I could hear. The only thing I did care for though, was for the car to keep moving forward, to reach that barricade. Which, it did. As soon as I could see the opening, I hit on the brakes, causing the Humvee to start skidding as it closed in on the barricade. Being bigger than the hole, the car ends up hitting the corners of the nearby concrete blocks, causing them to slightly slide along with the car, like a two-door gate. The impact also ended up sending me violently forward, making me hit my forehead against the steering wheel. Second time my mask saves my face from blunt force trauma. This thing really needs some seatbelts. I groan as I look at my left, only to see a seatbelt swaying slightly, as if it was mocking me. Or, I need to stop being blind. I turn my sight towards the front, only to see a sea of corpses ahead of me. My eyes went wide as I darted my head around. Noticing that both front doors were jammed shut between the concrete blocks. Must get a better look, make sure. Don't celebrate just yet. While constantly glancing towards the corpses over the barricade, I moved towards the hatch on the car's roof. And the moment I opened it, I was swallowed by the deafening sound of moaning and growling. I pull myself up on the roof and look around. Half of the Humvee had moved past the barricade, with the concrete blocks enclosing the Humvee on the sides, effectively blocking the hole in the barricade. Before I could even smile though, I felt the car shaking, and moving slightly backward. I dart my head towards the hood of the car to see an ever-increasing number of corpses pushing against the Humvee. Oh she! Handbrake! I duck back down and pretty much jump towards the handbrake, pulling it with both hands. And the car, while still shaking like crazy, finally stops moving. I let out a huge sigh as I lifted my head to look through the windshield. There goes another 2 years of my life. I grabbed my guns and bag before going back out the hatch. Once I was outside again, I looked back at the remaining corpses that were on the inside part of the blockade. Well, this much noise should cause the corpses that got past the barricade to turn around and head towards me. That should effectively keep the estate safe. I then turn and look at the slowly amassing horde. And, seeing them there, trying to walk up against the Humvee with no success, it hit me. I've actually done it. I managed to close back the barricade. Even with this many corpses in front of the Humvee, they don't seem to be able to get on the hood, they just kept clawing at it, putting no effort to actually get on it. We're closed, go home, DIP's hits. I then turned to look at the corpses that had now started to surround the backside of the Humvee from the inside side. And, I just trapped myself, perfect. I peek back inside the car and randomly pick one of the bags that were there, then bring it up on the roof, resting my back against the open hatch door. Black clothes? Did Takashi leave them here? I ask myself as I open the bag and start poking inside. As I kept searching, I also found a small carton of energy bars. Confiscated. I open the box as I arch an eyebrow, taking one of the packaged bars from inside before throwing the bag back into the car. I then take off my mask and balaclava, passing them through my arm like an armband. With nothing blocking my face now, I opened the wrapping and took a bite out of the energy bar. Did I really just save the estate? This seemed too easy. There could be another hole somewhere. I shake my head as I take another bite. No, don't think like that. Especially now that you are stuck here and can't do jack shit. I casually turn my head towards the corpses to my right. You hobos want some? I grab a second bar from the carton and point it towards their extended arms. Obviously getting no reaction from them. No? Fine, more for me. I turned my body towards the car's hood one last time, making sure that no corpses had actually managed to climb up, before looking back at the street that led to the estate. They're taking an awfully long time getting here. Hope everything's okay at the estate. If I have done all this for nothing then. No, just wait. They'll G.E. And speaking of the devil, a group of people from the estate just appeared at the intersection. After a short moment of what seemed to be them staring in my direction, they started moving towards me. As they got closer, I could see they were also dressed in full firefighter attire, just like when we first got rescued. They also had the same gear as last time. Compressed water guns? Guess they didn't get affected by the EMP. No electronics in them? Or maybe they had spares that worked, don't know. The moment they got close, they started taking out the corpses that had strayed a bit too far from the mini horde that had gathered by the car's trunk. One person shot them with the pressurized water gun, then another would then decapitate the fallen corpse with a fire axe while it was still shuffling on the ground. While all that was happening, I stayed on the Humvee, munching on my energy bar as I kept staring at the group that dealt with the corpses. While also looking behind me occasionally, to make sure that none of the corpses had gone all ninja on me and figured out how to silently climb. It also didn't take too long until I also noticed Takashi, Psycho, and Rei. No, actually, the whole group was there, including Saya's parents. Takashi and the two girls I just mentioned were just ahead of the rest, helping the members of the adult group. So, I guess they managed to persuade the adults to let them help? Or, during times of crisis, morals tend to go flying out the window. I also saw Saya awkwardly aiming a gun, before Kota moved up next to her and started pointing at something. And judging from her facial expression as she turned to Kota, she didn't look really all that pleased with the intervention. She got the lugger. As the whole group got closer, the corpses surrounding the back of the car started to turn around and shamble towards the rescue team. Well, time to do something. I pulled out my handgun aimed at the nearest corpse with one hand, then pulled the trigger. The noise causing the corpses to stop and turn around towards the Humvee again. Only for the firefighters to move in and take out another couple of corpses, making the whole group turn towards them, again. And then, I shoot at them again. This cycle continued, even after I ran out of ammo and had to reload with the extra magazine I had in my bag. Until finally, the number of the remaining corpses was too small to pose a real threat. With that over, I holstered my handgun and continued chewing on my energy bar. By the time we were really done, the sun had already completely set. Meaning it was night, and the estate was not overrun, or up in flames, yet. After all the corpses had been dealt with, I picked up my stuff while leaving the energy bar carton on the roof, and slid down the trunk of the Humvee. The moment I touched the ground, I saw one of the firefighters giving me a thumbs up. I returned the motion and started walking away while shaking my legs, to get rid of the numbness I got from sitting on the roof for so long. You did this? Saya's father asks as he walks up to me, looking at the Humvee behind me. I turn around and look at it as well. I got so many sarcastic comebacks for this. But let's not piss off Saya's scary dad now. As you saw, the corpses were already over the barricade, so I focused on plugging the hole before too many of them could actually pass through. I turned to Suichiro as I speak, to see him nod. Looks like your quick thinking really did save us this time. Good job, Nair. Suichiro responded. I just nodded at him, slightly wide-eyed by how nice he acted. Suichiro then turned around to address the firefighters. Search every nook and cranny for any infected that might have escaped. And double-check all the barricades. Letting even one of them escape is not an option. He shouts at the adults. And, he's back. The men in the suits responded by spreading out and beginning the search, looking at the houses around the barricade. I will return to the estate, we might have lost all of our electrical equipment, but we still need to figure out what to do with that. He points at the sea of corpses that was making a racket on the other side of the barricade. With his points delivered, he walked away as the rest of my group came up to me, including Saya's mother. You have a knack for doing things that nobody agrees on, don't you? Yuriko speaks up with a rather soft tone. He has a knack for being a huge frigging idiot. Saya loudly butts in as she leans towards my face with puffed cheeks before I could even reply. If you're going to say that I acted on my own again, I'm going to say that you all just acted way too slow instead. I say as I point the unfinished energy bar in my hand towards Saya's face. She stares at the bar for a couple of seconds before huffing and looking away, as the per usual tsundere reaction. Yet, the fact still stands. As my husband said, your quick action saved us from a very bad situation. But still, how did you know? Yuriko puts her hand under her chin in a thinking pose as she looks at me. That the barricade might fail? I ask as I take my mask and balaclava out of my hand and wear them. Yuriko nods. I noticed that the forklifts were the only thing that can be used to open and close the barricades, with nothing else being capable of moving the concrete blocks. After the EMP blast, I figured that there's a chance that the forklift might get busted while it was moving a block. Paranoid as it might sound now that I'm saying it out loud, it sadly seemed to be exactly what happened. I turned to look at the forklift that still had the remains of the unlucky guard on it. The 2 guards on the barricade duty today, they were the ones I spoke with several times during my stay here, weren't they? So that person is... I don't know, he ever told me his name. Rest in peace, this is all I can offer you now. We should head back. Mr. Suikairo is right, we're not out of the woods yet. I turned my head to glance at the group before I started walking away. The horde might not be in the estate's perimeter, but it's still way too close for comfort. We need to get rid of it before I can give the world and its knack for following the anime the middle finger. And, I do have an idea. Seeing how Soichiro seems to acknowledge that I managed to stop this, even if only temporarily. Yeah, that could work. I nod to myself and pick up the pace as I walk back toward the estate. Upon reaching the main gate I turn around and wait for the rest of the group to gather. You all got a minute? I think I might have a plan on how to deal with this horde that's camping outside. The group looks at each other, then turns to me. And it includes all of us this time? Psycho asks. I just chuckled at her question. Yes, it includes all of us, because it also includes us leaving the estate. I say as I fold my arms. The group looked slightly surprised by my answer, but they quickly refocused on me as they nodded. It's actually pretty simple, we are going to use the Humvee to lure away the horde. I add casually. You want me to tell you that you are an idiot now, or after you explain to us how this is even going to work? Saya replies as she raises an eyebrow, frowning slightly in the process. When I was at the power plant, your father used dynamites to lure away a horde, we can do the same here. Both to clear a way for the Humvee to drive through, and to get the horde to follow us as we drive off. I replied to Saya. Wait, they have explosives here. Koda asks right after. I turn my head to Koda and answer with a nod. There is also a second part to my plan, but I'll keep that to myself for now. Seeing as we were short on time, and we were planning on leaving the estate anyway, the group agreed to my plan as they could not think of anything better. So, we moved inside, towards the estate's main yard, where Soichiro was talking with several other men. And as we got close, I could make out one of Soichiro's men talking with him. We need to get the infected to move away from the barricade as quickly as possible. We don't even know if that car can hold up against so many of them pushing against it for too long. What if they break through? One of the men in white uniform says as he keeps looking at Saya's dad. I know, we'll have to reinforce the barricade. And not just the one that was breached. With the forklifts out of order we need to take countermeasures until we find replacement parts to make them functional again. Soichiro replies. I think we can help with that. I speak up as I move towards the men. Who, other than Soichiro, who kept a serious face, turned to look at me with a funny look. What do you have in mind, Nair? To their surprise though, Soichiro motioned for me to continue. Dynamite. I answer flatly. Soichiro just raises an eyebrow as he keeps looking at me. I know you have dynamites here, you used them in the power plant after all. We'll simply do the exact same thing here. The Humvee can still run, so we'll use it to drive the horde away. It will give you time to seal the hole after the car is no longer there and hopefully lure most of the horde away from the estate. As I finish explaining my plan, Soichiro nods. It sounds solid, but who would drive the Humvee? You understand that the one driving might not be able to return? He asks. We will. I answer as I point at the group behind me with my thumb. And one of Soichiro's men, probably not being able to hold himself anymore, decided to air out some oh-so-original lines. What? Sir? You cannot expect a bunch of kids to do this? There is no way. Excuse me. I interrupted the man before he could rattle on. Sorry but, correct me if I'm wrong. But while you got caught trying to pull your pants up, I was out there. Doing your job, by plugging a goddamn hole you adults opened, and then failed to close. I fold my arms and lean slightly forward as I speak. We were. Enough. Soichiro spoke up, causing the man to pipe down. If you want to do this, I won't stop you. Just know that you will have at maximum 2 days to return here. We'll be leaving the estate for a more favorable position, now that the barricades are compromised. If you're not back by then, all of you will be left behind. He glanced at the group behind me as he spoke. We'll also need supplies. I add, and Soichiro turns to look at me again. And, he was not the only one I could feel staring at me right now. We'll be looking for Takashi's and Miyamoto's parents, so there's a chance we might not make it back in time before you evacuate. We would like some extra dynamite, ammo for the guns we use, and fuel for the Humvee. As I finish speaking, one of Soichiro's men speaks up again, wonder if it was the same dude as before. Why you little? Who do you think you're? Payment. I cut him off, causing Soichiro to fold his arms as he kept looking at me. For saving the estate, twice. I add as I also fold my arms. Soichiro, just stared at me. And he kept staring, for a good 2 minutes or so. Until, he finally nodded. You will take as much as you can fit in the Humvee. You can decide what you want to take. The horde outside won't wait for us to get ready, so we'll begin as soon as you are finished. Don't dawdle. Saying that, he turns to walk away, the men following behind him. I waited a bit for Soichiro and his men to enter the estate. Then. Not gonna lie, didn't think it would get that intense. I dropped my hands to my knees as I took a deep breath, then looked back at the group. So, we stick with ammo and fuel? I ask as I lift my head. The group just kept staring at me, before they all started nodding slightly. How are we even going to get everything to the jeep? Never mind actually using it, isn't it stuck in the barricade? Kota asks. I turn to look at the chubby guy with a smirk that he could obviously not see because of my mask. Why, we do your favorite thing of course. We walk. A lot. Multiple trips, carrying the stuff from here, to there. I say as I point towards the general direction of the Humvee. Kota's eyes going wide as I speak. You're, joking right? He asks with dread, imagining just how far and how heavy the things he would be carrying over and over again will be. Nope. And the faster we start, the faster we finish. And I know I said ammo and fuel only, but as we have Saya's father's permission, we should also take some food and water. So, let's get to it yay. The group nods at me before they all start heading towards their own destination. Some, with a bit less, enthusiasm, compared to the others. Geez Kota, now you're making me feel bad. Hey Kota. I called out to dejected-looking Guntaka while he was pretty much dragging himself on the floor. Probably trying to follow where Saya was going. He turns to me while still keeping the same defeated posture. You know all the new guns we got right? I ask, he just nods back. Alright, you're the only one who can do this, so decide what ammo is better to take with us and at what quantity. Oh, except from shotgun shells. We are taking a mountain of them no matter what. Because shotguns. Once you're finished, ask whoever is in the armory, or whatever place they keep the ammo here, to set up what we need. I'll come to help you carry it once I get the chance. Kota, probably preferring this over carrying water bottles, immediately straightens his posture and brings his hand under his chin. After thinking for a short time, he gives me a thumbs up. Consider it done boss. He then turns around and walks away at a quick pace. Boss? Whatever. So, what should I be doing now? Kota can definitely handle the ammo acquisition. So, either fuel or food, guess we could also do with some extra clothes? I mean, all we got is that massive black stuff. Though, I guess the mall will have a lot of clothes that the group can pick. Guess I'll head out to the garage to get the fuel. With that, I start heading towards the garage. Hopefully, I could find somebody to direct me to where they kept the fuel from there. Or well, that was where I was going initially, before spotting Shizuka, not 5 minutes later. Lifting 2 big crates. She was pretty much walking blindly as the boxes covered her face, and looking from how strange she seemed to be. She would probably not make it more than 10 meters before falling flat, or dropping the boxes. I shake my head and run up to her. And once I was next to her, I poked her arm. Give me one of these before you end up tripping over something. I say as Shizuka turns her eyes to look at me, keeping her face pointed forward. I think, I got a little, more, than I can handle. She responds as she closes her eyes. Making an awkward smile that proved that she obviously regretted her decision. This ain't a challenge, you dumbo. Yet. I say as I grab the top box and take it from her. Thank you. She finally starts speaking normally as she corrects her posture. What's in here anyway? I ask as I get a better grip on the box. Food and water. She replied. And with that, we started walking towards the Humvee. And, it didn't take too long for Shizuka to start chatting, probably bored from all the silence. Why do you keep wearing that mask? I like it. Why do you keep wearing black? I like it. Where did you learn to drive? I had some driving lessons with my father when I was younger, I guess they stuck with me. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I turn my head to her as I raise an eyebrow, slightly confused at Shizuka's strange response. Only to understand what she was sorry about a second later. Right, my father is supposed to be on the other side of the globe. Don't be. I might be away from my parents, but compared to a lot of people, I was actually really lucky. Because I was able to find you all. Trust me, it could all have been much worse, so don't let it drag you down. I say as I turn to look at the street ahead. Shizuka didn't reply. And after a couple of seconds of silence, I turn to look at her again, only to find her staring at me slack-jawed. What? Don't tell me you thought that I wasn't grateful for being here. I ask. Shizuka shakes her head as she smiles. No, it's just that, it is something else hearing you say it. I just laughed through my nose as I also shook my head. Upon arriving at the barricade, I found Saiko, Takashi, and Rei by the Humvee. Several fuel canisters next to the car's trunk. Looks like we will be taking some food with us after all. Reacting to my voice, the three turn around to face me. 2 boxes. That should last us for quite some time actually. Rei speaks up first. One is actually filled with water bottles, the other one is rations and canned food. Shizuka replies. Well, I think we have enough fuel and food then. Remember, we still need a good amount of space for the ammo and dynamite. I say after Shizuka as I leave the box in the car, then look at the canisters filled with fuel. Saya went to get the dynamite from her dad. About the ammo, I don't know. Saiko replied. I sent Kota to deal with it. So, we split into 2 groups now? One to help Saya with the explosives and the other to help Kota with the bullets. I already said to Kota that I will be helping him, so I'm going for the bullets. I fold my hands as I add right after Saiko. Sorry Saya, but I ain't backstabbing Kota by bailing on him. Even though, it's really tempting. No bad Nair, bad. Never backstab a bro, never. I'll go help Saya then. Takashi nods as he speaks. I will go with Takashi. Rei adds right after. I would be surprised if you actually didn't go with him to be honest. Where should I go? Shizuka asks. Go get Alice. I answer. And the rest of the group turns to look at me like I just spoke in a different language. What? I ask as I glance around me. Are you sure we should take a little girl with us? She'll be safer here. Takashi scratches his head as he speaks, the rest nodding slightly. True. But what about her mental state? I answered, and the rest of the group looked even more weirded out by my answer. Really? Damn, sometimes they're denser than densium bricks. I let out a silent sigh. All of you never wondered why Alice is still her cheery self when her dad died what? 3 days ago? I ask, they all just looked at each other before turning to stare back at me. You. I point at Takashi. Me. Takashi points at himself as he tilts his head. Yes you dork. The moment her father died, you were there to keep her safe when everybody else was leaving her behind. Effectively placing yourself as a father figure in her mind. Of course she knows that you are not her real father, but she sees you as a source of protection and care. So you tell me, how will she feel if you decide to leave her behind as well? You really think she'll be able to handle getting abandoned by 2 people she trusted her life with in rapid succession? And I know you are not abandoning her, but in her eyes, it won't make a difference, you're going to leave, and leave her behind. I respond as I keep looking at our leader. And now, they were all looking at me like a bunch of fish, even Saiko was doing the fish stare. Really? Is it that surprising? Who the hell do they think I am? Fucking Hannibal. Wow. First saying that you feel really lucky to have had the chance to meet us, and now this. You really are a nice person. Shizuka claps her hands together as she smiles. And of course. Shizuka would go and spill whatever embarrassing thing I might have said to her to all the wrong people. Fucking, ugh. I darted my head to her for a few seconds before turning my back to the group. We're still standing next to a giant horde, let's get going. I said hurriedly as I started walking away. And I swear, I could hear giggling behind me. Note to self. Never, ever say embarrassing things when Shizuka can hear me. Ha, it sounds so obvious now that I said it to myself. As I kept moving, I heard a voice coming from behind me. Well, you're the last person I expected to see running away from something. Turning to the voice, I see Psycho walking up to me. I didn't run away from anything, I say as I turn my head back towards the street ahead. Glancing back at her after a few seconds, only to see her staring at me with an "oh yeah" expression. Fine. I'm just not good with all that diabetes-inducing stuff, I say as I turn to her, raising both arms slightly. She just smiled as she covered her mouth with her hand. Yes, I kind of figured that, she says as she looks at me with a fond expression on her face. After that, we kept walking in silence for a short while. It also not long after, when Psycho started speaking again. Though this time, her tone felt rather somber. Lucky. Don't take this the wrong way, I am really glad that you consider yourself lucky because you met us. But, should you really trust people you just met this easily? Some people, they might not be what they appear to be. Psycho kept her head slightly turned away from me as she spoke. Wait, is she? Shit. Okay, how do I go about this? I don't trust people easily. But you all have effectively saved my life more than once. Being it by watching my back out there, or just by letting me stay around. And well, name me one person who doesn't have a skeleton in their closet, I say as I turn my head to her. You. She answers as she also turns to look at me. Pfft. I nearly choked as I tried to hold myself from actually laughing at her answer, seeing that she actually seemed at least partly serious. She's pulling my leg, right? Let's see. Stealing cash, lying through my teeth about God knows how many things to everybody in the group, killing living humans without getting even slightly shaken, wanting to date both Psycho and Saya. And the list goes on. I lower my head before shaking it slightly, then look back at her. Psycho. Just look at me, I say as I lift both arms. My looks alone should say I am fucked up secrets incarnate, I answered, Psycho tilting her head as she kept staring at me. Secrets, like what? She asked. I just snickered at her question. Now, you don't actually expect me to just up and tell you, do you? Not when you have not shared anything about yourself with me. Psycho just blinked blankly at me before looking back towards the street. True, she says before slightly lowering her head again. But, you should really be careful what you wish for. Her voice was so weak now, that I think she didn't actually intend for me to hear what she just said. But well, I always had good hearing, so yet. I understand that there are things that you don't want to talk about with just anyone. There's a reason they're called secrets after all. But, just so you know, I'm here if you need me. After all, you're the one who kept telling me not to go off and do everything on my own, I respond as I keep looking ahead. Only to dart my head to her a few seconds later. Okay, forget I just said that. Way too cheesy, I add as I shake my head. Psycho just giggled. A man must never go back on his word neither, she says as she turns to look at me with a slight smile. Well, my offer still stands. Just, forget the way I mentioned it, I answered back. Psycho just closed her eyes and laughed lightly through her nose, before turning to look at the street ahead of us. If I ever feel the need, then, I might count on your offer, she responded with a calm tone as she kept looking ahead. I just nodded as we continued walking towards the estate. I won't lie, if her opening up to me means us getting closer, then I'm all in for it. But there's also another point of why I'm needling her about secrets. And that is, to stop her from bottling up her emotions to the point of bursting. If I can make her accept herself or at least make her believe that somebody accepts her for who she really is, it will keep her stable. And even if it won't make us closer, it still is important. I then glanced at Psycho, who was calmly walking next to me. Because, jokes aside, if she does go berserk, I don't think I'll be able to stop her. Chapter 22, Departure. Well, gotta thank the moon that I'm still able to see where I'm going, what with the lights being dead and all. But, to be totally honest, I would rather be walking blind right now. After my little chat with Psycho, things have been a bit awkward. Even though I and Psycho were walking right next to each other, neither of us had said a thing. Not out loud at least. I'm here if you need me? When the fuck did I even? I must be stupid. Now scratch that, I am stupid, not to mention that I've probably just triggered every single death flag in existence. But hey, it could have been much worse. At least she didn't respond with a "don't worry I have Komuro" or something like that. Yep, definitely could have been much worse. Hey, here I am, preparing to dive headfirst into a giant ass horde, and what keeps replaying in my head is the chat I had with Psycho a couple of minutes ago. Priorities still anything but straight I see, EY self. As we arrived at the estate's front gate, I saw the yard illuminated by the same liquid candles that Soichiro's men used in the anime. Hopefully, they ain't gonna start a forest fire this time around. So, where do we go from here? Psycho asks after we stopped by the estate's entrance. They must keep all the firepower around here, somewhere. So, maybe an armory? I got no idea where it might be though. Give me a second I say. As I turn away from her, and walk up to the guard that was standing next to the front gate. Excuse me. Does the estate have an armory or a building used to store ammo inside? A friend of mine should be there, waiting for us with an, order. The guard turns to look at me, and grins. We got no armory. But we do have a warehouse with most of our ammo and guns inside. Keep walking straight and you will see it, it's the only building that isn't connected to the main house. It's straight and slightly to the left from here. He points behind him, though the metal bars of the open main gate. After the guard was done speaking I turned around to return to Psycho, only to see her standing right behind me. Before I could speak, she nodded at me, it seemed she heard the guard as well. I turned to the guard again and nod to him as well. And the moment we passed the gates. Oh, and good luck. The guard shouted. I turned to the guy without stopping, only to see him trying to hold himself off from laughing, as he slightly hunched his head forward. All the while, keeping one hand over his mouth. I have a bad feeling about this. After that, it did not take too long for us to find the building that the guard mentioned, and found out why he found the whole situation so funny. As we got nearer, I could see Koda waving at us energetically. A giant pile of multicolored wooden crates next to him, stacked up in the form of a pyramid. You gotta be kidding me. And I do mean giant. I could easily fit inside the pyramid along with 2 or 3 more people if the insides of the pile were hollow. Why did I leave our resident gun nut unsupervised in an ammo warehouse again? And how the hell did he even manage to stack the boxes like that? We didn't even manage to get close before our gun opened his mouth. Hey so, what are we going to move first Nair? The shotgun shells you asked for are in the red boxes. We also have slugs but the crates are the same color as the normal buckshot so I don't know exactly which box has what. What I do know is that we have 5 crates of buckshot and 2 crates of slugs, we can start with them if you want. Though I do recommend that we start with the 7.62 mm in the green boxes, or maybe you want to get the 5.56 mm first. They are in the green boxes that have a darker shade of green. We have only one gun that uses that type of ammo, so I took only 4 crates. The orange ones have all types of handgun ammo, though only the more common calibers, but have at least 2 boxes filled with 9x 19mm parabellum rounds. The blue ones have 50 BMG rounds. Koda was practically drooling as he barraged us with words. Koda, we don't have. Oh right. And the yellow ones have rockets, I almost forgot. He cuts me off. Rockets? Seriously? Soichiro has rockets? How the hell did he? Forget it. Not the time for that. Koda, just for the sake of demonstration. In relative size, describe to me how big the Humvee is. I say as I stare at the piles of crates. No worries, we can just tie them up outside of the car, I have it all calculated. No need to worry. Koda raises one hand in a it's all cool motion. Okay, letting Koda do anything relating to guns without supervision, was a definitely bad idea. Koda, we're not going to tie anything on the outside of the car, be it crates, or people. Also, 3 crates of 5.56. 4 Psycho corrects me. How many bullets can a crate fit in anyway? I ask right after her Psycho. Koda puts his hand under his chin, seemingly to think. As these are the old type of wooden boxes, I would say. About 1,200 rounds if they're full? They are bigger than the normal metal ammo boxes and those usually can hold up to about 800 rounds of 5.56 if I remember correctly. Koda nods as he finishes speaking. I just tilt my head slightly. So, you're telling me you want to take about 4,800 bullets with us? For one weapon. I just kept staring at Koda as I folded my arms. Yeah, you're right. Koda nods, seemingly agreeing with me on just how ridiculous he's being. I was about to take a breath of relief, when he continued. Might not be enough. And I ended up choking instead. GHHH. No stap, Koda just, I take a deep breath as I clear my throat. 3 boxes. I say as I look at him. Are you sure? I mean, you're a relatively good shot. As long as you fire on semi-auto, then I guess 3 of each is. No Koda, we are taking 3 boxes, in total. Everything to a total of 3. Koda looked at me like I just said a bad joke, until he realized. I was not joking. What? You can't be serious. We'll run out of ammo in no time. He shouts back at me. We're not aiming to start a war here Koda. Rockets? 50 calories? Where are we even going to find weapons that use that kind of firepower? I respond as I raise my arm slightly. But, we need to be prepared. You never know, we might find some weapons out there. Judging by how he stopped shouting and looked towards the ground in the middle of his sentence, I guess even he knew how ridiculous that sounded. Where's boss man when you need him? Then again, Kota might have been able to actually convince Takashi that we need to take the whole armory with us. So better if I take care of this. We will take 1 box of handgun ammo, 1 box of rifle ammo, and 1 box of shotgun ammo. The handgun ammo box will be for the 9x19mm parabellum bullets, as we have 2 guns that use that. The only gun we have that uses another type of handgun caliber is the Smith & Wesson M37, which uses .38 caliber ammo. So we either leave that gun with whatever bullets it still has inside, or see if we can change it for another P220 that uses 9x19mm. That's. Before I could finish, a man in a white tank top that had several black stains on it, along with overalls that he was wearing like normal pants, came up to us. While not as bad as his shirt, his face also had several black stains on it. Other than that, he was shaved and his hair was tied up to a small bun on the back of his head. I can do exactly that if you want. We have several P220s in the warehouse, and I don't see the trouble trading you one for the M37, as we have ammo for that one as well. The man spoke as he cleaned his hands with a rag, before stuffing the rag into his back pocket. I just nodded at the man, agreeing to the trade. And then, I looked back at Kota. He just sighed as he let his shoulders drop. Just, let me go get it. He says with a dejected tone as he starts dragging his feet towards the armory. It's alright, once you're ready to pick all your weapons for good I'll have it there with the rest for ye. The man in the tank top turns to Kota as he speaks. I just looked at him while tilting my head. The man then turned to me, and upon noticing that I was looking at him with my head being almost sideways, he chuckled. Your friend brought a couple of guns here some time ago. Figured he was going to give them to me to put them in the warehouse, but he instead asked me for several cleaning kits along with all these boxes you see here. The man turns to Kota once again. I have to admit, after seeing him work, your friend over here knows his shit. Especially for a kid. He then turns back to me for what must have been the 3rd time. I just nod at him before speaking up. Alright. Then, take this as well. I take off the Type 89 rifle and toss it to the man. Much to Kota's dismay. All of our guns use 7.62mm, no reason to cut our ammo supply in half just for one gun. I say as I glance at Kota, who just frowned as he stared at the gun that was now in the man's hands. I think, I could see tears forming in his eyes. The man then glances at Kota, who looked like a car collector that just had his brand new car stolen right in front of him. Wait here for a section. The man quips as he walks back to the building with the rifle in his hands. Do we really have to give it away, Nair? We could have used it, you know. Or at the very least keep it just in case. Kota says as he stares at me with a sad frown. I got the shotgun and P220, you have the AR-10, Saya has the Luger, I can give the new P220 to Takashi, and with this trade, we can give a gun to Psycho as well. I say as I point at Psycho with my thumb. That would be unnecessary, Nair, I do not need a gun, as I do not even know how to use one. Psycho adds right after me. I don't mean to look down on your skill as a swordsman, Psycho, after all, I personally know how good you are with a sword. But you always need to have a plan B, the gun, is your plan B. Just have it on you even if you won't use it, if need be, I or Kota will show you how to shoot later. I say as I turn to look at her, only to see her staring blankly at me. Fine. I'll hold on to your gun for now. At least until you change your mind. I respond with a silent sigh, Psycho nods, before shifting her eyes towards the warehouse ahead of us. As it would seem that something caught her attention. So, I turned around to see what she was looking at. What's his name again? I don't think he ever introduced himself actually. Anyway, the tank top man was walking towards us with something in his hands. Holy shit, is that a Scar H? I know that the JGSDF uses them, but how did even manage to get one? Kota, being himself, instantly comes out of his temporary depression the moment he saw the new gun. Nair, right? I heard what you did for us at the barricade. I also heard that you all are leaving. So take this as thank you. As for where I got it, should you really be wondering that when we have enough weapons to fit a small army here? Let's just say that Mr. Suichiro is a very well-connected man. He extends the arm that was holding the gun, offering it to me. I just nod in response and take the Scar H. The moment I got in my hands, I started checking it out. As much as I could check anyway. Other than the fact that it has an Aimpuang type scope, rather than just normal iron sights, the gun looks normal. It also has the same 3-way sling I had on the Type 89. So, other than the sights, the rest of the gun looks unmodified, at least as far as I can tell. I tried looking through the sights, only for the man to speak up. It didn't have any batteries in it. Could be its saving grace though, as it might work if you find new ones. Before you ask, I don't have any, I would have tested it myself otherwise. I lift my head as the man speaks and nod at him. Nonetheless, thank you. This cuts our ammo procurement to a simple 3 boxes with 3 different types of ammo. One for shotgun shells, one for 9x19mm, and one last box for 7.62mm rifle ammo. I turn to Koda as I speak to make sure he got the message. Koda was just nodding while he kept staring at my new gun. I shake my head and look back at the tank-topped man. Sorry sir, but it looks like you pulled this mountain of ammo out here for no reason. We will be taking only one red crate with the buckshot, along with one green crate and one orange crate. I point at the crate pyramid as I speak. And, well, Mr. Suichiro needs us to be ready as fast as we can, but seeing as this is partly my fault. Want us to help gather them for a short while. I add as I turn to look at the man. Only to see him shake his head. I won't lie. It will take me a lot of time to put everything back inside. But I'll probably just wait for somebody to come over and drag him into helping me, then blame you if he asks why he has to help. The man snickers as he speaks, then continues. Because as you said, the big boss is waiting for you, and if you end up being late because of me, he's going to have my ass on a plate, and for good reason too. So it's fine, I appreciate the gesture, but take your boxes and go. I nod at the man, and move to the colorful heap of crates. After going to where the red crates were stacked, I kneel down and open a random one. Shotgun shells neatly organized inside. And, honestly, I don't think I have ever seen so much ammo in one place. I pick one shell and look at it. Slugs usually have the top part of the shell open, right? These here have a plastic cover on the top, so I guess they are buckshot ammo. Though it makes me wonder, if buckshot can do so much damage here, what can a slug do? Demolish a whole building just by touching it. I closed the crate, and then opened another red one next to it, picking one of the shells from inside. This one did indeed have the top part open, so it was probably a slug. I will take one slug just in case somebody, or something, pisses me off beyond belief. I say with a snicker as I pocket it. Then, I turned around to face the group. Alright, so how are we doing this? One person carrying a crate full of ammo is as retarded as it sounds, so. All 3 of us carry one. I ask. Koda nods as he moves to me. We take the shotgun one first. He asks. Fine by me. I respond as I get up and grab the rope handle. Before Koda could react, Psycho moved next to me and grasped the same handle I was holding. Should I be this happy because she just did something so mundane as deciding to pick the same handle? I need to stop getting excited over every single little thing. Koda moves to the other side and takes hold of the other handle, and with the count of 3, we lift the crate. With the way we picked it up, Psycho and I would be moving backward, while Koda would move forward. Not wanting to walk blindly while carrying a heavy load. I, while still holding the crate's handle with one hand, turned around. That way I could walk facing forward as well. Psycho glanced at me before doing the same thing. Alright, let's get this over with. I say as I start moving. Just don't go too fast, guys. Koda shouts from behind. Psycho turns to look at Koda with one eye while she keeps walking. And girls. He adds right after with a slightly meeker voice. And so, our first trip began. We walked past the estate's yard and into the street, following the same road we used to come here. Not that there were many roads to pick from in the first place though. And again, nobody was saying a thing as we walked. Not that it bothered me, because I would probably not respond if they did, as there was something else on my mind right now. You know, I wonder. Did Saya's dad have all this firepower in the anime too? He did use a lot of dynamites, so I guess he could have decided to use that instead of rockets. And most of the guards in the anime did have guns, and were using them very liberally. Yet, I don't remember them ever saying anything about conserving ammo. So I guess, they might have had a lot of it stocked. Also, I expected carrying the crate to be a lot harder. Is it because Psycho is unnaturally strong? Or am I just putting in a lot more effort, not wanting to end up looking like a loser next to her? Guess even I ain't immune to that kind of bullcrap. By the time we reached the Humvee, Saya was there with Rei and Takashi, their backs turned to us. Hey! Are you all done here? I shout, causing them to turn around. Saya says something to Takashi before he nods and runs up to us grabbing the box from Koda's side. Thanks man. Koda replied to the gesture. Don't mention it, and no Nair, we still have one more box to go. Takashi replies. I see, we have 2 more left. I say as I look at the 2 metal boxes next to Saya's feet. And no, I was looking at the boxes, not Saya's legs. Mostly. Alright, I'll go along with you guys for the next ammo crate, I need to ask the guy that manages the armory something anyway. While I spoke we reached the Humvee and loaded the crate inside. Then, the group that was here gathered a few meters away from the Humvee. And that question would be? Psycho asks. Whether or not he has a camouflage net to spare. I answer as I turn to Psycho. Hey, why would we need that? Also, did your gun change color? I'm pretty sure it was not that orange before. REI, asks as she joins in. No, I exchanged the gun I had for this one. This one has the same type of ammo as our other rifles. And concerning the net, think about it. We have a military grade, and more importantly, working vehicle, packed to the brim with things that a lot of people would now kill for. The last thing we want is to have it out in the open for every single idiot to see. For example, we would be better off hiding the car if we have the camo net inside a small cluster of woods when we need to stop somewhere. I say as I point at our car. Kota, who was still staring at my gun, spoke up next. I think I saw some camo nets inside the building they use as an armory, in multiple colors too. So, if you're going back to the armory anyway, do you want me to make sure the scar is in working order? To be honest, Kota's smile was way too creepy right now, not to mention the fact that he was slowly creeping up way too close. Please don't do anything weird to my gun. I say as I sigh and undo the sling before giving the scar to Kota. Who upon taking it in his hands, runs off to the back seats of the Humvee. Hugging it like a golem that just found its precious. And he just bailed on carrying more ammo crates. Whatever. I turn around and start walking away, back towards the armory. If somebody else is coming to the armory, then come along. I'm not crazy enough to try and carry these things by myself. I say as I stop a few meters away and look back. Psycho nods and starts moving towards me. I'll go for the last dynamite box in a bit, I want to take a short break first. Takashi answers as he moves towards the nearest door that leads into a random house's front yard. REI followed behind him shortly after without saying a word. I should change REI's name to Zeke number 2 the way she just follows Takashi around. Also, did they just walk into the house, by themselves? Are they? Nah, I probably just have a fucked up mind. Saya was now the only one by the car. Keep Kota away from the handbrake, please. Don't want to find this place overrun when we return. I say as I look at Saya. She nods at me, with a surprisingly serious expression before moving towards the Humvee's back seats. Hey, does she really believe Kota can be that clumsy? I understand if it was Shizuka but, whatever, better safe than sorry. And so, I start walking towards the armory with Psycho next to me. And again, guess what? Dead silence. So, about midway through our trip, I decided to change that. Hey, mind if I ask you something? Psycho turned to me with a questioning Where exactly did you get that sword? I ask as turn to her and point at the katana on her hips. She looks at the hilt of the blade before returning her gaze back to me. Mr. Takagi gifted it to me. From what he informed me, my own father used to train him, so he gave me the sword as payment, of sorts, for my father's lessons. I just kept nodding as she spoke. Seems the reasoning stayed the same from the anime. Well, at least from what she told me that is. I see, I'm starting to feel sorry for whoever or whatever would be stupid enough to get in your way now. I chuckle as I point at the blade with an arched eyebrow. Psycho moved her hand over her mouth as she giggled. I am pretty sure you would be as fearsome with a blade neither. She responds. Really? I tilt my head slightly. Yes. And I would like to believe that my judgment on the matter has some weight to it too. She says as she grabs the katana by the hilt and shakes it lightly. Well, for now. I guess I will have to stick to the stick. I say as I point at the bukin on the side of my bag with my thumb. Psycho looks at the bukin before looking back at me. I would rather you not call it a stick neither. It is more than just a stick. The process of crafting a bukin is. Ah crap, she's about to go Kota mode on me. I know, my bad, didn't mean to sound disrespectful to whoever spent the time and skill crafting this. Let's just say, wrong wording used to try and lighten the mood. I cut her off. Psycho stops talking, and stares at me for a few seconds. Why would you need to lighten the mood? Do you feel uneasy around me? She leans slightly towards me as she asks. And well, even with no street lights, the full moon was bright enough for me to see clearly. Especially when she was so close. And purple lace bra, eyes on the face neither. I lifted my eyes, to see Psycho staring at me with a slight smile. I swear, this girl. That is a trap question, and I refrain from answering. I fold my arms as I speak, Psycho just leans back to a normal posture and laughs through her nose. A trap? How? She asks. Because no matter what I answer, we would still end up with an embarrassing moment for me. And I had enough of these moments for today. I say as I turn to look forward. Psycho just giggled before turning to look ahead as well. With that episode over, we kept moving towards the estate. And as we knew where the armory was this time around, we arrived there way faster compared to last time. Once there, I asked Psycho to wait for me by the pile of crates while I spoke with, tank top guy. What's this guy's name away? I keep calling him tank top guy in my head. Upon entering the front door of the armory, I got greeted by a relatively narrow room. Relative, because the room was small as there was a very large fenced-in area straight ahead of me. Without the fence, the room would actually be the whole structure. The inside of the warehouse, as I mentioned, was enclosed by a large metal fence that surrounded the insides like a second structure. The fence itself starting a meter or so away from the actual walls of the warehouse, allowing people to walk around without really entering the fenced-in area. Our guns were also in the room I was in right now, on a table to my right. Next to several open cleaning kits. All of our guns are here. Hey, didn't expect Kota to just leave them lying around unattended. Does he trust this dude so much? Or did his brain get filled with dancing scar HS and forgot all about them? I entered the main building to find the tank top guy looking inside some orange-colored boxes, straight ahead and to my left in a metal shelf row that had a big 2 painted on its side. The building itself looked like a normal warehouse, except for, it was full of military stuff. I also spotted a couple of the nets that I needed to my right, hanging on the side of the row that had A5 painted on it. The nets were right under the number itself. Seriously, where did Soichiro find all this crap? I won't be surprised if they have a goddamn World War II tank stashed in here somewhere. Still, looking at all this equipment, is leaving really such a good idea? Well, it's not like there's anything I can do about that now, we need to deal with that horde, and fast. I shake my head and walk up to the tank top guy. Mind if I bother you for a second? The man turns his head to me and motions me to continue with his head. We will start taking our weapons on the next 2 crate runs, and I also have to ask whether we can take a camouflage net for the Humvee. I point at the shelf holding the rolled up nets that I saw earlier. The man closes the box and moves away from the shelves as he comes up to me and leans to see where I'm pointing at. Good thinking, you will be like a walking candy bag out there with all that stuff in your Humvee. Take the ones you need. I also took the liberty and exchanged the gun you mentioned. Left the P220 on the desk with the other guns if you didn't notice. With that, he turns around and goes back to the orange crates. I nod and move towards the nets. Once there, I went curtains shopping. Let's see, one with shades of grey, and one with shades of green and brown. I would prefer to go under some trees as they provide additional cover if we were to park the Humvee, but it won't hurt to have an extra urban camouflage just in case. I grab the 2 nets and move back to the corridor room. I then headed to the table and picked the 2 cleaned rifles before strapping them on me. Then took the P220, making sure the safety was on before shoving it in my pocket. I also grabbed 2 cleaning kits that looked to have the most stuff inside before going outside. Psycho was still waiting by the boxes, her arms folded under her chest as she looked at the people in the distance. Orange or green? I shout as I walk towards her. She turns to me with a confused look. Green. She replies with some confusion. All right, grab one of the light green crates and open it up for a SEC. I shout back. Psycho just nodded and did what I asked. After I walk up to her I look at the bullets inside the box, then take off the magazine of the AR-10 with one hand and look at the bullets inside the magazine, making sure that they were the same ones. All right, we're good. Let's take this to the Humvee. Psycho nods and moves to the front of the crate before picking it up. I left the cleaning kits on top of the box and grabbed the other side after pushing the shotgun along with the other 2 guns that I had strapped on me to my back. I must have looked ridiculous, carrying 3 long guns on me. And once again, we headed towards the Humvee. The trip was relatively uneventful once again, at least until we were halfway on the road, again. Where we saw Takashi, REI, and Kota walking towards us. I guess Takashi's and REI's business is done? And Kota has molested my Guninu. Oh, never mind. The scar H still in his hands. Once they got close, Kota started talking. Only the orange one left. He asks. Yeah, the one with 9x19 I answer. Alright, we'll get the last crate then. Oh, and the dynamites are all loaded up. Takashi speaks up right after. I just nodded at him before Psycho and I started moving again. Did I really take that long inside the warehouse for them to pass us? Reaching the Humvee, Saya was there along with Shizuka and Alice. They then helped us put the crate inside the trunk, Saya and Shizuka that is, as I don't think Alice was really that much help. Though she did try to help, so she got a cookie for that. I then took off the guns and left them in the trunk as well. So I could finally stop looking like a gun hoarder with all that guns strapped to me, not that I'm really bothered about it mind you. You can never have too many guns, at least until you need to run, that is. And well, I still had the shotgun and the 2 handguns on me. And as I backed off the car. Are you all set? I hear a new voice behind me. Turning to the voice, I saw Saya's mother. No, we still have one last crate to pack. After that, we'll leave. Saya replies a bit coldly. I see. Yuriko glanced at her daughter before turning around to look for something. I just shifted my sight between Saya and her mother a few times before letting out a sigh under my breath. I'm never taking that frigging break, hey. I shake my head and walk up to our resident Sundara. Saya. I whisper to her. Go talk to your mother properly. I add as I motion towards her mom with my head. She turns to me and starts staring. Yet, she does nothing, she just averts her eyes as she starts looking around as well. Ah, for fuck's sake, this is not the time to be acting like this, you stupid idiot. I took a deep breath, and decided to momentarily embrace my inner stupidity. You can thank me later. I said in a low tone. Ignoring all the red flags that were going off in my head. Hey, wah. Okay, to be honest, I was not really thinking anymore. I just didn't want to see these two split up like this. While I managed to save the estate, it might still be the last time these two could speak with each other for a long time, as we are probably not going to make it back here in time. So, I ended up carrying Saya to her mother. After picking her up bridal style, that is. Wah, what are you doing? Put me down. Put me down, you perf bright. Ow. Saya, amidst her own shouting, ended up biting her own tongue, putting her hands over her mouth as she finally stopped screaming. So, I carried Saya over to her mother, then put her down on her feet. Before turning around to walk away. Ah, and one last thing. I say to Yuriko and Saya as I stop and turn my head slightly to the left. This is a see you soon, not a goodbye. And I start walking again. I guess, my words must have carried more weight than I thought, as seconds later, I could hear sniffling. Don't know if it was Saya, her mother, or maybe even both of them. But by the time I returned to the Humvee and turned around, they were already hugging. And mission complete. I guess. I then glance around, to see Shizuka staring at me, looking all smug. Not a word out of you, AI. I say as I stare at her. She just gave me a wide smile as she tilted her head and closed her eyes. Mollified by her silence, I nod and sit on the open trunk, then just watched the whole event unfold. The horde that was growling an arm's length away from me, I honestly could not even hear it right now. And then, I felt something tugging my pants. God damn it, dog, way to ruin the MOAH. I looked down, but there was no dog there. Instead, it was Alice that was tugging my pants. I'm sorry for calling you evil, she said the moment she saw me looking at her. I just patted her head as she spoke. And what makes you think I ain't evil, shorty? I ask as I look at her. Because, Saya is happy now. She answers bluntly as she stares at my face. Oh, crud. Nope, hold it in. You are an evil overlord, think of guts, blood, and shiny meat bicycles. You do not get emotional. I just kept looking around without speaking. Until my eyes fell on Psycho, who had moved away from the group and was standing by herself on the far right corner of the barricade. The moment she saw me looking at her, she just looked down on the street by her feet. And while she was no longer looking at me, her facial expression was pretty clear. Hey? Why does she look so sad? I would understand if she was jealous if she did indeed like me. But sad? No, something is not right here. While I was thinking about this, Takashi, Rei and Koda arrived as well. Along with Soichiro. While Saya and her mother did not seem to really give a single fuck about what was going on around them, everybody was pretty much staring at them now. Hell, even Soichiro was staring. At least before he turned to look at me. And then, Rei, Takashi and Koda also turned to stare at me. Hey, what gives? I darted my head around, to see Shizuka, who was now sitting right next to me. Pointing her fingers at me, with both hands. Ah, for fuck's sake. I grab both her hands and lower them, only for her to lift them again the moment I let her go. I just shook my head and turned to look at the four that were staring at me. You know, I do know that Soichiro does indeed love his daughter, but seeing him smile like that as he watched them, I knew it was something I would never get to see again. Soichiro then loudly clears his throat. Are we ready? He asks quite loudly. Saya and Yuriko finally let go after getting the very obvious hint. Yes, once we get the crate that these three have over there in the car, we will be ready to start. I say as I get off the trunk of the Humvee. And point at the crate that Takashi, Rei and Koda were holding. Soichiro just nods affirmatively. The three then walked up to the Humvee and loaded the last crate, while Saya walked up to her father. I saw him moving his mouth, but I could not really hear what he was saying. Saya responded with a nod and turned toward the Humvee. Okay, so all this stuff is, in reality, his. So I should at the very least thank him for letting us bring it with us. I walked up to Soichiro as Saya turned around to look at me. Thank you for all your help. Until we meet again, good luck, Mr. Takagi. I say as I bow slightly. This was not a favor neither. This is a forward payment. He said as he looked at me all stoic-like. Geez, even now you gotta act like a total hardass. I just nodded before turning to Saya. You got the notebook? God knows we're going to need it from now on. Oh, and a lighter. I say as I point at the Humvee. The textbook is in the car. And no, I don't have a lighter. Why would I even have a lighter? She replies as she frowns slightly. For the dynamites. Soichiro then extended his arm towards me, an expensive-looking Zippo lighter in his hand. I nod at the silent agreement and take the lighter. Alright, let's go. No more time left to waste. I turned and headed towards the Humvee. By the time I was ready to enter it, the whole group, other than Saya, were already inside it. Saya herself entering a few seconds after me. I then look at the group as I open up a box of dynamite after taking a seat next in the center. You all ready to see how it feels to be part of a really stupid plan? I say as I wave a dynamite stick at their faces. They all just stared. Not a very good pep talk right before we dive into a horde neither. Takashi responds. I just chuckled as I moved to the roof by climbing out the open hatch. Story of my life. I say under my breath. And a few seconds later. Throw the dynamites. I hear Soichiro shout. At first, I thought he was talking to me. But then, I saw a couple of guards appear in the house to our left. The men then tossed a couple of dynamites to the left part of the street where the horde was located at. Hey? When did these guys get there? And seconds later, a loud explosion, followed by a chain of other, equally loud explosions. Each one lighting up the dark road while bodies were sent flying, flames swallowing whole parts of the horde. And soon, after the horde started gathering to the left, the right part of the road slowly started to clear out. But, as more of the horde gathered to the left, they also started pushing up against the left side of the barricade. We got to hurry before the barricade collapses. Again. Soichiro shouts, and moments later, a second batch of dynamites gets sent flying towards the amassing horde. Frankly speaking, with the number of corpses that got sent flying by the explosion, I thought about getting back inside the Humvee, lest a flying corpse ended up in my face. How retarded would it be if I got bitten by a flying head? Yet my thoughts got interrupted shortly after, as the Humvee roared to life. Go! Go! Takashi started shouting as he pointed to the right. I turned to look at the right part of the street to see that it was now clear from corpses. And seconds later, the wheels of the Humvee screeched. And with a violent shake, the Humvee moved forward, grinding its sides against the barricade blocks. I grabbed the open hatch door to keep myself steady. And the moment I regained my balance, I let go of the hatch's door and flipped the lighter open. With a flick of the wrist, I light up the dynamite before pulling my arm back. I got a mask, I got a boomstick. All I need is a psycho attitude and I'm ready for Pandora. You don't die today. You die every day. I shout as I throw the dynamite to my left. Seconds later, a loud explosion sends even more corpses flying. I turned back to see that the corpses by the barricade were also starting to slowly turn around and crawl towards us. It's working. I look back inside the Humvee to get another dynamite. Don't mean to bother but... Before I could finish, Kota had already shoved a dynamite to my face. You just got promoted. I say as I grab the dynamite and lift my body back out of the hatch. I light the dynamite up and throw it to the left again. Seconds later, another explosion. I turn to pick another dynamite. Yet, the moment I got it in my hands. Slow down. I hear Saya shout, and seconds later, Shizuka hits on the brakes. Hard. And, guess who was not holding on to something, yet? Me. I ended up sliding over the roof and onto the car's hood, almost tripping over to the asphalt, or more importantly, almost ended falling right into the horde that was right next to us. While I was on my little sliding trip, I looked over the hood, and over Shizuka's deer in the headlights-like expression. To see that part of the horde had moved back to the right side of the road, moving towards the opened blockade once again. The moment my boots touched the hood, I lit up the dynamite, took a step forward, and tossed it forward and slightly to the left. Then, I jumped back onto the roof and see Kota, who had almost climbed up on the roof himself. Are you okay? He shouts. We need a second person to throw dynamites behind us to make the horde follow us. I say as I kneel down on the roof. I got the backside. He shouts, right to my face as he tosses me another dynamite. I nod and turn to see the horde that was still blocking the road ahead. Now, would you kindly, move the fuck out of my way? I light up the dynamite in my hand, and once again, toss it forward into my left. The explosion that followed some seconds later caused the horde that blocked the way to thin out even more. Seconds later, I heard a second explosion to my back. I turn around to see Kota duck down in the car. He pop-ups a second later and passes me another dynamite. The moment it was in my hands, I lit it up and threw it to the same spot I threw the last two. And finally, after the following explosion, I could see the road ahead. I slap my arm on the roof and shout. Step on it. We are getting out of here, now. The Humvee roars as it starts picking up speed, heading straight towards the opening. Kota threw one more dynamite before we finally managed to break through the horde. He then ducked back inside the car again. The moment he got out again, I waved at him to get his attention. After this one tells Shizuka not to drive too fast and use the horn. We still need to bait the horde away from the estate. We will use the sticks of dynamite again when we want to get rid of the horde. I say as I look back at the corpses. Kota nods before turning to throw the last dynamite with a grin. I then turn to look at the road ahead. Needless to say, every single corpse in the surrounding area was walking towards us. The corpses that are heading towards us will probably end up bumping into the horde that's following us. I suspect the moment they do that, they will turn around and become part of it. But, just to be safe, I slide to the center of the roof and look inside through the open hatch. It seems Kota was telling Shizuka to use the horn. On the first chance you got, take a turn away from the road that leads to the barricade. That way we won't make the corpses that are in front of us walk towards the barricade. They would probably just assimilate to the horde and change direction, but I don't want to take any chances. I speak up as I point at the upcoming intersection. Shizuka just nods as she keeps looking at the corpse-filled road ahead. I nod back and pull myself up to the roof again. I then turn to look at the horde that was following us. I could also see several light sources behind the horde itself, right where the barricade was it. I could see some kind of structure being erected where the hole used to be it. We did it. I did it. The estate still stands and we are driving away, luring the hordes with us. I found myself smiling as I looked at the barricade that started to fade away, behind all the corpses that were slowly taking the street back. I then turn around and stare ahead at the road that was illuminated by the Humvee's front lights. It doesn't look like it will get much darker than this. I nod to myself as I slide towards the hatch. Still, there's something else that is bothering me now. If I know anything about this world, it's that it will use whatever reason it has to follow the anime. All those explosions would be the perfect excuse to end up blocked off while we try to reach them all. Then again, we got the Humvee, and not that flimsy-ass six-wheeled thing. And dynamite. Lots of dynamite. With that out of my mind, I enter the car. After taking a seat next to the left back door window, I turn to the group. Everybody still in one piece? I ask jokingly. Yeah, we are all fine. Takashi replies. I nod and turn to look out of the window. From now on, all I can do is hope that the estate won't fall while we are not present. Hey, I hope I haven't jinxed myself by thinking that. Still, it took a goddamn surprise E.M.P blast along with a bus crashing into the barricade to make the estate fall. Now that we are past the initial E.M.P, the chance of the estate surviving is much higher, as it won't be caught with its pants down. And, so, the moment I accepted that whatever happens to the estate is now beyond my reach and that we left it in a much better state considering the anime and manga, I felt all the energy drain out of me. If you all don't mind, I think I will take that break now. I say as I lean my head against the window frame and close my eyes. Because we are far from done, and I need that goddamn break. Chapter 23, Parking Space. When was the last time I did nothing? You know, just sitting back and relaxing. Leaving the rest of the group to deal with whatever crap got in our way, rather than charging headfirst into danger myself. If we exclude some minor moments, never. I always did something. So, this must be a first. I mean, I did fall asleep shortly after we left the estate. And the horde was still following us, meaning that we were not out of the woods when I decided to pass out. But hey, I ain't no one-man army. I can let somebody else deal with this crap once in a while. And well, we were inside the Humvee, so it's not like I bailed on them at an important moment or something. Then again, maybe I have this mentality right now because I'm half asleep and don't give a single fuck about anything. But, you know what they say. All good things must come to an end. As the moment my brain realized I was conscious again, it started bugging me, non-stop. Telling me that I needed to think of a plan for the events that will take place in the mall. And annoying as it may be, I knew that it was right. I move my head slightly and take a deep breath while still keeping my eyes closed. Ugh. I don't even want to open my eyes. Good thing I can think with my eyes closed. So. Right, the mall. Asami and Kota. Shizuka and the rapist. Granny and the clinic. And lastly the extraction helicopters along with the mall getting overrun. If I'm not forgetting something, that should sum up the major events that take place there. So, let's take things one step at a time now. First of all is getting there. Why I get the feeling that I'm forgetting something. And a few seconds later, it hit me. Oh, shit. Psycho. Takashi. Split. Shrine. Fuck. I opened my eyes abruptly and moved my head slightly to the right as I darted my eyes around the car's interior. Other than the fact that the sun was up, I could see Psycho sitting next to me with Rei on her right. Takashi was sitting next to Rei, and Kota was sitting next to Takashi by the car's door, the scar H still in his hands. Yet, 5 people in the back seats. Explains why Psycho was pretty much stuck to my side. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. I breathe a silent sigh of relief as I close my eyes again. Okay, either the split didn't happen or it didn't happen yet. But the sun is already out, so it might not happen at all. Normally Psycho and Takashi spend the night in that shrine and yeah, things happen. Okay, so, now that I'm fully awake and that is out of my mind, back to the task at hand. The mall. Let's start with the cop girl that Asami idolizes. She probably left the mall yesterday evening to find help based on what the manga showed, and if she was a wandering corpse right outside the mall, that means she didn't get too far before she got bit. The way Asami kept on saying how that woman was supposed to be an awesome cop, I find it hard to believe that she would try to return to the mall after she got infected. I'd think she would understand the moral impact it would have if she was seen as a walking corpse. Especially if she was the only hope they had for a rescue. So my chances of saving her are sadly, probably non-existent. She's most likely already dead by now. Best I can do, is find her before the others see her and finish her off. If she really is a corpse. Next, Asami and Kota. And what I can consider as the main deal with this whole situation. She will have a huge impact on Kota. I need to make sure she survives, by any means necessary. Even if that ends with me tying her up to a chair and locking her in a goddamn storage room in order to prevent her from effectively killing herself. Though now that I think about it, Kota no longer has the cop gun to make his first move on her, as I traded it for the P220. Not a very smart move now that I think about it. But, I can hide one of the P220s in my bag, say that I forgot it there. Then give it to Kota so he can give it to her himself. Things should go on normally after that. And then, we have Shizuka. As much as I want to stop the whole thing from happening, even if Shizuka seemed to be unperturbed after the whole ordeal, it needs to happen. Kota pretty much makes Asami fall for him then and there. And lastly, we have the trip for the blood and the rescue helicopters. Not a lot I can do for these two really. The granny will need the blood. So we either go to the clinic, or let her die. Simple as that. One of the survivors from the mall also dies in the clinic if I remember correctly. As for the rescue helicopters, I could hypothetically get us all extracted right there and then, if I stall the group for long enough. But, we won't get to meet Ariai's mother if we stay, and quite possibly, her father in the elementary school. Not to mention that when the group found Ariai's mom in the manga, she was in a kind of a tight situation. But, that is still far off, got to focus on the things that will happen before that. Keeping my eyes closed, I stopped thinking about what would happen after the mall and started to listen to the engine hum as the Humvee drove down the highway. I stayed like that for some time, until someone next to me started speaking. We are almost out of the highway, the mall shouldn't be too far from here. Opening my eyes, I see Rei talking. I just hope we drove the horde far enough. Takashi responds. They will be fine. My papa is more than capable of handling one measly horde. We should be more focused on our problems. Saya, who was on the front passenger seat, turns to look at Takashi, the textbook in her left hand. Saya, was the only thing Takashi said in response. I never really understood that gesture. Why say a person's name and then just stare at them like some sort of retarded monkey? Saya is right, Takashi, we should focus on our problems, Psycho adds. I shift my eyes towards the window, only to see the shopping mall slowly coming into view. Like the fact that Miss Shizuka is driving straight to the mall with a working car. I say as I keep staring outside. Nair, good morning. Psycho was the first one to respond. I nod in reply as I lift my head away from the window that I was resting my head on up until now. Hearing my neck bones crack as I moved it about. About time you woke up. Leaving us to do all the work while you were off dreaming like an idiot. Saya was the second one. Yeah, I love you too, dear. I responded groggily as I closed my eyes and put my left hand behind my neck, rubbing some of the soreness out. I should really find some pillows in the mall, my neck is killing me. And the moment I opened my eyes again, a rather thick textbook was flying straight towards my face. Again. I slapped the book, causing it to hit my legs instead of my face, or well, mask. Important information is stored here, don't just toss it around, Saya. I say as I pick up the textbook and extend my arm, holding it towards her. She just responds with her usual huff as she yanks the textbook from my hand, then looks back towards the front of the car. See, you don't have to like me that much. Still, slow down the car, we are closing into the mall. Lots of food and materials that can be used inside. And relatively easy to fortify if compared to what it has inside. There's a good chance that it might have survivors inside. I say as I look back out the window. So what do we do? Walk all the way there? Takashi asks. The surrounding area has a good amount of tree clusters that can be used to conceal the Humvee. So, take a wider approach towards the mall, don't drive straight to it. We'll park the car in a patch of trees after we get relatively close. Just remember to kill the engine before we actually stop, less chance for the car to get surrounded by corpses like that. Shizuka nods after I was done speaking and turns the Humvee to the right at the next intersection, going over a bridge, as there was a river to our right. Keep going straight, then turn left a couple of intersections later, we can use the buildings as cover while we close into the mall. Shizuka does as I asked and turns left 2 intersections later. Don't you think you are, kind of overthinking this? I spoke up as I stared at the mall. I'd rather overthink this than end up stranded and having to watch from a distance while a bunch of good-for-nothings drive off with our car and supplies. I say as I turn to her. REI does not respond, and neither does anybody else. Guess imagining what I just said struck home. After we park, then what? Koda asks after a short silence. I think we should leave our guns here for starters. If the mall has survivors inside. Takashi added. I turned to Koda who just nodded without much of a fuss. He's the last person who would want to lose the guns after all. By the way. How long do you intend to keep hogging my scar age Koda? I ask as I keep looking at him. But you have the shotgun, don't be greedy. He quipped smugly. As he turned to me. And you have the AR-10, don't be needy. I answer back, just as smugly. Yet before either of us could continue joking around. Do not start acting like a bunch of idiotic kids that are fighting over toys. Saya says with a groan as she keeps looking at the street ahead. I take a look at her before turning to look back at Koda, who gives me a rather smug smile. Oh, I will get my gun back, you can count on that, buddy. So, several minutes and crushed corpse skulls later, we were by the right side of the mall. And the side had no visible windows. I nod to myself and speak up. Alright, the mall is straight to our left now, I don't see any windows on this side, so turn left and keep going until we see a good cluster of trees we can drive the car into. Shizuka nods once again as she lowers her head slightly. Probably trying to focus. She then turned left, the mall now a straight line from here. The road ahead, other than being littered with corpses and the occasional car, was relatively clear and surrounded by houses and greenery, dotted with trees. My target? Anything with enough trees that we could use to hide the car in. I would rather go into a small park rather than a cluster of trees next to a sidewalk. But the problem with that is that the only place matching the description of a park is next to the mall's open field. Or what used to be a parking lot. In other words, a place so open that we might as well drive the Humvee right into the mall while waving a flag with the words "Free stuff for y'all" printed on it. So no, too close and too open for comfort. So instead, I chose a rather big cluster of trees I noticed that stood a couple of intersections down the road, relatively close to the mall. I kept staring at that spot as Shizuka drove over the river once more. And after we closed into the patch of trees, I got up and leaned between the 2 front seats of the car in order to get a better look. That place looks good. Drive towards that patch of trees and shut down the engine once we get close. I say as I point at the cluster that was to our left with my finger. Shizuka nods, while Saya just stared at me, before slightly leaning away from me. I turn towards Saya to see Alice sitting on her lap, with Zeke in one hand. The kid then starts waving at me. Hey there shorty, young cadet. I called out. The dog upon hearing the word cadet barks at me. Alice then hugs the dog with both hands. Zeke is not a cadet, because you are no longer evil. She says with a wide grin. Damn. I need to get my evil overlord vibes back on. Before I start shooting rainbows like some other dude I know. I say as I look back towards our soon-to-be parking space. I could feel Saya staring even more intensely at me now, along with several other gazes on my back. Rainbows? I hear Psycho ask. It's nothing Psycho, really. Takashi responds. Says the valiant knight of rainbows and sunshine. While I really wanted to say that with some snark, now was not really the time. As we were closing into the trees that I pointed out. Alright. You see the open space between the trunks over there to our left? I asked. And with a look towards my pointed direction, Shizuka nodded. Okay, climb over the sidewalk, and when the car has climbed up, turn off the engine and let the car roll through there. Shizuka just nodded again as I spoke. And so the moment the Humvee bumped over the sidewalk, she shut down the engine, and let the car slide into the cluster of trees. Good, first opening you see on the sides, turn the car either left or right so nobody can see the Humvee from the opening we just used. Shizuka does as I said again and turns the car to the right as she lets the Humvee roll for a while, before she finally presses on the brake. Can't go any further, or we will bump into the trees, she says as she turns to me. I nod and turn to the group behind me. Alright, I will get the net. Somebody needs to check if the surroundings are clear of corpses. But most importantly, that we did not get spotted by any other survivors. Psycho nods and exits the car through the door on her left. Followed by Rei and Takashi. They then looked around for a bit, until. Looks clear. I can see some of them coming towards us, but I don't see any people. Rei speaks up. Kota then moves to exit the car. Kota, guns. I say as I stare at him. He turned to me, a bit confused, before he realized that he was carrying 2 rifles while we were supposed to be hiding them. Ah, right. He then leaves the Scar H on the seat's foot section, along with the AR-10. Then exits the vehicle. Saya puts the textbook in her bag before leaving the car with Alice. And lastly, Shizuka takes the keys out of the ignition and opens the driver's door. Miss Shizuka. I call out to her, she turns to me and tilts her head. Can I have the car keys? You don't have any pockets, and I would rather not leave them in a bag and lose them somehow. I say as I point at her dress. I also don't want Mr. Rapist to find them by accident while he tries to cop a feel. She then looks down at her skirt. Or well tried to. You know, her breasts are kinda massive. So, after a couple of awkward seconds, she just nodded and gave me the keys, and then exited the vehicle. The only one left inside now, was me. Alright, let's get to work. I take the 2 rifles that Kota left, along with my shotgun and the M1A1 and hide them in the trunk, under some bags and sheets that were stashed in there. I then take the urban camo net, open it and hide the contents of the trunk itself. While the trunk has no glass window on it, you can still see the contents from the front windshield and door windows. If we're unlucky enough and somebody finds the car, hiding what it has inside might deter them from trying to break in. Even if it's obvious that the car has something inside, leaving the guns in plain sight is just stupid. I then take my bag off and open it. Why didn't I take this thing off before falling asleep? And after I quickly glanced at the rest of the group and made sure they were not looking towards me, I took one of the P220 along with its holster and shoved it in the bag. Then take the second P220 that was still in my pocket and put it in the bag as well. And finally, I push both the guns and belt to the bottom of the bag, beneath all the clothes, map, and whatever other crap that was stuffed inside. Alright, let's get going. I strap the bag back on me and exit the car, camo net in hand. After I got out, I walked up to the front door. Good thing this Humvee can lock its doors. I think as I locked the car and unwrapped the net. Then started covering one side of the car, until Kota came over and helped me cover the other side. After we were done, I joined the group and turned to look at the car. Not bad. There's a constant shade from the surrounding trees, and the camo net blends in nicely with the surrounding greenery. I say as I nod and fold my arms. The next thing I heard, was a loud thud, followed by a cracking sound. I turn around to see Psycho standing over a corpse. We need to move, she says as she looks at the other corpses that were slowly shambling towards us attracted by the noise we were making. We all nod and run past the fallen corpse before turning to the left after we reached the sidewalk, and then, went left again after reaching the next intersection. The mall was now just one intersection away. And luckily, we also had a building that obstructed the trees that we hid the car into, so it was pretty well covered from any prying eyes that might be looking from the mall. I grabbed the beacon and pulled it out from the side of my bag, then ran towards a nearby stop sign that was to my right, and took a strong swing at it. My whole arm vibrating from the impact. And while the metal pole echoed, I turned around to look at the corpses that were heading towards the parked Humvee, now slowly turning around towards me. Alright, that got their attention. I say as I start running back towards the group. We should not waste any more time here, let's go. Takashi motions with his hand as he starts running. And like that, the group starts running towards the mall. The fuck did you just shout for, you humbuskin? I run up to them and join Takashi, Rei, and Psycho in the front line, taking the rightmost spot. We got a plan or we just beat the crap out of everything till we get there? I ask as we keep on running. Beating the crap out of everything is the plan. Takashi responds. I reflexively shifted my sight to Psycho, to see her smiling eerily as she slowly drew her blade from its sheath. Oh crap, sword. Was the only thing I managed to think before she dashed ahead of us and slashed the head off from the first corpse she got close to. She then sidestepped towards a corpse to her right, slid behind it and kicked it on the back of its knees, decapitating it while it was still on its knees. Psycho behind you. Takashi shouts. She just grinned as she spun in place and sent another head flying. Holy crabs, I actually fought against that? Why am I not dead again? I shake my head and run up to Psycho, or well, I tried to. As in the end, all the group did was run after her as she dashed from corpse to corpse, beheading them with a wide smile on her face. And like that, we crossed the last intersection and moved down the final straight that led to the mall's parking field. Upon reaching the end of the road, we moved into the field that led to the mall, Psycho still several meters ahead of us. I could now see a door that led into the building about 60 to 70 meters straight from here. With no corpses blocking the way, we all started running towards that door. All of us. But one. Psycho, instead of going straight towards the door, charged towards the left, aiming at a mass of corpses that had gathered at the left part of the field. And when I say gathered corpses, I mean as in a mini horde. About 20 or 30 of them, gathered all together. Psycho! Takashi shouts once more. But his shout fell on deaf ears, as she just kept running straight towards the mass of corpses. God damn it! Stupid crazy suicidal psychopath! I yank my bag off and toss it at whoever was next to me, and then dash straight towards Psycho. Stupid. Fucking. Crazy. Arg. I'm going to kill myself if you die here. Even if I was not really that much faster than her, Psycho kept stopping to take out whatever corpse was near her, so I thankfully managed to catch up before she could get too close to the mass of corpses. Upon closing in on her, and while she still had her back turned to me, I grab her sword arm by the forearm. Psycho instantly turns around as she tries to yank her arm away, aiming to take a swing at my neck with her blade. Keeping my grip on her arm, I forcefully pull it up and towards me, causing her forehead to almost hit my collarbone and her sword to pass over my head. I quickly put my free hand under her chin and lifted her head until I could see her face. Wrong direction. Psycho! I shout at her face. She just stared at me as she kept panting. I bring my hand to the back of her neck and bring her face closer to mine, to the point that her forehead was almost touching my mask. Snap out of it! Or we both die here. She kept looking at my mask for a couple of seconds, until her eyes finally went wide. Or well, wider than they already were. Her mouth slightly open. She begins to speak. Not now. We have to move before we get swarmed. I say as I turn around and drag her behind me. Psycho coming back to her senses a couple of seconds later, picking up the pace as I started to feel less resistance coming from her as we run. And the moment we reached the group. What was that? What just happened? Rei asks, locking her sight on Psycho, who just slightly turned her head away from the group. She didn't see the door. She thought we were going through the front gate. I say as I let go of Psycho's arm and turn to Rei. What? But no time, she took the wrong way, we are fine now, so let's go. Takashi cuts Rei off, much to her dismay as she turns to stare at him with a frown. Come on, we have to move, he says as he quickly starts running towards the door. The rest of us running after him shortly after. And as we run, I give Psycho a quick glance. This can't be good. And once we reached the door, barricaded, somebody was already here before us. I say as I look at the clutter that was blocking the door from the inside. What do we do now? Back to the car? Shizuka asks while she keeps holding Alice with one hand. Who was, in turn, holding Zeke under her free arm. Before I could speak up though. Wait, I think I can see somebody inside. Takashi responds as he starts shouting and waving his arms towards the door. The figure, after apparently seeing us, froze in place and started fidgeting about. Before finally deciding to run up to the door. And lo and behold, Asami in all her third-person cop glory. Well, this was easy. Wait. Asami will let you in, don't panic, don't panic. The short cop girl shouts. You're the one who is panicking here, shorty. She hastily and quite clumsily lifted the clutter away from the door as we looked at the corpses that were shambling towards us. Thankfully too far for any real cause of alarm. And the moment the door opened, we all got inside. We then slammed the door shut and started re-barricading it. Thank you. Takashi nods at Asami as he takes a few deep breaths and puts his hands on his knees, after we were done blocking the door. It's alright, it's Asami's job to protect civilians. She says with a smile. The group just stared at the strange cop for a while. Until Rei spoke up. You're a police officer? Do you know Tadashi Miyamoto? He's a police detective, is he alive? Do you know where he is? Rei almost walks into Asami as she barrages her with questions. The cop girl puts her hands forward as droplets of sweat start running down her forehead. I'm sorry, Asami, she doesn't know. She closes her eyes and smiles awkwardly as she shakes her head. I just shook my head as I looked at Rei's sour expression. What she meant to say is, her name is Rei Miyamoto. I'm Nair Sepphire. The guy next to her is Takashi Komuro, behind him is our school nurse Shizuka Marikawa. Next to Shizuka is Alice Mersato and next to Alice is, the cadet. I say as I point at the dog. His name is Zeke. Alice shouts as she puffs her cheeks. The rest of the group then goes on to introduce themselves, by themselves. This police officer is Asami Nakoka. She says as she salutes at us with a smile. Koda being the only one returning that salute because Koda. We should head inside, staying by the door will only attract more of them. Takashi speaks up shortly after as he points at the door, the corpse is banging on it. With that, we started going down the relatively dark corridor. And as we walked, I remembered something important. Where's my bag? I ask as I realized that I just tossed it before chasing after Psycho. Only to have it land on the left side of my head shortly after. I grab the bag and dart my head to the left only to see Saya glaring at me as she puffed up her cheeks. Watch where you throw your stuff, you idiot. And what do you even have in there, rocks? She says as she massages the right part of her forehead. You know. Stuff. I say as I casually throw the bag over my shoulder, ignoring the obviously annoyed Sundara as she glared at me. And so, like that. We moved to the center part of the mall. Once there, Asami pipes up. Asami has to make sure nothing happened with all this commotion, so she will have to leave now. She bows at us and turns around, before turning to us again. If you need anything, tell Asami. She says with a smile before running off. And now, we were left in the middle of the mall's central room, after a few moments of silence passed. We should spread out, check the place out, make sure it's safe, and see what we can find in here. Takashi speaks up, and the group nods before slowly splitting up. Saya and Koda left towards the market area. Takashi went up the stairs along with Alice. Rei followed Takashi while Zeke followed Alice. Shizuka trotted off by herself. Alright, I need to figure out what to do with Koda. Got to give him the gun so he can give it to Asami, but without making him think that I'm interested in her. Because I am doing this for him, not to get Asami infatuated with me. I look around to see that I was the only one left now. Where did Psycho go? I didn't see her leave. I dart my head around to see her going up an escalator, several meters straight and slightly to the right from where I was standing. I need to get to Koda. But, the little stunt she just pulled. She better not try to do something stupid now. I will check on her, then go to Koda. And so, from a relatively safe distance, I followed Psycho as she slowly walked up the stairs. After that, she kept walking around the second floor aimlessly before stopping to enter a clothing store to her right. Alright, no more creepy stalking. I think as I walked towards the store that Psycho just entered. EY. Nair. I hear someone shout from behind. For fuck's sake, have better timing next time, please. I turn around to see Takashi waving at me. I glance back at the store that Psycho just walked into before turning to walk towards Takashi. I want to make sure Psycho is fine. But I don't think bringing everybody to her is a good idea right now. I sigh under my breath and start walking towards Takashi. Hope she won't do anything stupid while I am not looking.